by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday to the New York Yankees 6-2. That game saw both Ryan O'Hearn and Marcelo Ozuna, both free agent signings for the Pirates this offseason. They both got hits in that game. Marcelo Ozuna had an RBA single. Pirates' next game is today at 1 o'clock. They're going to play the Boston Red Sox. They've got games every day leading up until Sunday. No off days for them until next week. They play on Monday, March the 2nd, and then they're off till March the 5th, but nonstop baseball and spring training until then. And the World Baseball Classic begins next month, so we're about a little over a week away from that as well. That's going to start on March 5th. Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, that begins next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now, listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza, I'll eat bread, I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Don't miss this triple threat Saturday at Robert Morris. Men's basketball at 1, women's basketball at 4, and the men's hockey regular season finale against Mercyhurst at 7. For tickets, call 412-397-4949 or visit rmucolonials.com. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at schultzford.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 58 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Happy Tuesday. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. You got it right. You're here. You made it to the morning. Sun's not up yet. Still wintertime. A few more weeks of winter, and then hopefully we'll get a good spring with spring-like temperatures. It was so nice, 60 degrees last week. Now it's snowing again. Not badly, but snowing enough to be annoying. Watch the roads this morning. There's a thin layer of snow on the roads. It didn't impact me too much, but it could have been if I was speeding, so be careful out there this morning. Does anybody like the snow? This is something that I was curious about, and I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Does anybody like the snow? I talked about this a little bit when we had the giant snow last month, where we got, 18 inches, where the snow was up to nearly my knees. Does anybody like the snow at this point? In adulthood, is snow fun? I know I joked, too. I talked about making snow angels and doing kid-like stuff. I didn't make a snow angel. Snow angels are a disaster. You get all wet. You're just going to be drowning yourself in a heaping 18-inch pile of snow. And then what? Then you're going to be freezing. You're going to be wet all over. It's not like you can sit on anything after doing that. It's not a good idea. Does anybody like snow anymore in adulthood? I kind of addressed this a little bit when, like I said, when the big snow happened last month. But now that I think about it as an adult, snow is just a huge inconvenience. I enjoy different temperatures outside. I enjoy cold and then warm. I like all four seasons. That's why I like living in Pittsburgh, because I think you can't truly appreciate not having the warm if you don't have the cold, right? If you're living in the same climate year after year, that's no fun. I like to spice it up a little bit. And the negative is that you get 18-inch snow days sometimes. But, when the summer comes around, you just appreciate it a little bit more, I think, when you have cold weather to counteract it. It's nice to have a little bit of change in the routine season after season after season. That being said, when it snows now and being in adulthood, it's it is just a nasty inconvenience. It's not fun. When you're a kid, it's fun because you can go and make snowballs and throw them at your siblings or do that with your parents or your guardians or whoever that you're living with. You can not have school, although that's kind of a different thing now because there's remote learning and there's, remote learning days I've seen now in schools. So that might not even hold true anymore. But when you're an adult, even though, at least when you're a kid and there's a remote learning day, you get to stay home. It's not like you have to wait for a school bus, wait outside. You're just inside the whole time in your house, in the comfort of your home, and don't have to worry about anything. Don't have to worry about leaving. Still be in your own place. Now as an adult, it's for that 18-inch snow day, I still had to be here. Radio stops for no one, right? I wasn't just going to not have the show run. I came in early because I wanted to be here because I wasn't waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to dig my car out. So, yeah, and somebody on the YouTube chat says, Justin Credible. What a nice name there. Justin Credible. Not only an inconvenience, but also can be life-threatening. Exactly. As an adult, it is no fun. Like, I'm fully turned around to that now. Because, I mean, it's not like you get an off day. Now, again, some jobs might offer remote access to work. I don't know. For me, though, it's not fun because, again, I had to be here. There was no calling off. If I'm not here, the show doesn't run. Dorn stayed home that day. But I got to be able to patch him through for the show. So, just something that, just something to mull over. 412-928-9370 as we kind of mix that with sports talk. If you want to call in, talk about anything sports related, 412-928-9370. The Penguins pick games back up this week. So that's exciting. We can talk about Sidney Crosby as well. And him recovering from his injury that still doesn't seem overtly clear. Pirates in spring training games, that is exciting stuff that they lost 6-2 yesterday. There were some bright spots from the team that we can go over for sure. Pitt men's basketball's game tomorrow. Their season is pretty much lost, though. They've struggled this season, which is no good to see. If you have any thoughts on them, you can express those as well. Does Jalen Waddle make sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers? That's also something. There's really no direction I want to take this show today. We're just kind of going to throw things out there because we're kind of in limbo now. Of things have kind of slowed up a little bit, you know. So we could talk about really whatever you want to at 412-928-9370, including how you perceive snow. Do you still like it as an adult? Is there anything about it that you're like, yeah, this is a redeeming quality of snow? Again, I'm fine with the hot and cold temperatures. A little dusting here and there is okay, but like snow don't feel the same. Doesn't feel the same like it did when I was a kid. Snow days and snow in the forecast, it just doesn't feel the same. 412-928-9370. We got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So, hello, good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Mike from Fort Wayne, and I'm calling to talk about snow.
Do you get a lot of snow down there? I wouldn't imagine so.
Well, I'm in Fort Wayne, so I'm northeast Indiana. So to me, I'm okay with snow, man. And here's why. Like, we get weather like a day before, like if it's certain temperatures, we kind of get the weather that you guys get a day later. Maybe not like 20 inches of snow, but a lot of times it's very similar weather because we're up north. But the reason why I like snow is because we're supposed to have snow, you know? And like when I was a little kid, it'd snow, and then the snow was on the ground all winter long, kind of like we got going on right now. But then you had this time when you get like 4 inches of snow, and then the very next day it all melt. And to me, I'm like, there's something wrong with that, man. There's something weird about that. So I'm okay with snow, man.
Yeah, you don't ever get like the 18-inch stuff that we get up here in Pittsburgh, though, right?
Well, we did have a blizzard back in like the blizzard of 78. Yeah, we got like foot, multiple foots of snow.
Okay, okay, gotcha. So
maybe a half a foot, though. We'll get 6 or 8 inches, you know, here and there. So
yeah, that's enough. That's enough to be nasty. Yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, let's face it, man. It does suck. It sucks. But like I said, with where you live, it's like it should be expected. And it's like, you know, we almost have to embrace it, don't we?
Yeah, I mean that's what I said. Like because you can't enjoy the warm when you get it in the summer without going through the cold, right? It just makes you appreciate the summer that much more.
It's those tough times that make you appreciate, you know, the good times, right?
I guess so. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. It's a good call. Yeah, it makes you appreciate it. Although in Indiana, I think it's a lot more flat as well. So. I mean, you can still slip, but there's not as many hills to go through. I mean, in Pittsburgh, it's a disaster for that reason as well. Pittsburgh is odd. And I just watched an infrastructure video yesterday just out of nowhere. It was recommended on my YouTube feed when I was just watching TV. And I just talked about how Pittsburgh is like no other city because you have to have all these bridges, you have to have all these grids that account for the hills of Pittsburgh. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works. And then you mix that with snow, no good. 412-938-9370. Kenneth Moore on the YouTube chat. 30 minutes of if you like snow in Pittsburgh. Your job is amazing. And there's a laugh emoji. It is. It's great. It's great. I mean, it's snowing outside, and I was just thinking about this, and I'm like, you know what the heck? It's a slow sports week. The Olympics are over. Pirates aren't really playing meaningful games. The World Baseball Classic doesn't start till next week. The Penguins haven't resumed yet. Do you like snow? 412-928-9370. You're right. Yeah, it's great. It's a great job. Love my job. Danny Boyd, my arch nemesis on the YouTube chat. I love everything about snow, especially because it means it's cold out. I'm 6'4", 280 pounds, and I can't handle the heat. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're somebody that likes colder temperatures, that makes sense. But and I guess a 6'4" person can stand over the snow, sure. But do we need the snow? It's cold. It can be cold. I can appreciate having frigid temperatures, but when snow comes in, snow in particular, is it that fun? And it's not. I mean, somebody in the YouTube chat pointed out, dangerous. It's no good because it's dangerous. You slip when you're in your car. You could slip when you're walking outside because the underlayer becomes ice. After a while, it's just the snow part of it. It just doesn't hit the same. It doesn't feel the same like when you're a kid. That's all. I mean, I mean, again, cold is different from the snow. If it's cold outside, yeah, I get it. That it makes me appreciate the warm weather even more. But the snow. The snow aspect of it, what's the point? No good. No good indeed. Let's see, we got Kyle on the YouTube chat. Give me all the snow. So much better than 90 degrees and bugs and sweating my jewels off. Okay. I like that. I like that phrasing. Sure. Yeah, bugs are tough, but I will disagree. I would rather take bugs and sweat. Well, then you just go to the pool, right? You go out, you go to the pool, and it's not dangerous to go out to the pool unless it's raining. And rain can kick rocks as well. But rain's significantly less dangerous than snow is, so that's why I would take the warm. Look at this. This has turned into a whole conversation. Let's keep doing it. 412-928-9370. We got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hello there.
Go ahead. You're on the air. What's up? Hello?
The Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl.
That was a dull call, and I couldn't really hear the guys. Thanks for the call. The Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl? I don't think so. Don't think so. They got a bunch of retreads. Right now, it seems like they got a bunch of retreads. They got a bunch of veterans. I don't know that Mike McCarthy makes the team much different. We've talked about that before. I've already addressed that. And I can't really make an official determination until free agency and the draft and everything happens. So, but I appreciate the effort from that very bland call. 412-928-9370. Trey, we need the snow. Imagine all the classic football games from snow. Well, I can talk about that as well. That's a good point. We can talk about that. I mean, are those games really classics? They were at some entertainment value, but if you don't enjoy offensive football, I see so many people complaining about how bad games are when there's not a lot of offense in the NFL. I mean, think about those weather games produce very little offense, it seems like. Or I remember the game where the Steelers played the Dolphins, I think it was back in 2007, and it was raining a bunch, right? And remember, the field was just an absolute disaster. There were no field markings. The ball wouldn't move. Was that game interesting? It's legendary to look back at. But, when you look back at it, was that the most interesting game to watch? The Steelers and the Dolphins playing a game where, you can't even kick the ball and have it roll because it keeps getting stuck in the mud, are those games that entertaining? Look, I Like, I enjoy every game for what it is, but I see a lot of NFL fans, if it's not smooth offensive movement, if it's not smooth and high-scoring offense, like, fans don't seem to enjoy those games. So I'm curious. I mean, as Trey pointed out in the YouTube chat, he said we need the snow. Imagine all the classic football games from snow. Like, do you think those games are classic? Are you entertained by games that are in the snow where players are slipping and sliding, where there's little offense where you can barely see on the TV screen or you can barely see out when you're sitting in the stadium because there's just snow coming down like crazy? I mean, are those games you actually like to see? 412-928-9370. This conversation's kind of spiraled into whether or not you like the snow as an adult. So we're just gonna keep doing it. We're gonna roll with it. There's plenty of things to touch on. There's just not a whole lot of hot topics really at the moment. Penguins start play up again this week after the Olympics. So there's that. The Pirates playing meaningless games right now, just warm-up games really. Right, spring training is underway, but there's not a whole lot to take from these games other than observations. It was nice to see Ryan O'Hearn and Marcelo Ozuna get hits in yesterday's game, and I watched a good portion of it because I like both the Yankees and the Pirates. So it was nice to just kind of sit on my couch in the afternoon and watch a good portion of that game. So I saw them get hits, which was cool. So there's that going. Just not a whole lot going on. Nothing, crazy exciting going on this week. Right now, we're going to want to see what's going on with Sidney Crosby and when he'll return. That's definitely a big thing. But again, there's nothing definitive right now to address that hasn't already been addressed by the initial reports from his injury. So, yeah, I mean, snow, do you like it? 412-928-9370. It's starting to snow again. I wanted to have hope that the snow was over. It's not, and it's not ending this week either. It is going to snow on Wednesday and Thursday this week, tomorrow and Thursday. So that's also why I'm talking about it, because it's not over yet. It's snowed to begin this week, and apparently there's going to be more snow as we end the week as well. So 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Kyle on the YouTube chat, one more point about the snow. I'd much rather shovel my driveway than mow my yard. Really? Kyle, I think that's a hot take. I don't know. Like, the snow, you got to lift it. And when it gets like too deep, like it is painful to lift. At least when you're mowing your lawn, it's kind of flat, right? I don't know. Some of us live on hills. I know that it's Pittsburgh, but like depending on your yard, I mean, I'd rather do the predictable yard and just go up and back and up and back. Depends how big your yard is too. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, I'm walking with a lawnmower as opposed to, lifting the snow, like digging in, lifting the snow, and then trying to put it in a convenient pile that I hope doesn't eventually fall over back onto the driveway. So I don't know if I agree with that one. Mow your lawn or shovel snow. 412-928-9370. That's a good one. Hines on the YouTube chat. Love the snow. Playing my favorite winter game of Whose Lane Am I In? Driving from Johnstown to Pittsburgh for work. Yeah. Yeah, is that a fun game to play, though? No, that's part of the dangerous category, I would say. I want to see where the lanes are on the road for sure. Like, holy cow. Kyle responds to me on the YouTube chat. We're just talking about snow this morning. We're talking about, do you like snow as an adult? You can call in and join in, 412-928-9370. And, yeah, it's become a hot topic. Do you like summer better? Do you like winter better? Do you like the heat better, 90 degrees, or do you prefer the snowy winters here? So Kyle responds, he says, it's a hot take. Summer is a freaking hot take. Of course it is, because it's hot. I get it. Play on words. Very good. Blazer agrees. Okay, so people would rather shovel snow out of their driveway than mow their lawns. That's where we're at now, too. 412-928-9370. I don't agree. Mowing the lawn, I think, is a little easier. You don't have to lift. But hey, I mean, I got people already disagreeing, so maybe I'm in the minority there. Danny Boyd, quit worrying about the snow and pick those damn trophies up off of your floor. It's been years. Look, we're getting there. I made progress. I actually picked one up off the floor the other day because I started cleaning, but then I found my baseball card collection, and then I stopped cleaning. I do have a surprise coming, though. I'll announce on the morning show sometime this week about what I'm going to do with the baseball cards, because I do have a plan for how I'm going to integrate them into Pirate spring training coming up here, of just something that I can do to contribute, something that I can do involving the Pirates with baseball cards that I have of them and of other players across Major League Baseball. So we'll get there. I'll definitely mention that later. But yeah, I found the baseball cards and I stopped cleaning. So that's the update on that. I see a couple people now asking about if I finished cleaning my room or not. No, the answer is no. The baseball cards distracted me very much. Like, I went through all of them and I looked back at them, and then my brain hatched an idea about how I can use those. So that'll be revealed this week, all in good time. Meanwhile, do you like snow? We got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Steve.
What's up, Steve?
It's nice to look at, Harry, but when it piles up like it did a few weeks ago, it's a pain in the behind.
Yep.
I'd have to go with a nice, not that hot summer day, cutting the grass being a lot easier to deal with.
Right? Yes. Yes. I agree with you, Steve. Anything else?
No, I enjoy the show. Perfect to wake up with as I get ready to go to work.
Yeah, well, be safe out there, because I know it's a little slick here, Steve, there. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. This is really snowballed. I get it. This is snowballed into a conversation about snow, which I don't mind. It's a slow sports week. We're transitioning from Olympics to Penguins resuming their season. The World Baseball Classic will begin in 10, 11 days. I think March 5th is the start of that. So no pressing Steelers news right now to talk about. So what the heck? It's 5:30 in the morning. Let's talk about whether we like snow or not. 412-928-9370. Got a different – no, same Kyle. Kyle on YouTube, love this topic. This is fun. People think I'm nuts for loving winter and hating summer. Haha, fun show. Look, I'm not saying I hate winter. I don't want to distinguish this conversation to you have to pick one season. I'm sitting here celebrating all of the seasons in Pittsburgh for sure. All of the seasons in Pittsburgh I like, because I don't think you can fully appreciate what it's like to have a summer season if you don't go through the colds of winter. And if you've ever seen me out in public, I never wear a jacket. Not a big jacket guy. I don't like jackets. I don't mind being out there, though. Like, it could be 0 degrees outside before I'll put on a jacket, especially for this job, because I just sprint into the building, and we're good. Like, the cold doesn't bother me. That's not what bothers me. So winter, I'm good with winter. I'm good with it. The thing about me, though, is the snow is the part where I'm like, excessive snow at that, too. That's the conversation here. It's not, do we love summer, hate winter, or do we hate summer, love winter? It's not that conversation. It's snow in particular. Is snow something that appeals to you as an adult? That's the conversation we're having. 412-928-9370. You can call. We got about 3 more minutes. So get your snow takes in here. The YouTube chat blowing up. People are excited to talk about this, and I'm happy you're excited to talk about the snow. Inspired by the fact that it has snowed to start this week, we're talking about it. Do you like snow as an adult? Trey on the YouTube chat. Without winter, we don't get that spring fever baseball feeling. Exactly. I'm with that. Kenneth on the YouTube chat. Well, the snow builds character, makes people work outside their comfort zone, which that's why we're one of the toughest cities in the country. We're one of the toughest cities in the country because our grid system was built on a hill and in a triangle. That's why we're tough. It's not because of the snow. The snow is dangerous and causes accidents in automobiles. Causes you to slip and fall. I mean, I don't think the snow is the reason why Pittsburgh's tough. Pittsburgh's tough for a lot of different reasons. I don't know if it's just because the snow builds character. among those that live here. Danny on the YouTube chat. Harry, you were complaining about how cold your dad keeps the house in the winter. It's so bad that you had to take a hot shower in the middle of the night. So now you're confusing me. Yeah, I don't like the cold. I don't understand. I don't understand why I'm confusing. I don't like the cold. I prefer the summer. I'm being very clear on that. I don't hate winter to the point where I'm going to say, let's never have winter and let's never have winter weather. I don't like it, but taking hot showers in the middle of the night to warm up to come into work whenever it's super cold outside makes me appreciate when it's 90 degrees. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. Those nights of hating the cold make me appreciate summertime and appreciate it when it's warm outside. That's the point. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to straight up say I hate winter. I think that winter is nice to have. The 4 seasons are nice to have because you can appreciate each one when it comes around. But too much of anything is bad. Oh, yeah. Well, Danny makes a good point, too, because you're saying you don't put on a jacket unless it's 0 degrees. Absolutely. I might be an idiot for that. That's a me thing. That's a me problem. I'm the problem as it relates to me not wearing a jacket. That's a fair point. All right, got a caller on the line, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Sean from Robinson.
Hello. What's up?
I think winter's my favorite time of year, but I think snow as an adult, I think it has a bunch of possibilities. You can go have fun in a parking lot. You can't do that in the middle of summer.
How define fun? Are we talking like you bring your sleds out, or you do something dangerous with your car?
I mean, you could bring the sleds out if you wanted to, but no, just a couple little snow nuts in an open parking lot where there's nobody around. You can't do that in the middle of summer.
So you as an adult do fun things in the snow in a parking lot?
100%, 150%.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. See, I got self-conscious because when I talked about making a snow angel, Adam and Doran made fun of me. Now, is it more like if I got like a flame-painted sled and I was sledding down a hill, right? Is that more manly than making a snow angel? It could be. It could be. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, if you're one to take a sled out, or I don't know if you have a pair of skis or something and you got a hill nearby and you go skiing down a little hill. I mean, sure. I mean, that's fine. Snow tubing's fun too. I've been snow tubing. I was snow tubing when I was a kid, and that was cool. You just get in this giant inflatable thing and slide down a hill. I'm for it. I'm with it. That's fair. That's fair. I didn't think about that. I typically don't sled because it seems like that's more of like a kid's activity. But if you're still doing that as an adult, if you got people around you, or you're just one of those goofballs that goes out by yourself and goes sledding down a hill in a parking lot, or you go sliding around a parking lot, more power to you. That's fair. I'm with you. I can see it. All right, I have time for one more call on this, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Larry in the POW. How you doing, Nick?
I'm feeling good this morning. What's up?
Oh, well, talking about snow, since I went home and had to plow 6 to 8 inches last night and shovel a couple more inches this morning, multiple different takes on snow. If it's not on the road, I'm pretty much good with it. As long as it's not mixed with ice and sleet like that last batch of stuff that we had, it's good. I enjoy snow kayaking. So my yard is nice and steep. I put on there and just slide right on down. And my dog loves snow. He likes to make pup angels. So watching him roll around makes me feel like a teenager again.
Can I interject 1 second? What is snow kayaking?
Oh, I have a whitewater kayak. So instead of using a sled, I take the kayak up to the top of the hill and go down in that.
Oh, my goodness. That sounds awesome.
It is a very adrenaline rush. So it's and to continue the whitewater comparison, my yard's probably a Class 3, Class 4 snow kayaking trail. It's pretty steep, and it leads out onto our road, which fortunately isn't that busy. So
I love that.
A good time.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Well, that's the great call to end on right there. My man, snow kayaks. He uses his kayak as a sled in the snow. All right, I'm for it. I'm with it. I don't own a kayak, so I can't relate, but that sounds fun. All right, I've been converted a little bit. Maybe there are some good ideas, but that caller also mentioned when snow's on the road, that's not a good thing, and we can all align to that as well because it's dangerous for the cars, for driving. All right, good talk. We made it 35 minutes. 35 minutes of just talking about whether we like winter or not, whether we like the snow or not. That's good stuff, guys. Appreciate the calls. Appreciate your involvement. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fantasy Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
It's a cold start to the morning rush on Tuesday. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Traffic on the parkways east and west mainly steady, though, into their respective tunnels with a little bit of a slowdown at the tunnel entrances. Route 28, just have that lane restriction between Harmer and RIDC Park as that cleanup work continues for the earlier rock slide. And some good news out of Mount Lebanon. They have reopened Washington Road between Academy and Alfred. This was closed due to a water main break that they have completely repaired. Also in Dormont, crews on the scene of a structure fire. This is in the 2900 block of West Liberty Avenue near Mississippi. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Most area roadways aren't dry, but you could still find some slippery spots, so definitely keep the speeds under control as you travel, especially on the bridges and overpasses. Ongoing work on I-79. Watch for a southbound lane restriction around the Wexford interchange. They have just reopened that lane restriction there. Also, speaking of lane restrictions, you have one on southbound Route 28 due to that earlier rock slide. Watch to get to the left lane to get by between Harmer and RIDC Park. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas, Harry Callis. It is a Tuesday, a busy one for us. Jeff Hathorn at 7, Trey Essex at 8, Tyler Kennedy 8:35, Neil Walker at 9, Jason Mackey at 9:35. But still a lot of time for you at 412-928-9370. How we doing, Dickerson?
Doing great. Happy Tuesday. Callis, how you doing? How's your back?
What are you asking about my back?
Said your back was hurting.
No, I'm just sore. Lifting and such.
Oh, okay.
That happens every now and again. My body's transforming.
Didn't you say your shoulders are purple?
I didn't really want to talk about that. But
Oh.
yeah, of course. That's what
You ever do the cupping thing?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, sure. It's weird whenever they initially do it, but it does help.
They're like giant cup hickeys is what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the blood going. Got to get the blood flow.
That actually decreases blood flow around the suction part. That's why you create a ring there.
I thought you didn't want to talk about this.
No, we could talk about. I don't want to talk about my own ailments.
Oh.
I mean, I feel like it's boring. I mean,
oh,
yeah. I don't know what's wrong with my body actually, but yeah, I was lifting and I got sore. I mean, it's fine.
Well, that's good.
But I'm going to keep doing it. I don't want to necessarily talk about what color my body is this morning, but
fair enough.
Yeah.
Speaking of hickeys, those were the days. Right? High school, college, swapping hickeys.
Sure. I never got one. Doesn't show up on my skin.
I was going to ask.
Yeah, I've never gotten one.
Happy I didn't have to.
Yeah.
Hey, were you a big hickey guy back in the day?
No.
No?
Could Doran and I try a topic now?
Sure, give it a shot.
I'm going to do something with my baseball cards next week and all throughout March.
So this isn't boring. I just want to make sure. We just need to find 100%. The line on boring. Okay.
So I want to get people pumped up for Pirates season. So I found a bunch of cards.
This will do it.
That are of the Pirates or related to the Pirates. And over the next week, over the next month, from March 1st to March 26th, I'm going to release a baseball card every day and give facts about the player. And I think you're going to be surprised because it's not just like Pirates you'd expect. I have a lot of weird ones in there.
Where do I come in on this? You said me and Doran.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you have anything else? Do you have anything you want to say?
No. I thought there was something that me and you were doing. You said me and Doran. Can we talk about a topic now?
If we're
I said could you or I try?
If we're power ranking things in terms of intrigue this morning, I think hickeys is probably still at the top of the list.
Yeah, it's up there.
I think I'd put it number 1 right now. Sizable gap than Harry's baseball cards. Even bigger gap. Number 3, his shoulder color.
My room being clean or not is a hot topic among people in the YouTube chat. So I was asked about that by a couple people this morning. Did you clean your room yet? And the answer was, I was cleaning and then I found my baseball cards, so I stopped.
You found your baseball cards like a week and a half ago.
Right, but then I came up with this idea at the end of last week. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna. So I started already doing the scheduled tweets. They're gonna come out at 9 a.m. every day.
Oh, they're already. You've already done some of them.
Yeah, I took pictures of them already, and I'm scheduling them now to release every single day to hype everybody up for Pirates season. Right? Remember the good old days and some of the not good old days from Pirates history.
Do you have cards from the actual good old days, like the early 90s and the...
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I'll even bring them in so you can see them whenever I release them every day. So you can...
Texture writes in, I'd rather get bit by a raccoon than listen to Harry talk about baseball cards.
Yeah, why a raccoon?
Has rabies.
You ever been bit by a wild animal?
No, I've been bit by a dog, though. German Shepherd.
Ooh.
Yeah,
How old were you?
In high school.
You still like dogs?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Where'd it get you?
Right in the back. There's still teeth marks back there.
There's teeth marks on your back.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of fits into the old hickey conversation.
Yeah, a little bit. Got me.
Harry, you ever been bit by a wild animal?
I had a goat nibble on my shoe at the Keystone Safari last year. I have a video of it, too.
Great. It's like a petting zoo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not really. No, Keystone Safari. They let you. You ever been there?
Clearly not.
No.
It's like with the same guy that owns Living Treasures.
Oh, great. Love that guy.
Mm-hmm. So you're allowed to go in, and it's like an interactive zoo.
You pet the animals, they pet you.
Yeah, in some cases. So you can either do the walk-around zoo, and there are certain places where you can go into the pens, so I guess it is like a petting zoo.
Yeah.
But not entirely a petting zoo because there's still some barriers for some of the animals.
How do we feel about petting zoos?
I like them.
Me too.
Yeah.
But then you got the other one where you can go and you can drive through a zoo where you can feed animals and just be in your car. And that's my favorite. So I feel like I'm right there.
Like an actual safari.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. You just take your own car in and you can feed the animals.
What animals have you fed?
Donkeys, pigs, these weird looking deer creatures that I forget their specific names. Llamas.
Huh.
Yeah. The donkeys are strong. If you hold your bowl out the window, sometimes I recommend you hold the bowl out the window instead of using your hand. Well, the donkeys, if you let them go too long, they will grab the bowl and they will pull it from you and steal it. and then they get the whole bowl, and no other animals. Oh, ostrich too. They have ostrich at the zoo. Yes, they're scary. They like peck at you. They pick at your windows.
Yeah, you don't mess with them.
Did you know that llamas will spit on you?
Yep.
I think that's a.
Nah, I looked it up.
Huh.
I think camels might spit too.
Camels, yeah.
But llamas definitely spit.
Yeah.
It's a natural defense mechanism.
We're not gonna spit.
Heard Bonnie Blue has the same defense mechanism.
Wow.
Do camels spit? Isn't she pregnant?
Yep.
I thought you spit to lubricate.
Dear God. Yes, camels do spit, but it's actually a form of regurgitation. Oh, good. So they'll just vomit on you.
Nice.
Was reading a book last night with my daughter about dingoes fighting coyotes. She was very upset to know that coyotes lived around here, and then I had to tell her that there was one on your front porch.
Yeah.
And I guess sometimes coyotes will vomit so that whatever they're about to get in a scuffle with, they'll smell the vomit, and they'll go over to that, and then they'll hide.
And they'll get them.
They'll get them.
Little tactic. Okay.
So llamas spit, camels spit, but it's really just camel vomit. Do alpacas spit? This whole family's messed up. Yes, alpacas do spit as a form of communication to express annoyance, fear, or to establish dominance within the herd. You get them, alpacas. Texter came out over the weekend. Bonnie Blue's pregnant. Yeah, she had relations with 400 guys in 24 hours.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
it's no good.
What's more surprising? What's less surprising? That she got pregnant or that Lindsey Vonn blew up her leg because she was skiing on a torn ACL? Like, neither one of those things should shock anybody.
No.
God bless. Well, both of them.
Sure. 400.
400.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
Yeah.
The math on that's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 hour's 24. 2 hours, 48.
Well, how long does
4 an hour is almost 100. So we're talking about 8 an hour.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, think about it though. I mean
Oh my God.
Yeah.
The climax could take 30 seconds at minimum, right? So you think about it.
Well, okay, and I don't really want to get into the details here, but do you get an allotted period of time, or does it end when it ends, if you know what I'm saying? You're probably getting an allotted period of time.
A allotted period of time.
But again, it doesn't take. Again, you're the one that wants to talk about hickeys and spitting and stuff. So I mean, this is natural. This you got to do the math.
Yeah, but I don't trust you to handle this. I trust us, the adults in the room.
Yeah, you're an adult.
Texter, someone get Harry a muzzle. Texter, try feeding the goats your baseball cards.
No.
Crowley, you asked, have you ever been bit by a wild animal? Harry, a goat nibbled on my shoe.
I got a video of it. I can post it.
Texter, I'm about to get on a 15-hour flight to Hong Kong. Don't say anything that might get you canceled. We are raw dogging this flight. I never would do that. There's no way.
Is this the same person that just came from Hong Kong?
It's the same person.
They're going back and forth.
Are we talking about raw dogging like you think the guys?
See, this is why I don't trust him.
Right.
You're talking about it. You brought it up.
Cobras spit venom. I don't think I'd do well if I came face to face with a cobra.
No, you probably wouldn't. There's this guy on Instagram, Tarzan something.
Oh.
And he just goes out in the wild and just handles snakes. It's just it's wild.
What did his parents think he was going to do? Naming him Tarzan?
I watch it. I'm like, this is not AI. Like, this guy. I mean, he's big and he's getting bit and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah. Have you seen? And this might be the same guy. This might just be my ignorance on this. There's someone who goes out and tries to find the most painful biters in the animal kingdom.
It's a different guy, but I've seen that guy.
That guy I think you might have taught me about this guy. Yeah. He just goes out and gets bit.
Yep.
Like that's his whole thing.
Ants and stuff and like
Fire ant's going to get me, a scorpion.
Yep. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, there's got to be a better way to get TikTok views.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, that's.
Although that does seem probably easier than how Bonnie Blue went about it.
It depends. Bonnie Blue. Man.
That came out this weekend?
Bonnie Blue?
That she's pregnant?
Yeah, like 2 days ago. Yeah.
Wasn't the same thing? Who's the other one?
Lily Phillips.
Didn't she say she was pregnant, but it was all...
like a hoax?
It was fake?
I think so.
She also got arrested, but it wasn't real?
Right.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
Me neither.
The Sting Zone, Coyote Peterson. Is that what he's called?
Oh, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, he intentionally gets himself stung and bit.
Oh, man.
To see how his body reacts. And he's a weird man.
Yeah.
But think of all the revenue you get from that. I mean,
I'm not trying to get bit by anything.
yeah, I've seen that guy.
You
on
have to be
YouTube.
extremely smart and like educated, clearly. Like you
Yeah.
have to know what you're doing, what can bite you, what can't bite you, what's lethal. Like, I mean, you really have to be super educated on bugs and snakes and reptiles, everything in the wild.
How do you geek yourself up for that? Like, I always wondered that in my youth with Jackass, and then you find out that they were all drugged up.
Right.
Just doing all kind of manner of drugs. Is Coyote Peterson just doing this sober, just wandering out in the wilderness? And all right.
It's because it's not a Jackass theme. He's trying to be educational. Like, oh, look, this is what happens when you encounter a scorpion. Bang.
You know what?
Oh, the heat. It feels like it's hot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's real hot. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, my skin's turning red. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
Could I just read about that? Like, don't enough people know I'm just going to avoid the scorpion? Like, I think Australia would be really cool. I have no desire to ever go,
Same.
will never go.
Same.
Because all the poison stuff's down there.
And think about all the alligators
And the
just roaming
dingoes.
streets.
Yep. Great
Well-
white sharks.
Yeah, just
They have everything.
everything. We were talking about where we're going to be staying in Bradenton, and there's a little pond there, and I'm a little bit worried about alligators, if I can be completely honest. Keep my head on a swivel.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, wouldn't that be...
Run side to side.
No, I think it...
That's what you're supposed to do if an alligator's chasing you because they don't have their eyes, can't follow you.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah. You're supposed to run like diagonal. Bop, 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 bop.
See,
Upward straight.
this is gross. I start typing in how to get, and then it says away with murder, and so I'm a little bit worried about our country.
That's a show.
To escape an alligator on land, run fast in a straight line away from the water. Contrary to popular myth, you do not need to zigzag. Doing so only shortens the distance between you and the gator. Alligators are fast but tire quickly. Making a straight line sprint of 20 to 30 feet is usually enough to escape.
Well, how fast are alligators?
They're faster than us. Well, they're faster than me.
Miles per hour.
How fast can an alligator run? Oh, 11 to 15 miles per hour.
That's cutting it close.
No way.
It's cutting it closer than you think.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Sean Rodriguez once tracked the ball at 23 miles per hour in the outfield.
I ran 23 miles per hour at the combine.
So we're talking about average people now running.
I ran 19 miles per hour on one of them machines.
That's not too far away from 15 miles per hour.
Right.
Yeah, it is. What are you talking about? It's 4
Man,
miles an hour
if that
faster.
alligator stretched that day, it might get you.
If we ran for an hour, my ass would be 4 miles ahead of him. That ain't close. I only got to outrun him for 20 to 30 feet anyhow.
Says who?
The internet.
Oh, it's just going to stop.
That's what it said. They tire quickly. Aren't you listening? This is important.
Can I backtrack real quick, dude? Did you know How to Get Away with Murder is a show?
I think you're making assumptions about
Then search it up. Go ahead.
I know it's a show.
Then that might be why people search that. Not.
I would hope, Harry. Seems like you've got more faith in humanity than I do. Yeah, alligators are fast. They tire quickly, making a straight line sprint of 20 to 30 feet, usually enough to escape. They got bad endurance. Texter, everything's faster than Crowley. He'd lose a race to a tortoise. Get it. You get down here now. You get down here now and you race me, Texter. Come on, let's go. I'll race a Texter, sure.
You sure?
I mean, it could be friggin' Usain Bolt
Right.
texting in. You never know.
Right.
Could be Usafa Powell.
Yes. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Texter, when running from an alligator, you don't have to outrun the alligator. You just have to outrun your friend.
True. So who's winning? Because it's going to be us three. Yeah, don't even worry about me. Like, I'm not even it's between you two.
Yeah, it ain't between the two of us either. But I think if one of us had to wrestle the gator, I'd put my money on Harry.
That's so sweet of you to try to be kind somewhere.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Texter Crowley, the gators usually won't bother you unless they feel threatened, so make sure they don't hear your radio show.
Wow. Wow.
All right. In 30 seconds, a question about the Steelers that I find laughable, but maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe listeners feel different. Maybe Doran feels different. Maybe Harry feels different. We'll take calls at 412-928-9370. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
When do you need to have an answer from Aaron by? And then second part of the question is, you took this year off. What's your first thoughts on this year's quarterback class coming out of college?
That's probably a better question for Omar. You know, just because I'm just getting started on the draft process, and we'll dive into that, frankly, once we get past this coaching staff development. But yeah, timelines we haven't discussed that yet.
That was Mike McCarthy at his introductory press conference, and really it all begins today at the NFL Combine. Omar Khan will speak. It does not sound like Mike McCarthy will speak. The assumption is that Mike McCarthy will be there. Got to interview some players. Got to watch them run around in their underwear. And we'll all have our fingers crossed that no tight ends break Doran Dickerson's 40-yard dash record.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that there's anybody in the conversation this year.
Sadiq from Oregon. We'll see.
We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I got my money on Double D. So this is kind of the start of the offseason here. Free agency, not that far away. Then the draft, and we're rolling, baby. And I saw on Twitter yesterday a list. Top 10 teams in the NFL, Doran, with the worst future. The Steelers were number 2 on the list. The Dallas Cowboys were number 1. Now, the Cowboys have a quarterback. The Steelers obviously do not. And this was a clickbaity kind of list. I'm not going to lie. I'm not putting all that much stock in 1 through 10. But I do think if you talk to people outside of Pittsburgh, they might agree that the Steelers, they're kind of meandering along, that the future's not bright, yada, yada. And I'm just wondering if people agree at 412-928-9370. It's a simple question. I don't know how you can predict that at all for really any team in the NFL. Case in point, the New England Patriots played for the Super Bowl last year. 2.5 years ago, Drake May wasn't even their quarterback.
Right.
The Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl a year to the day ago. They didn't have this quarterback. They didn't have Sam Darnold. They had Geno Smith. The Seahawks had been mired in 10-7 hell for a little while, and then immediately they turn around and win the Super Bowl, and they got a new coach in year 2. The Patriots had a first-year coach last year. Not his first in the league, but his first with them. So I don't know how anybody can put one of these lists together with a straight face, but we'll play the game. The Steelers also have the 9th most cap space in the NFL, and they have 12 draft picks, including 5 in the top 100. So you need to hit on those things. You need to spend the money wisely. You need to draft the correct players, but they certainly don't need to have a bad future. In fact, it's all out ahead of Omar Khan this offseason, I think, Doran.
I can't get down with that because, I mean, I just feel like that they are building through the draft slowly. It may not be, just extravagant for some of these players to just pop on the scene and be all-stars, but if you look at the offensive line is young. Jalen Warren's somewhat young, but you could always find running backs. You have DK Metcalf under contract for a few years. So in their defensive line. I'm sure that you really just said it right there with the draft picks. You have 12 draft picks this year. Don't know how many you're going to have next year, but I think that everybody's in the same boat almost. Everybody's future's in question. Even the Seahawks, do we believe that does every single person believe that the Seahawks will be right back in the Super Bowl next year?
They just lost their offensive coordinator, who seems to get a lot of credit for them doing what they did. And they're going to lose one of their top 3 cornerbacks you would have to figure this offseason. And they weren't the Legion of Boom, but they're pretty damn good on the back end. And not having 3 guys changes the equation a little bit back there. So you don't really know. I think the thing that almost always guarantees you success, though nothing in this world is perfect, is a quarterback, and the Steelers don't have one. I think that part's fair. Nobody knows who the franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers will be. We can guess, we can surmise, but no one has an idea. The next quarterback to win a playoff game, the best money right now would be Aaron Rodgers, because he's the most likely quarterback this season.
Right.
There's probably no one else on the list. Aaron Rodgers would be at plus 250. I guess Will Howard would be plus 1,000, something like that. Apart from that, it's a college guy, or it's some sort of free agent signing or trade acquisition.
Right.
So I can see that, but just because you have a quarterback doesn't mean that you're feeling all great right now either. The Chiefs were on this list, and that's why I thought it was kind of clickbaity. Same with the Bills.
Yeah, that's the Bills. How are they feeling right now? Are they feeling better than the Steelers are feeling with Joe Brady as their head coach?
I would think you're feeling better just because you got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
But I don't like their roster.
Right.
Their roster left a lot to be desired. They needed Josh Allen to be Superman to advance through the postseason, and whenever he wasn't, they couldn't win. The Chiefs didn't make the playoffs last year, so there's something going on there. And
Mahomes is hurt.
And he's hurt, and he's not going to play through the offseason activities at the very least, and we'll see when his return is. Even if he's back healthy week 1, he was healthy most of the season last year, and they were meandering along. So things change quick in the NFL. It wasn't that long ago. I remember vividly doing a radio segment where the Browns, they had Baker Mayfield, and this is when he had played well there prior to his final season when he hurt his shoulder. And the Bengals, they had Joe Burrow, right? And the Ravens had Lamar Jackson. It's oh my God, when are the Steelers ever going to win the division again? Well, it happened last year. So things changed quick. Baker Mayfield ain't even a damn Brown anymore. Joe Burrow is contemplating retirement. And Lamar Jackson, are we sure he's thrilled with the situation that they have at the head coach position? Because his contract's coming up in relative short order, too. Point being, things change quickly in the NFL, and I think this is one of the most important off seasons in Steelers history. Not necessarily to find your quarterback, but to set yourself up for success if and when you do get that next quarterback.
Yes, that's the goal.
Right?
That's the goal. From the front office to the coaching staff, and I think that they've nailed it, at least on the coaching staff, of getting that, putting that together, that foundation for that coaching staff of Mike McCarthy, whether people like it or not. The guy can develop quarterbacks, for having him to be the guy to develop the quarterback for the future. I think that they've nailed that. If that is their mentality and that is their mindset moving forward and moving into the future, and having Omar Khan and Andy Weidel to kind of facilitate around that, and then Mike McCarthy has the groceries to cook the meal, with.
Yeah, I believe in Omar Khan, the wheeler and dealer. And I believe in Andy Weidel, the team builder. I do think the Steelers, over the course of the last few years, and Rome wasn't built in a day, have got better on the offensive and defensive lines.
Yes.
And I think Andy Weidel has a ton to do with that. I think these last 3 drafts that most people would agree have been better than the previous 6 from the the Kevin Colbert regime have a lot to do with Andy Weidel. So I trust those guys. The one thing that's sort of the fly in the ointment of this whole conversation, because I think roster-wise there's enough young talent, and you had the 12 draft picks, and you got the 9th most cap space. I still don't love the philosophy from the very top, from ownership.
Win now?
Yeah, winning now is great. It sounds great. I'd rather be that than the Pirates, but sometimes you do need to take a little step back to take a step forward. And I'm not even talking about a full teardown. I'm talking about Ray Fittipaldo yesterday said, if the Steelers were to trade an edge rusher this offseason, the most likely edge rusher to trade is Nick Herbig, and I think that's terrible business. I think it would be a quote-unquote step back for the Rooney family if they moved on from T.J. Watt. But as far as business is concerned, that would be, to me, the obvious move if you could find a taker. You get $40 million off the books. You get to keep a young potential star, I think, in Nick Herbig, a guy who's on the ascent when T.J. Watt, as we've seen the last 2 years, is on the descent. I'm talking more about that than just a full-on rebuild.
Now, is T.J. Watt's worth what we think it is right now out there?
No, which is why I don't want him. But you're also probably not getting anything for him compared to what you would have last offseason.
But you would probably get a little bit for Herbig, who's an up-and-comer.
Sure. I'd rather have a good edge rusher that's on the cheap than
I agree.
One on the downside of his career.
For paying him.
And I don't dislike Watt. I love him. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I still think he's a good player. I'm hoping that maybe things can change with Patrick Graham at the helm as the defensive coordinator. But that's more in line with what I'm talking about. Not a full rebuild, but, hey, you know what? Maybe T.J. Watt could go spread his wings someplace else and we can give younger guys an opportunity to compete. I think they'd still win games with Herbig and Highsmith. You know what I'm saying? But they don't view it that way. So that's one thing that makes me dubious. But as far as their ability here to build a roster, they're in a good spot. Texter writes in, no playoff wins for a decade, no quarterback, cap space, lots of draft picks. That all adds up to a rebuild. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can go out and make this one of the better wide receiver rooms in the NFL in one offseason. I truly believe that. If you traded for Jalen Waddle, as Kaboli has kind of thrown out there, and if you draft a wide receiver in round one,
yes,
you're going to be pretty damn talented at that position.
Yes.
It doesn't take much. You've got a lockdown corner in Joey Porter that you're going to pay that I think is blossoming into a star at that position. You could find a guy in the second round, and he's a lockdown corner on the other side. Now, again, you have to hit on these guys. But the point is they've got the arrows in their quiver to be able to do that. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. So you and I are in agreement on this. They're not in a bad spot.
No, I think they're actually in a pretty decent spot. Whether the quarterback draft panned out this year that we thought it was going to, or if it doesn't pan out, which we're assuming it's not, in next year's draft maybe, I think that either way they were in a good spot. I think they were in a good spot if they had to draft a first-round quarterback this year, if those guys were available and they were, up to snuff of what we thought they were going to be. Thought they would still be in a great spot this year, getting that young quarterback. Still think they're going to be a good spot next year to get their young quarterback next year.
Yeah, they clearly had a plan. They did. Stock up on draft capital this year so you can go get your quarterback, and then it turns out this class isn't good. Okay, now you pivot. Maybe that means you trade up and get a first-round, top 15 talent at wide receiver. Maybe it means you do that at corner. Maybe it means you do that at defensive line. I would lean receiver. I believe you would lean receiver. But you got to be light on your feet. You can get a ton of talent in this year's draft. You've got 5 picks in the top 100, and 20 of the best prospects, 20 of the top 100 prospects, according to pretty much every draft outlet you're going to look at, are wide receivers. So you have a position to, even if you don't trade for a Jalen Waddle, to acquire a couple of those guys. So I don't think they're in a bad spot, but the Steelers popped up number 2 on a list of NFL teams with the quote-unquote worst future. Steelers fans, do you agree with the list or do you agree with us? 412-928-9370. A little thought exercise this morning. It's the start of the NFL offseason. For all intents and purposes, the Combine starts today. We'll talk to Jeff Hathorn live from Indianapolis coming up at 7. Your call's coming up next, but first, it's Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates lost 6-2 yesterday to the New York Yankees. Pirates have a game coming up today at 1 o'clock. They play the Boston Red Sox. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. This This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Kansas Jayhawks blasted the Houston Cougars 69-56 on Monday. We spent so much time and attention on Darren Peterson, who did play 27 minutes in the win tonight for Kansas. Not nearly enough time on the fact that Bill Self is literally a god on Big Monday. Self is now 41-0 on Big Monday at home as the coach of the Jayhawks. Perfection personified. They get Arizona on Saturday. Buckle up on that day.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
BetMGM Casino is ready for winter. It might be cold outside, but the games are heating up. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code HOMETOWN at sign up. Play your favorite games at BetMGM Casino like blackjack and roulette with a live dealer. Or check out their exciting slots like Cash Machine. The thrills of BetMGM Casino are always available right from the palm of your hand. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Clouds and sun today, the high 36.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Light snow around the area, putting a little bit of a sheen on the roadways, which means you could find some slippery spots, especially on the bridges and overpasses. So take your time. You'll get to where you're going just a little bit slower than normal. Meanwhile, we do have a report of a disabled vehicle. It's on the outbound Parkway East, right around the Forbes Avenue, Oakland, or Bates Street interchange. Watch for possible delays there as you get around it. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you are in line right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnel, Suburban Parkway East at Edgewood Twist Vale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Steelers were listed number 2 on a list. Not a good list. NFL teams with the worst future. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. We mentioned in the first segment the Steelers have 5 picks in the top 100 of this year's NFL draft, including 12 overall. Steelers also have the 9th most cap space in the NFL with an opportunity to get more. Now, that doesn't guarantee anything. The Browns had a bunch of draft picks last year, and they actually hit on a bunch of their rookies who had good seasons. Mm-hmm. They also drafted 2 quarterbacks, and neither of them are good. And they have largely swung and missed in the draft for the entire listening audience's adult life.
Yeah.
So just because you have picks doesn't mean that those guys are going to turn into something. But if you look at the Steelers' last 3 drafts, I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption to think that they're going to do okay here. After each of the last 3 drafts, the Steelers have been in the A range when you look at all the draft nicks who grade these things. And more importantly, I think each of their rookies, each of their young players the last few years have made pretty sizable contributions.
Absolutely.
And I think they got a ton of young talent. Like, people look at the Steelers roster as old because you've got T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward and Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Rodgers. There's actually a lot of young talent on
there. There is, yes, absolutely. I mean, just think about some of the quality picks that they got that for guys that had higher evaluations, but something went wrong that they slid in the draft. The Peyton Wilsons, the Darnell Washingtons of the world. I mean, those are quality picks, and both of those guys basically started this past season, and they had high grades, but had obviously knee issues, and you got them in a round where you felt real comfortable with them being drafted. So they've gotten a lot out of some of their draft picks and some of their mid-round picks. I mean, even Jack Sawyer. And at the time, we were thinking, why are they drafting an edge rusher? And then he played a lot this year. So
I think he's going to be a guy.
Yeah.
He looks the part. He's a hard worker. When he played, he didn't look out of place. He didn't look like Cassius Marsh.
Right.
I'll put it that way. I think you hit on something there that we haven't really discussed all that much of late because it hasn't necessarily been relevant. But, there are a couple of ways to find some diamonds in the rough. You can go after guys with character concerns. You can go after guys with injury risk who have dealt with ailments throughout their career. I think the latter, not the former, is probably the better piece of business. And they wouldn't have had an opportunity to get a talent like Peyton Wilson if they didn't say, screw it. We don't care about ACLs.
Right.
I mean, even Derek Harmon and Troy Faltano had gone through things in college that allowed the Steelers to get them. Here's a bunch of their young talent. You tell me if any of these guys aren't part of their future. JPJ.
Yep.
Frazier.
Yes.
McCormick, I think, is pretty much just a guy. But at guard, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think he's just a guy, but I think he has a lot of room to get better, and I think he has. And not a huge, by a huge margin, like jump off the screen, get better. But I think that's, every game that he does play, he gets more comfortable, does get better. I think he could be a solid piece to their offensive line.
I also think he's between two really good players, and that's going to help.
That helps too, yes.
Like Faltano, I think, is a really good player, and Zach Frazier is just a rock, man. He's just steady Eddie. Faltano, yes. Queen, we'll see. Still young. Still young. $17 million cap hit. I'm interested to see what happens with him. I imagine he'll be back. DK, good player. Jaylen Warren, good player. Muth, when you were out with typhoid or whatever you had a couple weeks ago, where, my God, my man was sick, Boston and I were talking about players that stand to improve the most under the new coaching staff, and I think Freiermuth's like right at the tippy top of the list.
Yeah.
Like the way that Dalton Schultz was used in Dallas, like he could absolutely take a step forward.
Yes.
Darnell Washington,
yes.
Same. Herbig,
yes.
Harmon, Benton, Y.A. Black, Peyton Wilson. They got good young players. Not enough. No one ever has enough, but you got good young players. And so I just don't look at this fatalistically like, oh, my God, the Steelers, they don't have a quarterback, so they're going to be terrible forever. You're not going to get to where you want to go until you get a quarterback, but you can, sure as you know it, build the roster up around that next quarterback. And I think they're actually doing a pretty good job of that right now.
I agree.
412-928-9370. We got a text yesterday talking about Jack Lambert that made us laugh. Here's another one. You ready for it? Texter, Jack Sawyer is an outside linebacker. Edge rusher is not a position. Would you just kiss my ass? Respectfully, thank you for listening to the show.
Wait, what?
Jack Sawyer is an outside linebacker. Edge rusher is not a position, they say. Everyone's an edge now. Calling them edges. Call it whatever you want. I mean, who cares?
Well, I call it edge because of how I looked at it, and everybody was an edge, and whether it was a 4-3 or 3-4, whenever I was blocking, the guy that was outside of me, the guy that was over top of me, the guy that was inside of me would always be the edge. And whether that you classified them as a linebacker or a defensive end, I put it all in the same boat. They are the same player. I'm doing the same steps, the same blocking, the same cutoffs, the same reaches to that player. So to me, that is an edge because that is the last line of defense of the defense whenever you are intact with the offensive line. That's why I call it edge.
I mean, Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt played different positions. They're graded the same way.
Yes.
You either get the quarterback on the ground or you don't. You either set the edge or you don't.
Correct.
It's pretty friggin' simple.
Yep.
Texter, this is a depressing list of young building block guys. I don't think it is. I think you need another defensive lineman, and then you need a guy like Broderick Jones to take a considerable step with this offensive staff that you've built. And if Broderick Jones ain't the guy, okay, then that's an issue. And he might not be the guy. But elsewhere on the offensive line, I think you're in a pretty good spot. And on the defensive line, I was thrilled with what they got out of Harmon last year. Injury issues notwithstanding. 412-928-9370. I'm intrigued here by Steelers fans' thoughts. Do you believe the Steelers have a poor future in front of them? They are number 2 on a list of NFL teams with the worst future. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. I feel like people are afraid to call up because they might disagree with us. We can have the conversation. We're not going to shout you down. It's a morning show. It's 6:28. We ain't yelling at anybody.
Right. I mean, just tell us why you disagree.
That's all. 412-928-9370.
You're allowed.
Have you seen this football town, a cinematic feast at the Cayman Science Center?
No, I was actually invited to go see the opening of it, but I heard it's fantastic, and it'll be played a lot, obviously, up until the draft, and it just really has everything to do with Western Pennsylvania and how we are.
Just hook it into our veins.
Yeah, Pat McAfee narrated it.
Oh, did he?
Uh-huh.
How long is this?
I'm not sure.
It's got to be long.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty long. I mean, they go through, I think, even high school all the way up, so pretty cool from what I heard.
Yeah, I really want to see it. I wonder if my 6-year-old would actually sit through it because I'd love for her to learn a little history because she watches these Animal Planet docs and stuff and she retains everything. If I could get her to retain a bunch of football information about Western PA, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, she might.
I could also see her falling asleep.
Yeah.
412-928-9370. Steelers listed number 2 on a list of teams with not so bright futures. Do you agree? Also, just listen to the whole sentence here. State of the Union is tonight. I don't think the state of Pittsburgh sports right now is all that bad. Like, we were worried that we were about to enter the 80s, and all of a sudden it's kind of looking up. We'll get to that a little bit next, plus your calls at 412-928-9370 on the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, that's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates played yesterday and lost 6-2 to the New York Yankees. Pirates' next game is today at 1 o'clock against the Boston Red Sox. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, same old. But FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now.
A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Warren Dickerson here at PJ Fitzpatrick. You don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
The ultimate tribute to Journey returns to Jurgles on Saturday, February 28th. Don't miss classics from the extensive Journey catalog. Includes hits and deep cuts. Escape, the ultimate tribute to Journey. Live at Jurgles on Saturday, February 28th. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, it's Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at our Peters Township location. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Broken water heater? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Texter writes in, come on, guys. The NFL revolves around the quarterback position, and once again, the Steelers are sitting around waiting on a 40-year-old to decide if he wants to play. I think this list is spot on. I don't know what realistic quarterback options this offseason would actually get people excited. Like, people can have varying opinions on this. Like, maybe you want to give Daniel Jones a spin. Maybe you want to give Kyler Murray a spin, or Malik Willis, or draft Ty Simpson. None of those guys are sure things either. Like, none of them are jump up and down, dance in the street options.
Right.
So this year has kind of turned into last offseason where you're kicking the can down the road. Like, more people than not seem to think if you draft a quarterback in round one that you'll actually be doing yourself some harm. So it kind of doesn't matter who the quarterback is this year. I know that's a weird take to have, because especially with this franchise, every year you want to win, but they're not going to win the Super Bowl in all likelihood this year. So what's the difference? If it's about building the nest for the next guy, then you or me could stand in there and play quarterback, and it wouldn't look good. It'd look better with you, but you're just kicking the can.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. If you're in a situation like this where you're not going to draft your future quarterback, like, you build up everywhere else in order to have that in place for whenever you do draft your quarterback. And, like, there's the options out there. Like, Aaron Rodgers, to me, is the best option out there. Like, realistic option for this year.
To win this year, I think it's hard to argue against that. I mean, like, he took the team to the playoffs last year.
You're going to give up draft capital to trade for Mac Jones to maybe help you win games this year?
Right.
You're going to pay Malik Willis $25 to $30 million?
That's what got me off the Willis train, is some of these projected figures.
I mean, even higher than that, right?
Yeah, it could be upwards of 40. And if that's the case, ruh-roh raggy.
Right.
Like, if he doesn't work out, now you're on the hook. I know it would only be for a couple of years, but now you're hurting your ability to build that roster up. Like, with Rodgers, at least, he's going to make probably the $13 million he made last year. That gives you enough cap space to build around the quarterback position. If you sign a guy like Malik Willis for $45 million, or for $40 million or $35 million, and he ain't it, boy, that's bad. That's bad dollars and cents spending right there. Ethan in Latrobe wants to chat. Good morning to you, Ethan. How you doing today?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, man.
So, here's what I have to say. I really do not think they have hit on any of the other line picks. I think, the fact that Jones got beat out by Dylan Cooks.
Well, he also got
hurt. He was hurt.
He was hurt, yeah, but I don't know. Jones isn't it. I don't think Fatano is going to be it. And then I don't know how in love I am with McCormick or Frazier. I don't know. I just don't think they've done well on the other line. Now, Harmon was a good pick. I think that's a solid pick. But I agree with them not having a good future. I do not think they're in a good spot.
And that's fine, Ethan, and I appreciate the call at 412-928-9370. I think, if you don't believe that the offensive line has building blocks, then you are going to think they've got a bad future. But I happen to believe that three guys that were just mentioned there, two in particular, are setting the stage for the next great Steelers offensive line.
I agree. And then what you have coaching them now is way different than what you had before. And there's, Trey Essex liked Pat Meyer a lot. Some people did like Pat Meyer, but you're bringing in James Campen, who's been around for a long time, coached in Green Bay for a long time, and then bringing in Jari Evans as the assistant offensive line coach. I don't know how much better you can get other than trying to get Munchak out of retirement than having those two guys be your offensive line coaches for this young unit.
And they got a third assistant too. So they got a lot invested in developing the offensive line. I realize that nobody on this line bathed themselves in glory against Houston. A lot of teams struggled with Houston's pass rush. Buffalo gave up 8 sacks to them at one point this season. Not that that's a wonderful offensive line. I think Troy Faltanu, with all due respect to the caller, if you don't think he's a good player, I don't know what you're watching.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like Trey Essex come on with us every week who played offensive line in the NFL and say, no, that guy's got the goods.
Yes, he does.
You think that guy could be an all-pro. I happen to agree with you. If you don't think Zach Frazier's good, again, I don't know what you're looking at. Only one player in the NFL, Creed Humphrey, gave up less pressures by percentage than Zach Frazier at the center position this year. And he's a smart guy. He gets to the second level. McCormick, again, I think he's fine. But the other two, I don't think it's even debatable whether they're good or not. They're very good.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Frazier should have been an all-pro this year. And I tend to think he'll be in consideration next year. Fred from Wheeling. Hello, Fred. You probably like Zach Frazier, Fred.
Oh, absolutely.
What's up, man?
I think he's good. I'm just curious why no one talks about Skylar Thompson. I know he's on the practice squad, but I thought preseason he looked halfway decent. And I'm not saying he's the answer. You guys talk about a soft reboot on a team. Give Will, give Skylar. I hate to say it, but maybe give Mason. Give him a shot to go after it.
They won't. I appreciate the call. I think if Tomlin were...
Fred sounds like McCarthy a little bit. Did he not?
Well, I would really hope that McCarthy's not calling the radio station to sing the praises of Skylar Thompson.
He sounds just like...
what are we doing with these two calls? I love you, Fred. Appreciate it. But, look, if Tomlin were still the head coach and Rodgers said no, I do think that there's a chance that Mason Rudolph would have been the quarterback day one, because you're not having to go out and acquire anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't have been Howard, and so you would go with the veteran guy potentially. I don't think that's going to be the case with McCarthy. And Skylar Thompson doesn't factor in any of this at all, although of all the quarterbacks the Steelers have had, he's the one that's come closest to winning a playoff game in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
When they almost beat the Bills.
But
no,
he's
fine.
just not, he's not.
He got mugged in Ireland. That was his claim to fame this year.
Yep.
The hell's going on? All right, state of Pittsburgh sports. It's the State of the Union tonight. And if we'd have had this conversation last offseason, I think depending on who you talk to, there would have been some optimism for Aaron Rodgers and what the Steelers could do. But so many people were down on Tomlin. Well, now you fast forward one offseason, the coach that everybody wanted out of here is out of here. So whether or not you believe in Mike McCarthy, shouldn't Steelers fans be happy that the guy that they didn't want ain't here? So that's one. Two, The Buccos spent $49.5 million this offseason. And in some places like Fangraphs, they're projected to make the playoffs. That's pretty good. And this time last year, the Penguins were in the midst of missing the playoffs for 2 consecutive years and were about to miss it for a third. Now they're sitting pretty in a playoff spot. I don't think the state of the professional teams in Pittsburgh sports right now is all that bad. And lest we forget, it's not the way we wanted the season to end. The Steelers did make the playoffs last year at 10-7.
And won the division.
Like, I hate when we talk about Pittsburgh sports fans being spoiled. Like, everyone wants to see a winner. But it's not like we're in the dark, dark ages right now.
Not even close.
You could, if the Pirates do the thing, and it's a big if. But if the Pirates do the thing, you could have all 3 teams having made the playoffs in a calendar year. We only got 3 professional teams. And it's not like Pitt football wasn't in the playoff discussion for a large chunk of the year. And it's not like they didn't start 7-0 and were in the playoff discussion last year. Now, basketball, not so hot.
Right.
But we could have it worse. We really could.
Riverhounds.
Hey, champs. Good shout.
Yeah, Riverhounds.
Good shout.
Forget about them.
Your thoughts on the state of Pittsburgh sports. 412-928-9370. And do you agree with that list that the Steelers, they got a bad future ahead of them? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Cal fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins' next game is coming up on Thursday against the New Jersey Devils. It's a home game for the Penguins, and it'll be at 7 o'clock. It's their first game coming back from the Olympic break. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, so stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
You have some light snowfall around the area, but we understand PennDOT has been having their salt trucks go around and try to treat the roadways for you. But in any event, the bridges and overpasses are likely to be slick, so be sure and keep your speeds under control. You'll get there eventually, just a little bit slower than normal. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, solid delays at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 mainly steady from Harmer through those lane restrictions between Harmer and RIDC Park as you head toward the north side. Parkway North is up to speed as well. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
State of the Union tonight, classic cliched radio topic. What is the state of Pittsburgh sports right now? In a phrase, not bad. Penguins fixing to make the postseason. Pirates have their highest expectations in a damn near decade. And the Steelers are coming off of a playoff season, and they don't have the head coach everyone hates. Like Steelers fans were begging for Mike Tomlin to get fired. He decides to step away. And you might not like Mike McCarthy, but can't you be excited that they don't have that guy? 412-928-9370 if you want to comment on the state of Pittsburgh sports. Fan weather's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. It's 22 degrees. Tired of this weather and want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. We'll let KDKA give you more details coming up during the break. Got this tweet talking about the Steelers' future. This from Sons of Berg, who tweets us all the time. What the hell are you talking about? You run with quarterbacks. You bottom out. You get a top 10 pick with a most likely great class. You bring back Aaron Rodgers. They go to the playoffs and go on a run. Another kicking the can down the road waste of time. Our team isn't good. Listen, I get where people are coming from on that. That being said, let's get in the hot tub time machine. Let's go back to last year for a sec. If the Steelers had tanked, would they be better off right now? I don't know how you can, with a straight face, be intellectually honest and say yes. If the Steelers had tanked last year, then the Steelers right now, they're not getting the number 1 overall pick. They weren't going to be that bad. Maybe you're top 10. And yes, then you're getting higher quality players in theory throughout the balance of the draft. But it's not like you're getting a quarterback. There's only 2 quarterbacks projected to go in the first round, and one of them nobody even seems to like, in Ty Simpson. So had they tanked last year, it really would have been a wasted season. And maybe I'm in the minority on this. I didn't mind going to a playoff game last year. I enjoyed myself. I had beers in the parking lot with my cousin. They had a home game. They won the AFC North. It's not the end-all, be-all, but you know what? It was better than them tanking and then not being in position to take a quarterback this year. Like, if you tank this year with the expectation that next year is going to be this great quarterback draft and then it's not, you have wasted a year.
Yep.
And who knows, man? This quarterback class was supposed to be great. It ain't. Next year's is supposed to be great. Maybe it will be. But if it's not, and you've just punted fully on a season, what have you really done? So I don't mind. Again, it's not my favorite thing, but I don't mind if Rodgers comes back because this ain't the year anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And you might as well give yourself a chance to be relevant. Maybe I'm in the minority. I know you agree with that.
I definitely agree. I mean, they're going to go for it. I mean, you kind of have to change your mentality of what they're thinking, and their thinking is to win now, and Aaron Rodgers gives them the best chance to do that. And you build your team up elsewhere in order for, this year gives you that ability to build your team up elsewhere without having to stack picks and to try to get and move up to get your quarterback. So you can look at it multiple ways, but the deal is that Mike McCarthy, Omar Khan, Andy Weidel, and Art II are going to try to win this year, and Aaron Rodgers probably gives them the best opportunity to do that.
And depending on what they put around him, it's not all that far-fetched to think they're a better team. Who knows now, but just again, as an example, you trade for Jalen Waddle and you draft a wide receiver in the top 20, then say it's a little bit better than Rodgers throwing to the MVSs of the world and Adam Thielens of the world.
Well, and then the vision changes. I mean, it's going to flip to an offensively driven type football team, something that we haven't seen in basically 19 years. I mean, you did see it underneath Haley, and I mean, they had explosive offenses, and underneath Ben at times, but the mentality from up top was always defensively driven for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now it's just going to be a total shift, and it's going to be more about scoring points. It's going to be about controlling the ball on the offensive side of the ball, and you're going to get a different taste of maybe what Aaron Rodgers can do, honestly. I mean, I know he's older, but, I mean, maybe it does look different with him because he's in an offense that is trying to score, in an offense that is trying to control the game on offense, and an offense that he's very familiar with. So it may look different. Maybe you may be surprised a little bit of what Aaron Rodgers can do this year now that he has a different kind of foundation around him for the offense.
I mean, shoot, man, the coaching change enough has me more excited about this Steelers season than any in recent memory. Like, the Rodgers thing was super intriguing last year, so I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't interested in how things were going to go. In the prior year, Kenny Pickett's coming on. No, the prior year was Russell Wilson, and that was intriguing. The year before that, it was, hey, Kenny Pickett had the perfect passer rating in the preseason. So there have been reasons for intrigue, but I think the staleness is going to be gone.
Yes.
And I'm excited about that.
Even on defense. I mean, Patrick Graham, I mean, the thing that I love the most, like, nobody really knew about Patrick Graham. I mean, then everybody goes to his Wikipedia and sees what he's done. He's been defensive coordinator, 3 times in Vegas and in New York and in Miami. You're still like, okay, like, what does this guy bring to the table? The thing that he did say that it was relayed was, I don't really have a defense. I love that. That's different. Maybe T.J. Watt will move around. Maybe Highsmith will move around.
That's the other thing, man. Like, all the people, and myself included, who have said, man, Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin, they're pretty damn predictable on the defensive side. Shouldn't we all be excited that something different's walking through the door? I know I am. And I'm not sitting here trying to paint this picture of the Steelers like everything's rosy.
No.
Like, you still need to hit on your draft picks.
Right.
You still need to spend the money responsibly. You need to restructure some guys. You need to get younger. All that stuff is true. And yeah, by the by, they don't have a franchise quarterback. I'm not trying to polish a turd here. I'm just saying New England 3 years ago was ass. They get a new coach. They get a new quarterback. Things change. Seattle's been mired in mediocrity for a long time. They get a new head coach. They get a new quarterback. Things change. Steelers have a new head coach. Next year, we all figure they're going to have a new quarterback. Things could be okay. At the very least, and it's better now than it was last year, things are different, and I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Your thoughts on the state of Pittsburgh sports, 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, is going to join us live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis coming up next. We'll get more of your calls after that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning snow showers continued overnight, and slick spots are possible this morning. It's also chilly out there with temperatures in the teens and wind chills in single digits. Have highs today hitting the mid-30s with noon temperatures still in the mid to upper 20s. Winds will be out of the west at about 10 miles an hour. Snow returns tonight with most communities seeing between 1 to 2 inches before sunrise. Higher elevations could see up to 4 inches. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up, Pay Down sales event. At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6TM055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush hitting another gear with the Parkway West jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound, you're steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. Then again from Millville, you're heavy from there to the north side. Parkway North also heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview, and then again approaching Perrysville down toward Venture Street, and mostly steady till you hit the crosstown. There you're heavy toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. NFL Combine Week. Jeff Hathorn joins us now live from Indianapolis on the Fan Hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Hawk Report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Hi, Jeff. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. It's cold in Indianapolis.
Jeff, the second coldest I've ever been was whenever I was at my first combine in Indy. The coldest is when we did Groundhog Day in Punxsutawney a few years ago. That was freezing. But there's a reason why there's so many tunnels and stuff around Indy, man. That wind is whipping.
Yeah, there's not really a hill to block any of it. So, but it's cool. This is my first time here for the combine. Normally I go to spring training during this time or had other things going on. So this is I'm anxious. Omar speaks at 10, so there's so many things I know a lot of us have to ask him.
Yeah, let's start right there, Jeff. What's the most pressing, burning question top of your mind?
Which receiver are you going to pick, Omar? Come on, let's be real. I mean, whatever he says about Aaron is going to be what the headline is today. I mean, we'll see how much he's willing to divulge, where he says they're at. It's probably going to be a very vague answer with a lean towards, we're in contact with him or all that stuff. But, I mean, that's what he says about Aaron will be topic number one. And obviously there's a lot of other things that we'll be discussing with him too.
Jeff, what position group will you be paying attention to the most outside of receiver? Obviously, we're all in the receiver camp and want the Steelers to draft a receiver, and we think that they might because they need it. But outside of receiver, what position group are you most intrigued by?
There's some corners. There's a corner from Tennessee coming off injury that missed because of an ACL tear. Like, I think that's a position group they could look at maybe in the first, but likely in the second or third. It's a relatively deep class. I think that's one of the areas. If you want to get into the weeds, I think you can get into deep defensive line. I think that's an area where you can look at guys and see, how are they coming off the ball, what some of these guys' measurements are like. And I think for me, with some of these defensive linemen, like some of their measurements are going to be great, but we've seen some guys like Daniel McCullers. There was no guy that was a bigger monster than Daniel McCullers, but it just didn't work. He didn't have the footwork. Like, what are these guys going to be able to put through in this scenario combined with their tape?
Jeff Hathorn live in Indianapolis, the NFL Scouting Combine. Our sports director joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. They have 5 picks in the top 100, Jeff. They have 12 overall. I'm fascinated whether or not they make those 5 picks in the top 100, or if any of those are used to move up, or in a hypothetical trade, let's just say to get like a Jalen Waddle or something.
Yeah, I mean, I had some conversations with some people with the Steelers that said there's no way they're drafting all of those players. No. So it's when do they package them? And at what point do they find somebody that's three guys away that, okay, we'll take a couple of these other picks, put them together and jump up a few to be able to grab somebody. It may not be in the first, may not be in the second. Maybe it's in the third where you package a couple of thirds to move up higher in that round. But they'll use that as equity. Like, because I know people are like, what are they going to, they're not going to be able to keep 12 on the roster. Well, no, they're not going to draft 12. They're going to use some of that strategically to be able to move up in different positions. And man, Doran, you'd asked about the group to watch other than receiver, but receiver, I mean, you look at different draft boards or different guys, top 100 prospects, and there are anywhere from like 18 to 22 receivers in that group. Mm-hmm. Like they should be able to find somebody, at least one, that comes in and competes or is the number 2 that should be able to hit the ground running.
Jeff, do you think that Andy Weidel and Omar Khan have done a good job during their drafts here in Pittsburgh?
I think they've reestablished some of the line, which is what they needed to do. I mean, look at what they've done with the offensive line. And, obviously they have a hole at guard that they have to fill unless they bring Sam Allo back. I mean, Derek Harmon's a good pick. Benton at first was kind of like, but the way he played the last 6-7 games of the season, that's the Keanu Benton everybody was hoping for. So I think they've made some progress, but they've missed on 2 key third-round picks, and that's Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson. And it's not to say those guys can't improve, but that is one area where, they haven't been able to, when you look at their group, they haven't been able to find a skill guy that makes you think, wow, okay, that's someone that you can build around or feel good about being a Steeler for a decade.
That is a good point. I really didn't think of it that way. And like, if you exclude, I guess, Joey Porter Jr., there's not really one skilled guy during the Khan and Weidel draft processes that you'd feel really good about. Like, it's more of the the linebackers, obviously tight ends, and offensive line, defensive line. There isn't really one skill guy that they've really hit on.
And how much of that is Andy? I mean, when Andy came in, it's like he had that Philadelphia most recent experience, but he was a lineman. Like, he knew that this team needed to be rebuilt on the lines. There's still some work to do, but I feel good, especially the right side of that offensive line. I mean, I feel really good about those 3 guys going forward and leading that group.
I couldn't agree more with that. Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. The good thing is as Doran brought up the day Mike McCarthy was hired, you think about some of those receivers they had in Green Bay. They weren't taking skilled position guys in the first round, and a lot of them blossomed, Jeff. And I'm interested in how much say that McCarthy's going to have in year 1 of the draft.
And that's another question, and we'll see how much insight Omar gives us as far as, how different is this relationship going to be? These guys had a relationship in New Orleans, but that was a while ago. So how does Omar going to feel like, all right, I have a little bit more say. I've got a little bit more control. I have an idea of some things that we haven't done before because of Mike Tomlin. But McCarthy's a guy who also has been in it, and he might come in and think, hey, I need these guys. I mean, look at how he's built his coaching staff. It's people that he's known. Well, he's gonna come in and say, listen, I know these programs or I know these positions and this is where I want to go. We'll see how this process works out. But this is not a finished Steeler product. There is still some foundation to build for whoever that next quarterback is going to be.
Jeff, do you think the Penguins pick up where they left off on Thursday night?
Yeah, I mean, potentially not having Sid, and we don't know that for sure, but I mean, it doesn't look like it. I mean, that's a monster loss. So I wouldn't think that they would be able to do that if they don't have their captain to come out and play at that level. Now, that being said, I mean, guys, remember in the past, I mean, who stepped up? And I know he's 39 now, but Gino not getting to play in the Olympics, healthier, like, you don't think – I don't care if they slot him in the first line or not. This is an opportunity for him again to say, listen, I can still play this game. And he's played some of his best hockey when Sidney hasn't been in the lineup. So I'm a little skeptical, but I would love to think that maybe Gino's got that last gear, that last shot, the last time to say, all right, this is my team now. Let me show you. I've played some really good hockey this year. Let me show you that I could still be an impact player for however long Sid is out, if indeed he is out.
The Penguins have 70 points. Columbus and Washington have 65 points. Now, Washington's played 3 more games than the Penguins, but that's not super tight, but it could get tight quick. There's 5 games before the deadline on March 6th. Without Sid, let's say that he does not play in these 5 games. I mean, does this impact what the Penguins do with the deadline, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be really hard for Kyle Dubas because you had a plan where you're going to play some young guys. You're rebuilding without maybe not saying it, but you are with some of these guys coming along, some of the veterans being a part of this group. It's better than what you thought it was going to be. Now, do you keep with the rebuild and stay with some of these young guys with a young group that may never win anything? Or do you look at the East and say, there's an opportunity here, and these guys aren't getting younger? Do we just go for it and mortgage some of these picks that we've spent time building up? I mean, there are picks to use, first off, but do you mortgage more for a run? I mean, he's got to go back and forth all the time about what they want to do. I'd love to see them continue with if you're going to add somebody, let it be a young guy.
Yes.
Don't bring in a 35-year-old. Like, I'm cool with that. If you trade a first-round pick or you trade an asset to bring in someone that can still be a part of your team after this year. But, man, I mean, look at that East. Is there anyone that you just think is a lock to be the Eastern Conference champion? They're good teams, but the way the Pens have played, and guys, we haven't even mentioned the most important thing. When they've played not only have they been responsible when they've won games, but their goaltending has been good. Can Skinner hold up? Can Shelovs be that guy? And, Murashov is starting to play some really good hockey down in Wilkes-Barre.
Yes, he is.
So if you want do you test this guy? Well, it's some interesting calls they've got to make here over the last, 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah, Murashov now, I think, 20-5 or something ridiculous, and he just had his 3rd shutout of the season the other day. Jeff Hathorn with us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff, I know that you are in Indianapolis, and it's probably freezing, as you've said, and it's a far cry from Bradenton, but I'm interested in your opinion on this. Connor Griffin 0 for 5 so far. His first game, he had 2 strikeouts. The next game, he put 2 good swings on the baseball, and they just so happened to get caught. He also had what should have been an infield hit, and the umpire flubbed the call at first base. Is it an eye test thing, do you think, for Connor Griffin, or does he have to put up good numbers down there?
I think spring training numbers can be so wonky. I mean, if the ball's blowing in, there are home runs that could be robbed. Yeah. Blowing out, there are fly balls that are home runs. And all of a sudden, you've got 5 homers because it's been windy down there on balls that shouldn't have been home runs. Like, they've got to be able to read between the stats. And they'll know just from swing pass, comfortability. And you know what? If he does struggle in the spring, it's okay. You could start him in AAA. Give him some at-bats there. You don't have to rush him. But if this is just him settling in and the rest of this week he tears the cover off the baseball and it's on good pitches, not just on young guys' mistakes, then you could bring him. I don't react too much about the first couple of games.
No.
But there's still some time for him to settle in. And guys, we talked about this last week, but I truly think this. He'll tell you if he's ready. Just don't make the decision now. Let him tell you if he's ready.
Jeff, did you get any shrimp at St. Elmo's to warm you up last night by chance?
Did not. By the time I got in, we had a late lunch. So, yeah, didn't even go out. It was no. Went to just hung out, had some work I had to do, and then we've got to get over to the combine and get credentials and all that stuff here in a few minutes. So, away we go.
If you see Caboli over there, ask him to regale you the story of when we almost got into a fight with a Philadelphia journalist waiting for credentials in line. This guy was a jackwagon, and Caboli, I thought, was going to come to blows with some guy.
Wow, and from Philly.
Total shocker.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Jeff, we're excited that you're out there. We look forward to your questions and hearing what Omar has to say. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Take it
Jeff.
easy. Jeff Hathorn, a bunch of coverage coming up on 93.7thefan.com. I'm super excited that we have a presence there.
Yes.
That Jeff went there. I mean, that's the dedication of Jeff.
I mean,
he could have gone down to spring training. But the combine. Yeah. No alligators there in Indianapolis.
No, there's not.
No.
What
Did
is
see
there?
a cougar or two.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm.
How many? Few?
At the Slippery Noodle?
A couple?
Mm-hmm.
Enough.
They're indigenous to the Slippery Noodle.
Nice.
Those
They like
cougars. They like jazz.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Up next, one of the most important Pirates for the 2026 season struggled mightily yesterday. We'll get into him and what he means for this team when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they played yesterday and lost to the New York Yankees by a 6-2 final score. The Pirates play again today. It's a 1 o'clock game against the Boston Red Sox for them in spring training. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here is Adam.
Oh, thank you, Callis. Is your heat or AC running more than it should, no matter the weather? If it's cold outside, your heat's just blowing. If it's hot outside, what's that like? Is it still, is it too hot inside your house? It's probably because your window insulation has failed. And when it does, your heat escapes in the winter, and your cool AC, you're cooling down the neighborhood, as my dad would always say. The pros, though, at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. That's going to help your energy bills go down. And right now, it's a great time to replace all the windows in your home. The more you buy, the more savings you could enjoy, up to 50% off all window styles at Window Nation. And be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. That's right. The more you buy, the more savings you get, up to 50% off all window styles. I trust Window Nation. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory. Over 45,000 5-star reviews. Window Nation has installed over 3 million windows across the country. But hurry, sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast, free estimate now online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. The eye in the sky might finally have some teeth. The NFL Competition Committee is officially mulling a rule that would allow replay officials to throw flags from the booth. The focus would be non-football acts like punches or late hits or kicking someone where you know where. And if approved, massive shift in officiating philosophy aimed at catching obvious errors that cost teams games. I'm Greg Toll.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Closure of the HOV lanes along the Parkway North till 5 p.m. Thursday, along with the occasional snow showers we've been getting. Throwing extra traffic on the main line Parkway North. You have slowdowns around the bend at Bellevue, Westview, and continuing all the way past Venture Street, and then additional slowdowns on the crosstown. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Three and 0. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Bubba Chandler for the Pirates delivers to Peyton Henry, and that's up. He walked him. He's walked 4 in the inning. And I think Don Kelly might be coming up the dugout steps here. Yep.
Yeah, not great from Bubba Chandler yesterday. It is spring training. It was his first start. Not going to overreact, but 4 walks in an inning. That's as many walks as he had in the big leagues last year in 30-some innings, and that was his issue in the minors. That's why it took so long for them to call him up. He had 50 walks in 100 innings. I'm not going to push the panic button on anybody one performance into spring training.
Nope.
That being said, his development is one of the biggest keys to the Pirates season this year. If Bubba Chandler can be a true number 2, the Pirates really have a chance to go places. If there's going to be a lot of growing pains in his first season in Major League Baseball, then that pitching depth, that young pitching promise that they have, well, it's going to take a big hit.
Does he have to be a number 2?
I don't know who their number 2 would be if it's not going to be him. Because Mitch Keller's that guy, unless it's the second half of the season, then he's nobody's number 2.
That's what I was thinking, is Mitch Keller.
Yeah. Beginning of the year, you can count on him.
Right.
Start of the season, Mitch Keller's going to go out there. He's going to throw 5+ innings. That's what he does every time out. He's going to give you a chance to win.
Jared Jones, when's he coming back? June?
Not till then, yeah.
Okay.
And I love Jared. I am not going to count on him.
Yeah.
You know, you add him to the rotation late, that could be a huge shot in the arm. If he is what he was before his first injury that he suffered his rookie season. Like, I'm excited about all these arms. And I don't expect Bubba Chandler not to be good. But I don't know that any of them, apart from Skeens or Mitch Keller, are a sure thing. Like Braxton Ashcraft.
Right.
Like, who's their 5th starter? Jose Urquidy? That's not going to excite anybody. He barely pitched the last 2 years. Hunter Barco could make the rotation. He did pitch well yesterday. Hunter Barco pitched a couple of innings. 1 1/3 inning, and had 3 strikeouts, and he throws hard from the left side, and they don't currently have a lefty in the rotation. I guess roundabout way here, I'm saying you still need to add an arm. Like, they still need another starter. Like, I need a guy that's going to pitch me 150 innings, because all these guys, even if they're good, they're going to be on relative innings limits, you would think. But Chandler's got to be really good, man. And he was pretty good last year. Like, he had an ERA around 4. A strikeout per 9. If he does that again, I'm thrilled. But I would be lying if I said that 4 walks isn't exactly my favorite thing to see.
Yeah, it's early. It's early.
If it was Skeens and he walked 4 guys, I'd be like, pfft. And I'm still mostly like, pfft. But when you've had control issues and then you walk 4 guys.
Yeah, but the last time he did not have control issues the last time that we saw him.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
He had control issues before the last time we saw him, which means that he got it out of his system, and now it may come back, which means he could possibly get it out of his system.
Sure. And again, he's trying to he said the ball's coming out of his hand good. He was actually not all that upset about the performance, because he's like, ball came out good, breaking stuff was working, location wasn't wonderful. It is what it is. And I'm more in that camp. But I do think if we're talking about X factors for the Pirates 2026 season, that's a guy that's got to be good. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, Bubba Chandler is a big-time prospect who pitched in the bigs, who fixed his control issues in the bigs last year, almost to a miraculous level. He's got to be that same guy again. Harry, yes, you had something to say. I saw you hovering around the microphone.
Yeah, Ryan Yarbrough for the Yankees as well also walked a significant amount of batters, so that also makes me less concerned about this.
What does he have to do with anything?
He pitched for the Yankees. He pitched in the same game.
What does that have to do with anything?
if he's walking guys too, it just seems like he might, there's something could have been going on with the mound. Who knows?
Well, why didn't Kyle Nicholas walk guys, and why didn't Hunter Barco walk guys?
Because they're not started. They didn't start the game. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not concerned if a Yankees pitcher's doing it too. And he's doing it. I'm not concerned. That's all.
You cannot be concerned. I just don't know what the Yankee pitcher has anything to do with it. Burrows wasn't out there walking 4 guys. Soto's not out there walking 4 guys. That was encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
Soto, who's going to be part of this bullpen, 3 strikeouts in an inning. Yes, please. I think the bullpen's got a chance to be really good. And Kyle Nicholas, who pitched well yesterday, he's not even going to be in the bullpen probably to start the season. To Harry's point, it was incredibly windy, though. Like, to give him a little credence there, it was incredibly windy at the ballpark. In the highs, I'll be so pissed if we go down to Bradenton next month. The highs were in the 50s, low 50s.
Oh, man.
I know. I'm watching on TV.
Oh,
everyone's there wearing long sleeves.
It'll change 100%. It'll change. We'll be good. We'll be good.
It better change. If we go down there
and it's cold,
and it's colder there than it is here, I'll just get drunk.
Yep.
Who else are the biggest X factors on this Pirates team at 412-928-9370? I think a guy who performed yesterday pretty well is as well, and that is Nick Gonzalez. Nick Gonzalez yesterday, 2 for 3, his first spring training action, so he's hitting 400. If Connor Griffin's not your shortstop, Nick Gonzalez is your shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
And if he hits well, then we're not going to be clamoring. We will obviously be clamoring. We're not going to be clamoring as loudly for Connor Griffin.
Right.
Because that all factors into the calculus. Like, if Connor Griffin is crushing the ball in AAA and Triolo and Gonzalez couldn't hit, the cries are going to be loud.
Mm-hmm.
But if Gonzalez is out there hitting 300 and doing what he always seems to do, knock guys in because he's clutch with runners in scoring position, that's going to make it so you don't have to rush Connor Griffin up to the big. So those would be my 2. I wonder where you guys come down on that, on X factors.
Yeah, I was going to say Gonzalez. Obviously, I'm a big Gonzalez guy.
You are.
I'll probably go with I'm going to go with Henry Davis because he doesn't need to be great. He just needs to be average. If he is average at the bottom of the lineup, that makes the whole that makes the biggest difference in the world because of possibly Triolo in front of him and maybe Nick Gonzalez in front of him. That bottom of the lineup isn't the greatest, but if Henry Davis can be an average hitter, that just changes everything. And I'm not saying like above average. I'm not saying that he has to be lights out. He obviously is really good behind the plate and has, really developed his game that way. But if he could just be average in the 9 spot, I think that that's a big X factor in how this team will perform whenever he's in the lineup week in and week out.
Oddly, the way he caught the ball last year, if he's an average hitter, he's a good major league catcher. And I don't think that's asking.
It's not. That's
anything impossible.
Exactly. It's not asking like for him to be Pudge Rodriguez. Like he just needs to be
right.
He just needs to be average at the plate, and I think that could make a whole difference in what this lineup looks like.
No doubt about that. That would be massive.
Uh-huh.
And he busts his ass, and I'd love to see it. I find him to be a likable guy, if not a quiet man, but he works his tail off. And you mentioned this point before because something Jason Mackey said, like, if you work that hard to go from bad to good defensively, you're going to work that hard to at least attempt to be that good as a hitter.
Right.
So that's not the question. It's can he do it? And if he can get to average, again, I don't think that's asking too much. He's a 1-1 guy.
Right.
Just like the X factors here. This is not a bad place to be. Like your X factors here, Bubba Chandler, who was one of the best prospects in all of baseball. Your 1-1 pick, Henry Davis, and then another top 10 pick.
You're right.
In Nick Gonzalez.
You're right.
412-928-9370. Texter writes in, this team has more X factors than sure things. Well, I don't know about that. Let's do that a little bit coming up next. We get Harry's X Factor as well. 412-928-9370. I shouldn't have dismissed you like that, Harry, and I'm apologizing on the air so everybody can hear it.
Did the textures start being...
Well, I started to think about what Mackey had said about the wind And
yeah,
I guess
both starters were affected. Could have been the mound, could have been the weather. And then once the mound was dug onto, maybe
I didn't understand what you were saying at first, and instead of shutting you down, I should have asked a follow-up. And for that, I apologize.
Wow.
Growth.
You accept his apology?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm a father, you got to atone for your mistakes.
Do you talk to your daughters like this?
If I say yes, Harry, I don't think that's a good look for you, though.
It might not be a good look for you either. Can you imagine the sweet little girls and you're just like, hey, shut up. What you're saying doesn't make sense.
I didn't tell
Learn
you
how
to
to
shut
speak
up.
English.
I just, wind. There were some pop-ups that looked like there were going to be 700 rows in the seats yesterday and then wound up at the pitcher's mound. Whoa. All right, we'll get Harry's X Factor coming up next. And are there more X Factors? Are there more question marks or sure things on this Pirates roster? I think the texter raises a good question at 412-928-9370. But first, it is my great friend, the wonderful Nicholas Harry Callis with a fan headline.
Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates, they lost 6-2 to the Yankees yesterday.
In the wind.
Yes, in spring training. Pirates have another game coming up today at 1 o'clock. They play the Boston Red Sox. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Here's Doran.
What do you want from your building supplier? No nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service, all from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 58 days until the NFL Draft.
Getting pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, real quick before we get into the Pirate question. Donnie Football and his group of miscreants were doing the whole bachelor party thing this weekend.
Yep.
Did you see that they all wore sports jerseys out to the bar one night?
No.
One of the nasty boys, one of his friends, was wearing a Buffalo Bills jersey.
Mm-hmm.
O.J. Simpson.
Oh. Yeah.
That's certainly a choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yeah, O.J. Simpson, Aaron Hernandez.
Oh, my God.
This is the ones you want to stay away from.
Ray Caruth.
Yeah.
Probably going to not purchase one of those.
No.
All right, Harry, who's your Bucko X Factor this year? We've talked about...
Wait, who did Donnie wear?
A couple of guys. He wore... Oh, now I got to go back and find it. I'll grab it. Who's your X Factor, Harry?
Brian Reynolds.
That's a good one.
Because I think, and I heard Neil Walker talking about it on the TV broadcast with Joe Black yesterday, when he's consistent, he is one of the best hitters in baseball. He has hit in June better than almost everybody in the history of Major League Baseball. It's just every other month he seems to struggle. I just think this season, now that there's more players in the lineup they can hit, he can maybe take a less power approach and go back to a contact approach that can help the team get on base, do the little things, and then let the more powerful hitters do their job and drive in the runs.
I think he's a huge X factor too, Harry. And if we are breaking this down into sure things and question marks, I've developed two lists. And I've got more question marks than sure things. And I'm going to run them by you guys. Okay. It was Dermontti Dawson.
Oh, I like that.
That's a great pull.
That's a really good jersey.
That's a really good pull. Someone there with a Shaw jersey from the Chicago Blackhawks.
Okay.
Kenny Pickett jersey, Steeler jersey.
Okay.
Chris Letang, old school Winter Classic jersey. Looks like we've got a Mark McGwire jersey from the Cardinals.
Cardinals, okay.
So everyone pulling out their best jersey game. O.J. Simpson, don't know that I'd go with that. Frowned upon.
Maybe.
I'm trying to look it up, too. I want to see who that is.
I mean, it's a hell of a player.
You want to see what? What did you just say?
I want to see who wore the jersey.
I think it was Smeltzer.
Was it?
It was a short guy. All I saw was the back. All I saw was the back of the jersey, and they were walking along.
No, that's not Smeltzer.
All right. So, spring training coverage on 93.7 The Fan brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton. All right, here's my question marks. You tell me if you believe any of these guys are sure things. Are you ready?
Yes.
This was clumsily put together in the last 5 minutes, so there probably is room for debate. I have Cruz, obviously, as a question mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Reynolds. I feel better about Reynolds than Cruz. Like, if I was tiering the category, like, into question marks that I'm more concerned about, question marks that I'm less concerned about, I feel better about Brian Reynolds recovering his form.
I just feel like he's Jekyll and Hyde. Like, I don't know which Brian Reynolds we're going to get.
I know.
And when we're going to get that version.
Because his point was a good one. Like, in June, when it heats up, Brian Reynolds takes off. But we can't wait around. Like, you might not have Connor Griffin the first month or so of the season. And we don't know what Connor Griffin's going to be either, by the way.
I'm going to go to Reynolds question mark.
He's a question.
Oh, you have him as a question mark?
I have a question mark.
Oh, okay. I thought you had him as a sure thing.
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I do feel better about him than Cruz, but he's in. These are my question mark guys.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I just have the position of catchers question mark.
Yes.
I think you know now what you're going to get from Davis as a defensive player, and if your lineup's good enough, you're a catcher. That might be good enough. But can he come anywhere near 1-1? Question mark. I put Griffin in the question mark category. He's never played Major League Baseball.
For sure.
I got defense as a question.
For sure.
Although it might not be. It might just be bad. Like, that might be a sure thing, is that the defense is bad. I have Bubba Chandler, Braxton Ashcraft, and a fifth starter as my question marks. All incredibly talented. And really, Ashcraft and Chandler pitched well last year. Can they do it for 150 innings? That would be my question. I'm bullish on both.
So you have Horowitz, Lau, O'Hearn, and Triolo as short things?
I didn't even factor Triolo in. Triolo's defense is
He's got to be factored in.
Triolo as a defender is a sure thing. As a hitter, he might be too, but in a bad way. He did hit better as the season wore on last year. And by the way, back to Cruz just for a second. Read a story in the Post-Gazette yesterday. Day 2 of the offseason, Cruz hired a left-handed guy to pitch batting practice to him. And in his first at-bat of the spring, or his first at-bat yesterday, he cracked a single off a lefty. So, hey, baby steps. Yeah, Trill would be a question mark. Here's who I have as sure things. O'Hearn, Lau, Ozuna, because I think last year was his floor. Hip looked fine yesterday. And we saw what he could do yesterday. There's a runner in scoring position, and this guy who can hit 700-foot home runs saw that there was a hole on the right side of the infield and just cracked one right through the hole. It was a thing of beauty. My man just out there hunting RBIs. Skeens, Keller. I have Dennis Santana as a sure thing.
Yes.
And I have healthy Horowitz.
Okay.
Why do you think Mitch Keller's a sure thing?
Because I think you know exactly what you're going to get from him. I mean, his career has been first half of the season, all-star caliber, second half of the season, not so much. Now, it depends on how you want to qualify this, right? Like,
yeah, because like
short things.
When I think of short,
it means like good.
Okay.
If that's the definition, then first half Mitch, sure thing. Second half Mitch, question mark.
So like I think when I interpret it as consistent.
Yep.
Then he's not.
Yeah. Because you don't know what you're going to get and when you're going to get it.
No, I mean
there was one year.
I think just the opposite. I think you know what you're going to get and when you're going to get it. The unfortunate part is, I mean, I guess if you could flip it, you'd probably rather have that. You'd rather have a guy who's just gangbusters down the stretch. Hopefully he's figured that out. But, I mean, history's against us on this one. I can't explain it. I don't think he can explain it. If they could explain it, it wouldn't be happening.
Do you think... no, maybe not. I don't know. It's a long season. Maybe he gets fatigued. Who knows?
Right.
Or
to
like,
me, there's only 4 short things on this roster.
Who you got?
O'Hearn, Lau, Ozuna, and Skeens.
I mean, I think you can make the argument that that is the case. Because bullpen guys...
And what? 3 of the 4 are new guys.
Yep. That's what you're paying for, and that's good. I'm happy that we're all in agreement on those guys. Like, Lau's a really good player. O'Hearn was an all-star. Ozuna, if that's the floor last year, you're much better at the DH spot than you have been. Dennis Santana, while he was outstanding last year, we know how relievers go.
Mm-hmm.
They're up and down. We saw what happened with David Bednar, for God's sakes. He's an all-star for 2 years, then he sucks, then he gets hurt, then he gets traded. And Horwitz, when healthy, been good, but it wasn't a big sample size. You agree with this? More, because one thing we all have agreed on, more question marks than sure things at 412-928-9370. We'd love for you to weigh in on this Bucko conversation. Also, the NFL Rules Committee, the Competition Committee, I think trying to do something real dumb, Doran. I can't wait to hear your opinion on this. So we can get to that next to Trey Essex at 8 o'clock. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball plays tomorrow against Stanford on the road at 8 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. In dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
A whole slew of accidents affecting your commute. The latest one on the southern end of the Highland Park Bridge at the ramps to Washington Boulevard and Butler Street. Also watch for delays around an accident on northbound I-79. It's blocking the right lane just off the Neville Island Bridge, backing traffic across the span and into the S-bends before Coraopolis. Also an accident reported on the inbound Parkway West just before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Delays there between Carnegie and Green Tree past the scene. Meanwhile, we do have some accidents being tended to. One is in the Hill District at the intersection of Bigelow Boulevard and Heron Avenue. We also have one Penn Avenue and South Dallas in the Point Breeze section of the city, and one on Washington Boulevard near Shetland in the city's Lincoln-Lemington section. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Southside Jake is up to his eyeballs and stuff today. So no Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber, but that's brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, our great friend Jake. Do you agree that the Pirates have more question marks than sure things? Texters seem to say, yeah, dude, they definitely got more question marks.
What about Donnie Kelly?
Wow. Yeah, I think he's still a question. Sure.
Charrington?
I feel pretty good about him. Charrington, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. There's been a great offseason for Charrington.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say you're in position to be in position at the deadline. Does anybody trust him to do the right thing, to make the right move, to get the Jazz Chisholm? I know I don't.
Nope.
Yes, Harry.
So Dom DiTomaso, intern Dom, he posted the other day, he said that this season Don Kelly is on the hot seat. And I thought that was a silly thing to say. But since we brought him up, like, how do we assess Don Kelly this season?
I don't think he's on the hot seat, but I think that there's a decent amount of pressure, but not pressure for his job. He's obviously going to have the job for a while, but I think that there's a decent amount of pressure whenever you spend $49 million first time in how long to facilitate this roster, to facilitate a lineup, and the young pitching that you have. It's up to him to clearly put it together because he's the guy now. So I think that there's going to be some pressure on him, but not like hot seat, worry about his job pressure.
Yeah, I think that's well said. It's the most talented Pirates roster since, what, like 2016?
Yeah.
You got to find a way to, at bare minimum, win more games than you lose.
Yep.
You just have to. But he ain't going anywhere, to your point. I mean, the last guy was there for 6 years.
Yeah.
Parts of 6 years. Never had a winning season. One of the lowest winning percentages in the history of Major League Baseball. He was basically on scholarship. So Kelly's going to be here for a while. But I do think because of the quality of the roster, not that it's the Dodgers or the 27 Yankees or anything, but because of the quality of the roster, I do think, yeah, there's pressure on him. Like, you got to go find a way to win baseball games. Like, the excuse of we don't have the groceries ain't here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I think he will win more games than Derek Shelton would with the same roster? I do. Like, Derek Shelton was doing crazy, goofy stuff, lineup shuffling and juggling that was totally unnecessary. I thought he was terrible at managing the bullpen, and a team that was right in the wild card race through 106 games 2 years ago. I think some of his managerial decisions made it so they weren't in it down the stretch. So I feel better about Kelly, but that's a great call by you. Like, we don't know. He never managed a full season.
I think he might be the biggest. I mean, debatable, right? I mean, I think he might be the biggest question mark.
Yeah, coming into the Penguin season, like, no one knew what Dan Muse was going to bring. And this is different because he has last year's experience to lean back on. But what's he going to do over 162? Gene Lamont's not going to be there to help out. I know Gene was down in spring training, might still be down in spring training, but I think that's totally fair by you to bring him up.
Yeah.
And I love Donnie, and I think he did a pretty good job last year with a bad roster.
I mean, I tend to lean towards him being a sure thing. I'm not really questioning him being a manager at this point. I think that what he did last year with what he had was pretty significant in my opinion. So I think that what he has now, he's probably going to do well with. You just don't know. Just have no idea. So he would be probably at the top of the list of question marks.
Don Kelly took over a baseball team that was 12-26. He went 59-65. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Given gestures wildly the state of the roster. I'm with you. With these question marks, at some point we can get into, like, all right, who do we feel good about and who do we not feel good about? Because I think that's how you further the conversation, and perhaps we will. I expect Trey Essex to join us coming up next to talk about some offensive line play, and Combine starts today. So all that on the way with Trey Essex when we come back. First Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. It is cold. If you're tired of this weather and want to retire in Florida, let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. Today, high of 33. Tomorrow, warming on up, high of 45. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up, Pay Down sales event. At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6T M055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Snow-covered roadways continue to slow you down. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. We have an accident reported on the southern end of the Highland Park Bridge near the ramps to Washington Boulevard and Butler Street. Also one on the inbound side right around the 40th Street Bridge. Your delays inbound start before the Highland Park Bridge all the way down to the north side. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams between Carnegie and Greentree, Parkway East to Churchill, and the Parkway North delays before Camp Horn Road all the way down past McKnight Road. An accident reported at the entrance to the Parkway North at McKnight Road backs traffic to Babcock Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA. That's us, LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it. A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. even free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, me Scoozy. I didn't communicate with Trey, so we might not have him. In fact, I would guess we probably won't have him. It's the NFL Combine right now. Our very own Jeff Hathorn out there. Our friend Mark Caboli out there. He, of course, works with us and for the Pat McAfee Show. I just remember being in the spandex uniform for crew practice and looking around at all the actual rowers being like, can the coxswain wear something else? Like, I know that there's an aerodynamic element to all of this, but nobody needs to see 112-pound, 5'0" Adam Crowley with his Beatles hair down to his shoulders walking around in spandex.
So you're insecure compared to the rowers.
Are you kidding me? Was I insecure?
Spandex.
Dude, I didn't hit puberty until like junior year. I was terrified to like shower after gym class.
Shockingly, I never had that problem. I always thought that I looked...
You were built, man.
Yeah, I looked pretty... The singlet looked like it was a good fit.
Yeah.
The singlet looked like it was a good
No, because
fit.
like, I mean, I look back and I look at my arms and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm strong.
Yep. I never wore a shirt.
I wouldn't have.
Never wore a shirt in high school.
I've only like the last 3 days started not wearing a shirt at my house. And that's not even that I've changed my body that much. That's just I feel good after the pump I'm getting at the gym. I had the guy who was fitting me for a shirt the other day say, I'm going to fit you for a slim, but those pecs.
How good did that make you feel?
It made me feel great. But then I told my wife, and she said, he just wanted you to buy a shirt. That was my wife who said that.
Yeah, you can never trust a salesman. They always want to make you feel good so you can purchase.
Do you feel like you have pecs now?
Yeah, want to poke him?
No. I'll trust you. Kind of.
Why wouldn't you want to poke him?
Because
I'd poke yours if you asked me to.
I asked you to feel my arm once after I did a bench, and you said no.
Yeah, that's because your joints and arms and tendons and all that jazz making noises, man.
There was a lot of cracks.
He was doing some goblet squats yesterday, and oh my God, dude.
My right knee is starting to give. That's 3 out of 4 joints that are not 100%.
What are your elbows, your knee, and what?
Yeah.
What else?
Both my elbows and my right knee. That's 3. No, my left knee's still healthy.
Okay. Yeah. Spandex.
He was like, Crowley, you gotta stretch, or else you're gonna turn out like me. Crack, 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 crack.
Because he literally walked in, he picks up a dumbbell and he starts doing dumbbell lunges. I'm like, stretch. Spread your legs and stretch.
Yesterday,
get on the foam roller.
Yesterday was even worse. Yesterday I walked in.
The Kegels?
I'm doing them right now.
Oh my God.
Yesterday I walked in and immediately got on the leg press machine. Just the first thing I did.
That's not good.
I'm gonna pop an Achilles or something.
Yeah, hamstring, a butt muscle.
I always walk or jog for 5 minutes.
Gotta get a lather.
I gotta get a lather?
Yeah. Jump rope. Do something.
Who do you think they have jump ropes in there? That's a good.
Yes, they do. They got armbands too on the hook.
You should come tomorrow.
They got weighted. They got weighted bags. They got the medicine balls. They got those bigger inflated balls.
I do like doing a good old medicine ball slam every now and again. Yeah. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. If you want to chime in on the question marks with the Pirates, we'll take those calls at 412-928-9370.
Or is it a good idea to stretch at 412-928-9370?
Well, I think reasonable minds would say yes.
And yet you don't?
Correct. I march to the beat of my own drum. My name is my virtue.
Does that mean you're not a reasonable mind then?
Correct. What was your least favorite thing about the Combine?
Least favorite thing.
Yeah.
Probably the medical. And my medical book was small. And you obviously don't know what you're getting yourself into. And one of the guys was like, look at your medical book. And I was like, well, what's wrong with it? He was like, look at your medical book and then look at his medical book. And this other guy, I didn't even remember who it was. His medical book was like as big as a freaking, it was like 5 books. And he was like, you're going to be in and out. Like the doctor said, was like, you're going to be in and out because mine was real small and didn't have that many injuries. And then he's like, this guy will be here all day.
You didn't bust anything up bad in college, right?
No.
You got your teeth knocked the one time.
Yeah, I fractured an ankle.
Yeah.
Tore a hamstring, but that's about it.
What's the most painful injury you've had?
Most painful? Man. I mean, I've had a lot.
You told me, I believe this was you, that it was real cold once and you got your finger stuck in a face mask.
Yep.
That couldn't have felt good.
That didn't feel good. That didn't feel good at all. But probably most painful was breaking ribs.
Oh, you did tell me that too, because you can't breathe or laugh.
You can't laugh. You can't cough. You can't do anything. Probably breaking ribs, but like football, that was in basketball. But football injury, probably my hip flexor getting torn off the bone. That was worse than the Achilles. Achilles just like startled me. I was like, what? Who kicked me? Hip flexor was just like, bow. Went down. Yep. Bad.
Man, people don't understand what you guys go through. And by people, I mean me too, because I could never.
I mean, those guys with those big medical books, I mean, they did probably like 4 or 5 MRIs.
Yeah. The interviews were fine?
They were fine.
Yeah.
They were weird. You kind of just did like you just went in like a circle and just sat down at a table. I got asked some weird questions.
Yeah.
That I can't say on air.
Yeah. You and I have talked about that off the air. I know you can't bring that up, but there's some weird ones. Who was it who got asked about his mom being I don't know what word to say.
Yep.
Prostitute?
Yep.
Was that Des Bryant? I think it was.
I think it might have been. That was the same. That was my combine. We were the same.
That's right.
Same year.
That's right.
Yeah, they've gotten away from that stuff. But there's some weird stuff that had went down.
Yeah, I don't understand that all that much. Like, there's only so much you can learn about an individual in that short of a time span and in that setting. Now, you go to dinners and stuff, that's going to help. But the reality is, too, those are job interviews. I would feel like you're going to get the most knowledge you can by talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
Like talking to people who are in the orbit of the draft prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Like coaches, people at the facilities, like how do they treat the janitor, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like would go a long way.
You just want to see how guys react and see if they make the appropriate decision of something that could just be that broad and that easy.
Yes.
And they ask like outlandish questions. It's like, what would you do in this situation? Blah, blah, blah. If like,
right.
Somebody was if your mom was getting beat up in the stands and you're out there playing, would you go up there and save your mom or would you keep playing? And you're like, is this a trick question? Like, or I'd probably go save my mom.
Yeah. Does that mean I don't love football? Because
Right.
if that's the case, you suck and go to hell.
Right.
Texter, you can always tell a football player by looking at their hands. Everybody from a lineman to kick returners have their fingers stuck and crushed in face masks over the years. All the tips of my fingers point different directions. I've brought this up before. Worst I ever seen was Tunch.
Oh, yeah.
Tunch would be like, you're my best friend. And he'd be looking straight at you and he'd be pointing to his direct left, like a 90-degree angle. Texter, 5 to 10 minutes on the bike, light warm-ups of whatever muscle group is being worked. Do static stretches of muscles you worked after you're done. Supposed to stretch after I'm done?
You're supposed to static stretch after you're done.
Oh, that's never happened once.
Mm-hmm. You're supposed to warm up.
Is that why I did legs yesterday, got in my car, drove home, and then fell down in my driveway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It might help if you're around. Harry was giving me some pointers, too.
Doran, they literally have foam rollers there. Like,
Well, there's just
you don't
little
have to-
techniques that I could help with you guys and make things a lot easier and the proper way of doing things and make you stronger.
But like my point is like there's
Technique important.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. Like it's not like this is a place that doesn't have resources. They've got armbands and foam rollers. Like
He's
there should be
obsessed
no
with the foam roller.
There should be no excuse not to stretch.
He
Foam
was
rollers are
making
great
damn love to the foam roller
because they
yesterday.
help my back.
I'll tell you the sounds this man was making in an empty gym. Not judging.
My back is always very stiff.
Yeah.
And you can't wince in pain because if you wince in pain, your muscles just get tighter. So I usually just moan out the as I'm massaging the.
Do you mind to give the
muscle.
listening audience a little?
I do mind.
A little
I think,
snippet of what I heard yesterday.
I think there's some things that can be confidential here.
Okay.
Got to be there to hear it. That's all. Yeah.
Texture, Booger McFarland's fingers are the worst also. Dumb nickname, too. Why you take Booger out like that?
Yeah. Booger Mobile. Remember that?
One of the worst decisions ever made in broadcasting history. Hey, Booger, your analysis isn't great, so what we're going to do is we're going to put you on a hoverboard.
Booger is hilarious. Like, he'd be like, in a game like this, whenever the quarterback gets the ball, he's going to throw the ball down the field to the receiver. The receiver's going to catch the ball, and then the receiver's going to walk into the end zone. That is a touchdown. You'd be like, what? He's over there just hovering back and forth on the sidelines. Like, you're like, man, you're getting paid $500,000 to do this? God damn.
I could see him, dude. Like, when Dr. Evil's little rover machine got broken, and you could just see Booger just going up and down the... Yeah, my daughter, I told you this, I think off the air. Booger was doing analysis for some game, and my daughter asked why he had a smiley face on his forehead. Because he got the fat roll wrinkle in the middle of the forehead. She's like, he's got two mouths. I'm like, oh, jeez. All right. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. How jacked up do people get around here for the Combine? Because the TV ratings are through the roof. So that's a question I'm interested in hearing the answer to. But also, I want to pull a little bit more on that Buccos thread before Tyler Kennedy jumps on the show at 8:35. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates baseball today at 1 o'clock. They play the Boston Red Sox in spring training. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Connor and his wife needed to sell their home in the Pittsburgh area while they were building a new one, and they knew they needed a real estate agent with experience, connections, and a strong reputation, so they called my friend, Gina Giampetro. In Connor's 5-star review, he said that from day one, Gina's marketing and amazing photography stood out, and within just 48 hours, they had multiple offers for their home, and they were all over asking price. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Steel City Hoops. For local high school basketball coverage, visit steelcityhoops.org.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Fresh off an Olympic gold in Milan, the U.S. women's hockey team declined an invitation to the State of the Union address. A USA Hockey spokesperson cited timing and previously scheduled commitments as players return to their college postseason and PWHL rosters this week. While the men's team plans to attend, the women expressed gratitude for recognition, choosing to focus on their professional and academic returns. I'm Drake Toll.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Ever wanted to go to the NBA Finals? I've been. Well, now it's your chance courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future, and you'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA Futures let you lock in your pick for who you think will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. Now, I did go to the NBA Finals when it was Cavs and Warriors, Kevin Durant versus LeBron James, which was really fun. I have two NBA futures out right now. They are long shots. Miami to win the East, because you never know with them. And then Golden State, hoping that Steph Curry creates some magic. They are Cinderellas, but that's the fun of FanDuel, where you can take a shot on a long shot and pray. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Limit one entry for profit boost token. Opt-in required. Must supply profit boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Bruce checking reports of the accidents. One of them in the Hazelwood section, the intersection of 2nd and Greenfield Avenues. Also one on Salzburg Road and Penn Hills in the 5100 block. We also have one on the northbound side of Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. It's causing delays back before the 31st Street Bridge. Inbound one being cleared just past the 31st Street Bridge in the emergency pull-off, but you're jammed on that inbound side back before the Highland Park Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tyler Kennedy going to join us in about 13 minutes on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusting plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Speaking of plumbers, Texture writes in, let me come to your gym with you guys. I love lifting. I'm an 18-year-old plumber, low-key your guys' youngest fan after hearing all these calls. The number of people that have texted in saying they want to work out with us.
Really?
In the dozens, Storm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I can get somebody in shape in a month. Quick.
Even me?
Yeah. If you listen to me.
Mm.
Will you come today?
You'd have to listen.
I'm
not complain because it would be hard.
I never complain about anything.
He's
just
strong.
I'm just saying.
He's strong like bull.
Yeah, well. Okay. There's a difference between being strong and getting in shape.
Wow, you're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I am neither. 412-928-9370, the number to call. You can text us any weightlifting tips. Should I get on the creatine?
It depends on what are your goals.
I want to be hot.
Do you want to gain weight?
I don't know.
Or do you want to tone up?
Tone up.
I think you should get on creatine regardless. It's good for you.
Heard it's good for your brain, too.
Mm-hmm. So it's like fish oil and things of that nature.
Should I get on fish oil?
Yes, you
How
should
much
take vitamins.
crap
I've
should
been
I
telling
put
you
into myself?
I've been telling you to take vitamins for years now.
Get the protein in you, too.
I've done. We are good on the protein intake. Wait a second. Are we talking like Flintstone vitamins? Those were the bee's knees back in the day.
They did nothing.
Your mom makes you a little toaster strudel, glass of orange juice, and you hammer down one of them Flintstones.
Mm-hmm.
It's badass.
I just thought of a random fact.
Go ahead.
Just speaking of being like healthy and keeping things balanced. If you took steroids, like if you thought that'd be good for making you stronger, hypothetically, and don't do it, but if you didn't work out while you were taking the steroids, your body would morph into weird ways because it like inflates you, and then your job is to turn your body into muscle.
If I got on steroids, how quickly could I be badass?
You would have to. No, you would have to.
Would
Like,
you work out? Would you work out every day like you have been?
I'm working out now.
If you worked out like you have, if you were working out like you have been, I would say a month.
Let's get some anabolic steroids over here.
But if you slip up at all and don't work out consistently, your body will turn a weird shape.
And then whenever you stop, it goes back to your normal self. So it's kind of pointless, in my opinion.
And there would be rage potentially associated with them, and my Johnson would become a John, and I don't need that.
Well, it would be the other part of your.
Oh, it's the testicles.
Yes.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Who needs those?
Yep.
What's the point?
Right. Anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Question marks for the Pirates. This is our list. Cruz, Reynolds, catcher. Griffin, defense. Chandler, Ashcraft, fifth starter. You put Horwitz on there. Actually, you put everyone on there except O'Hearn, Lau, Ozuna, and Skeens.
Yep.
Which I think is reasonable. Of the question marks, who do we have the most faith in? I'd like to say Griffin, but I don't know.
I mean, I probably have the least faith in him because I haven't seen him do it.
I haven't even seen him do it with the Indianapolis ball club.
Right. I mean, of the question marks, probably Keller.
I'm optimistic that with the new pitching coach, there's breasts on the TV because Slapshot's on. I'm optimistic that with the new pitching coach, who's thought of as one of the best in the sport, that maybe whatever has ailed Mitch Keller that they haven't been able to figure out, they can figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Because, my God, dude, if you get Mitch Keller in the second half the way he's pitched in the beginning of seasons, that goes a long way in rounding out your rotation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big, big deal. I'd probably say from the hitters, Brian Reynolds.
Yeah, me too.
Like, he was hurt early last year, and then when he came back, he was only DHing for a spell. That's when Kutch was flashing the leather in the outfield. And then he just never did the Reynolds thing. And he's not old. It's not like he's over the hill. And everyone has a year, every now and again. I feel like he's going to bounce back. Cruz, I think it's anybody's guess.
Mm-hmm.
He looks thicker to me. Like he's even added more muscle.
I think he's going to be more comfortable in the outfield, which will aid better for him at the plate.
Yeah.
He also got rid of his dreads?
He did.
He did, which was, you want to talk about staggering. When he walked to the plate yesterday, it doesn't look right.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't look right. I love the hair because of the way that he played. It's like Troy Polamalu would have been a great player without the hair. But the hair almost aided his mystique, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Like Kutch when he's winning MVPs and he had the long hair and he's as fast from first to third as anybody else and the helmet flies off and the hair's flying in the background. Like Yager without a mullet.
I was just about to say Yager.
Yeah. Chris Letang. Took a while for me to get used to him without the flowing locks.
I'm going to say even Kobe Bryant without the mini fro.
Yep. Skeens needed to get rid of the stash. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yep.
Livy's just goes everywhere.
Yeah.
She got money. She's famous. Like, what the hell does she do? Like? Her every day is a Ron Cook retirement dream.
Yeah.
Every day. And Skeens was along for the ride this offseason. You think he's going to finish with an ERA under 2 again?
Yes.
He's just remarkable. I can't remember the last time, even when you had A.J. Burnett and Francisco Liriano and Garrett Cole, like, you didn't have a guy that you knew what you were getting literally every time out. Texter, B-Ray's had 2 bad years in his career. Both came when Mrs. B-Ray was expecting. Could be something to it. I should have read that before I read it. Texter, take creatine. It's incredible. I got my bench up like 30 pounds in the last 3 weeks out of nowhere. Oh.
There you go.
Okay. I'm in.
There you go.
You ever do the creatine? Was that allowed?
Yeah, in like high school.
Yeah. My brother-in-law did. He looks like a meatball.
Really?
Yeah, but he's strong.
Strong like bull.
Strong like bull. I asked him what his leg press was. He said 350. And then he asked what mine was. And I didn't answer.
What is yours?
Not 350. You take a guess?
175.
90. It's 90.
It's not 90. 115.
115?
Yeah. But it was 100 a couple weeks ago.
We got to work on that.
No doubt.
We got to work on that.
What do you think I'm doing?
And we got to work on that. Like 115.
Yeah.
Well, what do you bench?
He didn't.
Can you do 135?
On the bench?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I really don't know.
You're not supposed to be able to bench more than you can squat or leg press.
Well, then I should be stronger in the lower half, but I'm not. That's why I'm going to the gym.
That's why you do Kegels.
He does that weird thing where, like, he'll do the weird lunge where he puts his foot up on the bench, his one foot up on the bench.
Yeah,
and then
Romanian deadlift.
Bends with the other.
Or no, the Bulgarian split squat. I knew
Yeah.
it was one of those
But, like, why
Eastern European countries.
But if you're just trying to get a general strength enhancement, I don't know why that's the first workout you did when you walked into the gym on Friday.
It's because it's my least favorite. I wanted to get it out of the way.
Smart.
Yeah.
But he didn't stretch.
Well,
You walked in and you're like, okay, yep, Bulgarian split squat. That's what I need.
That's right. And then I stopped because I thought my groin was going to fall out of my body. Kegel. Texter, Crowley, working out will not make you hot. You need to see a plastic surgeon for that. All right, we're on to more sports-related things. I told you the NFL's screwing with the rules. Wait till you hear what they got up their sleeve next. That's when we come back. Never mind. No, we got Tyler Kennedy
We got
next.
TK, yeah.
We'll do the NFL thing later. Right now, it's a hairy headline. I'm frazzled.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins resume the season following the break for the Olympics. They play on Thursday at 7 o'clock at home against the New Jersey Devils. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% back, FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. That I also mentioned that they are giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Water.
Customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
When it comes to local high school basketball, nobody gets you closer to the game than Steel City Hoops. All the latest highlights, scores, and standings, plus exclusive stories on the kids who step up and the teams that won't go down. Any closer and you'd need to check in at the scorer's table. Steel City Hoops. Find us on Instagram, TikTok, X, and at steelcityhoops.org.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
The Riverhounds are unveiling their new 2026 jerseys at the Roxy-In, February 26th from 6 to 8. Live band, cash bar, jersey reveal videos, players on stage, kids activities, and a chance to buy the new jerseys. RSVP at riverhounds.com/2026 jersey reveal.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now everyone's a critic. I got texters saying, Crowley, stop putting your wallet in your back pocket. Telling you, that'll change your life. I mean, how much do you think I got in my wallet?
Wait, what?
Let me tell you something. I got not much. I've heard people say that, like if you got back issues, could be because your one ass cheek's up more than the other.
Yeah.
But here's the thing people don't realize. I got the Zyn in the other pocket, so...
What kind of levels out?
Yeah, it levels out. All right. TK joining us now. The great Tyler Kennedy. Brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. TK, were you hyperventilating during the 3-on-3? I mean, that was awesome.
I don't know if I was hyperventilating, but I was excited because with those guys with that speed and that high-end skill with that much ice, I was looking forward to it. The only thing I didn't like, I knew it was going to be done pretty quickly just because you knew someone was going to score right away.
TK, do you feel bad for Sid that he wasn't out there for his team?
Yeah, I definitely felt bad for him. You know, how he led the team is probably his last one. I think when the U.S. found out that he wasn't playing, I think that gives him a little bit of hope because now you got guys moving up the lineup. But, yeah, I definitely feel bad for him. That was, again, I'm just saying this. I think there would have been a different result if Sid was in the lineup.
I think that's fair. And I know McDavid played well and kind of did everything but score, but, man, this guy can't keep being the bridesmaid. And if I were him, and you tell me if you feel the same way, I would have rather not got the MVP, TK. I mean, shoot.
You can't pick the team around you, you know, and when you think of McDavid, he's the best player in the world right now. From the speed, everything. You know, he plays at a different level, even at that tournament. And saying, like, oh, the bridesmaids, this and that. Yeah, I think he does open himself up to that because of the contract he signed. You know, and when you think of Sid back in the day, Sid can be making $14 million right now, but winning is more important to Sid, and winning 3 Stanley Cups and doing all that. He's a guy that puts the medals, the team, always in front of his own, in front of himself. So when you think of McDavid signing that $15 million contract and some of the other contracts on the team, you're going to have a hard time winning when you're so top heavy and the bottom are all guys making, $600,000-700,000 battling to stay in the lineup. Like, that's why they always lose. It's not their top two lines, it's their bottom two that Florida always comes and plays unbelievable, and obviously last year was goaltending a little bit, but I don't know. I don't think you should chirp someone like that. I think there's a way to take the high road and look professional like you've done it before, but that's part of kind of like Kachuk's stick, is like being that little rat that people want to kill and people do not like. But I think that fires him up and puts him in a state where he has to play well. Like, I think it's part of his thing. Like, him and his brother are such great players, but when they say that, they do get inside guys' heads, and it plays to the Kachuk's advantage, no matter which way you think of it. And when you think of Matthew Tkachuk, like, he didn't really have an impact on the game, really any game in the Olympics, besides saying that, right? Like, Brady was way better. Brady is a big, powerful forward that can kind of do it all. He's a little bit more of an impact player. Matthew, he has a feel on the game where if his team isn't emotionally in the game, like, he's going to do something to drag everyone into the fight, emotionally engage into it, and that's part of his game. But to chirp like the best player in the world when you don't have 3 goals in the tournament, that's tough, in my opinion.
TK, how frustrating is it whenever you're going against a goalie that's seeing beach balls, whenever you're going against a goalie that's so in the zone like Hellebuck was? How frustrating is that in that moment? Yeah.
Doran, that's my whole career. I was like, is my puck bigger than everyone else's, or what's going on here? And get that puck, I'd be like, oh my God, we gotta either put it through him or through the glass, one of the two. But it's tough. That, like, when you have a goalie that has found his game, that's in the rhythm, it is hard. And the only way to get him off his game is either bump him, get in his eyes, get some dirty plays, like get him out of that focus, that laser focus, and in to maybe getting him into like a little scruffle, or, jam him, spear him. You got to do something where he's got an emotional reaction. And then when you think of shooting, like a guy like that, you cannot let him see the puck because he's going to stop it. That was probably the best goalie performance I've seen in my lifetime. I thought he played unbelievable. So,
do you think that's why guys like McKinnon were shooting the thing 10 feet wide of the net? I mean, it just gets in your head eventually.
No, but when I feel like when a goalie's found his rhythm and you're shooting, it's almost like, no, I have to put this in a 4-inch by 4-inch spot or he's going to stop it. And I think that's what McKinnon was thinking when he shot wide. Like, no, this has to be pretty close to perfect to go in because again, there's no one covering him and this and that, So it does play on your mind, but you got to get in his eyes. You got to get guys that are big, willing to bump him, willing to spear him, and get him off his game. Because again, it just builds momentum. It builds the momentum, and then I'll spin this back to the Penguins, which is different. When you have a goalie that's in the rhythm and in the feeling good about their game, I think you play the wheels off them. And that's what they did with Hellebuck. That's what they did with all the goalies there. But the Penguins going back and forth with different goalies, it's worked out. But I think it's time now where you let the best goalie and the hot goalie run as long as they possibly can.
TK, knowing what Sid's injury, potentially is, how long do you think he'll be out? Do you think we'll see him Thursday night whenever they start back up NHL play? How long do you think it's going to take for Sid to be back in the lineup?
I think they're going to give him some time to make sure it's completely healed. I don't think this is something there. He's got to get back in the lineup and play. I think he's going to take time to make sure he's 100% coming back. I would think a week or two Sid's going to be out, but it's all guessing. Like, we still really don't know even what the injury is and how bad it is. So that's what makes it tough. We have no idea. But I'm surprised he didn't play the last game. Even if he didn't play, just being on the bench, instead of a guy like Seth Jarvis, instead of like a third or fourth line guy, I think you're better off to have Sid on the bench, being around the guys, being motivating, just being there, instead of having a third or fourth line. Because at the end of the day, those third and fourth lines, they barely played in the final game. Like, Coop just literally ran McDavid in the top two lines all night long. Like, he was not worried about saving those guys. So it's a very interesting concept that Sid sat out. So maybe it's a little worse than we thought.
Last couple of things here for Tyler Kennedy, Stanley Cup champion. TK, can they maintain not their level of play without Sid, but can they do enough to not let this ship sink while he's gone? I mean, historically, Malkin plays really well in Sid's absence, and hey, he just got almost a month off, so that can't hurt.
Yeah, and when we think of the history of the Penguins after breaks or after long, like, times where they don't play, this team usually plays pretty well. At the end of the day, they're still not a young team. They're getting younger, but their core guys are all plus 35. So when you have breaks.
Damn it, Harry.
You can't say that.
You didn't have to hit him twice.
Yeah, you do.
Just dump him once.
You got to do it twice.
No, you don't.
Twice, make sure.
All right,
You can't say that?
No, get him on hold and tell him we love him and we'll talk to him next week and tell him it was your fault for dumping him, even though it was his fault. Get him on there. Get him on there. We are on a roll, man.
Jeez.
We really are.
I didn't know you couldn't say that.
And it's our favorite guys, too. You can't say it, no, which is unfortunate. But I'd be saying it all the time. You
say all kinds of things.
You can say pissed off. You can say that.
I mean, you come close to it.
You can't talk bodily fluid, though, unfortunately. Or maybe it's not unfortunate. All right. Coming up next, that was good stuff from TK. We'll react to what he had to say.
He did ask me. He's like, what did I say?
Yeah. Well, that's not one that you would think would be all that bad.
Right.
And it really wasn't. So we'll talk to TK next Tuesday at 8:35. We'll react to what he had to say coming up next. And the NFL got a potential rule change they're discussing that I think is just opening up Pandora's box. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates lost 6-2 to the New York Yankees yesterday in spring training. Their next game is today at 1 o'clock. They play the Boston Red Sox. Spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just gotta. And when you gotta call the Pinkel Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. And they have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Couple of accidents on I-79, one on the Neville Island Bridge near the ramps to and from Neville Island, and as well, one being cleared up near the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange just off the Neville Island Bridge. We have an accident in the Lincoln-Leamington section of the city, Paulson Avenue at Deary Street, one on the outbound Parkway North. This is near the McKnight Road ramps. Watch out for an accident in Brighton Heights, the intersection of Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, and Chateau Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You're ready to ask her to marry you, and you want it to be perfect. So don't let a chain store salesperson rush you into something that may not be right. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, asking, why not make it easy and visit a family-owned independent jeweler? At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our experts will guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement ring the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design, all at an affordable price. Visit us today at Peters Township or online at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Neil Walker going to be joining us at 9 o'clock. We'll talk about Bill Mazeroski, what he meant to him, get into the Buccos. He's been broadcasting games down there in Bradenton. I wonder if he'll be there when we're there.
Probably.
Because he does a little on, little off, little on, little off. Oh, that'd be great.
Yep.
Can you imagine getting some dinner with little John Wayner and Neil Walker and Greg Brown? Getting back to Kennedy's conversation before he swore real quick. I think Malkin is going to be shot out of a cannon for 2 weeks here. I think we have seen, when he was healthy, the best version of Malkin this year we've seen in a while. Now he's had a month off. That's got to be great for his legs.
Mm-hmm.
He knows there's no Sid. He knows that you've got however many games left you got. You're in the stretch run here. You got, 16 games in 31 days in March. I bet you see virtuoso Malkin here for a couple of weeks. Yeah. And that's what it'll take, I think, because I saw they had Ricard Raquel playing first-line center at practice. Now, the availability, like some of the guys were still coming back, but that doesn't exactly tickle me.
Letang going to be back?
Good question.
I think he is going to be back.
You would think he'll be back in short order, even if he's not back right away.
Mm-hmm.
But the timeline worked out perfectly for him, as far as we understand it. You ready for this NFL thing here?
Yeah.
All right. So the NFL Competition Committee, this from ESPN.com, is discussing the possibility of authorizing replay officials to throw flags for specific penalties. Although the appetite might be limited for what would be a major change to the league's officiating approach, some members are coalescing this week around a possible entry point, non-football acts that have gone unpenalized by on-field officials. So that'd be stuff like if a player spits in another player's face and they see that on camera, then the sky judge dude could throw a flag.
Okay.
In theory, whatever. No big deal. I don't love the idea of more flags for anything or more people calling flags.
Mm-hmm.
I think it becomes a convoluted mess, and I think this in and of itself is pretty benign.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, there was pushing and shoving. We feel like that should be a flag. Okay, not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But what's it lead to? Are we now going to have Sky judges calling holding penalties 20 seconds after the fact? I don't need that in my life.
I think it has to be like seriously egregious. I don't know if it'll lead to like those type of things, but if it's like somebody does spit on somebody or somebody kicks somebody and they miss it and it's like, hold up, you can't do that. That's fine.
I'm okay with that too, but I always worry about the slippery slope, right? Like once they can start doing that, what else can they do?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can they come in and next thing you know is 15 seconds after a play, they get to watch the replay and they go, oh boy, that actually was pass interference. And is that a good thing? Like, does that guarantee you get it right? I've always said that about replay. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, but like just because there's replay, we still have controversy.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talk about this all the time. The Monday after the Super Bowl, we're talking about we can set a segment aside for the officiating calls.
Yes.
You could do the same thing after the gold medal game. You could do the same thing after an AFC championship. You could probably do the same thing after a World Series game. That's just the state of officiating, and we've never had more replay. So I don't know that adding more layers to this is good for the viewer first and foremost.
I don't think it's good for the viewer, but I mean, if there are situations where if you catch it, then okay, like it should be a flag or something like that.
I mean, as an example, I think you probably would have had DK Metcalf tossed out of the game.
Yeah.
And I guess I can be okay with that. And that's what somebody literally just texted after I said that. The Tuck rule was the Brady rule. This is the DK Metcalf rule.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, I can see that. Like, that might even be necessary. But if it goes any further, I'm going to have a big problem.
Yeah, right.
And that's where I always am on this kind of stuff. They tried it with the reviewing of pass interference, and it was an unmitigated disaster. And what I say about this every time these conversations come up with rule changes is the real victims are the fans because all of us are locked in. They can make the game as bad as possible, and we are still sitting on our couch from 1 a.m. to midnight on Sundays watching ball, no matter how bad the product goes.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully...
And they know that, though, so they know that you're going to be engaged, so it doesn't matter. They could care less.
I know.
Could care less.
I know. And it's the same thing with roughing the passer and how they officiate the tush push, a million different things. And they don't care because we're a captive audience. Yep. Good place for the NFL to be. People are now giving me positive words of encouragement.
For what? You're lifting?
Yeah. You got to start somewhere.
Sure.
Yeah. Am I too late?
No, you're never too late. Never. You could be 80 years old. Never too late.
That's what I needed right there, Harry. We
Never
still
too
got
late.
time, buddy.
Never too late to try.
You're not coming to the gym today, though.
No, I can only do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm sorry. Kids. My kids have a remote learning day today or some sort of special election. Talking about pain in the ass. Them and the competition committee. You've made my list. Coming up next, Neil Walker is going to join the show live from Bradenton, where I wonder if it's warmer there today than it was yesterday when highs were just in the low 50s. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisor. Tired of this weather and want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. Today here in Pittsburgh, high of 33. Tomorrow, high of 45. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage, perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer and Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer and Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Plethora of accidents due to the weather conditions. Let's talk about a couple of them on northbound I-79. One up by the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange, while another one cleared from the span. Still have vehicles off to the side near the Neville Island ramps, and you're looking at delays back through the S-Bends and halfway back to the Crafton Moon Run interchange. Also, crews clearing an earlier accident on the Morningside end of the 62nd Street Bridge at Butler Street. One of them in Lincoln-Leamington section, Paulson Avenue at Deary Street. And also watch for one being cleared from the northbound side of I-279, the Parkway North near McKnight Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's the drive at the deep left field. Look out now. That ball is going hits it over the left field fence for a home run, and the Pirates win it 10-9 and win the World Series. And the fans go wild.
Bill Mazeroski, Game 7, walk-off tater against the New York Yankees. R.I.P. to a great man and Pirates legend. Neil Walker joining us now. We will obviously get into the modern-day Bucks. Paul Skeen's going to start tomorrow, his spring training debut. But be remiss, Neil, if we didn't say sorry for your loss. I know what Bill Mazeroski meant to you, and if you had any stories you could share about a great man and a great player.
Yeah, well, thank you, and great talking to you guys this morning. Yeah, that was a a gut punch the other day when I heard, and I knew Bill was not doing great. But I didn't think he was at risk of things happening so quickly. So our thoughts go out to his two boys. That Darren, who is a lifelong baseball guy too. Coach at a community college down in Florida for a while that my brother actually went to. He was his coach, and then now he's a scout in the Pirates organization. So, Bill was just an incredible guy, somebody that helped me out a lot, and not just me, but so many guys in the Pirates organization as youngsters, especially guys that were in the minor leagues that were hoping to be second baseman. And, I've had many conversations with people just, asking how grateful I was for his help. And it truly was somebody sent him to me at a time when I really needed help as a second baseman. And getting over the hump to try to be a decent enough second baseman. And so he was the one that was there and helped me greatly on my journey to becoming a second baseman in the major leagues for a little bit.
Neil, what were some of the things, if you don't mind sharing, that he did help you with baseball-wise, second base-wise? Was there some things that you picked up and some things that's like, oh, man, only you can probably do that Bill, back in the day. But, what were some of the technical things maybe that did enhance your game and help your game at second base?
Yeah, well, in 5,000-foot view, when you're trying to learn second base, the toughest thing on the right side of the infield is, that double play turn and, getting to the bag, but kind of going away from first base. So your footwork has to be really good and your hands have to be really good. If you're turning a ball from second base to the shortstop, they usually have momentum toward first base when they're catching that ball. So you had to be good around the bag, and especially during a time where, guys were sliding into second and trying to take you out.
Yeah.
And nowadays, obviously, it's a very different environment from that standpoint. But when I was coming up, you had to learn the intricacies of getting hit, but still getting a good throw off, and where do your feet need to be, and where do you need to be to keep yourself out of harm's way. And with Bill, it was all about the footwork and about the hands around the bag. And he was doing things when he was teaching me at around 70 years old that stood the test of time. And not only could he do a lot of the things, most of the players that myself included, we couldn't do it. He had this transfer where he would, he wouldn't even catch the ball. He wouldn't even squeeze his glove. He would have his throwing hand underneath the glove, and when that ball was coming in, it would basically just kind of hit off the middle of his glove and pop down into his hand. And when he was trying to teach, myself and a lot of other second basemen this, balls were just flying everywhere. And you're going, Bill, this is impossible. There's no way you can do it. And he get out of the way, kid. Get out of the way. I'll show you how to do this. And he would do it at 70 years old. And, the footwork was so good around the bag. And the biggest thing the one thing he was really big about was, when that ball was coming from third or short, he wanted you to be moving toward first base before that ball even got there. So, they called that the neighborhood play back in the day, which now there's instant replay. You can't get away with the neighborhood play anymore. But when he taught me that, it was all about time and all about getting that ball out as quick as you can and on a good plane to first base. It didn't need to be the hardest throw, but if you got that thing out, number one, it kept you out of harm's way from a guy sliding in, and number two, you got that ball out a half second faster. That was a huge thing, turning double plays, and obviously his numbers speak for itself in the double play category over the history of the game of baseball.
Yeah, just 8 gold gloves for the guy. No big deal. Neil Walker joining us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Neil, we saw Bubba Chandler pitch yesterday, and he had the 4 walks. He only had 4 in the majors last year. It's his first spring training start. He said he slept like 2 hours the night before, but the ball was coming out of his hand good. So we're not all that worked up about it. That being said, if they don't add another starter that could be an innings eater, am I within my right to be a little bit worried about this rotation? Love the arms, but all these guys gotta pitch a bunch of innings in the big leagues, and apart from Skeens and Keller, we haven't seen these guys get up around the 150 mark.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about Ashcraft, you're talking about Chandler, and you're talking about Urquidy, who is not getting talked about a whole lot because he's coming off of injuries really over the course of the past 2 years. I don't think there's as much concern as there is wonder about, number one, the innings limit, especially Urquidy, who if he is indeed possibly the 5th starter, what does that look like? Jared Jones, when he comes back, I think the biggest thing is if the rotation's in a good spot and Jared Jones comes back, he's obviously going to be on an innings limit. And, your hope is that you're in this thing in September. You want to make sure you want to hope that there's not an innings limit put on Jared Jones when you're playing very meaningful baseball in September and hopefully in October. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle this. I wouldn't say there's cause for concern, like I said, but, you obviously feel really good about Paul, and Mitch is going to take the ball every 5th day and give you good quality innings. He may not be posting a 2, but he's going to give you good quality innings. But I think, the fact that there are a couple guys like Ashcraft and Chandler that are in the same boat as far as young guys, inexperienced, those are the guys that you hope get off to a good start and also continue to evolve as the season goes along. And you can trust those guys, and it's not a coin flip when they go out there if, they're going to have their stuff that day. So you wonder, you feel, I don't know this, but you feel like it's possible that they're still sniffing around for that fifth starter, maybe a left-hander. I don't know what that looks like. As spring training goes along, you'll see guys lose, battles for that fifth spot in the rotation and teams looking to trade them. So I got to imagine Ben Cherington's ear is on the ground from that standpoint. But overall, I still feel very good about the pitching staff. But, if we're going to nitpick, I think you wonder about that fifth rotation spot and then that, sixth, seventh inning bullpen guy from the left and right side.
Neil, there's been only, 4 games so far in spring training. From what you've heard or seen yourself, who has impressed you on this Pirates team so far?
Very impressed with the offseason additions on the offensive side of things, and not necessarily just from an on-field standpoint. Ryan O'Hearn, you watch the approach, you watch the swing. It's very, very simple. It's very powerful. It's very compact. Now, can he play a good right field when he's asked to? I know they're going to challenge him in spring training. We saw him out there yesterday. He got a couple balls. He said he felt good reading balls off the bat. We talked with him about playing that Clemente wall in right field. That can take a good month or 15, 20 home games to really get comfortable out there. So he is one guy after talking to him. Brandon Lau, they're all kind of cut from the same mold. Very, very calm, very, guys that you don't see with a ton of this, high energy guys. They're, and Marcell Ozuna, the same thing. I mean, two of them, O'Hearn and Ozuna, were in the lineup yesterday. They both gave really good at-bats, very professional bats. Same with Brandon Lau 2 days ago. These guys are professionals, and those three are going to anchor, for the most part, the middle of the order. And you can't help but wonder, man, what does it look like with those three guys who, have had really good stretches over the course of the last 3 years? If you have a really good, healthy Brian Reynolds playing well, and a guy like O'Neal Cruz taking a step forward, those are potentially your 1 through 5 guys in a lineup.
Neil Walker joining us on the Fan Morning Show, and the Fan Morning Show, as always, brought to you by our friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I'll tell you what, Neil, we know this Ozuna is a masher, and some of what we've heard out of batting practice, him and Connor Griffin just hitting the stuffing out of the baseball, but it was him shooting the ball through the right side of the infield yesterday, and I about gasped. Like, this dude just hunts RBIs. Like, that's just good baseball right there, and I think that's kind of what you're getting to.
Yeah, and we had a graph before the game, and I didn't even know this over the course of the last 3 years. Guy has 100 home runs over the course of the last 3 years, and he's averaging just over 90 RBIs a season. So you can, all those things would have led our team really over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, the average home runs and RBIs. So those are the type of guys, you get to 2 strikes. Yesterday was a prime example. This guy is, he's hunting to slug the doubles and home runs, but he understands, with 2 strikes, 2 outs, guys in scoring position, use that hole, use the big part of the field. You don't necessarily, have to use the barrel every single time. You're going to get rewarded if you have that approach. And guys like him that have been around a long time understand that very well. And same thing goes for O'Hearn. Same thing goes for Lau. You watch the at-bats, you watch the approach. It doesn't take long to understand what guys are trying to do, especially the veteran guys, even early in camp, when you watch 2 or 3 at-bats. And I've been very impressed with all 3 of those guys on the field, but more so their interactions with the younger players. You mentioned Connor Griffin, a guy that a lot of guys are trying to take under their wing and hope that his process speeds up very quickly. So a lot of optimism coming out of camp, and you mentioned Chandler's second inning yesterday. He got a little out of whack. I'm sure that's nothing to be concerned about, in my opinion. They'll get that cleaned up, and the velocity was there. We saw him hit 100 a couple times. So exciting stuff. So today's game is down in Fort Myers. Carmen Majinski, I believe, is on the mound, and that's another guy that's kind of an X factor, a guy that can help, that nobody is talking about, that had a terrific second half of the year when he moved to the bullpen.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Neil, have you happened to talk to Greg Brown about what nice thing he's doing for Doran and myself?
I have not. Can you fill me in here?
Oh, this is tremendous.
Look at this.
So we were lamenting the fact that we weren't going to be going down to spring training this year. Greg Brown heard our conversation and found us a way into his condo complex down there, and now we're
come on,
we're
let's
coming
go,
down,
boys.
baby. Let's go. So
let's go. Well, if you do come down, you missed a couple days of not nice Florida weather. At least it was kind of nasty yesterday. It felt like it was about 35 degrees in the booth, but luckily that's out of here. Let's get you boys down here. You got to experience spring training. It really is fun.
Neil, will you be there? Because we're going the March 16th through the 19th.
Right.
No, I'm gone. I'll be down Saturday. I'll tell you what. We'll make sure we line up next year, though. Okay.
Darn right.
Yes,
We'll get Joe Block to save us a spot next year.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you, Neil. Awesome
Thanks, Neil.
stuff as always. We'll talk to you.
All right, guys. Have a good week.
You too. What a man. Neil Walker. That sucks. I was
I know.
hoping he'd be down
Me
there.
too.
Now
Yep.
we got to call up Wayner.
Yeah, we'll see if he's down there. He's going to want to golf.
I feel like I can't hang with Wayner.
Why?
I could just see him just drinking 12 beers and me drinking 12 beers, and he'd be able to walk a straight line, and I'd be on the bathroom floor.
Oh, I thought you were going to do you remember the one year you're like, hey, you want to donate to the 5-alarm marathon? And he was like, oh, yeah, okay, we'll get to it.
That was an all-time soundbite.
I mean, the fact that Callis did not know that he was from Pittsburgh, too. Was
Yeah, that's
Carrick.
pretty bad.
Yeah. No, now. Yeah.
That was bad.
Better, but hey, it's never too late, right?
It's never too late.
You're
The
right.
new
Right?
motto of the Fan Morning Show, it's never too late.
Yes. That is
What's the
right.
band? It's not too late. It's never too late.
Don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We did not ask him about Connor Griffin, but Jason Mackey will join at 9:35. And like Neil said, Charrington could have his ear to the ground looking for a fifth starter. Has Mackey heard anything to that regard? So he'll join us live for Bradenton at 9:35. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins resume their season coming up on Thursday. They play a home game against the New Jersey Devils at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Adam.
Thank you so much, Harry. It would appear that Omar Khan is speaking early, or maybe he's doing his side session with the Pittsburgh media. At any rate, we'll have some Omar Khan quotes coming up next. In the meantime, I'm going to find what I want to tell you about. Now I will tell you. It's time to play. Join me now on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. A new user can score up to a $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Little Demon Mega Collectum game over the course of 10 consecutive days. Yes, 250 bonus spins. Play all the hot slots like Huff and Puff, Cash Eruption, and more. Plus, bet on all your favorite sports. Bet pro basketball and Penn's hockey. Bet college hoops, soccer, golf, spring training, and more. The BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. New users only. T's and C's apply. See betparks.com for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The clock is ticking for the WNBA. With the season set to tip off May 8th, the league has issued a new ultimatum. Negotiators have until March 10th to reach a deal on the new collective bargaining agreement, revenue sharing, and player housing. As players fight for their share of the league's historic growth, the 11th hour is here. I'm Drake Toll.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Slicey menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Still lots of problems this late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt LGKG. Accident LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crew's still dealing with accidents. One of them in Penn Hills on Salzburg Road near Stevens Lane, and as well one in the Hill District, the intersection of Webster and Heron Avenues in the final stages of clearing. An earlier accident tying up I-79 northbound across the Neville Island Bridge. That's still causing delays back to the Craft and Moon Run interchange. Route 28 jammed inbound, approaching the Route 8 at the bypass past an earlier accident near the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So, nothing new to add. I've been in communication with Aaron. I think Mike has. I know Mike has also. We've had good communication, honest communication, but nothing new to report there. So, happy to take any questions.
Do you have a deadline?
No deadline. All I'll tell you guys is I don't foresee this going like it did last year. So,
there you go. That's what we wanted to hear. That part there at the end is what we wanted to hear. No shocking development at the beginning portion of that answer. Like, we knew they've been in contact. We know Mike McCarthy's been in contact. We know Mike McCarthy's talked to him. But I do think Steelers fans want to know. I personally wanted to know about a deadline. I didn't want it to stretch out like last year. I want him around. I want him with the new offense, working with these receivers when the time comes. And it helps, my God, to get it done before free agency or the draft so that you can make a plan if he decides to retire, which I would never rule that out for Aaron Rodgers. He could be having a great time doing whatever it is he's doing and just say, you know what, my body feels good and that's it. Do I think that's going to be the case? No. Educated guess says he's going to want to come back.
Mm-hmm.
But I want it to be done before free agency. That way you can make a plan.
Yeah. I really think that last season he was contemplating on a lot of different things. And, it is a new situation. Did you really want to get yourself into a new situation, new coach, new city, to play one more year of football? There's a lot of things that probably were going through Aaron Rodgers' mind, obviously last offseason before he signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But now he's familiar with the Steelers. He's familiar, obviously, with the head coach, the new head coach, and the kind of regime that's going to be put in place for him. So I think it makes it a lot easier. I mean, if he's feeling good, he's probably going to commit to being back as a Pittsburgh Steeler. I'm going to put my own timeline on it. I say by time my birthday comes around, March 31st, I think he'll be the Steelers. He'll sign back with the Steelers.
I hope it's before that. That'd be better than last year because that's before the draft.
Mm-hmm.
But free agency's first week of March?
Yep.
It'll be sometime in there.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be sometime in there. I'd like to know, though, because if he ain't coming back, all right, here we go.
Right.
Is it quarterback roulette? Are we getting Mac Jones? Is it going to be Malik Willis? Probably not at the reported price tag.
I think they know that he's coming back. I think they know the answer.
They knew last year for sure.
They definitely knew a while before it actually happened. I think they know now that he is coming back or he isn't coming back.
They know the lean.
But I don't think it'll actually go down until end of March. So they have their ducks in a row of what they need to do for free agency. They already know that he's coming back, in my opinion. So I think that the time that he comes back, as long as it's before OTAs and things of that nature, I think that
I would need him to tell me he's not coming back before free agency. You know what I mean?
I think they already did that. I think that they already had. Yeah, like right now, you mean?
Yeah, they need to know. We don't need to know.
Right.
They knew a lot longer before anybody really knew in the media or fan world last time. Like, oh man, when's this guy going to make his decision? Well, they already had.
Mm-hmm.
He also went on to talk about Kenneth Gainwell did Omar Khan. He said, quote, this from Chris Adamski on Twitter, Kenny was good to have around, and he knows we want him back. Thank you, Omar. Not a lot of big news being broken by Omar Khan at the
Well, I think he understands that Kenneth Gainwell is going to explore his options. So the door's open, but I think they fully understand that he is going to go out there and test the market.
He's a classic case of, he was your MVP last year, and he is a good player. You draw a line in the sand on what you're willing to pay the guy, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not going out of your way to overpay Kenneth Gainwell, I don't think.
Nope.
You have Caleb Johnson that doesn't get anybody excited, but you have Jalen Warren and that should. And then you've got 12 picks in the draft should something happen. Or you find the next Kenneth Gainwell in free agency, a guy that can help shoulder a portion of the load, but then you probably slant it heavily towards Jalen Warren next time around. 412-928-9370. Little bits leaking out of what Omar Khan's talking about at the NFL Combine. Jeff Hathorn there, in addition to Mark Caboli for us. So we'll keep you up to speed on everything going on in Indianapolis. He also went on to say about Rodgers, our experience was good in 2025, so we would welcome him back. So really nothing new. Kind of everything we expected Omar to say. Doesn't foresee it dragging out like last year, which I think is notable. I think that's absolutely notable. And I think that's kind of been our expectation. Because to your point, we're not walking in any unknowns now if we're Aaron Rodgers. Last year, new city, right? New offense, new players.
Yep.
Now there's going to be a lot of carryover players. It's a city that you proclaim to have loved. And now you're getting to relive your glory years with Mike McCarthy. Like, you're not walking in here going, oh, man, I don't know. No, you know pretty much what you're getting.
Right.
Like, you
know exactly what you're getting.
Yeah,
that's
right.
why I think that they already have their answer. They already know that he's probably coming back.
Well, and it sounds, too, like even very early, he was having multiple phone conversations with Mike McCarthy. Like, not just like, hey, congratulations, good job, like, happy for you, but they talked multiple times on the phone. We'll continue to react to what's coming out of the NFL Combine if and when we get more. That is just the media scrum that Omar is doing with the local Pittsburgh guys. He will take the podium at some point in the 10 o'clock hour, I believe, today. He'll get up behind a podium. Omar, like Kevin Colbert before him, very smart in that they get that junk out of the way first thing. Like Kevin used to, back when I would go to the Combine, he'd do his podium, then he'd do like 4 or 5 radio shows, and then you wouldn't see the guy for the rest. Whereas there's other coaches that get mired all up in this muck for the next day or so waiting to do your media stuff.
What other big questions are out there, though, for Omar?
I mean, nothing he's going to answer, unfortunately, right? Like, guys like Patrick Queen, guys like Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, who are under contract.
I mean, I'd ask him about the quarterbacks in the draft and try to get a sense of what he feels about the quarterbacks in the draft, even if I know that they're probably not going to draft one in the first round. Maybe spin a question where it's like, will you draft one at all? Like, do you have your eyes on anybody in the 3rd round, 4th round? Like, will there be another quarterback on this roster? Free agent or trade or draft?
Right, because right now you got 2. We know you're going to have 3 in Rodgers. I mean, is Mason a guarantee to come back? He would not be a guarantee to come back on my football team, to take nothing away from one Mason Rudolph. You'd also want, like, to your point, to kind of understand their process. Because last time they drafted a quarterback, it was Kenny Pickett, and that was Kevin Colbert. So what's it look like under this new regime? I'd also be interested to hear what McCarthy's role in all this is. Like, as we've speculated, and it kind of made it seem like with McCarthy in his opening press conference, like this year might not be the hands-on year, but I'd be interested to see how far he's come. I mean, they put the staff together. That takes up a ton of time.
Yeah.
But since then, a lot of time has passed, so I'd be interested to hear the answers to those questions. All right, we got Jason Mackey coming up next, live from Bradenton. Anything we get from Omar Khan, we will pass along to you, obviously. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates have a spring training game today at 1 o'clock. They play the Boston Red Sox. Spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Everyone, why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old. But FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention that they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself. And download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the blues with Westwood One Sports. Bubble trouble has arrived in L.A. UCLA and USC square off in a game with gigantic at-large implications. With the Bruins 24 spots higher on board Torek over last month, and the Trojans soul-searching after consecutive L's, UCLA has the edge. Mick Cronin's frown turns upside down. I'm laying the points on Bill Walton U. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 0% financing for 36 months plus $500 off your project. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
And we're back with Taylor Fournier talking about the value you get working with Pittsburgh's one and only family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store.
Bob, at Three Rivers, our customers get the Pittsburgh traditional car buying experience, and we're proud of it, since Dad opened the doors in 1984.
No holding customers' keys, forced test drives, or waiting for hours to hear from my manager to get a quote.
Not at Three Rivers. If it's new, certified pre-owned, car or truck, you have questions, we have answers. Get your quote and you're out the door.
In person, on the phone, online.
That choice is yours. With our exclusive 3R software, you get a final price, no surprises during signing, simple as that.
During our President's Day sales event, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee from $229 per month. And the choice is yours, multi-location conglomerate or traditional Pittsburgh Three Rivers. Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Visit Taft Poorhouse in Greensburg for Valentine's Day cocktail and food specials.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here's a little combine news as Omar Khan is now talking to the assembled Pittsburgh media in Indianapolis. The Browns are adding longtime NFL assistant coach Dom Capers to the coaching staff as a senior defensive assistant. Capers, 75, a two-time head coach, was last with the Carolina Panthers. That's one of the all-time DCs right there.
Mm-hmm.
I like that for Cleveland.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Wasn't he with McCarthy?
He was the DC when they won the Super Bowl against the Steelers. How about that? Omar right now talking about Mike Tomlin, but the newsy element to come out of this morning's media session with Omar is that this Aaron Rodgers situation isn't expected to drag on. Now, last year at this time, funny enough, Aaron Rodgers was like an afterthought. Like,
we didn't even talk about him.
No. I remember we were all excited to do a show so that we could talk about DK Metcalf signing. Because that happened Sunday night, or they traded for DK Metcalf. It's like, we got the show. We got NFL free agency. It's going to be a banger. And then at like 7:06, Shefty was like, pay attention to the Steelers and Rodgers. And it's like, all right, guess we're going with that.
Yep.
And then it happened. Also, so the timeline was totally different in that late last offseason, you had Art Rooney II at owners' meeting say, oh, we'll let him go. Like, we'll let him go a little while longer.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got Omar saying they don't expect this decision to drag on. So it does seem like it's totally different, and that makes all the sense in the world from a Rodgers standpoint and a team standpoint. Like, I think Rodgers was thrilled with his experience last year. He would have wanted to win a playoff game, but I think he got the taste as a competitor, and now with his buddy here. Like, I think if Tom wasn't here and it was somebody else, he's probably done.
He's probably done, yes.
How you miss up on an opportunity. It's like seeing your college buddies.
Yeah.
Who you won a Lombardi with.
Yes.
Jason Mackey joining us now live from Bradenton. You can text us, by the way, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Good morning, Jason. How's it going, buddy?
Good morning, dudes. How are you? Greetings from Florida.
Oh, you're so chipper. Driving where? Where are you going today? Fort Myers?
Fort Myers. Buccos play the Red Sox at Mini Fenway down in Fort Myers.
I do like that they made a little mini Fenway down there. That's pretty good. They need a Clemente wall at the Pirates place, don't they, Jason?
Man, that's actually not a bad idea, Crowley. I like that.
I'm a genius. And a north side notch.
Yeah. I think maybe that. I don't know. There's the boardwalk in right field. I don't want to screw with the boardwalk. Lecom Boardwalk is like hallowed ground, man.
Fair.
Other than yesterday where it was freezing.
Will there be a new left-handed pitcher at some point walking on that hallowed ground? Do you think they might still acquire one?
I think they will, yeah. They need to. I don't see how you can go into this season with a number of young guys and innings limits that you're going to encounter and not have a little bit more assurance in the rotation. So, I mean, it's obviously not going to be a bigger name. It's going to be a depth piece. But I see them making one more move, guys, and the left-handed starter makes a lot more sense. I think you can live without a third baseman if you have to. If not, if a non-logical deal comes across, something you don't want to do. But a left-handed starter, man, you need it.
Jason, I just asked Neil this question, but in the first 4 games of spring training, who's impressed you the most? Who's really flashed and you're like, wow, this guy's a nice little addition, or maybe still a part of this baseball club?
Yeah. Man, let me think about that for a second. This isn't going to be a sexy answer, Doran, but I'm going to go Brian. His at-bats have been really good, man. He's been on base 5 times, 2 walks, 3 hits. Talked to Reynolds yesterday after the game about the way his barrel's moving and his swing path, something he was really upset with last year. And he's just it's 180 degrees better with him. And, he's not a O'Neill Cruz top. Bubba Chandler, Paul Skeens. He's not wowing everybody, but, man, when he's in the middle of the lineup and doing what he's capable of doing, like, it's easy to forget he was a 6-WAR player. And he was not very good last year, relatively speaking, of course. But his upswing, I think, has been most impressive to me.
Jason, I was impressed by Ozuna yesterday, knocking one through the right side of the infield. Like, we know this guy's a bomber, but...
Yeah, it's good at bat.
It was, and... They just haven't had, for lack of a better way of putting it, that kind of professionalism in there. Like, there's 2 strikes. I'm just going to hit the ball where they ain't. Like, that's a guy that hunts RBIs, and, man, that's going to make a difference.
Guys, can I just tell you, being around here, what a difference Marcell Ozuna has made, period. I agree with you on the at-bat. Great at-bat, whatever. The vibe around him is something that has been lacking among Pirates position players in a big way, and especially Latin guys. how he's brought together people in like a week, right? Like that's all the longer he's been here, a little bit more than that. Just a mental picture. Like his locker is in like the back left corner of the Lecon Park clubhouse. It's across from O'Neill Cruz. Every morning there will be a circle of chairs with like all the Latin guys around laughing, debating something. Same thing happened at Pirate City. And it's like loud and hilarious. And then you see like, some of the American guys come over and join in the conversation. And it's, Ryan O'Hearn, Brian Reynolds, they're like asking questions. Everybody's busting each other's chops. Like it's just so healthy and fun. And like Ozuna insists on it. He's at the center of it. He won't go anywhere without O'Neill Cruz. O'Neill Cruz won't go anywhere without him. It's just a really cool dynamic that Ozuna has delivered to this team so far.
Are you a little self-conscious that they're like making fun of you, Jason? Like all these Latin guys sitting around there?
No, they make fun of me to my face. Not the Latin guys, the American guys. You'll enjoy this. So I don't know if I should mention names, but we were talking about Alps. You know what Alps are, Crowley? They're like Zen.
I thought you meant like the mountain range.
No, not the mountain range. So I asked the player, like, what are those? And telling me about them. He's like, you want to try one? And it's a 9 milligram thing. And they're like, yeah. And so I throw one in. I'm like, whoa, buddy. All right. Feeling that one. And a couple of guys were like, how'd you like that 9? What'd you think about that 9? And I was like, oh, man. So, yeah, I'm the guy who went a little too hard on the I think it's called Alps. Starts with an A. But anyway, it's like Zen, but stronger.
I think it's Appalachians. All right, Jason, we're out of time, but we appreciate your time. As always, thank you.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Jason.
That's Jason Mackey of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette that loves spring training more than anybody loves anything ever.
He does.
You agree with that, right?
Oh, my gosh. He's like a little kid in Toys R Us.
He would probably have it where the Pirates never play a single regular season game. It's just 8 months of them practicing for games that never come.
Yep.
He would live down there the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Fort Myers, is it warmer there than it is in Bradenton?
That's a good question. I don't know. Everybody that we've talked to or like texted or whatever about spring training yesterday just bitched about the weather.
Yeah.
About how, it was like 47 degrees. Well, you know what? Look at what we drove through this morning. Mike Tomlin is out, by the way. We all know this. Omar Khan talking about that right now at the NFL Combine. And we all heard from Art Rooney II how long that meeting went, right? The meeting between between Art and Mike Tomlin. Well, now Omar gives some details about the morning for him when Mike Tomlin stepped down. We got that coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball plays in a game tomorrow night at 8 o'clock against Stanford. It is a road game for Pitt. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pitt has 4 games left on the regular season schedule. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. And when you have to, you call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews have cleared a couple of accidents from northbound I-79, one from the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange, the other one from the Neville Island Bridge. Leftover delays back through the S-Bends and about halfway back to the Moon Run Crafton interchange. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
MrWaterHeater.com. MrWaterHeater.com.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, it's Crowley for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees, adored how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the bigger investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Again, this month, 3 rooms, carpet clean starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We may or may not be trying to get Jason Mackey drunk in a couple of weeks.
Oh, no doubt.
And you're like, his tall ass. Be all goofy. Jason used to come over back in the day when I would have my college buddies over and I'd be smoking cigarettes on my back porch. And he would take it easy and he would just sort of make fun of the rest of us. I'd love for the shoe to be on the other foot.
Oh, yeah. There's no way around it. I'm good at peer pressure.
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a little worried about that myself, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I'll take it easy on you, though.
You've already pushed me to the limit before.
When?
To my limit.
When?
Punxsutawney.
That wasn't me.
You lifted me up in the air and swung me around like a rag doll. There was a live fire going in the fireplace. It was terrifying. All right, so Omar Khan right now talking at the NFL Scouting Combine, and he talked about the last moments that he spent with Mike Tomlin while Mike was on the job. And, Doran, I think you've had this pegged for a while. You said there's no way the Steelers didn't know that Tomlin was really considering stepping down for a while. Like the way that Art talked at his press conference that he wasn't shocked, the way that Art said it was a 15-minute conversation, like, you don't work someplace for 19 years, win a championship, never have a losing season, and then you make your decision and have a 15-minute conversation. That's not the way it goes. So I buy into that big time. Now, Now, Kahn did say that he and Tomlin had a longer conversation. He said that morning he and I spoke. We had a long conversation. We sat in my office for a couple hours, almost 2 hours, I think, just talking about things. It's been 19 years, so when anyone hits you, there's a little bit of shock. So he said he was. I think they knew.
I think Art knew. I don't know if Omar knew.
Yeah.
I think Art knew. That's why the conversation was so quick between those two.
Yeah.
I don't know if Omar was even privy of the situation. Maybe he had an inkling of what might happen, but he didn't know the full details, and probably Tomlin told him the full details of what went down, and that's why it took 2 hours for Omar, because he was just he wasn't really in on it before. I think that he wasn't made aware. I think that Art knew, though.
That makes sense. That makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
I still can't believe it's over.
It's kind of weird.
It is.
But it's only weird whenever you think about it, because
there's no games happening.
Like, but even like an hour ago, like I just don't think about Mike Tomlin. Like, until we brought him up, it's like, oh, Mike Tomlin. Like, oh wow, he actually isn't here.
Jeez.
Like, you just don't think about it. It's almost like,
it's a little bit like last year. I found this personally. Like, every time Rodgers led the Steelers onto the field, it was still so surreal that Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback. Every time, like the first time was like mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
But then every game after that, I still was like, I can't believe it was Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think it's going to be jarring at camp.
At camp, yes.
Like, we know, just speaking from like our profession, we know how to cover Mike Tomlin press conferences. We know what Mike Tomlin's camp is going to be. We know how you get in his doghouse. Like, we know, and we have learned over 2 decades what makes Mike Tomlin tick, and it's going to be totally new. And I'm excited for it. I really am. Now, what's it lead to? I don't know. Nobody knows. But it's going to, the first preseason game when he's out, when it's Mike McCarthy with his big Cheesecake Factory play sheet, it's going to be like, oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, there was a coach that was here literally like until like my freshman, sophomore year of college. Like, that's how long Mike Tomlin was here. Like, he's been here, like, that's a long, like, I was a freshman, sophomore in college when Mike Tomlin became the head coach.
This dude, Harry probably didn't even remember Cower.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We've had one coach for most of our lives.
Yeah.
It's insane. All right. Omar will speak to the assembled media as well, not just the Pittsburgh media. Coming up at some point here in the 10 o'clock hour, we got Joe Starkey coming up next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of the weather? Want to retire to Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. Today, high of 33, low of 19. Tomorrow, high of 45. Doug Whaley going to be on the show from 9 until 10 tomorrow. Ray Fittipaldo, live from Indianapolis at 8 o'clock. Talk Deans at 5:40. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching Switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830. Eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. This winter has been brutal. Is your heat running more than it should be? It's probably because your window insulation has failed, and the pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. They've got a great buy 4, get 4 windows free sale going on now. You can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years, and if you act now, get an extra 10% off. A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Hurry, sale ends soon. Schedule a fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up, Pay Down sales event. At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FM6TM055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Garfield section of the city, crews on the scene of an accident tying up the intersection of North Fairmont and Black Streets. Meanwhile, we do have an accident on the northbound side of the Parkway North near McKnight Road, still causing some heavy delays. Watch for delays as well on the Parkway West near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 heavy in the Route 8 at the bypass, and again from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie!
Good stuff, cheap! HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NFL Scouting Combine this week. Omar Khan just wrapped up his session meeting with the Pittsburgh media. We'll tell you what he said coming up. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Tuesday Pop and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Today, my friend, we consider Omar Khan in all his glory or lack thereof so far as the Steelers' general manager. In this time, in this year, in this season, in this offseason, how Omar Khan is really in position, I think, to put his stamp on this franchise. In fact, I think that the Mike McCarthy hire was largely an Omar hire, a guy who was familiar with, a guy he no doubt lobbied for, a guy the Steelers targeted once they knew he was available, and really, in the end, it seems, didn't seriously consider anybody else. The minute that their NFL requirements were fulfilled on interviews, it was boom, Mike McCarthy. Limits, how are you today?
I'm doing well, Joe. It is wonderful to see you.
It's better to see you, and I brought you another Egg McMuffin,
You did. And I really appreciate it. I'm wondering if there is starting to be a little bit of extra motivation to try to put some more weight on me from the Egg McMuffin.
I think that'll help. I do think that'll help.
Which I appreciate.
But I really,
Fast
I don't
metabolism.
think you eat enough. And I think sometimes that may affect your mood during the show. Honestly, that was one of my motivations. Plus, you like Egg McMuffins,
I
right?
do. They're very good.
So I'm just
Thank
doing
you.
that as a friend, one friend to another.
Thank you, friend. I will be very bubbly and excited for most of the show today, I'm sure.
I'm glad to hear that, I think.
All of the show today.
Bob is a cardboard cutout again. Ron, we've taken him off of our YouTube show, at least for today, at least for the early parts of today. So Omar Khan speaks at the Combine. There's news there. The newsy part, and I'm going to get to more of Omar's, well, his track record so far, the present and the future for Omar. But the newsy part of this is he said Broderick Jones might not be ready for the start of camp. Is that right, Limits? This is all happening real time, by the way. So as you get clips to play, just let me know. We'll let people behind the scenes of how things work, like a well-oiled machine between you and I, yes?
Correct.
So just let me know on that. But he did say that.
Yes, it was from Ray. Ray Fittipaldo put it out there, saying Omar Khan said he did not know if Broderick Jones would be ready for training camp after suffering the serious neck injury in November.
Wow. So as that stands right now, it feels like it would be almost derelict of duty to give him that fifth-year option, right? I mean, that would be nuts for the money involved there. That's a lot of money.
Well, you're talking about what could be a career-defining injury.
That's really too bad. And who knows? He may be perfectly fine in the middle of camp or ready for the season. I don't want to jump the gun there, but that's news right there. And, man, does that affect the Steelers' draft coming up here? Do you trust Dylan Cook? Or is this now a position of need? That's what I'd be asking, wouldn't you?
I don't really trust Dylan Cook. So, yeah, this should be at least a conversation to be had. First-round tackle again.
That sounds crazy when you say it out loud, but that might have to be the conversation here.
Well, what are some of the
I did not expect to hear that. I thought that I didn't expect. If he was asked today, I would have thought, Broderick's on track. Haven't made a decision yet about that fifth-year option. He'll compete for the job. We'll see, blah, blah, blah. How many guys are they going to draft? And I know these are extenuating circumstances, but you could have reasonably asked this question even if he was healthy. How many of these guys are not going to make it to a second contract that they draft? A limitless wonder.
Well, the most important positions on the field are quarterback, who gets to your quarterback, and who protects your quarterback. And they just seemingly cannot answer left tackle unless you move Faltanu over. And he played so well at right. Do you want to risk that?
I mean, Dylan Cook was pretty good, but the sample size is smaller. I was going to say smaller than you, but now that you're eating an Egg McMuffin, I think that things have changed.
Is it minuscule? Like how Aditi said the chances were that Rodgers comes back are?
Yes, minuscule. That's the thing, and he wasn't great in the playoff game. Nobody was. Their offensive line got swallowed whole. I mean, they were just crushed in that game. So we have the specter of Omar Khan. And we look at his record limits. And I'll be honest, I think the three drafts, by and large, even if Broderick Jones is a miss here, how is that Egg McMuffin good? You just took your first bite?
First bite.
They are good, aren't they?
Yeah, especially when they're warm.
So are the pancakes over there, I have to admit, Limits. They really are.
I didn't know they had pancakes.
Yeah. They have a pancake platter virtually.
Wow.
Yeah, little hash browns, little bacon, maybe an orange juice on the side.
No, you really get it all.
Even if Broderick Jones is a miss, I got to say that and Roman Wilson is a miss. You're not going to hit on every single guy. But in those first couple drafts, they have Joey Porter Jr., who absolutely now looks like a keeper. Man, if he hadn't panned out, it would be shredding time for Omar. It really would when you think about that draft. But to his credit and Porter Jr.'s credit, he's turned out to be a pretty darn good player, I think. That's the way it looked. Keanu Benton looks like a player. Mount Washington was a pretty good pick. Nick Herbig was a great pick. It's hard to complain about that draft, honestly. Even with the first-round guy, if he goes down here. Then you have Fatanu, Frazier, Peyton Wilson, Mason McCormick from the second draft. That's a pretty good draft. It is. And then you have Derek Harmon. We don't know about the rest of that draft yet. That draft's in question because Caleb Johnson looks like an unmitigated disaster right now. It's early yet, but we're behind 8-0 in the second inning on him. Jack Sawyer, who knows? He was okay when he got in there, showed some, promising signs. I'm not going to go too crazy on him. Y.A. Black, we'll see about him too. He looked okay. Will Howard, the future of the franchise in the 6th round. I guess we'll find out about him. That draft is in question. Derek Harmon does look like a keeper. I'll say that. I don't know if he looks like Mean Joe Green. He seemed to tail off a little bit after a pretty good start when he was in there anyway. So that draft we'll call incomplete. The one before that is trending toward a B+, an A maybe, A-. Fatanu, Frazier, Peyton Wilson, McCormick. That's an A- B+ draft. You agree on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Solid depth with McCormick later in the draft as a starter, and I don't think you're going to try to replace him. He's played well enough.
I think he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think Peyton Wilson tailed off in a big way at the end of the year. So did his playing time in some ways as they went to different alignments defensively. But he looks like he's going to be a starter for a while. And then Fatanu and Frazier look like, building blocks on the offensive line. Roman Wilson, not good. And then throw out Jones from the previous draft. You have, like I said, Porter, Benton, Mount Washington, and Herbig. You get 4 guys from a draft who can be impactful players. That's pretty good. So my problem, by and large, isn't really with the draft necessarily with Omar Khan. It's just that nothing's changed. For as much as maybe the philosophy has changed, however you want to look at that, like a little bit more of a swashbuckling mentality from the old school Steelers, although that kind of started to change anyway, like with trading a first-round draft pick for Minka all those years ago, like taking a quarterback with the 20th pick. But both turned out to be, well, certainly the second one, ill-fated. They had already started to change their ways a little bit. He's increased that. But the records are the same. Nothing's really changed, and the failures so far have been they haven't found a quarterback. And believe me, I put that on Tomlin. And these drafts too, by the way, I should mention, because I've ripped Tomlin for the drafts. When I mention these have been good drafts, Tomlin gets credit for some of that for sure. He gets credit for some of that. He has final say or had final say on picks. So if I rip him for the failures, Najee Harris, Kenny Pickett, I have to include him in the successful ones as well. So I want to be careful about that. But the records and how the Steelers have actually performed in Omar's first 3 years as GM, no different. No different. His pursuit of a receiver, F. Several of his signings, his acquisitions, Fs. I think of Patrick Peterson, Cam Sutton 2.0. I mean, the list goes on limits. I don't have the list in front of me. Juan Thornhill.
Chuck Clark.
Darius Slay.
Jabril Peppers.
I mean, even Kyle Duggar at the end. And I still remember the email. Or maybe it was a tweet I got from somebody like 3 games into Kyle Duggar. You going to admit you were wrong about Duggar? No, not yet. He's had a couple good games. Can we relax? There's a reason the Patriots got rid of him so easily. And I think we found out by the end of the year. So overall, here's what I would say about Omar so far is pretty good drafts, with Tomlin getting credit too for those. 2 of them anyway. We'll see about last year's, how it goes here. Not real impressed for the most part with the veteran acquisitions. There have been some good ones too. Kenny Gainwell, for example, was a great signing. The total inability, almost comical at this point, to shore up the receivers. And even the signing of DK Metcalf now appears to have been a reach and the spending of too much money. And then the overall record. You are what your record says you are, and so far Omar Khan's been mediocre, period. Now, having said all that, how much power has he really had? That's an open question when we're talking about the Steelers' hierarchy. It seems to me that Mike Tomlin was more Omar's boss than the other way around. They could paint themselves as partners. Tomlin had incredible powers, as much power as any coach in the National Football League in this organization. And when Omar replaced Kevin Colbert, I think it just emboldened and empowered Tomlin even more. But now Tomlin ain't here. And that's why this is Omar's chance, I think he believes, and I think it's a fact, Omar's chance to exert more power and influence in this organization. This is it. And I think step 1 was him lobbying hard for Mike McCarthy. Maybe him and Art were on the same page from day one with that. I don't know. Nobody appears to know. But, man, it's awfully interesting that they really don't appear to have considered any other candidate seriously at all. It was Mike McCarthy or bust. And Mike McCarthy's going to come in here, sort of the last chance saloon for him from 1137 Greenfield Avenue. And I don't think he's interested in buying the groceries. I think he just wants to coach a football team. This is not a guy who's going to have a ton of personnel power, I don't think. So what we're looking at with Omar is a huge leap in influence and power in this organization. And my first question for you is that a good thing? Do you trust Omar? If the reins of the Pittsburgh Steelers in a big way are being handed over to Omar Khan, do you like that? Do you trust that? Do you think it's a good thing? 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. I'm not sure it is. I really don't think, and I don't know if this is fact more than opinion, that Omar is really a football guy. That's why Andy Weidel's here. Who knows for how long with Weidel? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Omar's a very sharp guy. I do. He's very smart, obviously. Cap manipulation, things like that. And by the way, the Steelers also have some money to spend. I'm open-minded about the Omar era, as I'll call it, starting. And I think it really is starting now more than it did 3 years ago. I'm open-minded. He's got money to spend. He's got picks, and lots of them. At a draft right here in Pittsburgh. He's got opportunity. Now he hired the head coach, I think. At least I think it was his idea, basically. He lobbied for it. His friend from a long time ago. It's the Omar era in a lot of ways. And while I'm open-minded, I don't love it. I don't love it based on the fact that he's really not a football guy. And based on what we've seen here in the limited sample size. I hate that phrase. Why did I just use it again, limits? I'm never using the phrase limited sample size again. I hate myself already for using it twice today.
You already have limited and limits on your mind all the time. So
that's actually a good point.
That's why.
I do. So open-minded and not feeling great about it. How's that? That's where I am with the Omar Khan era as he speaks to media today. And as he begins to exert more power, more influence on the Steeler organization, how do you feel about it? At 928-9370. Do you agree with the premise? that is actually what's happening. It certainly seems that way to me. This has been a coach-centric organization for decades, ever since Chuck Noll rolled in and had the power of final say at the draft conferred upon him. Bill Cowher wins his power struggle with Tom Donahoe. That was an obvious sort of inflection point. Are you going to be more GM-centered or coach-centered? It's a coach-centric organization. And Tomlin had as much or more power as his predecessors. Just a ton of power, to the point where I think he was Omar's boss, basically. And now Omar appears to be his own boss, with Art somewhere in there. Of course, he's atop the food chain here when he wants to jump in and exert his influence. I don't know how often that is. I think it's Omar's show. You like it? Do you, Limits? Do you agree with the premise, and do you like it?
I do agree with the premise, because I think we just know how much of an influence and how much say Mike Tomlin had, especially considering how players would say, I'm here to play for Mike Tomlin. Whether that was Aaron Rodgers, whether it was Patrick Queen, people that came here to play for that guy. So now it has to be a different strategy for Omar in different respects. And I think it's unquestioned that he's going to have significantly more power than previously. The cap guy that a lot of people make him out to be, does that transition well enough from what he's learned the last couple of years, when he learned from Kevin Colbert, to having that full control? I at least have some question marks. Yeah, I wonder.
I mean, don't you wonder about the personnel decisions that have occurred already, by and large?
I think Andy Weidel definitely has some say in that, too. So I wonder if he's the one that takes on significantly more of the personnel decisions and choices. I'd like to hear him talk at the scouting combine.
Okay, then are we blaming Andy Weidel for some of the rotten personnel decisions in the secondary and at receiver? I don't know. That's an open question, too. It's always such a mystery what's going on within the Steelers organization, isn't it?
Yes.
But at least that was a rhetorical question.
I know,
you
I was
didn't
on
have
the
to
phone.
answer that. At least we know that Khan exerts some influence over the draft. And as a GM, you know, you're going to be attached to that part of your job description regardless of what's happening, regardless of the power dynamics in the organization. So he's got to be attached to that so far. And so far, that part of it, like I said, has been pretty good, really. That's the encouraging part. And yes, I'm sure Weidel has a huge influence on that, and so did Tomlin. And the aim, as we knew from Weidel coming in, was going to be to fortify the lines and the offensive line, with the notable exception, perhaps, of Broderick blanking Jones. Omar telling media today at the Combine that he might not be ready for camp. I think they've done a good job of drafting there, and maybe some defensive linemen too. Except that Cam Hayward's going to be on his way out, so that's going to be another draft need. And now with the Broderick Jones situation, it still might be a need on the offensive line. So when and where do you address these other positions? And, oh, yeah, what about a quarterback? Any ideas there? Does anybody, including Omar Khan, have any good ideas there moving forward into the future? A franchise quarterback seems kind of important. I'm not feeling great about this, oh, Limitless Wonder. Let's hear what the callers say. I'm not feeling great about it, yet I mean it when I say I'm open-minded. This is Omar's big chance. I'm open-minded to that. Who's up?
Let's start with Andrew in Monaco.
Andrew, what's going on?
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
I've never been better, and Limits values your inquiry.
Okay, so there's a few things with Khan, a few things that I want to say. And number one is I don't know if I trust him yet, but I like that he's aggressive. And when I say that...
Are you Dr. Cornfetter?
No.
This sounds like Dr. Cornfetter, does it not, Limits?
I don't know the origins of Dr. Cornfetter.
Do you know the guy who worked in promotions?
His name was Cornfetter?
No, that was his nickname. He was the original Dr. Cornfetter.
This 2010?
Are you Dr. Cornfetter?
I am not.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anyways, I was just saying that I think that he's a lot more aggressive than Colbert was. And Colbert was a lot more conservative, and I think that played into, a lot of lack of, I don't know,
because late in his tenure, it sure seemed like Kevin Colbert was pretty aggressive. Didn't they trade up and take a linebacker with the 10th overall pick? Didn't they trade Minka for a first-round pick? Didn't they? And we can agree and disagree. These all, by the way, appear to be bad moves. Then they go up and they get Kenny Pickett, or at least they take Kenny Pickett, 20th overall. I mean, they got pretty aggressive and started to spend more and all of that. I don't know. I think that part of Omar might be a little bit overrated. Thank you, Dr. Cornfetter. That was absolutely him, Limits, and I flummoxed him in the middle of that.
I never met Mr. Cornfetter.
By identifying him. I hope he's happily married. He was married 3 years ago. Wonderful man.
Well,
next.
Congratulations on all of his success. Here's our guy, Anthony in Oakland.
Hello, Anthony.
Well, I think it's a change well needed here. Let's be clear. When Mike Tomlin was hired, it was the organization that said you're going to keep LeBeau and Arians. And it worked out very well. When Arians was dismissed by the owner, it was the owner who said, we're going to hire Todd Haley, and they've had some of the best offensive numbers this organization's ever had. So I'm glad to see some input because it wasn't working under the old system.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. That's another reason I'm open to this, Anthony, is because it's no longer Tomlin's show. Tomlin's show folded, So that doesn't necessarily mean this will be better, though, but I am open to it.
Oh, it was the same thing that happened in New England. It was Belichick's show until it stopped working.
Yeah.
And, we always hear about Tomlin, his assistants were getting hired around the league. Well, Belichick's were getting hired, but they were utterly unsuccessful compared to Belichick or anyone else. When you look at the people who were hired off his staff, they all failed. So, look, if this is going to be the model like Seattle's, where it's general manager-centric, and Los Angeles,
and Philly,
Rams, Philly, I'm happy with it because we needed an influence. And I'm glad McCarthy is acquiescing because he doesn't know everything either. He hasn't been very much successful either. So turn it over to someone. And, hey, first mission, get a quarterback. And if it's Malik Willis and you have to spend the market rate, get him because he's young and it will help this franchise. That's the first thing I want to see. Thank you.
Does Khan's track record so far in player acquisition, like outside of the draft, concern you?
No. They brought in some nice free agents. Asante Samuel's going to do nice. And please, can we just do it, folks? Can we do away with a saying that it's time for the inside linebacker we got from Baltimore to go? Because does anyone remember that deep space hole we had after Shazier got hurt? Leave the inside linebacker alone.
Well, surely you would agree, Anthony, that several of the personnel acquisitions have been horrendous, from Darius Slay to Patrick Peterson to, didn't he bring in the alley cat, Allen Robinson, to Juan Thornhill, to not getting a receiver? I mean, clearly it's a mixed bag so far, right?
But I think those were Tomlin's decisions. Remember, he fell in love with all those players.
You might be right.
He fell in love with their pedigree. He fell in love with what they, what they did in the past. Now because Omar's drafts haven't been bad.
That's true.
They've been pretty good. So thank you. You're always a gentleman and a scholar, sir.
Thank you, Anthony. I like seeing Anthony at our various functions as well.
Yes.
He brings up two really good points, one of which I meant to sort of formulate before, but he did it for me. It might be a good thing. Maybe I already did say that earlier. It might be a good thing because it's no longer Tomlin's show. But as we see with coaches and quarterbacks and things like that, just because it's time for a change and you make the necessary change doesn't mean you're going to get the next one right. It doesn't mean it's going to turn out well. You know what I mean? So just because it's not Tomlin's show anymore doesn't mean it's going to be a better show. But he's happy, and maybe some of you are too. Listen, give Omar a crack, is what Anthony was saying. And then the other point is, how many of these bad decisions were Tomlin's? I think clearly he is right about that. Patrick Peterson comes here because Tomlin wants him. Darius Slay, the same. And who knows who else? Like I said, it's very murky when it comes to the actual chain of command and who's doing what atop the Steelers organization. It's very unclear. But we are clear about this, that Tomlin had a ton of power. All of that on the table, 412-928-9370. Plus this, Omar had a quote on Aaron Rodgers today. Is this going to play out like last year? And also, how long did Omar and Mike Tomlin meet for the day after that playoff game before Tomlin resigned? Omar talks about that as well. We'll talk about it coming up. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates will play against the Red Sox today in spring training action in Fort Myers at 1:05. And guess who's playing short and batting seventh? Connor Griffin in the Pirates lineup, with Jake Mangum also suiting up for the Bucks in center field. Spencer Horwitz will play first. Nick Gonzalez at second base. Carmen Majinski gets the start. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines that are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says he can't guarantee star wide receiver A.J. Brown will be on the team next season. And if I'm the Buffalo Bills or the New England Patriots or another team that needs a number 1 receiver, I'm calling the Philadelphia Eagles right now. I think Philly needs to move A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown will be an asset to another team. New England, Buffalo, and others need to call the Eagles today. I'm Nick Costos.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul-away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on the countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got junk? Two men and a junktruck.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
This could be the year of Omar. I don't know if you ever watched the show The Middle. What a great show it was.
Oh, The Middle.
Yeah. Remember The Year of Sue?
I watched probably 4 episodes of The Middle. I just thought the name of the show was very interesting. Why was it called The Middle?
Because it happened in Middle America, in Indiana. That's where the show was set. The Middle, just a middle-class family, probably lower middle class, trying to make it. And it was the woman from, what's her name? What's her name? The woman from Everybody Loves Raymond. Oh, come on. Her dad was a sports writer, Keaton.
Ray Romano.
Patricia Heaton. Patricia Heaton. That's her name. And her dad is Chuck. He used to be a sports writer in Cleveland and is memorialized in the Cleveland press box.
Oh.
Maybe Ron Cook is as well. First mention of Ron today, isn't it?
No, actually the second, because you said the Ron Fathead. The Fathead is not put up there.
Great for talk radio, my man.
The cardboard cutout.
Do the YouTubers get mad at too many Ron references, do you think?
I think the YouTubers just find things to get mad at.
Yeah. Are they mad at me yet today?
Probably.
Probably.
They're probably mad at me as well.
It's the year of Omar. He's all grown up. This is his show in many ways now. It certainly appears to be. I think he was highly influential in hiring the head coach. There's no more Mike Tomlin and the all-powerful Mike Tomlin sort of acting really as Omar's boss in some ways, the guy with final say in a lot of ways. This is Omar's show. And Anthony in Oakland really got me thinking, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it will be. I just don't love the track record entirely so far. But then again, like Anthony said, I don't know how much of that was Tomlin. The bad personnel acquisitions. Or I should just say the bad acquisitions, because personnel makes that redundant, limits. Anyway, speaking of Omar and Mike, it was very strange still the way that Tomlin left town. You coach that long, and then you just are gone with the wind. That's it. 15-minute meeting with the owner. Everything normal here, I guess. Well, it turns out he spoke a little bit longer with Omar. Do we have that clip, Limits?
Here is what Omar Khan had to say, and I broke it up a little bit for you, Joe, into 3 different pieces, about Aaron Rodgers and the potential that this process...
Were you paying attention?
No. I was taking calls.
I love that answer. No. I talked about the Tomlin thing that Omar said about how they met the day that he met Art. Do you have that clip?
Oh, I thought I did. If you give me 30 seconds, I will.
Of course, I can buy you 30 seconds limits, and I appreciate all you do back there. You're a very busy man. Did you finish your Egg McMuffin?
I did. It was very good.
It also goes well with hash browns, I might add.
I thought I recorded the Tomlin section. Turns out I just tweeted it.
That's okay.
I confused myself.
Yeah. You do what you need to do back there. Why don't we go to a call in the meantime then?
Here is Mikey. He's in Johnstown.
Hello, Mikey.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
I've never been better. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. It's a pretty cold one out here today. I'm out reading meters for water utility.
Oh, my God. Tell me a little bit about that job. Are they easy to read? Like you can do it in 1 second? You ever get a meter that's a little bit difficult to read? That's sort of like reading Sanskrit or something? How does that work?
It all depends on the route, but I usually get pretty lucky. Like when I'm down in the city area, it's just walking house to house. It's on the outside of the house. Some of them I just scan it, and then some of the other ones I have to type in the numbers, but I have a tablet, so it's definitely more high-tech than back in the day.
So do you have people coming out saying, what the hell is going on here? Why are you looking at my house ever?
Yeah, not so much when it's cold like this. Nobody bothers me, but in the summertime, it's rough with the dogs and stuff. You definitely have to watch.
You ever been bit by a dog reading a meter?
I have, but luckily it's been only a small dog. Nothing too bad yet. But I've been doing this for like 6 years now.
Yeah. Are you authorized to fight back if you're attacked by somebody's animal?
I just carry spray on me. I have back-off spray for the dog, so that's all. Yeah.
Limits, you should get some of that for me.
Does that
back-off spray?
Back-off spray for you? When you're approaching Limits, running down the hallway?
Do you have a question for, what's your first name, sir?
This is Mikey.
Mikey, the meter reader.
Mikey.
This is incredible. Do you have a question for him, Limits? I'm very curious about this job.
Yeah, I honestly, when you look at the meter and it looks like the pipes are very rusty, how concerning is that? It's a very technical question, I know.
Well, that's actually the meter that's inside of the house. This is one that I'm mostly, we have a way that it goes to the outside for me to read it real fast. So there's only certain times that I have to actually go inside and read the meter that comes into the building. It's usually only for like businesses that I have to go inside and read the actual meter. But yeah, there is some times that I have like seen the pipes leaking, and I have to even call my office and let them know to get the technician out here.
Outstanding question limits. You definitely advanced the conversation.
I always wondered that.
Mikey, we appreciate the work you do. That's a long day outside. What's on your mind?
Well, I was just going to say, I think I saw somewhere that I think this is the first time in Steelers coaching staff history that we're actually going to have a pass game coordinator. And I just wanted to say, I think it's time that we finally make a pull on a first-round receiver. And I know we might have to move up for the guy I want, but I really think Carnell Tate out of Ohio State would be a great selection for the Steelers. And now with Arthur Smith gone also, I think we're going to really see a different offense, but we still are really missing that wide receiver, and I don't think we're going to get it in the free agency. I think the number one guy is Pierce right now, and as good as he was last year, I just don't see it fitting in really well with us. But
yeah, I like him.
I could be wrong.
I like him, and yes, Brian Angelico, former Pitt guy, Doran Dickerson's tight ends coach from Pitt, is the pass game coordinator. Now, that's in name only. Have there been people before who fulfilled that role? Maybe somebody like Sully, a quarterback coach, who also fulfilled that role. Well, I'm not really sure about that, but you're right. In name only, Angelico, I think, is the first pass game coordinator. I think he's right about that. I would have to check on that, Limits, as a matter of fact.
Well, he's the offensive coordinator. Isn't he listed as offensive coordinator / pass game coordinator, I guess?
I guess. Is that who you're thinking of, or who are you thinking of?
I think it's like the first time that we're actually like saying this is a position, though, which is crazy to me. But I think this shows that we're finally moving in the right direction, though, on the offensive side. But
I hope so. I mean, you can hire all the pass game coordinators you want, Mikey, the meter reader. You need a quarterback.
No, I agree with that. I mean, sadly, I love Rodgers, but we're going to have to just deal with another year of it. I mean, there's not much we can say about that. He's definitely coming back.
And your other question was about a wide receiver. Why don't you pass that to Limits?
Yes.
He's the draft nick around here, not me.
I know he's a big Penn State guy, but if he saw the tape on Carnell Tate, I mean, I know it's going to be hard. We're going to have to probably move up to get him, but he would be, I think, a really game changer for the Steelers.
Yes, Mikey. Carnell Tate is a guy who has haunted my dreams as a Penn State fan. He is he is legit, man. Like, he is probably the number one wide receiver. Him and Tyson from Arizona State right now is probably the two guys, depending on who does what at the combine and pro days and stuff like that. I really like Tate. If he's there around 17, 18, I think you have to trade up for him, maybe even higher than that. That's the type of weapon that is that much of a difference maker that can go next to DK Metcalf and can be a 1B type of receiver, I think.
Thank you, Limits. And thank you, Mikey.
Yeah. Thank you, Mikey.
We appreciate it, man.
You.
See ya. I don't know. Is Angelico then the pass game coordinator? Have they officially named somebody pass game coordinator?
No,
or was Mikey the meter reader off base there?
Well, he was the pass game coordinator, Angelico was, in Minnesota.
What's Frank Signetti doing other than choosing Pat Narduzzi's quarterback for the opener next year?
He's a senior offensive consultant.
Well, good for him. So they still don't have a pass game coordinator.
They do have a defensive pass game coordinator in Jason Simmons.
Well, thank God for that. They needed one of those. All right. You have that quote then?
Yes.
Let's hear Omar and his final conversation in person here with Mike Tomlin. How did that go?
Tomlin, it's been an honor and a privilege to have worked side by side with him for so long. He was great partner, and I'm always going to appreciate the times that we had. And we had a shared vision, and it was great. And I learned so much, and I look forward to staying in touch with him. But just a lot of respect. It was an honor and privilege.
That's it? He said he talked for 2 hours with Mike Tomlin that day. But he only talked for 1 second about this. Is that quote chopped up, Limits? Or?
No, that was the quote that I was given.
Okay.
Maybe there's more that I need to dive into here.
That's okay. He did mention that they talked for 2 hours that day. I think Harry Callis pulled that clip earlier, which was interesting to me. Yeah. I know it's a shock that Harry would pull a clip. Believe me, I'm with you on that one. But I think he did. Okay, then let's listen to a Rodgers clip. Is that more than 1 second?
Yes, it's actually 2. This is Omar Khan on the process for Aaron Rodgers. Is this going to be similar than last season?
Aaron, I know you guys are asking about Aaron. So, nothing new to add. I've been in communication with Aaron. I think Mike has. I know Mike has also. Very good communication, honest communication. But nothing new to report there. So.
Do you have a deadline?
No deadline. All I'll tell you guys is I don't foresee this going like it did last year. So.
Well, that's good that it won't go like it did last year. They have to impose a deadline here. Now, I think Doran said on the air he thinks they already know. Do you think they already know?
I do. I think they know. And this is, as Mike McCarthy said on a Milwaukee radio station, Aaron is just out skiing right now and doing his thing and decompressing and needing his time away, which is what he said at the press conference, too, his opening presser.
Aaron Rodgers will be the quarterback next year, right?
Yeah, he will.
I think so.
I think they've probably given as much of an assurance from Aaron Rodgers as they can get.
Then the question becomes, what's the other part of that plan? To draft somebody and develop Will Howard, or what? I mean, to draft somebody and develop that guy, or develop Will Howard?
I'm glad you asked, because we have the answer from Alan Saunders' clip.
I mentioned Aaron, but look, we're all in this. We all agree that we're looking for that next franchise guy. We're not there yet, and we may have the guy on the roster. We don't know. And Will, we're excited to work with Will, but we know that it has to be addressed, and we're all looking for the same thing. We're just not there yet.
Do you feel like that person is potentially in this year's draft class?
There's some good players in here. It's early. We have to go through the process. But I will say that I should have mentioned. We're excited to work with Will. Coach McCarthy. He's talked about how much he liked Will coming out, and him and I have spent some time watching his practice tape. Obviously, we didn't have the ability to watch him in games, which would have been good. He got hurt in the preseason, but we watched all the practice tape and seen the progression, and there's some exciting stuff to see.
What? That last part didn't exactly sound like he was enthralled with this. And yeah, there's some exciting stuff to see. Can we get the last part of that, please, Limits? And it also sounded at the end almost as if he was remembering, oh, yeah, that's right, I'm supposed to talk about Will Howard because all the fans love to hear about Will Howard. Let me get this pre-prepared talking point about Will Howard in at the end here. Let's hear that whole last clip again. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I need to mention Will, just to mention him because everybody likes that, and we've gotten a lot of bad PR.
We're excited to work with Will. Coach McCarthy, he's talked about how much he liked Will coming out, and him and I have spent some time watching his practice tape. Obviously, we didn't have the ability to watch him in games, which would have been good. He got hurt in the preseason, but we watched all the practice tape and seen the progression, and there's some exciting stuff to see.
I can't get over that. The ending
Sounds
of that
exciting.
is tremendous.
Doesn't it sound forced? The Will Howard stuff sounds so forced.
That's what I said at the beginning of that, and I'm sorry I was talking over it. He says, oh, yeah, I should mention. It just sounded like, oh yeah, that was one of the talking points I was supposed to say when I met you guys today. Can you imagine how boring it would be, Limits, to go over Will Howard's or anyone's practice tape? And then he said he progressed in the practice tape?
That's a nice 5-yard check down there to Kenneth Gainwell.
Man, look at him.
No defenders.
Look at that pass down the middle he threw to Juan Thornhill. Wait, Juan Thornhill's jumping for the ball like he did in the game, and he's missing it.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
Really, of all time?
Somebody sent me a meme of Juan Thornhill stretched out on that one infamous pass.
When he just has his hand behind him, he's like trying to mock the Jordan logo.
That is so good. So good. Will Howard. Okay. And again, this isn't about dismissing Will Howard either. I do have an open mind there that he could be one of the very, very few 6th-round picks in the history of professional football to become a really good quarterback. He could. We'll know. That's the beautiful thing about this, is teams can say what they want. The proof will be in the pudding. If the Steelers draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds or so, especially in the first round, we'll know that they were just blowing smoke on all this Will Howard stuff if they go out and get Malik Willis or a legit starter type in free agency, and he might be about the only one that's realistic at this point. Then we'll know it was all a bunch of crap, what they're saying about Will Howard. But if they go to camp with just Will and Mason and Aaron, then maybe they're telling us the truth, that they really are completely enamored with Will Howard. I wonder what happens to Mason in that scenario, by the way. Oh, limitless wonder. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Because it's hard to develop the third guy, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but like if Mason is technically your third string and he's okay with it, does Mason need any development? You'd probably just say, Howard, you're taking second string reps and
I guess.
See what we get.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So then Mason becomes a third string guy.
And at this point in Mason's career, he's probably okay with that. Still on a roster, still making his money.
All right. Coming up in the show, man, is there some good stuff. Mel Kiper's mock draft is out, and you'll be very, very, very interested to see who he has the Steelers taking. We have a Penguins trade deadline coming up. I was going to start with that today, but then Omar said a couple of notable things. By the way, one other thing he said was they have a high degree of interest in bringing back Kenny Gainwell, which I thought was interesting. And in case you missed it at the beginning, Omar said they don't know if Broderick Jones is going to be ready for training camp, which suddenly then, to me, puts tackle back in play. If he's not ready for training camp, what's the situation here? It's been a long time since he got injured. Is tackle back in play at the draft? Who's in hot water? Sponsored by Mr. Water Heater. I love that song. How does that go?
Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's one of the good ones. Trust the experts. Call Mr. Water Heater today. What player or coach is feeling the heat right now? How about a GM? How about Omar? How about the theme of the whole first hour? He's in hot water at the moment. Well, at least warm water. When you say hot water, he's not on a hot seat, but he certainly should be feeling the pressure because this is largely his show now. Listen to Poppin' Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. My voice sounds much better today. I was in an Uber with a guy named Pedro the other day.
Was this your Uber to the airport from Fort
It was
Lauderdale?
a 2-hour ride, and he was Dominican, and we had a great talk about who are the greatest Dominican baseball players of all time, Pedro Martinez being one, his namesake. But he also said this when I talked about my constant hoarseness. He said, here's what you need to do to fix that. Warm water with ginger root. You grate it, ginger root, lime, and honey. And I did it last night, and I did it this morning, and I haven't been hoarse. This guy's a miracle worker, and I got his card limits. And I'm going to go back there and thank him one day if this really works.
You like that one, Horse?
Yes. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of this weather and want to retire in Florida? Mm-hmm. Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. Today, cloudy with a high of Andy Russell, 34, and a low of Pie Trainer, 20. Ron had the first one-on-one interview with Pie Trainer.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
He also had a sit-down with George Washington that's little known. Coming up, Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. Let's talk to him about some of this Omar stuff. And you know what? I'll just reveal next who Mel Kiper has the Steelers picking at number 21 overall. It's quite eye-opening. It's quite interesting. And it makes me quite happy. It's Pompin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
And it probably makes me angry and very scared. If it's who I think it is. All right. Omar Khan just spoke at the NFL Combine and said that there is no timeline on an Aaron Rodgers return or an Aaron Rodgers decision, but did say that he does expect it to be a different type of process than a year ago. Doesn't expect Aaron to drag out the decision, or the Steelers to be okay with dragging out the decision for a very long time like it was last season that went almost into camp. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 58 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julie and Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. When the auto show comes to Pittsburgh, #1 Cochran Kia shows up in a big way. And right now, you can get exclusive savings on a new Kia as part of #1 Cochran's Auto Showtime event. If you're buying with cash, find models starting at just over $23,000 like the K4 sedan. If you plan to lease or finance, choose from affordable monthly payments and rates as low as 0% on the Sorrento, Sportage, and Telluride. #1 Cochran Kia's lot is also loaded with more than 300 new vehicles to pick from. Combine that with their clearly better car buying experience, and there's no reason to miss the Auto Showtime event. It's now at #1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. 0% APR for 48 months is $1,000 financed at $20.83 per month. In stock only while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/2/26.
BetMGM Casino is ready for winter. It might be cold outside, but the games are heating up. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code HOMETOWN at sign up. Play your favorite games at BetMGM Casino like blackjack and roulette with a live dealer. Or check out their exciting slots like Cash Machine. The thrills of BetMGM Casino are always available right from the palm of your hand. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Broken water heater? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates in spring training action in Fort Myers today. Maybe Ron will go to the game. They're playing against the Red Sox. Carmen Majinski will start 105 first pitch. Connor Griffin playing it short and batting 7th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live will join the show next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
It's our greatest introduction. I'm thinking about a weekly segment with Mikey the meter reader limits.
Oh, yeah?
He could, I don't know. It has to be stat-based, numbers-based, right? Where Mikey interprets something that happens. I was very impressed with him. Were you?
Multiple different realms that we can go into with that, yes.
I think so. And Nick, where are you, by the way? Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com. I know you're at the Combine. Are you in a press room of some sort? What's happening there?
So I'm just outside the press room. I'm in the Indianapolis Convention Center. I'm in a space that we have modified for radio hits, podcasting, etc. This will work. The beautiful tiled ceiling above me, I guess, and that is what we are doing right now. There's a few people over here, including Jim Wexel over there doing his podcast. So lots of people are podcasting around here right now.
Tell Jim I said hello. Is there any healthy competition or perhaps unhealthy anger going on between any media people? How's Ray Fittipaldo's not angry at anybody, but do you have any animosity or anybody toward you there so far?
Alan Saunders. That's what I'm going to say. I'll compete with Saunders every time. That's the guy I'm competing with. But no, for real, I don't think so. It was fun today. We all fun trying to get to where Omar was talking to us locally, and then mad dashing it back to the convention center trying to get him here. Always one of the hallmarks of the Combine. It's even better that it's like 15 degrees outside today. So we got the frigid temps here too. I hope it's not as cold in Pittsburgh, but I figure it is probably.
It ain't good, and I just got back from Florida. The most notable thing that Omar said was what to you?
I mean, he didn't say much, I'll say that. He's done a great job of putting it, but I think the most notable thing is that he does not expect the Aaron Rodgers situation to play out like it did last year. So we're not in for a repeat of waiting till June. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Is he actually going to come? It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. It feels like that they're going to know Aaron Rodgers' decision before free agency. And I think that's probably the most important thing we learned, because to me, the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, there's a context and there's certainly a debate to be had if you would want him back, period. But the one thing they absolutely could not do is they could not drag this out. They could not wait. So to me, that was the most notable thing. He certainly said some other things, contract talks that they're in and how good of a cap situation they're in. And
what about Broderick Jones? He said Broderick Jones might not be ready for camp. That jumped off the page, no?
Yeah, I thought that was something too. I mean, listen, he was straight up asked, and it was a great question by Ray Fittipaldo. He basically was asked straight up, is he going to be ready for training camp? But he didn't say yes. And that to me is concerning for the Steelers. He also praised Dylan Cook, which I think tells you something about where that's going. I think Dylan Cook is the front runner right now to be the starting left tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers in week 1. And Broderick, we'll see where he's at. Neck injuries are really tough. They are brutal. There have been multiple guys that have had an injury similar to Broderick, which was a stinger that eventually needed surgery, that have had their careers ended. This is what happened to Ryan Watts, if you remember. That happened a year ago. Trenton Thompson had the same thing happen to him. Just some Steelers examples there. So we'll see what happens with Broderick. But that is certainly a concern for the Steelers. And I actually think people maybe aren't talking about tackle being a potential draft pick just because they need depth. I mean, Calvin Anderson also had a severe knee injury. He was their swing tackle to start last year. So that room might need another body in there if Broderick's not healthy.
Another body? What about a starter? Are you convinced? Do you think they're convinced on Dylan Cook? I mean, it sounds to me like Jones is just a huge question mark now. Might we be talking about first, second, third round tackle? Is that out of the realm?
I guess it can't be. I also think, there's enough options in the free agent pool to where they can bring in competition, veteran competition. I think that's certainly something to think about as well. I really, when I was thinking about body, I was thinking more so of a depth piece. I do think that they are. There's been a lot of rave reviews I've gotten about Dylan Cook from the organization. I think that there's a lot of intrigue about seeing more of him. I think he's going to be the starter. I truly do. I'd be surprised if they took a tackle in the first or second round. I would, because, there's going to be guys in that range of 21 that makes sense. But I think it's going to be either more of a guard or a guy that can play tackle guard. It's going to be a versatile guy more so than a guy that's just a tackle. So I'm not ruling out tackle early, but I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be maybe at the forefront of their minds. I think it's going to be more of a depth piece. I think Dylan Cook has kind of earned it in their right mind.
Limits, I'd like to get you involved in the game early here instead of waiting. I don't want you to have to come off the bench later. I want to get you a couple shots early.
Okay, so you think then, Nick, that it would maybe be guard over tackle then in that situation, just because of the uncertainty with Sayamalo potentially retiring or whatnot, and that they feel so good about Cook, it would be guard they would prioritize?
I think that would definitely be part of that equation, yeah. Listen, he also mentioned Spencer Anderson today. They do have a young guy at guard. I think that they're intrigued by him. I think that there's intrigue about those two guys on the left side. I also think they're going to bring in veteran competition. And if the value is good at one of those spots, they can't pass it up. Like Venga Ioane, I think, is someone that we've talked about in round one out of Penn State. That's a top 15 player. If you get him at 21, you're getting a very high-level player and potentially BPA. It's a very deep guard class. Very possible that they have BPA in those top 3 rounds. And I also do just think it's a deeper guard group in free agency and in the draft. And so in terms of value, I think they are likelier to get value out of a guard in terms of their draft position. So, yeah, I think I would go guard right now just in terms of how the circumstances might play out. Tackle to me, the Steelers are going to be in this weird spot at 21 where I just think, the top tackles are going to be probably off the board. And there's this cluster of guys that are going to be around 30 or 40. And I just think it's a little early. Maybe if you trade back, I do think guys like, there's a few like Caden Proctor, someone, Ian Hetchenor from Arizona State. Those are 2 guys that come to mind immediately. But 21 feels a little early for both those guys. So I think tackle would be a bit of a reach. I'd say that.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the fan hotline on which Nick Farabaugh is on right now. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Nick's also on our YouTube channel. You should subscribe. The numbers there have just blown up. Incredible numbers we're doing. People love to watch the show. Check it out. Go to YouTube or get there via our website at 937thefan.com. All right, here's the unveiling. Mel Kiper's mock draft is out, Nick. And at pick number 21, like several other people that I've seen, Mel Kiper has the Steelers taking Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson. You like?
I don't. I'm not a Ty Simpson guy. Listen, Ty Simpson to me is a player of 2 halves, and that's 100% what happened. I'm talking about the first 6 games of his tape are probably a top 15, top 10 quarterback worthy tape. The last 7 to 8 games are day 3 tape. It is a tale of 2 halves. He wasn't durable this year. He got a lot of injuries. Omar Khan said today, and one thing I thought that was interesting, said if we draft a quarterback, they have to be an AFC North quarterback. They have to be, able to play in cold weather, but they also have to be tough. They have to be guys that are able to handle punishment. And that's one thing about Ty Simpson that I have questions about. The medicals are going to be a question. He had a back injury, cracked his rib against Indiana. He had a few other nicks and bruises. And that, to me, is something that I keep coming back to. I also said this to Austin last night. He is such a volatile player in terms of where he'll go. He could go as early as 13 to the Rams. He could go as late as, late second. I could totally see him going that late. Like, it depends on how his process plays out. But really, with me, Ty Simpson is a guy that doesn't handle pressure all that well. The tools are not elite. He's mobile, but not super mobile. He's got a decent arm. It's not an elite arm. The size isn't prototypical. He does have some good things. He throws with anticipation. I think he's fearless in terms of where he'll throw the ball. He doesn't care how tight the window is. There is some, I call it arm arrogance, because he thinks he can make any throw in the book. I don't think it always plays out that way, so that'll lead to more, I think, turnovers in the NFL. I don't love the processing he plays with. He is pretty clean mechanically. That's nice. But he, to me, is a third-rounder type of quarterback. I just think 21 is too rich for my blood to take him. I don't think he is the answer to your quarterback woes. There's so much value at 21 this year at receiver, guard, DT, corner. There's going to be value at all these other needs. I don't think you need to take a panic move just because you'd say you have to take one. At some point you do, but I just don't see Ty Simpson as the guy that I would take that swing on.
Let me ask you a question. There's another guy floating around out there. Myself and Jason Bumbless, the basketball coach at Beaver High School, both like this guy. And we might be crazy, the both of us. 25-year-old Sam Howell only got one crack in the NFL, and that was with Washington in 23. He threw for 4,000 yards and 21 touchdowns and 21 picks. I get it, but it was for a bad team. He had a little bit of a gunslinger-type mentality, and I kind of liked what I saw. If I was going to take a flyer on somebody, what about him?
Listen, you mentioned it. He is a gunslinger. He is tough as nails. I watched him in North Carolina bulldoze through people and lower his shoulder into guys. He is fearless. That is one thing I love about Sam Howell. You will never see someone questioning his leadership, his toughness, his intangibles. The size isn't great, but also he kind of makes up for it because he has such moxie to his game.
Moxie. He does have moxie. That's
really what if there's a word to describe Sam Howell, I think moxie would be one. He is a gunslinger, but he also makes some really dumb decisions. He puts the ball in harm's way. He runs into pressure. There's a lot of things that are not great about Sam Howell, and there's a reason he isn't necessarily getting a second chance. So listen, Sam Howell's in like the same tier to me as Tyson Bagent, Tanner McKee. If you mention those guys, same tier to me.
How about Sam Darnold once upon a time? Was he Sam Darnold once upon a time?
Howell's a little different than Darnold because of the draft capital and the playing style that they play too. Darnold's a very different player. But yeah, Darnold, listen, if you looked at Darnold when he signed up the 49ers, no one would have looked at him and said, hey, this is going to be a guy that went to Super Bowl in 2 years. There's no doubt about that. And so these guys can always take a crack. And I'm all for throwing darts. Like, when you don't have a quarterback, you got to take as many calculated shots at the quarterback position in case one of them does turn to Sam Darnold, right? It could be, anybody. And so it's kind of identifying the right guy that fits the system. I'm not sure Howell's the perfect guy for the McCarthy system. And so I'm not sure he'd be the one I'd go after, but I think you are kind of onto something where it's like, hey, sometimes these guys just come out of nowhere. Did anyone think Geno Smith was going to be anything before he had that rebound in Seattle for 3 or 4 years?
You just don't know.
I don't think so.
You just don't know.
It happens.
You mentioned.
It happens. So
go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it happens. So I just think it's more about, stylistic fit, schematic fit, and coaching those guys up. If you feel like you can get the most out of them, that's really where it's important.
Speaking of throwing darts, they should have just drafted Jackson Dart, shouldn't they have?
No.
I agree, actually, Limits. I am not sold on Jackson Dart at all. At all. It's not really about how he plays the game. I actually like how tough and reckless he is to a degree. Now, sure, he's a little reckless, maybe too much of a degree at times, but I love the intensity he plays with. But man, I mean, if you watch some of the second half tape from last year, the processing, the pocket management, the accuracy, all a mess. But we'll see. He's a young player, so he can still develop.
Everybody was hurt. Everybody was hurt. Look at his total touchdowns. I think fourth or fifth most by a rookie quarterback in history, rushing and combined passing and rushing. So I don't know. He's definitely not a finished product or even a sure thing. But, man, I would think Pittsburgh would be very excited to have had him do exactly what he did in New York here for 1 year. I think they would be thinking we can build upon that if we just give the guy some weapons. All his weapons were hurt in New York.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. He was not in a great spot with Neighbors and Slayton and Scattaboo all hurt. I think there is some validity to that, but I also think a lot of the bad tendencies he had at Ole Miss crop back up the more teams got tape on him. So we'll see just kind of how that smooths out. He certainly can improve upon his bad tendencies and eliminate them from his game. So it's really, with Dart in particular, when you get a guy like him, and I'll even throw Tyler Shugg in here because I think Shugg had a pretty good end to his season in New Orleans, but didn't have as many games as Dart. It's all about the second go-around, really.
Yeah.
Because teams get more and more tape on you, and they get more and more into your tendencies and understand you. And how you adjust to that and really shore up your weaknesses is often the difference between ascending to star level and ascending to, C.J. Stroud's experiencing this very harshly right now, where he was a star and teams kind of have picked up on him, right? And now he's struggling. He's not this top QB anymore. And so it's all about shoring up your weaknesses and getting ahead of that. Dart certainly, I think, has the work ethic to do it, so we'll see.
Nick, be careful disrespecting Tanner McKee there. Bill Barnwell thinks the Steelers should trade 2 mid-round picks for him.
He also, before that, said they should trade Nick Herbig for him. McKee, I don't understand the McKee thing. Listen, I do think, from what I hear, the Eagles are actively shopping McKee. I mean, that is something they could do, but it'd be for like a 5th-round pick, not a 3rd and a conditional 3rd. That seems crazy to me.
Is there any Kyler Murray scuttlebutt at the Combine yet about a potential trade? I saw the general manager for the Dolphins, John Eric Sullivan, said that everything is on the table for Tua, including possibly a trade. How about that?
Well, I think they'd rather trade him because I'm not sure they can cut him. It's $99 million in dead cap there with Tua. They would nuke their cap. With Kyler, I mean, that's a very movable contract. I've heard a few people kind of talk about that. I think it's kind of expected that Kyler's going to be on the market. I've heard the Jets pretty heavily tied to that. So it seems like New York's going to be in that sweepstakes. I mean, the Steelers could certainly explore the Kyler Murray route if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back as well. But yeah, I think Kyler's probably going to get moved. As for Tua, that is an albatross of a contract. All right. And he has rolling guarantees. So it's not like it gets like super easier next year. And it's hard to do the Russell Wilson thing because I believe I saw someone do the math, and with the salaries they have, I think they can literally not cut Tua. Like, I think it is unfeasible. They would not be able to field their roster. It is that crazy. They are screwed. The Dolphins are truly screwed. The Arizona Cardinals, meanwhile, I actually think can certainly switch it around. I'll say this. I've also heard a lot of Malik Willis to Arizona buzz, so that's something to think about too.
Man, Kyler Murray, I was a fan at one point. Just looking at his numbers right now, and he's only 28. I don't know what the heck happened, but his second year in the league, he throws for 4,000 yards, completes 68% of his passes, 26 touchdowns, and he runs for 800 yards and 11 touchdowns. And then the next year, he finished with a 100 passer rating. Like, I don't know if it's them or him, but there's been a severe tail off. I know there was a big injury, too, or two of them, really. Where are you at with him?
Yeah, I mean, the injuries are definitely something to think about there. With Kyler, his issue is he plays way too much out of structure. And everyone loves the out of structure plays because Mahomes is so good at them. And then now Caleb Williams is a magician. But the overlooking through the forest of the trees there is, you look at a guy like Mahomes and he wins from the pocket just as well as he wins outside of it. Kyler is a guy that is small, so he doesn't really see very well from the pocket. He doesn't really hit the middle of the field very well, so he's very sideline oriented. He's a very similar guy. Like, it's almost like prime Russ from Temu. Like, that's kind of how I would almost describe Kyler Murray, because he's very athletic, and the gifts are obviously natural, but they're going to deteriorate with age. And he's just not going to be ever a great quarterback from the pocket. He's a volatile guy with limitations. You have to build your offense specifically around him. You could do a lot worse than Kyler Murray. There's no doubt about that. I also just think there are serious limitations. Like, I think your whole offense with Kyler, most of it, if not all of it, has to be from the gun. And that limits what you can do and how you can manipulate defenses. It takes out some of your play action sequences and some of your runs and some different things you can do under center. And so there's a lot of different things with Kyler where you're limited. And so to me, he's just a really volatile player. And there's, I think, a lot of that volatility comes from the fact that the injuries have sapped some of his special athleticism he had. And so now he's not as dynamic outside of the pocket. That's what happened with Russ, right? Russ got older. He couldn't win outside of structure anymore, had to win from in the pocket. It didn't really pop as much, and thus he has shown his limitations. I think Kyler's on a similar track there. So, I mean, listen, Kyler for 1 or 2 years, I think it's a fine experiment. I think he can be a solid quarterback. I'm not sure, though, that he's going to be a guy that you can fix. A lot of the limitations are physical and innate to who he is.
Nick, we appreciate the time, man. Great stuff as always. I know you're busy at the Combine. Could we talk to you later in the week at an unscheduled time?
Yes, you can. So just let me know.
That'd be awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nick.
Awesome. All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
See you, buddy. Oh, no. David Todd has weighed in on Twitter.
I saw this, yeah.
David Todd has weighed in on Twitter.
I'm surprised that he tweeted at you.
I'm not.
Hi, David. He's
Every
listening to the
single
show.
time he tweets me, it's so unbelievably annoying. It really is. Yes, annoying.
Would you like David to call in and talk about it?
No.
Because he's listening right now.
I know. Which is why he tweeted me. So he tweets me. Let me find this. Do you have the tweet in front of you?
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, you should pull it up. Why don't you do that?
Sure. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So this is what David Todd had to say to you.
Mm-hmm.
My man at Joe Starkey.
See, right there.
My man.
That's annoying.
So you don't like the my man
no,
part
the
of
my
it.
man, it's
already
not,
a shot.
I'm not his man.
I feel like he's trying to make that like a solid little olive branch to start. Like, hey.
No olive branch.
You're my guy
not
here.
Not an olive branch.
Okay.
No.
My man at Joe Starkey.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta respectfully disagree. Steelers are 39-29 regular season under Omar Khan, 574 winning percentage. That is not, quote-unquote, mediocre. Have they won playoff games, achieved their goals? Absolutely not. But are playoff wins the only thing that matters? I don't see it that way. Charles Henry Knoll, 566 regular season winning percentage.
What? That's the last thing he puts in there?
That is what he...
Okay. All right. 39-29. Here are the records, including the playoff debacles. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8. With a minus point differential that's, I mean, if you include the playoff games, it's, first of all, they're a minus team either way. If you have a minus point differential, I know David's very much into numbers. That's a simple one, okay? That's a really simple one. Other teams are scoring more than we are over the course of a big sample size. And I know he likes that phrase too, sample size. If other teams are scoring more than you and you're barely finishing above 500, that's mediocre by any reasonable definition. Let me repeat that. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8. Man, do you have a low bar for mediocrity, my friend, or my man? However you'd like me to refer to you as. That's not mediocre. Minus 38 his first year, 9-8 point differential. Minus 20 his second year, tack on 14 more for the playoff loss, minus 34. Plus 33 in 2024. I don't think that playoff game went real well. And then this year they were plus 10? So pretty much break even, and then they have the worst playoff loss in franchise history. Come on, David. You're smarter than that. You really are. if you're barely sneaking in when 40% of the teams make the playoffs and you're getting absolutely hammered in the first round, you're way closer to the dregs of the league than you are to the people living in the penthouse. You know that too. You're smarter than that. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8. I'm going to say it again. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8, with 4 brutal playoff losses, including the worst home playoff loss in Steelers history. They're barely squeaking in, and when they get there, they get crushed like a hammer on an ant. They live closer to the Browns and the Cardinals. Here's one for you. They live closer to the Browns and the Cardinals than they do people who are competing for Super Bowls. They live in a world of high-end mediocrity. That's where they live right now. By any reasonable definition, or if you want to dive into your precious analytics, you go ahead. You'll find it there, too. In fact, they're outperforming their analytics. Why don't you look into that a little bit? The analytics say the Steelers are even worse than their mediocre records. And they're outperforming them probably because of their kicker and because they get lucky from time to time. Thank you, Limits.
Can I add on?
Please.
He asks, are playoff wins the only thing that matters? Yeah, they do when you're on your longest playoff win drought since the 1960s.
Well,
it does matter.
Listen.
9 years in a row, you're getting blown out in playoff games. Yes, that does matter. Because if not, what are you playing for? Just to be relevant in the regular season so that you get to go to the party? Because when you get to the party, you have no fun in the party. You're in the back. You don't get to go to the VIP section. You're not allowed to have some true fun. You're invited in, but you're not allowed to converse with everyone at the party here. We just brought you in because you kind of earned it, but you really didn't.
Well, listen, if they were winning 11, 12, 13 games and then going in and playing competitive playoff games, I'd have a lot harder time defining that as mediocre. Barely above 500, sneaking in and getting hammered every time with a minus point differential that when you actually stretch it back 5 years is like in the hundreds when you include the playoff debacles. So again, I win this one by a landslide, unlike the Steelers who have a minus point differential. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8. If that ain't mediocre, I don't know what is. Thank you, Limits. Coming up next, there's this new documentary out, and we have the producer, a Mount Lebanon native, Leo McCafferty, who's done a lot of great work. And this one is The Football Town, presented by NFL Films in partnership with Visit Pittsburgh, the Steelers, and U.S. Steel. All of them combined on this. It's a 50-minute documentary. We heard Pomp talking about it. It's gonna be viewed at the Science Center, April 23rd to the 25th. So leading into the draft. And we have the guy who produced it. Apparently, there's some incredible interviews. Pat McAfee involved. I can't wait to talk to this guy. Leo McCafferty, coming up next on Pomp and Joe. Listen to this show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Limits as an endorsement, and I don't.
Thank you, Joe, for your very kind little message there towards me to tell you about my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. Voss is pure Pittsburgh in every single way because they're family-owned since 1960 and have real people like Megan and Tracy. They answer the phones. They will personally walk you through the showroom as well. They're reliable with their delivery and installation. Count on them from the Voss team because there's no third-party shenanigans with their delivery and installation. Voss provides advice that fits your lifestyle with a huge selection of quality brands. So check them out. Visit Voss's South Hill showroom today or call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices guaranteed.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Joe, for that wonderful handoff. The Pirates will play in Fort Myers today against the Boston Red Sox. Carmen Majinski, who is being stretched out as a starter at least to start spring training. He factored really well in the bullpen the last 2 months of the season. He gets the nod. Andy Rodriguez will catch Majinski. Connor Griffin will play at short and bat 7th for the Buccos. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys are likely to place the franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens, but if it were up to me, I would trade Pickens after franchise tagging. Dallas already is paying wide receiver CeeDee Lamb a ton of money. Dallas traded Micah Parsons because the cap was getting too heavy on a few select players. The defense needs to be rebuilt. If I'm Dallas, I'm franchising George Pickens and trading him for assets to rebuild the defense. I'm Nick Custos.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
It's your friend Limits jumping back in to tell you that Paul Skeens will start his first spring training game of the year tomorrow for the Buccos. And that spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little and save a lot.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
It's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Lil Demon Mega Collectum over the course of 10 consecutive days. Yes, 250 bonus spins. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's go! You still got it.
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Texas on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyal to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Well, unless you've been living under a boulder, you know that the NFL draft is coming here this year, sooner than we think, I might add. And there will be a lot of special things accompanying that. And one of them was unveiled pretty much that it's happening anyway, very recently. And it's a film called The Football Town, presented by NFL Films in partnership with Visit Pittsburgh, the Steelers, and U.S. Steel. And the producer of this film, it's going to be, by the way, showing at the Science Center for 2 months prior to draft weekend. So April 23rd to 25th is the draft weekend. I think I may have misstated that before. This is going to be unveiled, this film, on February 28th, so coming right up here. And the producer of said film is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline limits, and his name is Leo McCafferty. And he's a Mount Lebanon native. Leo, thanks for joining us, man. How are you?
Joe, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Did I get all my facts right about when this is being unveiled, where it's showing, and how long it's showing?
You nailed it. Yeah, so it opens to the public this Saturday, the 28th, and it's going to run all the way through the draft. So we're really excited for it to finally be viewed, and we think the people in Pittsburgh, and we think the people outside of Pittsburgh that are going to travel to our wonderful city will enjoy the film equally as well.
Man, I'm a sucker for these things, like the, I don't know, documentary or inside the ropes type things, and the interviews that it talks about here with people like Jerome Bettis and Bill Cowher. How did the project come about, and how did you get involved, Leo?
So it's been a long process. The local draft organizing committee were coming up with ideas to sort of ignite this region as it leads into this draft, which will be a wonderful spectacle for our region. And one of the ideas was to create this immersive IMAX film. And once that was greenlit, NFL Films was the natural partner. And so they went to NFL Films and asked them if they would be interested in producing this film. And they were very excited to do so. It's the first ever immersive documentary that NFL Films has made. I started my career at NFL Films as a producer for 5 years. And so through relationships with them and some relationships with the Steelers, they were looking for a local producer who kind of was a boots on the ground person here in Pittsburgh who would help to sort of authentically tell this story. And so I was lucky enough to be that guy and very grateful for the opportunity because like you, I'm a sucker for this stuff. I really love it. And it's been a true honor to help tell this story.
So when you say the first immersive documentary, is that what you said? What do you mean by that?
So this is really going to be an experience. The Kamen Science Center Theater, the screen in there is 71 feet wide by 41 feet tall. It is gigantic. And so when you walk into that theater, if you've not been there, or even if you haven't been there in a while, you forget just how big this thing is.
Yeah.
And so this film was shot in a very specific way. Shots were specifically curated for a screen that size. It's also a Dolby Atmos mix, which means that if you're sitting in the theater and it's a shot from the top of a stadium and you hear something from your left ear, you might hear something different in your right ear. If there's something that passes through the screen in front of you, the audio tracks with it. So when I say immersive, I mean that if you come to this theater, not only will you see this film, but you will feel it.
Limits, I can't wait for this thing. Do we have stuff from Three River Stadium, the Steel Curtain, stuff like NFL Films must have everything that they could have given you, right?
Yes, and they worked hand in hand with me on this. It's all of their footage, and so this dates back to the beginning of Pittsburgh, not just the beginning of the Steelers. So all of that stuff is in there. Three River Stadium, Steel Curtain. This is about a city. This is about a region. This is about a people as much as it is about football. Football is this thread that binds us together, but this love that we have for it was created because of the people that we are. And so this film really tells that story. It's a wonderful tribute to the people of this region and why we are the way we are.
Ron Cook covered the beginning of Pittsburgh. Little known fact,
Great
Leo.
for talk radio, my man.
Did you get Ron in the film at all?
There are a lot of extras that are in this film, so he may be in the background at some point, but I can't say that. I can't confirm nor deny that.
That is tremendous. Leo McCafferty, the film is called The Football Town, going to be showing exclusively at the Science Center for a couple months, starting in just a few days here. So I guess we do get a lot of that. I'm imagining sitting in there, and it's been a long time since I've been in that theater, but I always loved going there, taking my daughter there for all kinds of cool stuff, dinosaurs, whatever it was, films, to feel like I'm back in Three River Stadium or at Three River Stadium. I was never there in the 70s. Watching the Steel Curtain would be awesome, but I imagine you take it right through the entire history, high school, college, and pro. Do you deal with?
Yes, this is much more than a film just about the Steelers. This is we had 7 crews descend on the city of Pittsburgh for one fall weekend. So we document everything from Friday Night Lights to Saturday morning Pop Warner football through a Pitt game, culminating with a Steelers game on Sunday. And we try and have everyone that views this film experience what a fall weekend in Pittsburgh is like. So it's as much about the little kids playing Pop Warner who are struggling to put their helmets on as it is about, TJ Watt trying to sack a quarterback. So it really covers the entire nature of football and the ages and spectrums and different ways that we consume it here in Pittsburgh.
Limits?
Yeah, Leo, people talk about just how important it is about high school football and the nature of it, especially going into college football as well, just in this area. How much did you want to highlight that? And did you try to parallel that with other cities and other regions as well?
We didn't try and pair it or parallel it or compare it with any other regions or cities. We simply tried to tell the story of Pittsburgh and what it means to people here. And the high school section is one of my favorite sections in the film because it really covers every gamut, every emotion that you have, the exhilaration of running out under those lights on Friday night to losing what potentially might be the last football game you ever play and being consoled by your parents after the game, and the coaches giving speeches before and after the game. And it's, we were lucky enough to be given the access to cover that in a way that we wanted to cover it so that we could properly tell that story. And to me, what you kind of, I said it before, but what you feel in that part of the film, it just is so nostalgic for everybody, whether you played football or not. Everyone went to high school. Most people went to a high school football game at some point. And whether you were a fan of that, a part of that or not, this helps you understand why it's so important to so many people.
Who are some of the key personalities that we see featured in the film, Leo?
So one of the challenges that we had because of the nature of the screen is that it's not produced in the way that a traditional documentary is produced. When you think of a documentary, you think of plenty of sit-down interviews, plenty of talking heads helping to tell that story. Well, we decided early on that because this screen is so big, that won't really work in this film. Seeing a gigantic head on that screen talking to you for 30 seconds doesn't play as well as it does in a traditional format. So what we tried to do was create situations where folks would be having conversations, and we could capture that sound and those stories and those moments and still have them in a film, but in a different way than you would traditionally see. So, I know you mentioned it before, but one of my favorite scenes in the whole film is a conversation between Jerome Bettis and Bill Cowher sitting on the banks of the Allegheny, talking about football, talking about Western Pennsylvania, and talking about what it means to people. We see Joey Porter and James Harrison and Chris Hoke, but we see them in the film because they're at a high school football game on Friday night, because that's not uncommon in Pittsburgh. If you go to a game on a Friday night in Pittsburgh, you might see a Steeler player or a former Steeler player, because those folks came here and they decided to stay here and raise a family here, and now they're watching the next generation. They're watching their kids on the field, playing in games. So we have those guys incorporated. It's more of a natural sort of organic way to include some of these prominent figures in Steelers history into this film.
Just a few more minutes with Leo McCafferty, who produced the film The Football Town that's going to be shown at the Science Center leading up to the draft. I'm jealous of your career because, like I said, my passion really is looking back at things, documenting things, history pieces, and I'm just addicted to documentaries. What made you get into that field? You're a Penn State grad, I believe, Leo, and I guess the same things captured you growing up, including maybe notably everything that's ever been done by NFL Films.
You're 100% right. I'm a product of this region as well. I grew up here, which sort of created this passion and this love for sports. And, when I was a kid, I also, had an affinity for writing and for telling stories. And so I went to Penn State and I was getting ready to graduate. And like most kids, I had no idea what the heck I wanted to do with my life. But I knew I loved sports, I knew I loved writing, and I knew I loved storytelling. So I wrote Steve Sable a letter when I was in college, and I said, I love what you do. I would love a chance to learn from you guys. And I got a call a few months later, and they asked me to come in for an interview. So I came in for an interview, and they hired me as a seasonal production assistant. And then halfway through that first year, they hired me as a full-time producer. And, a unique thing that they do at NFL Films is when you start there, especially if you're young and fresh out of college, they assign a mentor to you. And my mentor was a fellow Mount Lebanon graduate, a couple years older than me, who had been there for a while, named Keith Cosrow. He is still there. He is now the head of content for NFL Films, and he's the one that reached out to me about this project. So it's kind of a full circle moment for me. He's meant so much to me in my career. He's taught me so much, and now to be able to work with him again on this has really been a fulfilling project for me.
That's incredible. All right, the greatest sports documentary ever made. I'll give you 3 in my opinion. Survive and Advance, which is a 30 for 30 about the NC State team under Valvano. Hoop Dreams, obviously, and the Chuck Noll documentary on NFL Films. What do you got?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot there. There have been so many great sports documentaries over the years. The 30 for 30s have really captivated me, and I think captivated America. The two Escobars I thought was a tremendous film. One that NFL Films did, which I thought was unique, was the Four Falls of Buffalo, which I know is near and dear to your heart. But I thought it was really unique how they positioned that film in a way that, those players kind of watched that stuff back and kind of relived it. Because when you relive stuff, usually you're reliving happy moments, and that's stuff that those guys have had to live with throughout their career. So to kind of tell that story in a way that was, still positive and uplifting for the Bills and the fans of Buffalo, but help you really feel and understand the agony of that. I thought was really well done. So too many to list. It's a great world of sports documentaries that are out there, and thankfully this can be added to that list. Hopefully,
I've always wanted to start specifically a Pittsburgh documentary. Sports documentary channel. So if you want to combine on that, let's do that. I don't know how we get access to the video. That's the whole key to it, but I want to do it.
Yeah. There's a lot out there. So I think it's a great idea. And I think, if this film teaches you anything, I think we'd have a captive market to have people who are interested in those stories.
Did you see the latest Miracle on Ice documentary on Netflix?
I did. I just watched that the other night. I thought that was, I thought it was great. It's a story that's been told 1,000 times over, but to find a new and unique way to retell it, I thought was great. It was cool to see Craig Patrick's involvement, in a way that he was able to sort of be reflective on that at this stage of his life was great. And, hard to tell a better sports story than that one.
Man, the parts where they had some of these guys nowadays looking back on their own selves and their interviews from after the Miracle on Ice, having never seen them and coming to tears was just really, really moving. Last question. How did Pat McAfee get involved, and what's his role in this documentary?
He was tremendous. I will tell you what. I know he is a huge personality. I know, he's everywhere now. I don't know how that guy sleeps. I'm not sure he does. But the aforementioned Keith Cosrow has a relationship with him, so he reached out to Pat and asked him if he would have interest. And Pat could not have been more excited. He was all in. He said, absolutely, I will do this. And it was a heavy lift. There is a lot of script in this film because of the nature of it, and he handled it so eloquently, so professionally, and so perfectly Pat. He put his own touch on this that it really felt authentic to him. Neil Zender, who's the co-producer and director on this, yesterday said that, anytime you hear the word Yinzer, that's Pat. He put that in there because that's what he felt should be in there. So he did a tremendous job. And I'll tell you what, I've worked in sports for a long time. We did a shoot with him on Mount Washington. And I told him there's two athletes that I've dealt with in my career that handle things the way that he handles them. It's him and it's Sidney Crosby. And there were people that were on Mount Washington who were, so excited to see him, and he didn't wave and say hi. He stood there for 15 minutes and talked to these people, genuinely interested in them, and that just captures the essence of Pittsburgh to me. I was like, this guy, he is everywhere. He is as popular as anybody in the world right now, and he spent 15 minutes with these people asking them about what they're doing and who they are, and seemed to be genuinely interested. So it was a pleasure to work with him. He was, he was better than advertised, and I think he really helped elevate this film.
Great stuff. Leo, thank you for taking time today, and I'm going to be contacting you about starting a Pittsburgh sports documentary channel.
All right. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the platform. I hope everyone goes and sees the film and enjoys it as much as I enjoyed making it.
Love it. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, guys.
Limits. I can't wait to watch this thing. Can you? We'll take Bob. Bob can probably get us free tickets, by the way. I would imagine.
They probably could, I'm sure. I want to go. I do want to see this.
So do I.
And it's not like when we say we want to go to something and then we forget about it. No, I really want to go see this.
No,
this looks really good.
We're people who generally follow through on what we say. How many people have taken serves from Pitt volleyball players, from Olivia Babcock? You and I went over and did it. How many people go over and play with the Pitt basketball team? You and I did that.
How many people were shooting half-court shots of Megan McConnell?
And making one in your case,
That's right? First try.
Just us, Limits.
Just us.
Just me.
We got to get back to doing that. That's funny because I was thinking about this yesterday. We got to get back to going out and
I agree.
doing some of these field trips.
We need a name for that, and we need to do that. Me, you, and Ben Tenuta. Hey, speaking of that, that sparks a topic for me. If we did start a Pittsburgh documentary channel, what event, what game, what story what would be some of the ideas? Could we think about that and talk about it at noon?
Yes, because I have a couple of ideas.
I have two ideas right off the top of my head, and I imagine people do too. Text us at 412-928-9370 or give us a call at that same number, 928-9370. You just heard Leo McCafferty, Mount Lebanon native, Penn State grad, talking about his new film that he produced, The Football Town. Going to be showing at the Science Center starting, I can't remember the date, February 28th, maybe within the next... Saturday. There you go. Right up until the draft. I've got to see this. In fact, I might go this weekend. And that led me into an idea I've had for a long time, which is a Pittsburgh sports documentary station, channel. I don't know. We could make movies, something. I would love to do that. What would you love to see documented? Somebody in particular's career, a particular story, a game? Give us a call and we'll talk about that next. First, listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Cloudy today with a high of AJ Burnett, 34, a low of 20. Rocky Blyer. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of this weather? You want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. All right. Speaking of things we like and things where you want some help, Gina Giampietro can help you buy or sell a home. Now, that can be stressful, so it's important that you choose the right real estate agent who can make the selling process simple, stress-free. Anna wanted to sell her home in the South Hills. She reached out to Gina and her team for help, and it's another 5-star review for Gina because Anna said Gina and her team walked her through the entire selling process and took away all the stress of selling her home. Anna said that Gina and her team were always quick to answer any questions in an honest and professional manner with their years of experience and knowledge of the market. Gina and her team were able to sell Anna's home for over $800,000. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to buy or sell, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins are going to be back in action on Thursday at PPG Paints Arena as they welcome everyone back from the Olympic Games where Team USA won gold for the first time since 1980. Penguins that night will host the New Jersey Devils and Jack Hughes back in town at 7 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Leo was on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio Night with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now, listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza, I'll eat bread, I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
When it comes to local high school basketball, nobody gets you closer to the game than Steel City Hoops. All the latest highlights, scores, and standings, plus exclusive stories on the kids who step up and the teams that won't go down. Any closer and you'd need to check in at the scorer's table. Steel City Hoops. Find us on Instagram, TikTok, X, and at steelcityhoops.org.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Book us. JunkTruck.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something out of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates spring training in about an hour will take place in Fort Myers, the home of Ron Cook. Maybe Ron will be there at the game covering it. We can only hope that would be the case.
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
As it'll be Carmen Majinski taking his first start to the mound this spring. Paul Skeens will start his first game tomorrow of spring training. Connor Griffin batting 7th, playing at shortstop. Nick Gonzalez will play at second base. Jake Mangum gets the start in the outfield, acquired as part of the Brandon Lau trade. Andy Rodriguez to catch. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Pomp and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tim's Corner Market providing unbelievable sandwiches today. There's nothing like a good old-fashioned BLT. Is there, Limitless Wonder? To go along with a little macaroni salad, some cheese doodles.
Very good. There's cheese on the BLT today.
I know. It's absolutely incorrigible. Incomprehensible in some ways. A good old BLT with cheddar, with American cheese, cheddar cheese, or whatever cheese it is. It works, doesn't it?
I don't want to be Ron and eat while I'm on the air, but I'm very tempted to.
Yeah, he used to munch down cheeseburgers and fries while talking on the air, as we all remember. So we had Leo McCafferty from Mount Lebanon, who's got this new football documentary on Pittsburgh that he produced that's going to be up at the Science Center. I talked to him about a dream of mine, which is creating a Pittsburgh sports documentary channel of some sort, or a series of movies, whatever it might be. What would you, the Limitless Wonder, and also you out there, give me some ideas to get started? What do you got, Limits? I'll give you one first. You know what I'd love to see chronicled?
What is that?
Is how Evgeny Malkin actually got to Pittsburgh. I don't remember the particulars of the story. I'd love to dive into it. I don't know if you could and still feel safe. He fled his Russian team. Did he hide out in Finland? Was that the story? And then suddenly he's here playing against Marty Brodeur. Just incredible stuff. I want footage. I want interviews. I want behind the lines. I want a documentary on Gino's escape from Russia.
I wonder how much footage there is of him doing that. Like, did a Penguins representative basically go and get him and escort him?
That's how you do these things. You got to find out. You got to be savvy old news hounds.
That's you?
I would call it From Russia with Glove. Get it, Limits? A hockey glove?
Clever.
I think so. I'd like to see it. What would you like to see chronicled?
Man, the first thing that came to mind for me, and it kind of already has been, but it's just the run to the 2013 Pirates season. The 20 consecutive years of losing.
Yeah.
What all went into that? Go behind the scenes to some of those teams like 2012 that thought they were going to be the one to break it. And, 07, think about that All-Star game in the middle of that stretch as well. And
yes.
How it ultimately culminated with Andrew McCutchen winning the MVP, Cueto dropping the ball, Russell Martin's homer, and giving us the best Pittsburgh baseball moment of the last 25 years.
I like that one. And then you could get, of course, inside that wild card game with rare footage and go inside the locker. All the stuff, all the places you want to go in these documentaries would be phenomenal.
It wouldn't be the first thing that I would do, but it was the first thing that came to mind.
And I appreciate that. You know what else would make a great documentary?
What's that?
Robert Morris upset over Kentucky.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Would that be a great documentary, wouldn't it? You know who I'd like to see chronicled, Limits?
Andy Toole.
Well, as part of that documentary, yes.
John Calipari?
As part of that documentary, yes, but I'm talking as a separate 30
Who
for
else?
30
Who
type
else?
thing. Tons of people. Jack Lambert, for one. And I'd like to drive up to his house, wherever he is, up 28 North, and have that be part of it, and finally get to sit down with Lambert and make that into a Lambert documentary, which needs to be done in Pittsburgh, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, he's just kind of disappeared, just, on his own volition.
He's only the most popular player in Steelers history, so arguably, I guess.
And we don't really know anything about him since.
Well, we know some things, but not enough.
No, we really don't. He's
or about his career.
Private person.
I want interviews. I want Roger Staubach. I want Jack Ham. I want all kinds of people. Terry Bradshaw. I want whoever, if people are still around, whoever helped to draft him, who scouted him. I want college footage of his time at Kent State. I want all of that. I want Pee Wee football highlights. I want to see him as a game warden or whatever the hell he is up in Katanning or was up in Katanning. I want photos of the current house. I want him playing hockey with people like Jay Caulfield in the celebrity games. I want you know how it is. I want a 30 for 30 on one of the most famous and yet mysterious characters in the history of the Steelers and the NFL. That's what I want. Jack Lambert, 30 for 30.
Yeah, there's so much of the onion to unpeel on
behind the music type thing with Jack Lambert, right, Limits?
There's so much. And I wonder if there would be former Steelers that would maybe try to coax him into that. Like, would Jack Ham be a voice of influence to say, hey, Lambert, This would be really cool for not just everybody out there, but also for yourself, too, to
Maybe we
share
could
with
get
people.
Phil Spano, the pizza guy. He's buddies with Lambert.
Yeah.
Maybe we could bring Lambert a pizza and have that be the opening scene, right?
I think you could set that up. You and Spano are buddies, right?
Yeah. I don't think me and Lambert are. In fact, I was looking through my old photos for 2.5 hours the other day on the flight to Florida. I must have 30,000 photos. Seriously. And I was just going through all of them and just like deleting as many of them as I could. And one of them was from Lambert when he didn't like something I wrote and said, next time you write about me, get my weight correct. I think there was a typo where I had him playing at 200 pounds and it was 220 limits. And he ended it with hugs and kisses, Jack Lambert.
Hugs and kisses.
Which was tremendous. You know what else I'd like to see chronicled, or who else I'd like to see chronicled?
Please share.
Joe Gilliam. I think what'd they call him? The Mad Bomber. He was the quarterback who was there with Hanratty and Bradshaw, and just a phenomenal story. Like, how did he get there? What happened to him afterward? I know he passed away way too early. All of that with Joe Gilliam would be a fascinating story. And Limits is on the phone now. So many different things. I'd love to go into Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final in Detroit in 2009. Stories that Tyler Kennedy has told me about Dan Bilesma's speech to the team, about players waking up at the hotel to Mario's text message saying he'd meet them at center ice. All that stuff I want chronicled. What are they saying on the texting number limits? He's putting up one finger. Maybe not the finger you think at me, and telling me that. Game 7 of the 60 World Series. Who wouldn't want to see that? There is a documentary out on Clemente, and I still haven't seen it, that I need to see. What do the texters say?
I'm sorry, I was on the phone taking phone calls.
That's your job.
Yeah. Mario Lemieux documentary would be epic, one of the texters says.
Has there been one of those? Is there one of those from, like NHL doesn't do enough. The other sports, It seems, do more in terms of documenting their sport. Now, there may be, I did see there was a Mario documentary done, I think, by AT&T Sports, whatever it was called then, about Mario and the scouting of him and the drafting of him, I believe. That was really well done. And Rob King does the Pirate documentaries incredible, and there's Penguin documentaries from our local station that are done great.
Yeah, Inside Penguins Hockey or Inside Pirates Baseball.
Right. Rob has done a number of those that are phenomenal. Oh, you know what I'd like to see, Limits? You know what I'd like to see? The Rincon Cordova no-hitter chronicled in a 30 for 30, including whatever happened to them.
That's the last Pirate no-hitter.
That would be incorrigible and incrinculant. What else are they saying?
Texter says, Bob Palco, A Football Life.
That would be really good.
With Tyler Palco at West A. Then he goes to Lebo and he wins a state championship. He goes and coaches with James Franklin at Penn State, and now he's back at West Allegheny again.
Anything else on there? How about Ron Cook, A Football Life? Go back to his days at Blackhawk?
We have one caller on the line that wants to see the Aliquippa basketball game against, was it Beaver or Beaver Falls, that went down to the very end, and it was ended on a buzzer beater, high school basketball.
We could do all kinds of stuff like that. They could chronicle the Ambridge team from the late 60s. It was such a great team, or the Shenley team from the early 70s with Maurice Luke. That's the point, Limits. That's the point.
Rocky Blyer.
Rocky, that would be, I think there has been, wasn't there a movie made about him? Yes. But maybe not an official documentary.
History of Three Rivers Stadium from its inception, one texter says.
That's the whole point here, is it's endless. There's an endless well of things that we could do. And you and I could work together on this with Leo McCafferty.
How about chronicalizing the 2016 Steelers narrated by Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell?
Oh, see, now that's
a great idea.
The demise of Antonio Brown would be phenomenal.
It would.
The rise and fall of Antonio Brown, sadly, but that would be a great one. Would it not? How about the story? How about
I think that'd be one of the top on the list.
You could have different categories. Folk heroes, documentaries. Well, I could do one on Duck Hodges. We could do one on Moose Hedberg. You remember him, Limits?
No.
You should. You're the beat writer.
There's a 13-9 documentary out there, right?
I don't think there is. Is there? That's the best one of all.
There has to be.
Yes, we need to do that. And just call it 13-9. There's no documentary out there about that game. You can interview Crowley in the opening scene and have him just cry. Just have Crowley.
You think there's definitely a video from back in, I don't know, the fourth quarter of that game where it's just Crowley, tears rolling down his face knowing they're not going to the national championship?
We could cut back to Crowley crying. Was he a student there then? Or
I
what?
think so, yeah.
And then him crying today about that. And just keep cutting back to that. But no, that would be unbelievable. And there's got to be tons of footage from behind the scenes about how they prepped for that game, about how Paul Rhodes and that defense got ready for the game, about everything that went down during the game, the aftermath where they were cheering in their locker room and you could hear the Pitt players during Rich Rodriguez's news conference. All of that limits. I live for this kind of stuff. This is what I do.
Back-to-back Stanley Cups for the Penguins, and you could even go 91-92, or you could go 16-17. You could even make a documentary and call it back-to-back, and then pair it off of the two. Back-to-back 2.0 or something. I don't know.
Who was that guy who pitched for the Pirates the one year? He came out of nowhere.
Doc Ellis, the LSD game. Somebody put that out there on the text line.
There already is a great documentary on that. There was a guy who pitched for the Pirates during their run in 13, 14, 15. It might have been in 14 that he came along late in the year from out of nowhere.
John Holtzcomb?
Yes.
Yes.
John Holtzcomb. Good call.
Oh, yeah. I remember John Holtzcomb. Legendary pitcher.
What about him? What about a documentary on him?
Because he was playing was he even in pro ball at the very beginning of the year? I don't think so.
No.
And then he just magically appeared, pitching for the Pirates, did well in the minor leagues, and the rest was history.
And
he disappeared after that.
Yes, he did.
I thought he was going to be like a key part of their runs moving forward, and you never heard from John Holtzcomb again.
The rise of Pitt football in 76. Has there ever been a documentary about that? About their national championship season? About how Jackie Sherrill and Johnny Majors recruited this area with Sherrill being the lead recruiter, just going out and getting all these guys, including notably Tony Dorsett?
This is what I would want to see the most of anything. A Football Life. Troy Polamalu.
Oh. Hasn't that already been done, though, by NFL Film? I thought I did see on NFL Films. I didn't.
I do not think that there is, because if there was, I would have watched it by now.
I could have sworn there was, but that's gonna be in the works with for sure on NFL Films at some point, a Troy Polamalu story. And then there's, some bad stories from around the years, or from all these years, that need to be told. How about Yager coming over here? How did they get him? He was behind the Iron Curtain. I was going to say the Steel Curtain. He wasn't behind the Steel Curtain. He was behind the Iron Curtain, and just a brilliant maneuver by Craig Patrick. The 1 year with Badger Bob, I think Inside Penguins or something like that. They've done great work with all that stuff on Badger Bob, but that would be phenomenal. And then some interesting media characters. What about a documentary on, and see, Penguins have done that too, though, with Mike Lang, and done it very well. I think Ron would actually make for a fascinating documentary, and so would Pomp. The story of Bob Pompiani. Pomp and circumstance, we could call it, Limits. Yes? He's on the phone again. Anyway, some different Myron Cope. How about that? How about a documentary on Myron Cope's career here? That would be wild, and you could still find plenty of people to talk about Myron right now. All right, that's enough of that. 412-928-9370. What do we got, Limits? You got more text or calls for me?
I got a couple more texts. One on Arnold Palmer.
Yes.
Billy Knight.
Billy Knight would be a great one.
I think they've definitely done a Billy Knight documentary.
Who has?
Somebody, I think nationally, ESPN or somebody has done one.
No, they haven't.
Somebody probably did one on just him throwing the chair.
That's Bobby Knight.
Oh.
Billy.
That was retire me now. Retire me now.
I had to do a documentary on Billy Knight at Pitt throwing a chair.
I had Bobby Knight on my mind because Yesterday was the 41-year anniversary of him throwing the chair. Yesterday was the anniversary of it. So I read it and immediately thought Bobby Knight.
That's tremendous.
Gosh.
Billy Knight would be a great one.
Yeah, the text said Billy Knight, Charles Smith, Jamie Dixon era.
What about the Scotty Reynolds game? Whatever happened to the cast of characters from that game? Well, how did they look back on that? What happened? What went wrong? All that stuff. You could look at that for sure. All right, Wonder Twin. 412-928-9370. Limitless Express coming up. A lot going on with the NFL Combine. Got some hockey talk, some trade chatter out there. All kinds of things happening. We'll do the Limitless Express next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the time right now is 12:22. Make that smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Lastly, Limits, who's in hot water? Sponsored by Mr. Water Heater. Trust the experts. Call Mr. Water Heater today. What player or coach is feeling the heat right now? And I would say both Pitt basketball coaches might be feeling some heat. Yes, the men's and women's?
Yeah, right now Pitt men's basketball is on the border of making the ACC tournament or not. That was a big win against Notre Dame.
Yeah, it was.
They're in pole position to be able to make the tourney, but we'll see what happens moving forward.
They're in a hell of a lot better shape than the women's team. Combined, those two teams are something like 4-26 in the ACC, but the women's team, there's been unsavory allegations and everything else, and it's not going well.
No.
I think they have one ACC win. The one game I saw them play this year, they got blown out by Duquesne. I was watching that at Duquesne, and it's just not going well over at Pitt in the basketball realm right now. We'll see if the men's team can make a little run here down the stretch. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Join us next for the Limitless Express.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joe, thank you for indulging in the conversation. As the Pirates were telling you earlier about how their spring training game against the Red Sox is coming up in half an hour. Spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Ride 8 in Hampton, drive a little, and save a lot. Bubba Chandler allowed 4 runs and didn't get out of the second inning of yesterday's game against the Yankees. He also walked in a run and was charged with those 4 runs. He only had 2 against his ledger when he came out, but more runs came across the plate. And Chandler said that he only got a couple hours of sleep. He was so excited for the start, so hoping for a bounce back at his next one. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions. He say, let me loosen that tie. Let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a
was
view.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Spurs beat the Pistons last night in a matchup of NBA Finals contenders, but I don't really see it that way as far as both those teams winning an NBA championship. I don't like either team to win the title this season. Detroit just doesn't have the scoring outside of star point guard Cade Cunningham, and San Antonio doesn't have the experience. You need to lose before you win. So while both teams have had great seasons, I don't like San Antonio or Detroit to win it all this year. I'm Nick Custos.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Swisey menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-made vitamins are a simple...
We know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night, starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant.
All aboard!
I love the addition there of Pomp at the end. Even when he's not here, it feels like he is, doesn't it, Limits?
Sometimes.
I mean, there's a cardboard cutout of him sitting right across from me.
Today I'm sad. It feels like he's not here.
I know, but he'll be here tomorrow. I'm ready. Hit me.
Did you receive a response from David Todd?
I haven't even looked.
No?
No. I mean, I think everybody agrees with me. He doesn't think that Omar Khan's first 4 seasons as GM have been mediocre, when by any reasonable, sane definition they have been. Like, if you were gonna put mediocre for a sports team in a sports dictionary, you would put the Steelers in there. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8, with a minus point differential over those 4 years. If that ain't mediocre, my friend, I don't know what is. Not horrendous. It's even high-end mediocrity, but it is mediocrity nonetheless, and it's mediocrity personified perfectly, year after year after year. Limits, the floor is yours.
So Texans general manager Nick Caserio today said that trade speculation around C.J. Stroud is moronic and that C.J. Stroud is not going anywhere.
Well, good for him, but they have to be absolutely mortified at what went down with C.J. Stroud. He ruined a year in which I think they had one of the best defenses in recent memory, honestly. You give that defense even a bad quarterback, and they may go to the Super Bowl. Instead, they had a historically hideous quarterback who all he did in the playoffs was give the ball away. It was ridiculous. Starting here, of course, this team couldn't take advantage of it, although David Todd, I'm sure, thought they played a pretty good game. They have to be privately mortified at C.J. Stroud, just like, what are we going to do here? So that's nice of him to say, but if I'm them, I cannot feel good about this situation moving forward. It's sort of stunning. Like, okay, you have C.J. Stroud, who was really good to start out, then had some tough years with injuries up front, injuries to his receivers. So he receded a little bit. He disintegrated. He disintegrated in the playoffs last year.
Like, he legitimately was not somebody you trusted to throw the ball in that game against New England. Even the Steeler game, he wasn't very good either. And that's coming off of a rookie year where he was a Pro Bowler, whatever, but 23 touchdowns and 5 picks. And he threw for 4,100 yards. From that season, his passing yards have digressed. His touchdowns every year have also gone down. And his interceptions last year was 8. 2 years ago was 12. They've basically just made him a dump the ball off type of player and
don't take too many risks, and we're not going to worry about it too much. We're just going to ask you to not lose the game for us. Sound familiar?
Except that he lost the game for them. The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 93.7 The Fan trading cards, brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the Fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Next
up on the docket here for you, Joe. Falcons' new general manager, Ian Cunningham, has confirmed that Kirk Cousins will be released in March on the first day of the new league year. He earned $100 million during his 2 seasons in Atlanta.
Man.
Wow. How about that?
How much for his career? Is he up over like 400? Is he nearing $500 million? I'm dead serious about that.
I think he's at least nearing $300 million.
He has really cashed in. And these past couple of years, well, he had the Achilles. These past 2 years combined, he has 28 touchdowns and 21 picks.
Wow, $321 million.
That's incredible. It truly is. If your question was leading me to should the Steelers have any interest in him?
It was.
My answer is an emphatic no, for obvious reasons. He's old and he stinks.
Not at all. As a backup?
Back up to who? What are you going to have, Rodgers and Cousins as the oldest quarterback combo in NFL history?
Why not?
Actually, that'd be interesting. Yes, sign him.
Very fascinating.
Next.
All right. What
is the oldest quarterback combo in NFL history? Billy Kilmer and Sonny Jurgensen? Way back when?
Possibly.
I'm trying to think of other old guys backed up by old guys.
You're the beat writer.
What was the last year Charlie Batch backed up Ben?
Oh, but, I mean,
21?
Ben was still in his 30s at that point. No, not 2021. Charlie was out of the league in, I thought, like 2017.
Okay, Limits. I'm just asking you. My God.
I'm just making sure.
I don't know what year it was. Charlie
Batch's last year in the NFL was 2012. Joe, you are way off.
I love this.
You're making Charlie sound younger, though. I'm sure he loves it.
I love that you jump on and emphasize my horrific mistakes, but when you mistake Billy Knight for Bobby Knight and wonder if they should make a documentary of Billy Knight throwing a chair, we just move on from it.
I don't think we just moved on from it.
I didn't accentuate it.
Somebody on the text line absolutely destroyed me for that, and it was like, Limits, come on, really?
The famous Billy Knight throws a chair episode at Pitt. Yes, we should do that.
He called me, just keep being the nodding bobblehead you practice. Wow, what a loser comment that is.
The what?
This is what this person who said, he said, Austin, just quit. Unbelievable comment about Billy Knight.
Just quit.
And I responded, you quit. just whatever. And I said, what a terrible brain fart. And he said, just keep being the nodding bobblehead you practice. Wow.
You practice? I don't know what that means.
That's a loser comment right there. Not calling him a loser. The comment is a loser.
No, he's a loser. Next.
All right. Are you ready for some spring football talk? Because it could apply to the NFL. So the NFL is no longer discussing a ban to the tush push. But the UFL...
Oh no, I can't do another offseason of tush-push talk.
Well, apparently we're not going to.
Okay.
Because the NFL is not going to discuss the ban.
Okay.
But the UFL is announcing today that it is eliminating the tush-push. The UFL is also announced that 60-plus yard field goals, Joe, ready for this? A 60-plus yard field goal will now be worth 4 points.
I like that a lot. But if that was going to happen in the NFL, they should narrow the goalposts. Why couldn't they have adjustable goalpost limits?
Seriously, adjustable goalposts?
Why not?
I mean, I guess it's not surprising that you think that they should do adjustable goalposts given your 3-on-3 stance.
Narrow the goalposts for yardage of 60 and longer and make it 4 points. I also think if you put a kickoff between the uprights, you should get a point. But if you declare your intention and you miss, it's -3 points.
What?
Yeah. I'm all for fun. You think you have this tradition? You have this traditional view of sports.
This is stupidity.
Here's the thing. Somebody invented all this crap in the first place.
Uh-huh.
Why wasn't that ridiculous?
Because it was 100 years ago when they were trying to invent the game.
Oh, so the people inventing the game.
The game is great the way it is.
Okay, then you must think that basketball should still be played with a peach basket. That's the way it was at the beginning. That's how it was invented. Give me the peach basket.
Really? That's what you're going with?
I am going with that.
You're going to the peach basket example?
I'll tell you what.
So do you think that golf should be played with wooden clubs then?
You must.
But if that's your logic.
Actually, I do. And that tennis should be played with wooden rackets. Equipment is ruining both sports, but that's a topic for another day.
Is it ruining baseball?
You're the traditionalist.
Yeah, I am.
So you're going back to the roots of these games. So why is it ridiculous for me to say limits? Do you think basketball should be played with a peach basket?
Well, yeah, maybe they should play it with a peach basket then. No backboard whatsoever.
You would have been on talk radio somewhere in Kansas in 1915 saying, I can't believe they have this iron rim, this steel rim with a net coming down. They should just stick with the peach basket.
So you're saying that the game can't evolve and can't change, but still keep the core principles of it?
The difference between a peach basket and an actual glass backboard and a rim isn't a profound change?
It's still the same concept.
So is 3-on-3 hockey. Put the puck in the net.
No, it's not. You're taking players off the field. That'd be like, hey, everybody, it's the 10th inning. Your left fielder can no longer play. You have to play with 8 players
Why
now.
not?
Because that's dumb.
Was it dumb when they took down the peach basket? I'm asking you that again.
We're really going back to 1910.
I mean,
to have don't you think that things have evolved enough where that's that discussion is thrown completely out the window?
Then they should evolve more. If you're going to adhere to the original rules and stipulations and dimensions of every game, then you're so resistant to things like 4-on-4, 3-on-3 hockey.
I never said
who gives a damn?
I never said original rules, but Joe, you're making this out to be. It's got to be all about entertainment, all about the TV project.
100%.
I don't care about anything else.
Here's the other thing, is that in all these sports, the players have evolved physically to the point, I think in all sports actually, basketball, football, hockey, and they haven't changed the dimensions of the rink, or in hockey, they haven't changed the dimensions of the net, even though if you go back and watch The Miracle on Ice, Jim Craig looked like a naked man in net. He had no equipment on. Now these guys dress up like Michelin men. Why not make the net bigger? Are you resistant to that too?
Make the net bigger.
That doesn't make any sense to you? Make the rink bigger. So players can grow and get way bigger, completely changing the dimension of the game, but you're like militantly against changing the dimensions of the field or the rink that they play in?
Well, no, because the rink for the Olympics is different than the size of an actual NHL rink. I don't care about the size of the rink. That is not as big of a change to me as it would be changing the dimension of the net.
I think they
or
should
if they made the hoop like a 9-foot hoop or an 11-foot basketball hoop.
You'd be open to that?
No.
Why?
And you're saying that you would?
I'd be open to raising the basket.
I cannot believe that.
Why wouldn't you raise the basket a little bit?
A savvy old veteran, is saying all this stuff. I can't believe it. I'm stunned.
It just
that
makes
you'd be
sense.
open to a 9-foot or an 11-foot basketball hoop.
And yet, I didn't say 9. I said for obvious reasons.
At that point, we should just change every single sport and make it something completely different. Then,
like changing a peach basket to a glass backboard and rim.
Well, again, if that's what you're saying,
right?
Why don't we make the hoops 9 feet? Why don't we make the NFL field 140 yards?
You act like
why don't we change baseball to bring the move the fences back to 480 feet?
You act like it's a crazy idea to change the dimensions of the field corresponding to the size of the players.
I never said anything about changing the dimensions of the field. When did I say that? About changing the NFL football field?
The net in hockey or basketball.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about the field.
Those would include the dimensions, net or field in hockey. Or, I mean, net or backboard rim, size of rim in basketball. I don't see what's so crazy about that. The players get bigger and taller and jump higher. Why couldn't you raise the rim?
Yeah.
Like, that's a crazy thought that makes you laugh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, let me ask you this. Why is it not crazy to you then? I'm trying to understand because I don't get it.
Well, then you have a very small brain.
I have a small brain.
Players are getting bigger, stronger, faster, and jump higher, and it becomes way easier. So I suppose then you were really against lowering the mound in baseball.
So you're saying
lowering the mound in baseball. Were you against that?
I don't know. I wasn't around in Ron's time in 1960. to be able to give you a formal opinion on that.
I mean, well, no, you can give an opinion. You give lots of opinions on things that happened way before your time. They took the dimensions of the mound because it became unhittable.
Mm-hmm.
They lowered it. How is that different than raising a rim in basketball or widening a net in hockey?
Don't you think that the product became lesser because they weren't able to hit? Are you saying that the
Didn't
product...
hockey become lesser over the years because nobody could score?
Do you think that when?
You didn't notice the trends over decades and decades of less goals in hockey?
So are you saying that right now the product is lesser in hockey and that's why they need to enlarge the net?
I didn't say they needed to enlarge the net.
Then why would they enlarge the nets? There's no reason to do it then if the product isn't tampered.
That would be an idea that I would be open to because the players are bigger, stronger, and faster, and there's too many of them on the ice right now.
Yeah, and I think the
which
product
is why 4-on-4 is a good idea.
And I think the product being stronger and faster and greater than ever is why revenue is the highest it's ever been, and the attendance.
You think the product is stronger and greater than it's ever been in hockey right now? This is the best hockey's ever been.
I think it's in a pretty good spot, yeah.
Yeah? Really?
Yeah, I do.
How's their TV contract? Pretty good?
It's not comparable to the NFL and baseball, but it's not, I mean, think about it from this perspective. The NHL is naturally fourth in professional sports in all of America, and it's always been that way.
Right.
But it's still increased naturally over time.
They need more goals. I don't think it's a crazy idea to say that the players are giant compared to where they were 10, 20, 50 years ago. The goalie equipment has changed to ridiculous proportions and be open to the net being widened by a couple of inches.
So is the NFL product bad right now where you need to change one of the main concepts of the game?
The NFL gets ahead of the game. I wouldn't mind the NFL changing dimensions a little bit on the field. No, making it wider. They've changed a lot of things in the NFL.
For the purpose of what?
For the purpose of bigger, stronger players on the field. They take up more space on the field.
How much more space? Like, I don't think it's a lot more space compared to if you're a player that's 240 to 250.
Right. Yep, you're right. You're right.
No, it's just a discussion. There's no right or wrong here. It's just a discussion.
They haven't changed anything in the NFL over the years, right? Have they changed things in the NFL or no?
In terms of what?
Anything.
Well, yeah, of course things are going to naturally change.
Right, you used to be able to clock a receiver at the line of scrimmage. Now you can't do that anymore, right?
Yeah.
Are you against that?
Okay, not every single change can be put into the same square peg, round hole type of thing.
That's a pretty revolutionary change to a sport.
All right, I'm wrong. You're right.
The goalposts used to be at the front of the end zone. Now they're at the back. Were you against that?
All right, whatever.
412-928-9370. Limits wants no changes in all of sports. For instance, the hockey nets. He doesn't want to change at all. The idea of raising the basketball rim, the idea of 3-on-3 hockey ever, the idea of penalty kicks deciding the World Cup, the idea of a guy on second. He's a traditionalist at the age of 24. Do you agree with him? 412-928-9370. Where are we, Limits? In the first segment or the second of this thing?
This is still the second segment, yes. And we have Kevin Gorman
joining. Still the first or still the second?
No, this is the second.
Oh, good. Then we're not overtime, amazingly enough. Cloudy today and a high of 34. A.J. Burnett, a low of 20. Rocky Blyer, fan weather. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of this weather? Want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, we are just minutes away from spring training action for the Buccos taking place in Fort Myers, and it will be Carmen Majinski on the mound for the Bucs against the Boston Red Sox. Connor Griffin will play at shortstop and will bat seventh. Andy Rodriguez will catch and bat sixth. Jake Mangum will lead off in center field. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 58 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal,
your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
If you're serious about selling your home, you need real numbers, and my friend Gina GMP Drove RE/MAX Select Realty can help. Go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com, get an instant valuation for your home. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com. GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the Berg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins have made a trade. They've acquired defenseman Samuel Girard in a 2028 second-round draft pick from the Colorado Avalanche in exchange for Brett Kulak. So Kulak, who they acquired in the Tristan Jarry deal, they flip him a week before the deadline and are able to acquire another second-round pick, but just a couple of years in the draft from now. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Penguins' next game will be on Thursday against the New Jersey Devils, PPG Paints Arena at 7. Kevin Gorman of the Trib joins the show next.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Samuel Girard, huh? And a second-round pick, and there goes Brett Kulak. I thought he was actually pretty good here. Going to be very interesting to see if the Penguins, if Kyle Dubas, if the moves are sort of getting rid of the UFAs. I know Achari is another one of those, or simply keeping them for the stretch run if he doesn't think he can get enough. But a second-round pick is kind of nice to get thrown in there, such as they are in the NHL, which is often not worth a whole lot. But I didn't know when they got Brett Kulak if they could flip him for a second-round pick plus a player. I don't know too much about Girard, but I'll get the lowdown on him. And I think the big move that the Penguins can make at the deadline is moving Stuart Skinner and calling up Miroshov. That's what I think their biggest move would be. All right, do we have Gormy?
He's on.
Kevin Gorman, live from the home of Ron Cook, Fort Myers, Florida. Gormy, how are you? Have you seen Ron? Is he at the game?
I have not seen Ron, but I am enjoying a clear blue sky and 61-degree weather. It's warmed up considerably today. We started off, I think when I left the house, it was 30 degrees.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I was just there. I was just in Fort Myers Sunday, and it was absolutely gorgeous. So what's the story, the Pirates story of the day, Kevin? Kevin Gorman from the Trib.
Well, I mean, there's a couple stories here. You know, the big one is Carmen Majinski on the mound for the Pirates. This is a guy who, you know, opened the season last year in the starting rotation, was sent to the minors, came back in the bullpen, and by season's end, he was, you know, doing multi-inning opening roles for the Pirates. He's competing for one of those final spots in the rotation with Braxton Ashcraft and Jose Urquidy. So this is our first chance to see him and to see whether, you know, he's going to be a legitimate contender. I think he's on the team either way. His numbers are better out of the bullpen, but with the 7-pitch mix, he certainly has what it takes to be a starting pitcher if he can get through the lineup a third time, which is the big question. Another thing is there's several guys on this Pirates team in this lineup that came from the Red Sox that were acquired. One is Nick York, who's starting at third base. Another, Emmanuel Valdez, batting designated hitter. And then you also have Joe Stinson Garcia, the password, who's starting in right field today. So they're playing, their former team, and the Pirates are playing a team that has Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at second base in the starting lineup. But I think the story that everybody's going to be writing today is that Connor Griffin is starting at shortstop for the Pirates and batting seventh. And so it's really kind of a chance to see him, in action as a starter for the Pirates in a Grapefruit League game for me for the first time, because he played Sunday in a split squad game in Clearwater and was impressive in that game, even though the results didn't go his way. He had what should have been an infield single. He had 2 flyouts, one to center field that was 106 miles an hour exit velocity, another one to right field that was 109. So this guy's making solid contact, maybe not getting the results because of the Gulf wind, but certainly, making an impression on the Pirates. But, when you have a guy of his caliber, and he's the consensus number one prospect in baseball, when he's making the road trips and not starting in the home games, that's kind of an indication that a decision may have already been made on him. Just that, that he's being treated very much like a rookie and a 19-year-old, as opposed to the guy who probably would be their opening day second shortstop.
All right. So assuming he goes down, and it sure did sound like it when Kelly was talking the other day, how long, assuming he performs well, how long will he be down, do you think?
You'd hope that he'd be on the Paul Skeens plan and that he's up by mid-May at the latest, and not the Bubba Chandler plan where he was up in mid-August. But I would think some of it would be dictated by how well he plays and whether he forces their hand, which is kind of how Ben Cherington likes it, is when a guy leaves them no doubt and says, hey, he's ready, and he's telling us he's ready. But there's also the part of it where you could have, the Pirates want to protect the service time and manipulate that. And there's, when they talk about the Super 2 status, there is no deadline. There is no date. You basically try to look for a safe period where you say, okay, he's in the position where you get to the percentages that he's safe. And that sometimes that's, late May, early June. But I think Connor Griffin is not somebody you compare to what other prospects have done. He is kind of one of those one-of-one types that you just don't see these guys come around very often. I think he's going to be ready sooner than we all expect.
Well, I think we all expect him. I expected him maybe to go north with the team. So I hope he's definitely ready within 3 weeks to a month. He should be here if he plays well. I hope that's the case.
I think it's just a matter of getting him at bats against high-level pitching so that he doesn't come up to the majors and get completely exposed. Because what you see in the minors is very similar, but it's not as sharp. These guys can't locate a lot of their pitches, and they're not throwing their breaking pitches and their off-speed pitches with the same precision. They're not landing their fastballs wherever they want them. It's a little more of a scatter shot. But when he was in Double-A, he looked like a man amongst boys, and he was 4.5 years younger than everybody, in terms of average age. He's going to look that play. He already looks the part of being an opening day shortstop. I think the Pirates may have some reservations about putting him. They very much talked about putting this guy in a position to succeed instead of one to fail, because they know how valuable he is and how important his development is to their future.
You mentioned Bubba Chandler. What's realistic here, Kev? Because when you actually look at what he did for the bulk of last season, which was spent in the minors, he didn't have a great ERA. He had a high walk rate. The walk rate went down when he got up to the majors for, I think, 4 starts and 7 appearances. I'm wondering if people are expecting a little too much this season from Bubba Chandler. What's realistic?
I think what's realistic is you're going to see performances like yesterday. And yesterday was, a little bit of an abnormally that he's a guy who's going to walk people sometimes because he throws the ball really hard and the command isn't quite where it needs to be. I think you're going to see, because of the predecessors to him, Jared Jones and Paul Skeens, you're going to expect him to come up and throw 100 miles an hour and blow people away, which he's shown he can do. We've also seen him have a rough outing against Milwaukee. We've also seen him do it in small spurts when he was working out of the bullpen to start his career. But, the thing that impressed everybody about Bubba Chandler yesterday, it's not so much that he hit 100 miles an hour on his third pitch. We know he's capable of that. For him to do it in late February as opposed to, say, late March or early April, it's impressive. That tells you that the ball's coming out of his hand very good, that he felt good out there, that that he was feeling it, that he actually said he regrets dialing it back. The thing that Joey Bart was impressed with, that Don Kelly was impressed with, and that Chandler was pleased with, is that he got strikeouts with his changeup and his slider. And so that he's got his, secondary pitches working as well as he does this early in spring training is a good sign. But Bubba Chandler's 23, doesn't turn 24 until, I believe, September. So, there's going to be a learning curve. There's going to be some growing pains for him. But I do think that this is a special talent, and I think kind of when it's all said and done, and that may not be the start of the season, maybe more so mid-season, I think he's going to be your number 2 starter behind Paul Skeens. And if you get to the mid-season point of that, if things go well, then you have a starting rotation that has Skeens, Chandler, Keller, and Jones somewhere along the way. Maybe, and Jones may start in the bullpen, but you've got some serious talent there. And then on the back end, you got Braxton Ashcraft and Carmen Mlodzinski or Jose Urquidy. So the starting rotation very much should be a strength for the Pirates.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Kevin Gorman of the Tribs on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Give me a ballpark date for Jared Jones' first major league appearance.
Oh, I think he comes off the IL, and I got to clarify that the IL stint doesn't start until the season does, so he's got 60 days on there. So you figure from, March 26th till, late May before he's eligible. Now, he may be able to start a rehab assignment, and it can go up to 30 days there. I'm expecting him sometime, in the May to June. So I'd say mid-June, maybe late June. I kind of expect him to be back around the All-Star break, and I was thinking more after the All-Star break personally, just because he doesn't have to worry about taking a break and disrupting his routine if you bring him along that way. But Jared Jones is certainly ahead of schedule. And I think the most impressive thing, he was hitting 96, 98 in his live batting practice on Friday, and he was all over the place. He was not happy with it. And one person said to me, yeah, there's a guy who went out there and tried to make up for a year in 15 pitches. And it certainly looked that way. But that Jared Jones felt good, that he was not happy about it is one thing. It tells you a little bit about his competitiveness. But that he felt good coming out of it, that there's no problems after that he didn't throw too hard and re-injure himself, I think was a good sign. And I just, I don't know if the Pirates are going to rush him back. When you have a guy like that who throws as hard as he does and is coming off an arm injury, do you want to put him out there and test, the durability of that arm, or do you want to put him out there in a situation where you have him throw 1 or 2 innings and say, hey, go out there and just go out and get some punch outs and get us some outs, and we'll build you up naturally. So it's a matter of whether they want to build him up to 6 innings in the minors or whether they want to have him come up and build up in the majors like they did with some of their other guys in the last year when they did that with, Chandler and Ashcraft and Mlodzinski, where they start them in the bullpen and get them some short relief, then some long relief, and then move them into a starting position if that's the way it seems to be under Ben Cherington, is how they've built up the pitchers.
One guy I'm very curious about is Termarr Johnson. What kind of start is he off to? And even though his stock has clearly dropped, is he still somebody that they're counting on to be a high-impact player? When might we see him get a chance in the majors?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tamar's probably ticketed for spending the season at AAA. And I think, this could be a year we see him make his debut. He's 21 going on 22, I believe, or 22 going on 20. He might be 22 going on 23, but he's still very young. Tamar hit a triple the other day and showed some speed on the base pass. He looks like, he's very muscular, but he looks like he's a little leaner this year than he was last year. He said he did some Pilates in the off season. So I think some of these guys start to realize the value of, the year-round conditioning and nutrition that goes into it. But Tamar very much came out with, he was considered a generational talent with his bat in terms of prep people. They were talking about him being compared to, when he got drafted, they were talking about him comparing to Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds and Terry Pendleton, guys that were MVPs, saying that's the type of bat he had, the bat speed and the knowledge. I think the big question with Tamar, kind of like with Nick Gonzalez and Henry Davis, it was not the offense coming up. It was more that this is a guy who defensively had some catching up to do. And it's a matter of whether he can play second base or shortstop or third base. He's playing all three positions a little bit, or whether they have to move him to the outfield. But I think Tamar is progressing. I look at Tamar more as the sign that I took with that Brandon Lau's on a one-year contract, the final year of his contract. Tamar is really going to probably be a guy that's in the mix to be the starting second baseman next year.
Kev, you and I had an interesting exchange via text last night about Paul Skeens, because I got asked a question on my Trib mailbag, which is up at triblive.com, I might add. If they get a cap, somebody asked me, why aren't we thinking more about if MLB gets a salary cap that the Pirates could actually keep Paul Skeens? And I think you and I agree that, well, while that may cause a little bit of thought, this guy's still going to get $500 million, right? Yeah. So does a cap change your mind about Paul Skeens at least staying here for a year or two of free agency, like signing a deal, or no? If it were to come to pass.
Yeah, Anthony, let me put that out there. Is that I don't expect the salary cap to be part of the next collective bargaining agreement. I think it's always the owner's stance from the start is that they want a cap, and they want to have a hard cap and a ceiling, and then have a floor with it that requires teams like the Pirates to spend more. I don't see that happening. So that's the one caveat. But if there was a cap, and if they did it right, you would have something like a Larry Bird rule where teams would have an advantage to sign their homegrown guys by being able to give them more money than they can get in the free agent market. I think that's the one thing that I'd be in favor of, is that for the Pirates having an opportunity to sign a Paul Skeens and having an edge in being able to do so, to be able to offer him more money than everybody else, and not know that they have to lose these guys to free agency the moment they draft them. I mean, Paul Skeens, people in Pittsburgh have been fretting about that since he was drafted. It's like, well, we drafted him for the Yankees. They're going to get the best Paul Skeens years. I mean, so clearly that's wrong. Paul Skeens was Rookie of the Year and now unanimous Cy Young Award winner. Enjoy him while you can is my advice, because I think he's going to break the bank. I mean, if you're seeing guys signed for $30 and $40 million as starting pitchers, I think Paul Skeens is going to get $50 million a year. And I think it's going to be over 10 years, because he's going to be still in his 20s when he signs that contract. So I just don't think that's realistic. But what it could do is it could allow the Pirates to try to keep him. If Skubal, after winning back-to-back Cy Youngs, can get $31 million in arbitration, that's a win for Paul Skeens, and that's not good for the Pirates. But at the same time, isn't Paul Skeens worth $30 million if he's going to give you the type of numbers that he has in the past two seasons, the first two seasons in the majors? I mean, you almost look at it as like right now you're getting an absolute bargain that everybody in baseball would die for. And maybe you pay for that a little bit on the back end. I think it's worth it to keep Paul Skeens in the Pittsburgh Pirates uniform for as long as humanly possible.
Well, stay with me here for a moment. Let's say there was a cap, and let's say the floor was $140 million. So you pay Skeens $50 million, and then the rest of your team, you have $90 million, which is what you've been spending on your team anyway. Is it at least theoretically more possible? It has to be more possible, even if you think it's unlikely with a cap than without a cap, that you could get a deal done with him, especially if you start winning, right?
Oh, and that's where it all begins. The whole conversation with Paul Skeens, I think even more important than money for Paul Skeens, because he's going to get his money no matter what. He's going to get paid. But more important to him is the opportunity to win. This is a guy who wants to win a World Series championship, is not shy about talking about that. I think the role for baseball where the people are concerned is that if there is a salary cap and you do pay your superstar players a $50 million and you're only going to spend to the cap floor, then what it does is it cuts out kind of the young veteran players who have gone through and reached free agency and expected to get a payday. I think you're going to see a team where you have a handful of superstars and then you have a lot of rookies playing on the minimum salary. And I don't know if that's conducive to winning championships. And that's a greater concern to me is, can you afford to keep Paul Skeens? Possibly. Can you win a championship with Paul Skeens paying him top dollar? I don't think so if you're the Pirates. And so he may be worth more to you in a huge haul for a trade than to actually keep him and pay him if you're only spending to the cap floor. But at the same time, you look at what the Washington Nationals did when they traded Juan Soto, and I think Josh Bell was part of that trade, to the San Diego Padres. You know, they got Mackenzie Gore, they got James Wood, they got Robert Hassel, and they got C.J. Abrams. I mean, they got 4 guys that are all potential all-stars in that trade. Yet the problem is they still performed poorly enough that the general manager and the manager both got fired. So I don't know which one works in your favor, to try to win with Paul Skeens and pay him the absolute maximum, or to try to trade him and get a huge haul for him and know that team still might not be good enough to win, and keep everybody employed.
It's 1:18. Time to call Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty if you're looking to buy or sell your home. All right, Gormy, give me your opening day lineup right now against what I'm assuming is going to be Freddie Peralta in New York against the Mets. What will it look like? Positions and batting order. In your opinion, what will it look like? Not what you think it should be, but what will it be?
Based on my vibe today, I would go with O'Neal Cruz batting leadoff and playing center field. Brandon Lau batting second and playing second base. Ryan Reynolds in left field batting third. Ryan O'Hearn playing right field batting fourth. Marcell Ozuna designated hitter batting fifth. Spencer Horwitz playing first base batting sixth. And then you get into the tricky part of the lineup there, where I don't know who bats seventh, eighth, ninth, and what particular order, but I'll just take a guess and say that seventh would be Nick Gonzalez playing shortstop. Eighth would be Henry Davis playing catcher. Ninth would be Jared Triolo playing third base. Because of his speed, I would want him at the bottom of the order so he can turn it over. And then Paul Skeens is on the mound. I'm not sure if the Pirates are convinced that they can win with that bottom of the order for one, and with Nick Gonzalez playing shortstop. But Nick Gonzalez and Jared Triolo could be interchangeable. I don't know that they have another third baseman. So there's a concern there that if Jared Triolo is playing shortstop, who's playing third base, and how much you're downgrading there. But that's what the lineup would look like based on what I've seen here in the first 2 weeks of spring training.
We're not going to see Alika Williams on this roster, are we?
I don't think so, but I do think it's important that they kept Alika at shortstop in the minors as a guy who could play short, third, and second base that has some major league experience, so that if they're making a call-up, if somebody's either injured or not performing, that they don't have to call up a guy who has no major league experience. I think that's key, to have guys like that at AAA that have major league experience, and you're not calling up some rookie who's wide-eyed, making his debut, and is completely overmatched, which has been kind of what the Pirates have been doing the last 3 or 4 years.
Cruz batting leadoff interests me. You feel like, I know that's been what's been happening in the spring, and you feel like that's the deal here for the opener maybe. He was really bad the final 2 months. He hit like a pitcher in the final 2 months of the season. I don't know that I love him at the leadoff spot. You?
His numbers are far better at the leadoff spot last year than they were anywhere else in the lineup, which is kind of that's where he generated a lot of his power numbers in April and May when he was playing good baseball before he kind of fell off a cliff. What he showed us yesterday, is why I put him there. This is a guy, if he can get on base, gets on base, fields second base, fly ball moves him over to third. A sharp hit to right field by Ozuna scores Cruz. And you've got a guy who's capable of stealing bases. You've got a guy who's capable of going from first to third or even first to home, depending on it. And you've got some guys behind him who can drive him in now. It's not just Brian Reynolds, but you've got Lau, Reynolds, O'Hearn, and Ozuna. And so I like O'Neal Cruz with some guys behind him, that he's not just out there, trying to score runs on his own, that he can essentially just use his speed to his advantage. But I also, if you're not batting him first, where are you batting him, fifth or sixth? And I feel like for the power that he has, that's way too low in the order. I don't think he's a good enough hitter to bat him second or third. So to me, it's kind of you're either talking 1 or 6 with the guys that they have in that order.
When the Pirates got good back in 13, it was 7, 8, 9 were on lockdown with Watson, Grilly. I think Grilly was the closer. What was it? Melanson, Watson, Grilly, something like that. They just closed games. What's it looking like for 7, 8, and 9 right now?
Well, there's a lot of options. I don't know if anybody's locked down the 7th inning rule or the 8th inning rule, but I think the 8th inning rule, the Pirates have good options. I just wrote about this morning for Trib Live, is that Gregory Soto and Dennis Santana are locker mates. They're both Dominicans. They're good friends. And they're guys who are kind of interchangeable as a lefty-righty, with Soto being the lefty and Santana the righty, that both have experience as closers, that both have experience as setup men, and are both kind of willing to do whatever role the Pirates want to put them in. Every reliever wants to be the closer. Let's make that clear. But they also have Justin Lawrence, who closed out in Colorado in the past. They have Mesa Montgomery, who's another really hard-throwing lefty that was acquired and the trade with Lau and Jake Mangum from Tampa Bay. So there are options. The other guy who looks really good is Kyle Nicholas. He's going to play for Team Italy in the WBC. So there's a lot of options in the back end of the bullpen. And then, you mentioned at the very beginning, Carmen Majinski. He's another guy who could be a high-leverage reliever if he's in the bullpen, and if Jose Urquidy wins the 5th spot in the rotation. So the Pirates have a lot more options, I think, than they've had in years past. I'm not sure that they have a lights-out closer like they had when David Bednar was at his best, but I do think that they have better guys, in front of and around that situation. And I think it's nice that you have the ability to go matchup-based. If you have, in the 8th inning, you're facing a bunch of lefties, you're going to have Soto there. But if it's the opposite, it's the 9th. Maybe Soto pitches the 9th and Santana handles the 8th.
Kevin, we appreciate the time. Thank you, sir. Anything else happening today we should know about? What are they serving you in Fort Myers? Any good food at the game?
Yeah, they had some chicken and beef tacos. It wasn't bad. It was actually, pretty decent ballpark food. Like I said, it turned out to be a beautiful day. It was very chilly here. We're looking forward to the 7-degree temperatures coming back later this week. But, this was unseasonably cold, waking up to like weather in the 30s the past couple of days. Not that I'm complaining. I know it's cold back home, but a little bit different around here. When you see people working at the ballpark wearing gloves and scarves and tassel caps at a baseball game at spring training, where if you were in Pittsburgh, all of a sudden people were in shorts and T-shirts in this type of weather. And down here, that's really cold to everybody. But I'm looking forward to watching Connor Griffin. That's a guy I want to kind of get some eyes on and see how he does. And I still believe, Joe, that he should be the opening day shortstop. I've talked to enough people that feel that, hey, this kid's different. He's a special talent. He can handle it. Let's just roll with him. But I understand where the Pirates are coming from in terms of wanting to make sure that he succeeds, because that's very vital to their success, is to get the best out of Connor Griffin.
Would you say it's a 0% chance he's coming north right now?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think if Connor Griffin, tears the ball off all spring, he might force their hand. But I guess just when you see how the lineups are constructed early, and that the Pirates have played several games at Lecom Park, and he's not been in the starting lineup in those games, and that they'd rather have, Alika Williams and Jared Triolo and Nick Gonzalez playing shortstop at home, and with more representative lineups, that gives me an idea that the decision may have already been made.
Kev, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk again soon. You're doing great work for the Trib.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate you having me.
Kevin Gorman, read his stuff at triblive.com. Meanwhile, the Penguins made a trade here, and not a totally insignificant one. Brett Kulak to Colorado for Sam Girard, another defenseman. And Kyle Dubas gets a second-round pick. Here's Josh Yohe's take on this. I would take Girard for Kulak straight up, he says. This isn't even considering that Girard is 5 years younger and under contract for another season. After this one, that Colorado gave Dubas a second-round pick is stunning, Yohe says. Pens now have 3 firsts, 7 seconds, 6 thirds in the next 3 drafts. That's incredible. Stunning is a good word for it from Josh. I thought Kulak was actually pretty good here. And as Josh says, Girard, you're getting a guy who's probably less dependable right now, but a little bit more on the offensive side, right? A little bit more dynamic than you're getting from Kulak, which will never be much of that. Be interesting how Kyle Dubas treats the actual deadline, which is coming up upon us very fast right now. And like I said before, I think the biggest move the Penguins could make would be unloading Stuart Skinner and bringing up Miroshov. That's the big move I'd like to see. I don't have a feeling that another big move is in the offing here. I think the question is whether Dubas wants to keep other UFAs who are of Kulak's ilk, pending UFAs, like Achari, for example. What can you get for him? Is someone going to surprise you with a return for him? Well, then you keep Hayes up here once Sid gets back, and maybe you have, a little bit of what Achari was giving you, which is a lot. And that fourth line's been very good. But I don't think you're going to see any seismic player coming back here. I certainly don't. All right. Coming up, Jeff Hathorn is at the Combine. We'll see what's going on there today. Mel Kiper, we talked about earlier. His mock draft is out. He has Ty Simpson going to the Steelers at pick number 21. Maybe Art will be looking to make that big quarterback splash at the draft. And maybe Mike McCarthy likes Ty Simpson. Maybe he even likes him better than Will Howard. We shall see. But a lot of people seem to feel that would be a good match and that might be the direction that the Steelers are going. Omar Khan didn't have much to say about that today, but he did say some other things, including that Broderick Jones might not be ready for the start of training camp, which then, to me, puts tackle back in play in the draft this year. I mean, you can trust Dylan Cook all you want based on his limited time, but I think tackle is back in play at some point here, maybe early. Let's talk to Jeff about what Omar said and about everything else going on at the Combine. We'll do that next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates currently in action against the Boston Red Sox. Top half of the second inning. Carmen Mlodzinski with 3 strikeouts in the first inning, also allowed a hit. Nick Gonzalez the hit for the Buccos so far, as they currently are in the top half of the second. And tomorrow, Paul Skeens will start for the Pirates. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And I would like to tell everyone about my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. Are you ready to shop for a new TV or appliance? And do you want to do it right? Because there's only one choice, and that's with Voss. It's where I go for the best prices and selection on name brand TVs and appliances. Voss is a family business that is built on relationships since 1960. My family has trusted Voss for over 30 years because it's pure Pittsburgh. Experienced pros like my guys Rick and Matt, they will focus on your needs, not what is on their showroom floor. So check them out. Visit Voss's South Hill showroom. You can call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS. Or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest price is guaranteed.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
This show, you can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL
competition committee is discussing the possibility of authorizing replay officials to throw flags for specific penalties. On one hand, that would be fair. On the other hand, I don't want more replays to waste more time with officials looking at the monitor during a game. The best idea, I think, is just letting the officials call it in real time. I'm Chris Black.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Riverhounds are unveiling their new 2026 jerseys at the Roxy-In, February 26 from 6 to 8. Live band, cash bar, jersey reveal videos, players on stage, kids activities, and a chance to buy the new jerseys. RSVP at riverhounds.com/2026 jersey reveal.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Might be A.J. Brown. Then again, he might be a winner. There's talk Nick Sirianni was asked, will he be here next season, after he extolled all the virtues of A.J. Brown. And he said, I can't guarantee that, in so many words. So does that make him a loser or a winner? He could be either. But, man, I don't think Philly's a bad place to be if you want to win. I still think that's a loaded roster. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And it's cloudy today and a high of 34. Andy Russell, a low of 20. Rocky Blyer. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of this weather? You want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. Let's go to the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, where we find our very own Jeff Hathorn live at the Combine. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Joe. I want to give you an idea of where I'm at. These are the podiums right here that guys are going to talk at. In fact, Joe Brady's going to be like 3 podiums over here in a couple of minutes talking about the Buffalo Bills. But it's this huge room here, and you could look over here. You see CBS Sports. There's our friend Aditi. There's NBC, NFL Network, ESPN. So yeah, it's kind of been a fun day here in Indianapolis.
Ask Joe Brady if he thinks the Bills will win the Super Bowl next season, Jeff, just as he's walking by.
I'm gonna give him your concerns about more of the players on the team than who's coaching them.
Yeah, ask him about the GM and the roster and whether they'll have a defense or a or number one receiver next season. Anywho, were you there for Omar Khan today?
I was.
What did you find most interesting that he said?
He said that they don't have a firm deadline on Aaron Rodgers, but it seems like, just reading between the lines, that they've had conversations. While he wouldn't say this directly, their desire is to have Aaron. But I think what also is key is he recognizes that they still need to find a quarterback of the future. Like, that's still on their radar. Just if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback doesn't mean that they still couldn't look for another quarterback, although it wouldn't be as prevalent high in the draft. And that until they find that 10 to 15-year guy, that's their biggest priority. So, I mean, Rodgers' talk was a big part of it. Also, that he thought that schematically that Mike McCarthy and what has been run for the last 18 years isn't going to change much, or 20 years isn't going to change much under McCarthy. And he said there'll be some nuances offensively, but between that and the defense, that schematically it's going to be very similar for Steeler fans.
He also said that he wasn't certain if Broderick Jones was going to be ready for training camp. Did that surprise you, Jeff? And does that put tackle back in play for the draft?
Yeah, not necessarily surprised me because we had heard some things about his neck, and when it's a neck injury, those can take a long period of time to heal. So I'm not surprised, but I do think it does bring tackle. It brings Dylan Cook from just a feel-good story to maybe an opportunity to compete for a job. And I think it might bring, not at a high end, but it might bring tackle into free agency for someone, at least an experienced backup, if they roll the dice with Broderick, that he might be able to play.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director at the Combine. So with Rodgers, what do you think the deadline will be? Well, let me wipe that out. Do you think they already know? Doran Dickerson from the morning show says he believes they already know and that they know he's coming back. Do you share that opinion?
I think they know the parameters. I think they know what he wants. I think everything is in place. I don't know that they are willing to say they know 100% that Aaron's going to say yes, because Aaron can be volatile. He can change his mind. We've seen a lot of different things from Aaron over the span of his career. I think they feel comfortable with him. I think everything's set. I think they feel like an agreement is in place. It's just a matter of whether Aaron will say yes. And Omar said numerous times that this isn't going to be like last year, meaning they're not going to have to wait till May to get a decision. But he wouldn't pin him down to saying they need one before March 11th when free agency starts. But to that point, Joe, did he play his hand that if he doesn't really, that doesn't matter in free agency, that maybe they're not going to be active looking for a free agent quarterback, that Malik Willis really isn't a part of what they're thinking about doing?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the interesting part. I would say if there's anybody they would go after that makes sense, it's Malik Willis, right? Is there anybody else that comes to mind free agent-wise?
Not to, I mean, Joe Flacco. I mean, who else are you going to look at? Trey Lance, or are you going to wait and see if Tua, I guess Kirk Cousins is available. You could go down those roads, but if you're looking at a few of the older guys, why not just go with a guy who knows the head coach and has some experience with the team from last year?
How long did Omar talk for? It sounded like he was asked about a bunch of different things. And did anything else stand out, Jeff? I know he talked about his time with Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, I mean, he did talk about that it was weird with Mike not being here. It was interesting. I was in a scrum with John Harbaugh and asked him about Mike Tomlin stepping down. And he said, one of the things that people think, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's because of Pittsburgh that's the way they play. But he said Mike Tomlin was the reason those games were so hard to play. And then he said Bill Cowher and Chuck Noll were two of the greatest coaches of all time. So that's just a quick aside. I thought it was an interesting tidbit from Harbaugh. As far as other things that Omar said, he said he's in negotiations with Cam. They've already had conversations, which seems to be much farther along in the process, at least from Cam's point of view, than they were last year. So that he says he's had contact with a number of the free agents and guys going into their last year. But what he's learned is sometimes what you think is going to be a simple process can be complicated. So until that gets done, and that's not going to happen this week, obviously because of what's going on in the combine.
Well, Cam's under contract, so what are they negotiating?
Well, he's going into the last year of his deal. So it's that conversation of, does he want an extension? Is he one of those guys like Porter and Herbig and Benton that they want to look to extend? Or do they at least want to have conversations so you don't get into camp and Cam's holding out because he thought there was some kind of agreement? I find it positive that at least they've had some type of talks about what his future holds.
Interesting. I would be tempted just to have him play on his current deal, wouldn't you?
I would think at this age, because we saw with Cam Jordan, like, man, when you drop off at that age, it drops off a cliff most times. Now, it hasn't for Cam, but I guess ultimately it would depend what he wants. But it seems like he wants
I know what he wants. More money. Actually, I don't blame him. He's coming off a hell of a year. It's hard to blame him. It's just he's never going to win the PR battle on this one. 3 straight years if there's another contract dispute.
Omar also said he thought Caleb Johnson was going to turn the corner. Now, maybe that's more hope because he drafted him. And that Roman Wilson, he thinks, is going to be a factor this year. And when asked why he wasn't last year, he kind of hemmed and hawed about different things. I'm not convinced by that, but he's optimistic on his last couple of third-round picks maybe finally coming through and doing something for him.
Of course, he was also optimistic at the Combine about Kenny Pickett one year, and Pickett was traded within seconds of that conversation.
Yeah.
So who knows?
And you can't discount the cloud of secrecy or the trying to throw teams off the scent part of any of these conversations here.
What do you say about Kenny Gainwell?
That they've had talks with Gainwell. They have an idea what he wants. He didn't say this directly, but you got a sense that Gainwell wants to explore the market, or at least explore the tampering to see what kind of offers are out there before he's going to make a decision to sign back here. But obviously they loved what he did last year and want him back.
Did anybody ask about Patrick Queen? There seems to have been so much chatter about whether they want him back.
Much to the Pickett conversation, he said, this is a guy we want. He's played really well. We would consider a contract extension as he's going into his last year. But to your point about Pickett, I would wonder, maybe we'll see with the new defensive coordinator, but he had nothing but praise for what Patrick Queen has done.
Jeff, I began the show by sort of painting this as the opening of the Omar era, really, with no more Mike Tomlin and all the power that Tomlin wielded. It feels like this is Omar's big chance to make a stamp on the franchise. And frankly, I think he was a huge influence in the hiring of Mike McCarthy. Do you look at it this way? Like this is now the year of Omar?
Yeah, even though Mike McCarthy is going to have some say in what goes on in the draft, like it's his guys without Tomlin in the way, and he knows McCarthy. Like I do agree with that, and you know they need some skill players. What kind of magic can he work? What kind of trades can he work with the excess draft picks that he said more or less that he's going to package together in some type of deal? They're not going to draft 12 players. So what kind of move can he make? What kind of evaluations? He gets another year with Andy Weidel. Who knows how many more of those he gets to take advantage of those opportunities. But yeah, Joe, I think Omar realizes this is his chance to really say it's my draft.
And my team in a lot of ways, right? More than it's been so in the past. And the opening question today, Jeff, was, is this a good thing? Is it a good thing that Omar seemingly has this opportunity to wield more influence and power within the organization and make it more what he wants?
You got to trust your GM. You know, there are some things that you really like about what they've done, especially fortifying their lines. And a couple of the late round, I mean, you got a starting guard that was in the 4th round. Good find. So I think there are some things that he can build on, but you can't go into this process having anything but trust in that GM. And they've got to trust that he knows what he's doing, and those scouts are giving him good breakdowns on these players.
Who do you talk to next, Jeff? It sounds like commotion around you. Are there other coaches there? Is Joe Brady out there yet? Who else?
No, I think is this the Bills GM here, Joe?
Can I yell through your mic and yell at him from here? Just put out your phone.
That's why I have the headsets in.
Put your phone right out to him.
All right, I'm going to put it out.
No.
All right.
Get some players. Get a receiver, Brandon Beane. What are you doing?
So yeah, that's what's going on here. Tomorrow there's some draft experts that talk, and tomorrow at 8 a.m., Kyle Lewis will be one of the first players to talk, the Pitt linebacker.
Interesting.
So we get into player talks tomorrow. Boy, isn't he an interesting? If he falls down into late day 2 or into day 3 with his hybrid abilities, he's an interesting player, isn't he?
He is very interesting. Jeff, thank you for taking time. Maybe we can talk again since you're at the Combine out of your normal schedule if you have time.
Absolutely. I'll talk to Limits. We'll make it work.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, Joe.
What a wonderful man he is. And he'll be interviewing and talking to all these players and prospects and coaches. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff there. All right, Limits. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Joe, you'll be happy to hear this. Connor Griffin, moonshot home run for the Pirates in his first at-bat of the game against the Boston Red Sox. Pirates are up 3-0 now after a base hit by Nick Gonzalez for the Bucks early in the matchup against the Red Sox. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and the PM team is coming up next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 58 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books from Westwood One Sports. The Lakers were embarrassed by the Celtics on Sunday night, and if you believe in bounce-back spots, this is a great opportunity for them. Lakers are hosting the Magic, who are playing their fourth game in 6 days since the All-Star break ended. Orlando's been a mediocre squad for most of the season, and they're under 500 on the road. The last 4 times the Lakers lost by double digits, they responded with a double-digit win. I think that trend continues. I'm laying the points with L.A. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps. When you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity. Imagine that. And now you can cut your bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, call. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus an AT&T starter. Taxes, fees, extra. Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All righty. NFL Scouting Combine. Omar Khan addressing reporters there. Later this week, player interviews will commence, and the Steelers will watch these guys work out in underwear, including Saturday when quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers work out. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
I know you guys are asking about Aaron. I've been in communication with Aaron. I know Mike has also. We've had good communication, honest communication, but no, nothing new to report there. So,
do you have a deadline?
No deadline. All I'll tell you guys is I don't foresee this going like it did last year. So,
do you consider other free agent quarterbacks or only Aaron?
I'd say all options are on the table. I'll say this: we certainly welcome Aaron back. It was a really good experience with him, and really enjoyed getting to know him. And he was great to have around. But the reality is, we're all searching for that next guy, the next 10 to 15 year guy. And I guess right now all options are on the table. It's still early. This is just gonna be fluid.
Omar, is it your guys' desire to have him be the starting quarterback this year?
We've had a conversation and we've expressed it. It was a really good experience with Aaron, and that option's still out there.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Great to have Jeff Hathorn as part of the NFL Scouting Combine frenzy. They're asking Omar Khan a very pointed question. Same question Mike McCarthy got asked at his press conference. Do you want Aaron Rodgers back as quarterback one? And Omar Khan was way less committal than Mike McCarthy on that. I think that there's going to be some different interpretations of what was said today. You just start with the most basic thing. They don't want it to drag on. It sounds like they're not going to let it drag on, Chris. That, in and of itself, is a different posture or stance from last year. Last year, I think, showed that they were beholden to Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, if you're going to let him...
He was the guy making the executive decision about himself last year. That's basically what it was.
It went till June.
Yeah. Aaron, what do you want to do about you? Oh, that's what you want to do? Okay, cool. Unless you believe, of course, that Mike T knew that he was going to be here months prior.
I listened to both Omar Khan Q&As. He talked to all the Steelers reporters, including Jeff. Then he opened it up to reporters from Timbuktu and every walk of life when he went in front of the regular podium and he did a wardrobe change from having a big Steelers logo on his boob to then having an NFL Draft Pittsburgh logo on his boob. And I watched all of it, probably an hour's worth of Omar Khan, and he spoke more glowingly about Kenneth Gainwell coming back as a free agent
yes, he did.
than he did Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, he did.
And that's significant to me. Like, does the GM always get his way with the Steelers? No. The head coach in this organization has outranked the GM pretty much from the dawn of time. It's been a coach-run organization ever since they started winning Super Bowls with Chuck Noll. And the owner empowers the coach, and the owner has big say too. But we've got a coach who's brand new to the job and a GM that's put in all this work before who has the ear of the owner. And it just sounds to me like Omar Khan is kind of ambivalent on this. Yeah, the experience with Aaron Rodgers wasn't a bad one, but even some of the things he said about last year, like
he overwhelmingly came back to we didn't win a playoff game over and over when he was talking about various players, and that could easily be traced back and said, hey, you could say that about the QB too.
And he gave the guy credit for being tougher than people thought, and
we did our homework. We knew he was going to be a good dude in the locker room. But
I did not hear, hey, Aaron Rodgers, pretty please come back and play quarterback for the Steelers in 2026. When Art Rooney would talk about Rodgers last year, it was, oh my, I really hope. It's like you're on a dating app. I really hope he swipes right on me. I really hope he does.
Never use those apps.
I really hope I'm the guy on Bumble that the girl has to ask me out like a Sadie Hawkins dance. I really hope that Aaron Rodgers hits me up. And they got what they wanted. This seems way more nonchalant. Okay. Like, now we're friends with benefits. It's not a serious relationship anymore. If you want to hook up one more time, we can do that.
If you don't, you don't.
All options are on the table. So I felt after Mike McCarthy addressed Tim Benz the way he did at that press conference, that it was like a done deal. That Aaron Rodgers was going to be their quarterback.
You got Mike McCarthy. Now you get the predictable companion quarterback to him.
I think it's way closer to 50-50, and part of the reason why I say that is, despite all of the things that Rodgers showed, like positively in terms of being there as a teammate, sticking up for other guys, being available.
Being pretty tough, all things considered.
Not being a dink, like if he did.
he was he was like a quiet teammate. He called guys out, but they seemed to respond well to it.
He got his shots in like at the Acrisure Stadium turf and Johnny
choice
Smith.
Of words.
But they were all, I think, pretty reasonable and measured criticisms.
Boilerplate football stuff, mostly.
But the one thing I do think that has remained consistent about Aaron Rodgers' career, and it showed up in the Bookie, and O'Connor wrote about him, and pretty much everyone has said this about him, he likes attention, and he likes to be wanted. He likes people to kiss his ass. And I think Mike flattered him and gave him his space and played that game with him. And I think Mike McCarthy knows how to play that game too. Obviously, worked with him for a long time. But I'm just not convinced right now that the Steelers are that gung-ho on it after hearing Omar. Knowing full well there's NFL scouting combine subterfuge.
I was going to say,
and smoke and mirrors that go on.
That's the one thing about Omar. He still does not appear all that much more comfortable in this posture, like standing there before a crowd of reporters. But
he's a horrible public speaker.
But I think that, he was good with us on the air when we had him on as a guest.
That's not public speaking, though.
You're speaking to the public.
I know, but there's a difference between me standing in front of...
I'm being pedantic.
You know what I'm saying.
Yes,
he struggles at this part.
You and I are talking to each other. It just happens to be going out over the air to a lot of people.
Yep.
I do think with him more so than with Kevin Colbert, who sometimes, in spite of himself, I think would tell you the truth about this, that, or the other. I think Omar... in this situation, and I want to be extremely clear about this. This is not meant to be derogatory or a cut at him at all. I think in these settings, he is a born liar, like every GM is. I think you say subterfuge. I think these guys very rarely will give you an unbiased, unfiltered, unvarnished version of the truth or their feelings on a guy.
I think the most truthful thing he said there in answering questions about Aaron Rodgers, because it's just fact, I think, it's not even, I think, opinion, is that the Steelers have to find their quarterback for the next 10 to 15 years, correct?
Yeah, I thought that
said it.
That was pretty straightforward.
So that's why he said all options are on the table, because that's what we need to do. We have to find the next guy for 10 to 15 years. Omar Khan's not going to let Aaron Rodgers get in the way of that. If something comes up in the next, I would like to think the next 2 or 3 weeks, or while Aaron Rodgers is not giving them an answer, they're not going to prioritize Aaron Rodgers wanting to play a 21st season over that.
I would hope.
Right? I mean, that's...
Do you think the owner could step in to any degree here? Like maybe the GM, it's reasonable that the GM, even though there's a new coach, wants to put more of his stamp on it, and this is part of it. Hey, I'm not going to be effusive and over the top with my praise. The owner still could step in because we know he wants to win and say, sorry, you've got to try to get this back at all.
I know, but Omar Khan didn't draft from the Art Rooney book of, hey, we won the division. We had a great season last year. He didn't do that. Like, he seemed to want to downplay the success they had, if you want to call it success. Right? I mean, that's the guy. He works for Art Rooney. He did not play the Art Rooney hits of, yeah, of course we want Aaron Rodgers back. Look at the year we just had.
No,
Damn right.
If you believe that he takes his cues from Art, or at the bare minimum, he tries to guess what Art is thinking based on behind-the-scenes conversations and put some sort of sanitized version of that out to the public, then you would be led to believe that actually Art, his main takeaway from last year was we didn't win a playoff game. However, at Art's season-ending press conference, when he was basically announcing that, like, hey, Mike's gone.
Yep.
I didn't get that tone from Art. I got the sense of he was willing to run it back. So I think there's a lot of, if we try to do our usual read between the lines game here, I think there's a lot of conflicting threads.
But there was not a lot of, like, flattering language from Art on Aaron Rodgers at that last press conference, was there?
Well, no, what Art very clearly did at that last presser, just to be, I think, pretty much straightforward about this, was Mike T is gone. That means Aaron is probably gone. Except they hired the one coach they could have who was theoretically out there eligible for jobs.
Yeah.
That would have brought Rodgers back, or at least increased the chances from greater than 0. Here's the question then. Did they right then and there, that day, that morning, already have an inkling that they wanted Mike McCarthy to be the coach?
Yes, I think they did.
then that would be a bit of subterfuge by, I think, the owner, because he would know if Mike McCarthy is quietly our guy, then you have to know that increases the chances.
I mean, I don't think that they were sold on it, but I think
he was
Omar
on their short
liked
list.
him and liked a lot of the qualities about him. He's from Pittsburgh.
Well, here's
He's
the
an
other funny
offensive
thing
guy.
about this. Omar knew that Mike liked him, or Art knew that Omar liked Mike. Mike likes Aaron. Omar's worked with Aaron. Omar and Mike don't seem to be quite lined up on their opinion of bringing Aaron back. For two guys that worked together way back in the day and both talk about how much they enjoyed their time together working as side-by-side guys with the Saints.
If the Steelers really were dead set on Rodgers and were holding out hope for Rodgers, why would you even offer up like a very timid or meek threat of a deadline? You know? You would just say he'll make his decision when he makes it, and we'll be waiting for him. We'll keep the door open.
Well, I think to me, that's a good point, because it suggests that they're not just standing around like with their, finger up their nose, just kind of waiting for him here. Like you set any kind of even a tentative deadline, and you suggest openly, like almost the first thing he said was, I don't think it's going to be like last year, because you're trying to set some parameters by which the player has to abide.
And if the player blew you out of the water and impressed you so much, wouldn't you just give him the widest berth he wanted?
You would say something to the effect of, obviously, we want Aaron back. Look at how he played for us last year.
And I didn't hear that today.
Especially if you thought with the coach you had hired that he would want to be back just as badly as you wanted him back. You could do mutual admiration society.
All right, I probably should have said this 11 minutes ago, but I'll say it now. You know what I really think is going on here with Omar? I think Omar wants Will Howard to play.
Will Howard.
That's what I think. I think if Omar had his druthers...
So he's trying to softly push Rodgers away.
I don't know. Maybe. I guess I'm saying maybe.
Well, yeah,
I guess I am saying yes to that.
If he wants Will Howard to play, then he should absolutely be trying to like subtly poison the well.
Doesn't that make sense for him, though, as a GM? He gets clarity on Howard. It informs his decision for next year's draft on where they go. He said they need to find a quarterback for the next 10 or 15 years. He talked about the sorcery that Mike McCarthy did for his Saints when he grew up in New Orleans.
Aaron Brooks, baby.
Got them their first playoff win. Aaron Brooks was in his second year, and he was 24 years old, and he was a late-round pick. Will Howard is 24 years old in his second year and a late-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think he's seen Mike McCarthy sprinkle his pixie dust on a guy like that before and would rather see him do that than watch Aaron Rodgers again.
Do you think that Omar...
respectful of what Rodgers did last year, but preference would be Howard. That's just my
take on it. Do you think, gun to your head, that Omar, despite whatever he might have had to say when Tomlin was here because of Mike's primacy in the organization, despite what he knows maybe his owner thinks about trying to compete and win playoff games now, do you think Omar, his own man, looks at the situation and understands that there is a page turning that's necessary for the franchise? I'm asking you what you think Omar, personnel man, he and Weidel, if you want to say that they're like the two peas that work together in a pod. Do you think Omar looks at the situation and says, we are not as close as the owner claims we are. We are not as close as perhaps the new head coach wants to believe we are, and that we need to start making a new era here? I happen to think he actually does. I can't imagine the way he's looked at the league change under his feet.
He's an analytical guy.
So I don't think those guys are as given to the emotion of we picked him, we can make it work. We can, we're attached to this guy because we scouted him.
Oh, I actually think he believes there's a shot Howard is good. I do think that.
No, I'm not talking about Will Howard. I'm talking about the way the team was last year with Rodgers.
Yep.
I don't think he is as married to the idea as maybe some other people in that organization were, that they were just on the precipice. I think he would much rather take his shot in this sense and believe that a guy his administration drafted, Will Howard, might actually turn into something. Still could be a complete long shot that doesn't pan out, but as you just said, if you go with Will Howard, one of the two major advantage, or one of two things really happens here. He's either shockingly good and people like me have to eat crow and we have to, 87 straight Johnny the Barber calls under different aliases, spiking the football on us, and you've got your guy. Or he's not very good. You move on from him.
Yep.
and you draft somebody and you have fully reset things at that point.
All right, so let's recap what Khan said about Rodgers. It won't drag out this time. The door is open, but all options are on the table. And when Jeff asked him straight up if he believes or wants Aaron Rodgers, actually, let's hear it again to get the verbiage right.
Omar, is it your guys' desire to have him be the starting quarterback this year? We've had a conversation, and we've expressed it. It was a really good experience with Aaron, and that option's still out there.
Is it your desire? And he wouldn't say yes. He said that option is still out there. That's not a yes. That's not a no. It's somewhere in the middle there.
That's cagey.
Yeah.
C-A-G-E-Y, cagey.
Which is not what Mike McCarthy was at that introductory press conference. What I'm going to do here is throw out the phone number at 412-928-9370 and just offer this up to all of our listeners who are all around the world on YouTube, on X, on 937thefan.com, on Odyssey, here in Pittsburgh on 93.7 FM. And just say, would someone like to call in right now at 412-928-9370 and tell us why it is a really good idea to bring Aaron Rodgers back? After hearing what I would describe as a tepid at best endorsement of Rodgers as the quarterback by the GM, would someone like to tell us cynics and us skeptics in this room why the right move here is for Aaron Rodgers at 42 going on 43 to be their quarterback again next year when the GM says things like, we have to find our next guy for the next 10 to 15 years? 412-928-9370. Maybe people look at that as a riddle and have a really hard time answering that question. Maybe some of you don't and think it's black and white that Rodgers should be back. 412-928-9370. Omar Khan, to prove my point here that I don't think he's sold on Rodgers coming back, wait till you hear what he said about another guy who we know Aaron Rodgers doesn't like. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Donnie is back from his bachelor party and has a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
6-0 Pirates early against the Red Sox. 2 home runs from Connor Griffin already. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. 4 more. Go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Donald. Right now, you might have a mission. You might think to yourself, well, the weather sucked. I also need a new car. I need space. I need an SUV that's also all-wheel drive, and I don't want to break the bank. I want something affordable. So let's check the boxes here. Affordable, all-wheel drive SUV. What you're actually looking for is the Mitsu that fits you. And your best President's Day deal to find one of those Mitsus that fits you is at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. They've got 7-passenger Outlanders, and right now you could take up to $10,000 off on those Outlanders, or you can finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. They've got Outlander Sports, take up to $5,000 off, or you can get just 2.99% financing for 60 months, and every Mitsubishi backed by that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. The Mitsu that fits you, the one you've been looking for, it's in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. So shop President's Day savings at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington and at crownmitsubishipa.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Steel City Hoops. Nobody gets you closer to Western Pennsylvania high school basketball.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The San Antonio Spurs beat the Detroit Pistons last night 114-103. Last night's win gave the Spurs their 5th win over a team that holds the best record in the NBA at the time of the game this season. If Victor Wembanyama can stay healthy, Wemby could win the MVP, and the Spurs will win the championship. I'm Chris Black.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROME. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned,
hey,
you are
Pittsburgh,
breathing in
it's Andrew
unhealthy
Filipponi.
levels.
How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. This February, you probably have love on the brain, so make sure you show some love to your home. If your windows have been drafty, don't wait. Take care of them with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, there's 0% interest for 36 months. Not only that, you'll also get $500 off your home improvement project. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It was a good experience for both sides. Unfortunately, we didn't reach our goals on winning the games that we wanted to win. At the end, there's a mutual respect there. You guys have heard me talk about my belief in Roman. I think Roman's a talented player, and I expect him to contribute. I know the coaching staff is excited to work with him. And his rookie year, he got hurt, and that was a little bit of a setback. And last year, the opportunities didn't come, I think, like everybody would have liked, but I think he's got a good future.
Listen to us, watch us too. X, YouTube, listen, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Omar Khan says the future is bright for Roman Wilson. If Omar Khan was convinced that Aaron Rodgers was going to be the quarterback again in 2026, he doesn't say these things, I don't think. Because he knows that Aaron Rodgers is the gatekeeper. He's the guy that throws the football in games, and he doesn't like Roman Wilson. That much is clear. Fittipaldo's reported that. Other reporters have.
He didn't think his professionalism was up to snuff.
Right.
And Rodgers is a pretty exacting taskmaster of his receivers. That's why they incredibly seem to play better when they got a bunch of old guys who were his buddies that he wanted to play with.
Just listen to this again. This is such a tepid endorsement of Rodgers.
It was a good experience for both sides. Unfortunately, we didn't reach our goals on winning the games that we wanted to win. At the end, there's a mutual respect there.
That sounds like somebody who had dated somebody for 10 months. Yeah, we had some fun. We had some good times, took some fun trips, did some fun stuff. I'll remain friends with them, but it's time for us to make Journey and go our separate ways.
I mean, the other thing that I want
if he's telling the truth here at all.
Right, but the other thing I want to throw out here is these might also be the kind of things you say if you're starting to get the sense that the guy either doesn't want you anymore or is just going to retire.
Get out ahead of it.
Yeah.
With some unspoken sort of lukewarm endorsements of it so that you don't look like you were left at the altar.
I mean, Schefter said on ESPN today that he thinks the Vikings are absolutely back in play for Rodgers this year.
Well, okay.
The timing of that report is interesting, isn't it?
If that's the truth, if the Vikings are back in play, I feel pretty confident saying this. I think Rodgers is going to go there. I think he'd
rather work with Kevin O'Connell and
Justin
learn
Jefferson.
a new offense than Mike McCarthy.
Yes. Don't you
Do you
think?
agree with that, Donnie?
I think he absolutely... Hold on. Wait a minute. It's not just...
All things being equal, you think if Kevin O'Connell called him and said, whatever the Steelers are offering, we'll match, you think he picks Minnesota?
All right. Outdoors versus indoors.
Yep.
Best receiver is DK Metcalf versus Justin Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Reputationally speaking, coach in that place has made Sam Darnold turn his career around.
Yeah, but Rodgers won a Super Bowl with McCarthy.
And then eventually things soured.
Okay.
He also just has, I think, I wouldn't say that the Vikings have top to bottom a better infrastructure. They still have Brian Flores.
So he's trying to go full Favre then and just check off all the boxes
Wait a minute,
of where that guy played.
Hold on. In all seriousness, you don't think that kind of stuff would matter to Rodgers? He would get it in his head, I can go to the Vikings where he gagged right on the precipice of the Super Bowl with a horrible pick.
Well, but again, listen to what you just said. On the precipice of the Super Bowl.
No, you didn't let me finish. You don't think that his self-belief is crazy enough and high enough that he thinks, send me there where we have better talent, better coaching, and we have Brian Flores running the defense, and I can turn that team into a Super Bowl contender? I bet you he does. Bet you he does.
What do you think, Don? You agree with that? You think all things being equal, he'd go back to Minnesota?
I think it all comes down to his relationship still with McCarthy and how sour that actually is. Because Minnesota was the only other team that people threw around last year.
Yeah, it was a two-horse race. It was
he was waiting on them, and now they've seen that maybe McCarthy
stinks,
isn't the guy.
Doo-doo.
And maybe they're going to second-guess what they did.
And here's the other thing about that, Donnie. Last year, it was the Vikings. The case for Rodgers going to either or, it was, do the Vikings even want him, was the first thing you had to figure out. Second was, here's all the advantages institutionally the Vikings have, right? Who their coordinator is, who their head coach is, defensive coordinator, who their talent is, everything else. Dome Stadium, which I would imagine he'd like. On the other side was just Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers are buddies who respect and love each other in a football sense. And because the Vikings did not seemingly want Rodgers all that bad, Mike Tomlin won out there. Why would that not? Why would anything in there change other than if the Vikings? Let me rephrase this. If that was the battle last year, and the only things that have changed this year are now it's Mike McCarthy, and the Vikings might have more info on J.J. McCarthy to make them open to Rodgers, why would he not go there?
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Coming up next, we step back into the PM Team Sports Court with our guys from Edgar Snyder and Associates. A couple of questions for them along these lines. What happens when pro athletes get hurt off the clock? Sidney Crosby goes and plays in the Olympics. He's not working for the Penguins at the time. He gets hurt. Who's on the hook for that? What if it's a serious injury? What if Paul Skeens, knock on wood, blew out his arm playing in the World Baseball Classic? What happens then? What recourse do the Pirates have? They're going to tell us next. Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Right now, another Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops at Stanford tomorrow, 8 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 7:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Donnie, I'd just like to say many of our listeners have heard your headlines today, and they want to congratulate you on a bachelor party. Well done. They've heard that voice. That voice is recovering, and they want to say it sounds like you did it right.
Brian Windhorst meme.
I want to talk to you right now about goals, because we all set them at the beginning of the year. We don't always adhere to them. I actually set a major one this past summer, started working out. Goal was I just want to feel a lot better, like physically, strength-wise, not just losing weight, but strength-wise in my 40s than I did in my 30s. I want to stop neglecting the gym. So I set myself to that. Well, you'd say, oh, how does Awaken 180 help with all of that? Well, variety of reasons. Metabolic health, when you lose 35 pounds and keep it off, it's way better. You sleep better. You recover better from any kind of strenuous activity. You're not getting out of bed feeling like your joints are being hit with a hammer, like maybe I used to, frankly, when I weighed 210 instead of weighing like 180, 185, which is where I like to sit right now. Awaken 180 also has helped me to eat the way you need to eat when you're in the gym and you want your food to help your gains in terms of muscle and strength and everything else. Learning how to eat the right way, learning how to control intake, learning about macros, all that stuff with Awaken 180 has served me in this latest goal. And more than anything else, to start it all off, it helped me lose that 35 pounds and keep it off. If you've struggled to lose the weight, why don't you check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H.
1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And now it's time for the PM Team Sports Corner with our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates.
That's our guy, Rob Fisher. You can see him on YouTube right now in X. On the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Pony, I haven't asked you. You were our voice guy for this one. Were you trying to sound like the guy who talks at the beginning
wasn't me.
Of a certain legal procedural drama?
Me. That's not me.
Not you. Okay.
Our apologies in advance if Rob sounds distracted. He's watching Connor Griffin attempt to homer for the third time.
I was literally watching that on my feed.
Yeah.
That home run.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Now, this is impromptu here. Like, how do you think, or why do you think it is that no Major League Baseball player through the MLBPA has ever challenged legally being held back in the minor leagues for salary, for contract,
for money
manipulation,
reasons.
Like
service
arbitration,
time,
service time manipulation reasons? Rob,
I don't know. I would say that maybe it has to do with the way that they have the collective bargaining agreement between the players and the league. It has to be, right? Because you're right. There's no other league on planet Earth that, they held you back, and then worse, you come up and you're strapped with a certain salary for 3 years before you can even get to arbitration to argue that you're worth more.
Rob, my question is more, what kind of proof would a player have to furnish? So, say Griffin hits 500 all spring and hits 12 home runs, and it is readily apparent that he is the best shortstop on the roster, which I think most people believe subjectively already. How could you, without a smoking gun, though, if you were his side, like text messages or somehow formal written communication, how could you prove that they are holding you back for underhanded reasons, I'll say?
You probably couldn't, because look at the precedents of how everybody else that's held back, right? I mean, there's a long history of just players being held back. I mean, Pirates being one of those organizations like anybody else, waiting till July 1st or whatever the dates are to kick everything back another year. And on their side, isn't it a business decision, right? If you can wait till if it's July 1st and you get another year of the best player since Willie Mays, don't you do that? I mean, isn't that the business decision to make?
But your point is it's a screwed up business model, and it is, where we have to even have these conversations. And you're right, it's not just the Pirates. The Cubs did that with Chris Bryant, too. Yeah, all right, so Sid gets hurt in the Olympics. The World Baseball Classic is coming up. There's questions about players getting hurt in games, sanctioned games, but games that don't involve their major league teams or NHL teams. Some major league players have even been forced to sit out the World Baseball Classic for what they're calling insurance reasons. So let's talk about off-the-clock injuries. When Sid gets hurt and injured and misses time for the Penguins because he plays for Team Canada, who picks up the medical bills there? Do the Penguins? Does the Canadian hockey team? If he's out for a long time, do the Penguins get made whole by the Olympics? How does that work, Rob?
So hockey and baseball are different. I had to go look them up just to see. So let's start with Sydney. The NHL and the NHLPA agreed in the collective bargaining agreement to all eligible representatives to go play in the Olympics, right? So they have it in their labor deal. Everybody's free and clear to go play. The as long as the IIHF, which is the International Ice Hockey Federation, writes up the insurance policy with the Olympics correctly, and it's insured by the Olympics, everybody's eligible to go. So if, Sydney's hurt and can't play, the insurance policies will pick it up that are worth millions of dollars, that the premiums they're paying on these policies are millions of dollars to allow these hockey players to play.
And the Olympics are paying for that, you're saying, not the NHL?
That's what I read. That's what it said.
All right.
It's the Olympics that pays the premiums to allow the players to play. So if Sydney had been out permanently, then the Penguins would have been reimbursed
through the Olympics
salary. And then you wonder, and I don't know how they're written, you wonder if they'd be reimbursed any other kind of losses. Like, let's say now they don't make the playoffs, right? I don't know how that would work. Depends on how the policy's written. But at least they'd be reimbursed for any player losses.
Now, how about the World Baseball Classic? How is that different?
Baseball's a lot different. So you guys know that all Major League Baseball contracts are guaranteed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So each player has to have their own individual insurance policy through the WBC. And it's crazy because they don't insure anybody over the age of 37. So that's a no. If you're a high-risk injury player, years of injuries, they won't insure you. So then if you're the player, if they won't insure you, you have two options. Either you hope the team will still back you, or you convert your contract to non-guaranteed and you play under a non-guaranteed contract. So if you get hurt,
they can rip it.
You're out of luck.
Holy cow. Yeah. That is fascinating.
That would seem to disincentivize certain players from bothering to participate here.
I looked, I guess Carlos Santana played last year without insurance, but the team backed it. They said, go ahead, go play. We're going to back your contract. But then, there's somebody else that is playing this year. I can't even remember who it was. He just signed a 1-year, $2 million contract with the Astros, and he's going in non-guaranteed, and he's just going to play and hope he doesn't get hurt. I got to figure out. I forget who it was.
How do you think it would work with Skeens? He's not making a lot of money. He doesn't have a history of injuries. So do you think in that case the World Baseball Classic would insure him, Rob?
Yeah, they must have because he's playing. Right. They must have insured him because he's playing. I assume that premium's a lot higher based on his future earning capacity, right? I mean, I also imagine he's carrying some of his own policies for himself, if I had to guess. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, then there's also Tarek Skubal, who's only going to pitch like one tune-up game because he stands to cash in a hilarious way after this season if he pitches well again. So I would imagine his policy's got to be astronomical too.
Maybe he doesn't have one. Maybe that's why he's only making that spot start, Chris.
Or that's a negotiated thing where the policy costs less because the risk to him is theoretically lesser. By the way, Rob, just as a broad question here, did you have to train yourself to speed read or anything with all the actual reading that a lawyer has to do on very dense contractual language? I'm always curious about that.
Yeah, I can speed read. It's a picked up habit. Yes.
Is it hard to find these documents too?
No, that popped up right away. AI is a wonderful tool. Everything got to me very quickly.
All right, Rob, we will talk next week.
Thanks, Rob.
See you, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Back to Connor Griffin watching. Back to the
Sports Court with our guy, Rob Fisher, who's giving AI a pop. How
Alan
about that,
Iverson,
Melcy?
paralegal.
All right, coming up next, we've already heard what Omar Khan had to say about Aaron Rodgers. Well, he was in the process of answering a question about something completely different when he had to give thoughts on Will Howard. Question was not about Will Howard. That's how badly Omar Khan wanted to talk about Will Howard. We're going to play that for you next. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of the weather and want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors plan your retirement today. Snow here, which sucks, down in Fort Myers where Ron Cook now lives and where the Pirates are playing the Red Sox right now. 61 degrees. Sunny. No chance of rain or snow. All right. Coming your way at 2:45, make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segments. The PM team right now, I'm going to tell you guys about the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Well, in June, they're going to crown another NBA champion. Who will it be? The Thunder right now, the best odds on FanDuel to go back-to-back and repeat. As far as the Eastern Conference goes, believe it or not, it's James Harden and the Cavs who have the best odds. And right now, here is a chance, courtesy of FanDuel, to go to the NBA Finals. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future, so opt in on the FanDuel Sportsbook, and you're going to be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA futures let you lock in your pick for who will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. So just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Limit 1 entry. For Profit Boost token. Opt-in required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
When Ron was there with you, during the conversation you would have with Ron, at the end of every conversation, many times you would go, all right, Ron, and you would move on. My wife's granddaughters were with me, and every time they were here, I'd listen to the radio with you. And when they went home, they started saying this to their mother, all right, Ron. And nobody wanting to tell you this for months, and now the whole family's doing, all right, Ron, when they don't know what to say.
Yeah, or when they want to move on. I love that.
The funny thing about this is, every time that I leave the booth and Donnie comes in at the end of the day, I say, all right, Ron, and Donnie says, all right, Ron, right back.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
MrWaterHeater.com, MrWaterHeater.com.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
And we're back with Taylor Fournier talking about the value you get working with Pittsburgh's one and only family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store.
Bob, at Three Rivers, our customers get the Pittsburgh traditional car buying experience, and we're proud of it, since Dad opened the doors in 1984.
No holding customers' keys, forced test drives, or waiting for hours to hear from my manager to get a quote?
Not at Three Rivers. If it's new, certified pre-owned, car or truck, you have questions, we have answers. Get your quote and you're out the door.
In person, on the phone, online.
That choice is yours. With our exclusive 3R software, you get a final price, no surprises during signing, simple as that.
During our President's Day sales event, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee from $229 per month. And the choice is yours, multi-location conglomerate or traditional Pittsburgh Three Rivers. Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Right, Omar Khan addressed Steelers media today in Indianapolis at the Combine, where workouts start in a couple days. Player interviews commence tomorrow. Quarterbacks and wide receivers work out in underwear on Saturday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's some good players in here. It's early. We have to go through the process. But I will say that I should have mentioned. We're excited to work with Will. Coach McCarthy. He's talked about how much he liked Will coming out. Him and I have spent some time watching his practice tape. Obviously, we didn't have the ability to watch him in games, which would have been good. He got hurt in the preseason, but we watched all the practice tape and seen the progression, and there's some exciting stuff to see.
There's never been a more overhyped sixth-round pick than Will Howard. And today continues to, I think, drive home that point. Omar Khan gets asked by Jenna Harner from Channel 11 to talk about the quarterbacks in this year's draft. He starts to do it for 5 seconds, then cuts himself off to instead talk about Will Howard and how excited they are to work with Will Howard. And this practice tape, boy, I mean, the same mythology and lore about Tom Brady, the way he would take that first year in New England in 2000 when he would get one rep.
He would get one rep, and it would be a perfect rep.
And he would act like
then he got two reps.
Those were Super Bowl moments for him.
He had that team ready. He was just aiming to pass Michael Bishop on the depth chart. To be fair,
Damon Heward.
To be fair, I can say with a clear conscience that I have never once participated in the Will Howard hype. I think you've gotten yourself a little bit caught up in it at times, but now it seems like you're almost experiencing like a self-backlash here and going, wait a minute, what are we doing about this? What are we talking about here? I can't figure out where your head actually is on how you view Will Howard. That's actually an issue I'm having right now.
I feel like they're setting me up for a big letdown. That's how I feel right now.
But you yourself are a person who can form an opinion independent of them, and
yes,
you often do. So
I know.
How do you feel about the player? They're hyping him.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you have to believe in him. You believed in Kenny when a lot of other analysts didn't believe in him.
I feel like there's a little bit of doth protest too much because I've just never heard a team talk about a 6th-round draft pick like this.
Thank you. Okay, that's something
why
I was kind of waiting to hear from you.
That's what has me nervous. I've never, ever, ever, ever in my life heard a team before somebody even took the field in an NFL preseason game gush about a guy like this.
Oh, they're gushing.
It's crazy. And I also think, too, like, if Mike Tomlin were still here, would they be doing this? Is it like now that it's like a substitute teacher's here? Now that Tomlin's gone, like, we can live a little bit and start putting unfair expectations on people? Like, he's not here to put the guardrails up? We're just allowed to pretty much shoot from the hip?
There are no rules here. The teacher brought in the rolling TV into the classroom, and we are going to screw around.
Yeah, it kind of feels a little bit like that for me. It's nuts, man.
I've always felt legitimately, that it was wildly overhyped, and that there is a very, 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 very small chance.
Let's see if anybody's buying it. I'll open up the phone lines. 412-928-9370. Yes?
It is extraordinarily unfair to Will Howard, independent of all that, to be saying the stuff that people say about him. The team, fans, some people in the media, ridiculously unfair.
Unless he's got gigantic balls and he just knows he's this good and it's great. He just doesn't care. Like, he's happy that they see it in him because he knows he's got it, unless he's got that amount of swag, which I guess is possible. But, yeah, they're setting fans up to think, oh, we don't need to really we'll window shop these quarterbacks in this draft, but the real answer is in that room. That's how that Q&A went down. Very boilerplate, I would say, fairly innocuous question. Just tell us about this quarterback class. 5 seconds in, Omar Khan, well, actually, never mind about those guys. Let me tell you about our guy. And I'm in a dark room with Mike McCarthy, and he ate kielbasa for breakfast, so he's ripping ass while we're watching Will Howard practice tape. But I didn't mind because I was because
the throws were so good.
I was so enthralled. Did you know that Bill Mazeroski ate kielbasa for breakfast with 6 eggs every day?
6 eggs?
That's what Manny Sanguian said.
If that's true, ripe old age of 89.
A kielbasa for breakfast?
Oh, his farts.
I mean, have you ever?
He had to go into that clubhouse and just.
Have you ever heard of such a thing? Breakfast sausage has existed for a very long time.
I don't think of kielbasa. That is strictly an after 11 a.m. rule. You know, my rule is very hard and fast. I attempt to only eat breakfast foods till 11 a.m.
I mean, you
don't cross the streams.
We have a big listener base of Eastern Europeans and proud Polish people. You are among them as a man with a illustrious Polish heritage.
Majority Polish.
Have you ever heard of such a thing where kielbasa is getting eaten for breakfast, and not just as a random treat, an everyday thing with 6 eggs?
I haven't even. Well, no, there wouldn't be a lot of people with long lifespans if that was what they were doing every day. I've never even heard of like my friends who are like really into all the Polish food. I love it, etc. I've never even heard of them saying, like, as part of a breakfast sandwich, like, instead of a sausage patty, they'll get, like, a piece of kielbasa, like half of, short piece, split that piece in half, cook it, and put it on there.
I've never heard of that either.
I've only heard of it as, like, a lunch or dinner type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, certainly not something that you pair with eggs.
Sanguine.
And cheese or something.
Kielbasa with 6 eggs for Maz.
Yeah, I don't... The 6 eggs part of that, I think, is the weirder part.
I disagree.
6 eggs a day.
But people eat eggs for breakfast all the time. Yeah, I agree. It's a large quantity. But I'm hung up on kielbasa for breakfast every day.
I mean, it gets you want to talk about a farter starter, that's it.
412-928-9370. Does anybody out there buy into the hype?
I thought you were about to say, does anybody out there eat kielbasa for breakfast?
If you want to answer that question, you can too. 412-928-9370. Omar Khan is so bullish on this guy. The GM is supposed to be the last guy to drink the Kool-Aid, you know? Like, think about the way Ben Cherington talks. Think about the way Kyle Dubas talks. Like, they're supposed to be the one that takes, like, all the emotion out.
Has Ben Cherington ever put any of the emotion in?
No.
I'm not sure he ever has.
Like, they're the ones...
Ben, you just won the World Series.
Like, they're the ones where maybe, like, guys in the locker room are talking, or the clubhouse. They're the ones who pump the brakes. You know, they're the adults in the room, so to speak.
Well, here's the other thing about this from Khan's perspective that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. If this was a relatively speaking, a not quarterback-rich draft, but there were some more intriguing prospects than talk yourself into Ty Simpson potentially, right? If there were like maybe 3 or 4 guys that were, could you talk yourself into him as a first-round pick, Bill? Fine. Because then if you were Omar Khan, you might want to guard put your cards really close to the vest, and part of that would be talking up Will Howard, no matter how absurd that seemed. There's one dude everyone knows is getting picked 1-1 in this draft, and then it is like a true crapshoot after that. There's not like a strategic draft component, I think, to pumping Will Howard's tires here for him. He's seemingly doing it with, other than connected to Aaron Rodgers. He's seemingly doing it with no other rationale other than you're supposed to take him at face value that he loves the player who has never played in even a preseason game.
And if he loved the player so much, why did they take a rotational defensive tackle before him? Why did they take an edge rusher from the same school who at best projected to be their 4th rated outside linebacker?
Why did they take a running back who barely got on the field this year?
Yes.
Why did they take...
The quarterback's the most important position. If you think the guy's got a real shot...
They get overdrafted. They don't get underdrafted.
You don't risk somebody else taking him. Like, that's...
They move up the board because teams talk themselves into it. They don't move down the board.
And in this case, like, sometimes not sometimes, it happens all the time. Guy goes up, like, Jalen Warren's a good example of this. Guy's undrafted, shows up at your rookie camp or whatever... And you see him, and it's like, oh, my God. Holy cow. We didn't know this guy was this good. And your eyes make the decision for you. Like, okay, we had this throw out where we drafted him. Who cares? Our evaluation now that we have him in person tells us he's a much better player.
He's a beast.
They didn't have time to evaluate Howard.
Well,
he got hurt too fast.
That is the problem, is that if they even had like 2 preseason games where he had shown some obvious flashes. Maybe he leads in like 2 games.
All of training camp.
He leads 3 touchdown drives or something. He looks vaguely like Kenny in 2023 in the preseason. You'd be like, all right, there's something there that we can at least build off of. He's made throws with an NFL uniform on and referees and people who paid to be there watching him. There's none of that. None of that.
We have Phyllis who wants to weigh in. Hello, Phyllis.
Hi, guys. I listen to you every night on my way home from work.
Thank you, Phil.
And just letting you know that Eaton Park has kielbasa on the breakfast menu.
Do you personally engage in kielbasa for breakfast? Is that something you're throwing on a breakfast
sandwich?
sandwich?
Do you see it and you are weirdly
ready to roll for kielbasa at 8 a.m.?
No, absolutely not. And I am an Eastern European, but I'm also an RN, and I try to avoid that. But I want to let you know that it's a very popular option, and it's been on the breakfast menu for some time now.
Okay, thank you,
Phyllis.
Phyllis.
Thank you, Phyllis. And thank you for being a nurse.
Wow. Were you aware of that? That Eaton Park has that as
I knew like fat
staple. She called it a staple.
So Fatheads, I don't know if they still have it on their menu, but like their big sandwich that they like got national recognition for had kielbasa on it. And it had
Is it a breakfast sandwich?
No, but it had egg and kielbasa, but it also had sauerkraut, onions, like 3 other ingredients, and was very clearly not a breakfast sandwich. They don't make breakfast sandwiches there.
So now
imagine going to like any convenience store where you can buy a breakfast sandwich that you create from scratch.
I rushed that call. Sorry, Phyllis. I should have asked this follow-up. Is it seen as the main attraction of the breakfast meal?
No.
You know what
At
I'm
Eaton
saying?
Park, no way.
Or is it like, okay, your options are kielbasa, bacon, or ham?
Like here, choice of meat on the side?
Yeah. Or do they
No,
or
it
do
sounds
they
like I think
promote it like it's the main attraction?
I'm willing to bet I could find this out very quickly.
Is it what the signature part of the dish? Or is it the meat that you get to choose from?
I think it's probably got its own dish.
Like you would hash browns versus home fries or wheat toast versus white toast.
I don't think it's like a substitution on their menu. I don't. Kielbasa scrambler. No, it's a bagel, cheese, scrambled egg, and kielbasa cut in half like I described, lengthwise. No, it's absolutely kielbasa omelet. They're Eaton Park is single-handedly like keeping the kielbasa industry going. They got a ton of different stuff on here.
Like they have a whole section of their menu that's kielbasa inspired?
They have at bare minimum 2, maybe 3 items on their breakfast menu that are kielbasa forward.
Donnie, have you ever had kielbasa for breakfast?
I can't think of a time, but I would try it. No doubt, I would try it. I don't think it's like nuts to have that with eggs.
Maybe on a random breakfast sandwich, someone's like, hey, I got some kielbasa here, and I'm going to cut it up, I'm going to fry it up, and we'll put it on like a bagel. I get that. But like to just make that like a staple, I never could. Also, here we are again. We're talking about kielbasa, which means we are going to get into the pronunciation wars in YouTube.
Kielbasi.
Kielbasi. Kolbasi.
Oh, God. Who's ever...
We're going to call it Mike Bossy by the end of this damn show. I go with kielbasa.
Where do you come down on the idea as a breakfast? Like, what if Maz, instead of eating it with eggs, like 6 eggs, what if he had done English muffin, egg, like cheese?
Scrambled egg, cheese, and kielbasa?
Like it's a breakfast sandwich, but the ham or bacon is replaced by kielbasa, yeah.
More sensible than like eating just, here's a big link of kielbasa that presumably he's eating, and then here's 6 eggs. Who is he, Rocky Balboa back in the day? Is he chasing a chicken around or whatever? Is he running?
I just think at that point, you're getting awfully close to just incorporating the hot dog into breakfast, which seems like an insane move.
Okay, here's another regional staple item. Would somebody just be like, hey, I got some great breakfast food. Wait till you have this. We're going to eat scrambled eggs and bratwurst. You wouldn't think that normal.
I know people from Wisconsin. I could ask. Do they do that up there?
You just get a couple, and not for a tailgate breakfast either.
That's a whole different genre.
There are no rules in that situation.
Maz was waking up on a Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. and eating kielbasa and 6 eggs.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that was a staple for him.
Here's Jeff in Cranberry. Hello, Jeff.
Guys, my stomach is nowhere near in the neighborhood ready for kielbasa in the morning. Barely at 5 o'clock on a Saturday after 10 beers.
And your colon's not ready for what's going to come after it either.
No, thank you. So here's my question for you guys.
Sure.
Like, you talked to Palazzolo and Faribault and all those guys.
Yep.
I'm intrigued by Howard, too. Who isn't? We never saw him play. We have no idea. Yep. But you look at this kid, big, strong, tall, can run, good arm. good leader at Kansas State. I think they won the Big 12 championship, didn't they?
That's right.
And then, okay, all good, checks boxes now. Now he goes to Ohio State. All he does is win a national championship. I know, with tons of talent, great offensive line, great receivers, great running backs. I get it. But, you know, it was a weird draft last year for quarterbacks. There was like this chicken game going on with Shedeur, and like these GMs were like, I'm not taking him, are you taking him? And I'm not saying that Howard would have gone like in the second round without that, but from your guys' standpoint, talking to all these experts, why did he drop? Because he passes so many.
Jeff, I'll give you the very quick answer. I think it's a good call by you, and I'm glad you kind of posed it that way. I have asked Steve Palazzolo that question more than once, probably using different phrasing. He very simply said it comes down to one thing. The arm is not like high end. It's above average strength-wise. He said not an accurate passer of the football. That is the knock on him, that he's just not a pro-level accurate quarterback.
Yeah, I think he was seen almost strictly as a runner when he was at K-State, and then he obviously improved on that at Ohio State, so you give him credit for that. And I would say, you know, to make an argument in favor of Howard, who's to say if he made a jump from his junior year to senior year in college, why can't he do that?
I know
2 years removed from the pros?
There aren't a ton of Josh Allen stories, though, and I know you agree with me. I'll just say it out loud, though. Accurate in college, like getting better and being an accurate college passer, is a way different ball of wax than being an accurate pro passer.
Probably to a lesser extent. I don't think it was nothing. I don't think it was a huge thing. But he also put on one of the worst throwing exhibitions in the history of the NFL scouting combine.
I think Steve also told us he hurt himself that way.
It was absolutely awful. But I don't put a huge ton of stock in the combine.
I want to, I guess, stress all the physical stuff is legit and the leadership stuff. I think people do when they call in, based on all the people I have talked to who scout this stuff for a living. I think the one thing specifically Steelers fans who like Will Howard have overrated is his overall arm talent. I do not hear people say, oh, this guy's got like a great arm. He can do it all throwing.
Omar Khan stopped himself when answering the question about the quarterbacks in this draft class to praise Will Howard and the practice tape. I've never heard a 6th-round pick praised like this before. Are you buying it? Yes or no? 412-928-9370. Omar Khan was asked what he's looking for in a quarterback. He gave a very strange answer. 2 strange answers. You'll hear them both next, but first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates up 10-4 on the Red Sox. Connor Griffin, 2 home runs for the Buccos in this game. Tomorrow, Pirates and Braves at 1 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Donald. And right now, I get to tell you, I have the privilege to tell you that if you're looking for a new vehicle, you might be looking for a truck, you might be looking for a Ram truck, a Bighorn, as a matter of fact, or a go-anywhere Jeep Wrangler, or a loaded-up Jeep Grand Cherokee. I'm here to tell you that I've got the solution if you are looking for any one of those vehicles right now, or anything under the Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram umbrella. And what an umbrella it is. I got the place to go. I got the good news for you. You can shop President's Day sales event savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. It is your last chance for Ram Truck Month. 2026 Ram Bighorns now up to $10,000 off MSRP. The 2025 Grand Cherokees left on the lot, the loaded up, great features, only $529 a month. And then the legendary Jeep Wrangler, the Wrangler Sport specifically, the 2026s, just $399 a month, all with up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Smart buyers make the drive to Washington. That's what they're doing. Why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop those President's Day savings now at crownjeep.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Kansas Jayhawks bounced back last night, beating Houston at home 69-56. Darren Peterson had 14 points in 30 minutes. Peterson's availability from game to game has been one of the biggest storylines to follow this college basketball season. I know this, if Peterson plays, the Kansas Jayhawks will be dangerous when we get to tournament time. I'm Chris Black.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps, when you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity. Imagine that. And now you can cut your bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, call. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. Taxes, fees, extra.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at traffic stack on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
value starts in college versus raw potential?
Yeah, you can't hide from production. So when a guy produces, that's certainly, and he's done it at a high level or at a big school. And winning's important. Can't deny any of that.
You just described Will Howard.
I like Will a lot. There's several traits, but I'll say we have to find the right quarterback that's going to be an AFC North quarterback.
All right, so you heard Omar Khan. Brooke Pryor asked the question, and then Jerry Dulac. Great follow-up just point. Yeah, you just talked about big guys, production in college over potential. That sounds a lot like Will Howard. When asked, what are you looking for? What do you put more stock in? Tools or production? Tools or tape, I guess would be the other way to put it.
Mm-hmm. Can't ignore production.
It's just, it's crazy. I think that Omar Khan wants Howard to play. Sooner the better. And if that means Aaron wants to take a longer sabbatical and take football off this year, or wait around until a guy gets injured, or retire, or take a deal with the Vikings, I don't think Khan's going to be heartbroken by that.
If you're Omar Khan and you're finally getting your chance to put what amounts to your stamp on the franchise, now that you're out from the shadow of Mike Tomlin, because everybody knows Mike had a huge, hand in, wielded a ton of influence in how this whole thing looked. Why would you want, at the end of the day, a holdover from the previous regime at the most important position, which is the one thing you need to handle? Why would you not want to start the process of turning that page immediately? Even if that means a growing pains, hard year with Will Howard, it's a fact-finding year. One thing I believe pretty firmly is if you gave Omar truth serum, I think his vision for the next, what do you see and what are your goals for the next 3 to 5 years of the Steelers, would be pretty different or sound pretty radically different from Art Rooney's, for example. And even Mike McCarthy's, too. I think you have one guy who's attempting to be on a much longer term track and two guys who are in very much like win now mode, regardless of how misguided that seems in terms of what it makes them want. That's how I feel about their front office.
Do you think it's possible that they like Howard so much that bringing Aaron Rodgers back is more for Howard than it is for Rodgers?
I hope not.
Like,
I
Rodgers
hope that they're
comes
not thinking
back
about it that way.
Rodgers comes back as a placeholder, and Howard gets another year to watch, just like Rodgers got 2 years to watch. And then 2027 is Howard's real year. You don't draft somebody to take the job away from him because you really honestly want Howard to get a good long look at it.
You think you basically got Jordan Love?
Yeah.
Then you shouldn't have picked him in the 6th round. I do think
they sound like a team that thinks they got Jordan Love, though. You say that in a condescending way, and I know why, because yes, he was the 185th pick in the draft.
They sound like it, but you still have to consider the possibility that he's just lying through his teeth or embellishing to great degree how he actually feels about the player.
We'll know. If they draft a quarterback in one of the first 5 rounds, let's say, or in free agency or a trade, they bring in a young guy who has a chance to be the longtime starter. If they don't do either one of those things and they run it back next year with Rodgers, Rudolph, and Howard, then all of the BS that you think they're giving us on Howard, I think would look more like their real, honest-to-goodness feelings about him. But they won't be able to say, oh, we still see all these things in Will Howard, but oh, by the way, we're really excited that we just got Garrett Nussmeier in the 3rd round. Or we're really excited we just got Luke Altmaier in the 4th round. Or Drew Aller in the 4th round.
The funny thing is, like, if it were a guy like specifically Aller, as much as I don't think he's that dude at all, because he had many chances to prove he was, and he didn't, including against Will Howard, he's absolutely got more NFL-ready tools as far as you can mold this guy and at least believe that based on the eye test.
Well, who am I doing a show now with, Austin Bechtold? Really?
No, I think this would be a much more heated debate if you were. I think it'd be a very heated segment.
But I hear that, and it makes me think that there's a part of you that really believes Drew Aller has a better chance to be a good NFL quarterback than Will Howard.
It's strictly a commentary on like what teams value and look for. Aller's got the arm. He's probably got not maybe Howard's level of mobility, but he's bigger than Howard. He certainly moves around well enough. It borders on farcical. I know you're just taking what you hear from them and what they say and trying to interpret it as best you can. It does border on farcical the way they're talking about him. In a way, he's in a very weird spot as a 6th-round pick. He's a quarterback not from some backwater team that like you took a chance on, Chris Oladokun in the 7th round from an FCS school. Mm-hmm. He was the literal national champion quarterback of the preeminent program of the last 5 to 7 years in college football.
Yeah.
And he was a 6th-round pick, and he's getting talked about and attention paid to him commensurate with a guy that went in the 1st round.
Yeah.
I think that is bizarre.
Well, somebody brought this up to me, and I thought it was a good point from a former NFL executive who made the remark to me that he thought it was interesting that here is all this Will Howard propaganda in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Stetson Bennett in L.A., Stafford's old. Stetson Bennett won double the national championships as Howard. He was drafted earlier than Howard.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually has put good tape out there in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
And there's zero conversation about him ever being an NFL franchise quarterback.
I know, and I can tell you why.
But there is about Howard.
I can tell you why there's none about Stetson Bennett. Two phrases. 5'11", 192 pounds.
But he's smaller than Howard. Okay, so that would be that would be not maybe disqualifying, but that would hurt him.
Oh, he's also 28. I forgot Stetson Bennett's like 100 years old.
He was still drafted earlier.
No, I know. I understand that he was 3 years ago.
Yes.
No, I get it. He's almost 30. It's very funny. He was old as hell when they drafted him. He made Kenny Pickett look like a callow youngster.
Will Howard wasn't drafted as a 21-year-old. He's going to turn 25 in September.
It's still a big difference between 28.
But if he sits this year, then he's not going to be an NFL starting quarterback until he's in now his later 20s.
You could just take till he's in his later 20s. He's not going to be an NFL starting quarterback, I don't think.
Anthony in Squirrel Hill. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
Good. Hey, back to the kielbasa thing. I say kielbasa. I've never had it for breakfast before in my life. I don't know if I'd kick it out of the bed though if I did, but Will Howard to me, I like the idea of him having a hot gun behind him, having Aaron Rodgers saying this is what we do during this, and this is how we play during 4th down, and this is what we go on 4th. But I just can't think about the Steelers not having a veteran quarterback at the helm. I mean, I like an older guy up there. I think that, Rodgers did well. I mean, I was there for the Ravens game, and I was also there for the Texans game.
So would you want Rodgers back this year?
No, I don't want him back. But I like him being on the team, being on the roster, and saying, like, this is how we support our younger guys. And I think he's a keep him on the staff, but don't.
He won't do that.
Yes. Also, we can put a moratorium on. If Aaron Rodgers is here on this roster, it's to be the starting quarterback and not to help Will Howard or do anything else other than continue to pursue this idea that they would somehow be better than 10-7.
My takeaway from that call is that I think there are now maybe a whole segment of Pittsburghers who are not only intrigued by Will Howard, but maybe even more intrigued by this Bill Mazeroski breakfast
I was just
plan.
going to say, they're intrigued by Will Howard, sure, but they're intrigued by kielbasa for breakfast. What if we found out that at all local grocery stores there was a ridiculous run on kielbasa because of this show? It's not just for lunch and dinner anymore.
Donnie, do you agree with Chris that the 6 eggs is actually a little bit more of an astounding feat? A 6-egg breakfast?
I mean, I don't know. Why do you call that horrifying?
It's just,
I love eggs.
I love them.
A lot.
I love
you
them
think
too.
This egg
but
overkill?
They got like a ton of cholesterol, man. Like, I don't care if you're like the healthiest person in the world. Otherwise, you're just packing those arteries tight.
I mean, the guy was legendary. He lived almost 90. I think he did just fine with the eggs, Mulsey.
But that's my point. It's somewhat surprising that he lived to the ripe old age of 90 or of 89.
But I think Chris is saying he doesn't think that the eggs and Kielbasa fueled his 89-year run.
Yeah, I think if anything, they stood in its way.
He got to 89.
Donnie, it's
despite that
it would be like he had a hole in his swing that every pitcher knew about, but he still had 3,000 hits in his career, that kind of thing. Or he had a hitch in his motion, but he still threw touchdowns.
I guess the number might be a little bit excessive.
But people always tell the story about Bear Bryant, how he died like months after retiring as Alabama's coach. And it's like well down into one of the feature stories about him that he ate like country fried ham steak and all this other crap for breakfast every day.
Think about this.
I think that's probably why he dropped dead.
Manny Sanguian was around Bill Mazeroski in the 60s, and then they won a World Series together in 71, and they both made Pittsburgh home. These men knew each other for literally a half century. And in Manny Sanguian's post on X, remembering his dear friend Bill Mazeroski, he thought it was such a part of their friendship that he had to include the part about the kielbasa for breakfast and the 6 eggs. Like, he could have said any number of things about Maz. He hit the iconic homer in 60.
He could have told like a little anecdote about
what an amazing
a defensive
teammate.
play no one talks about.
Yes.
No, it was kielbasa.
It was
and
the
eggs.
kielbasa for breakfast thing that blew him away.
Oh, and now
defined their friendship
hold on.
for decades.
Now the YouTube comments are going crazy. We've got our buddy Jason on Slippery Rock. High cholesterol from too many eggs was debunked 20 years ago, Mulsey. Steve, free the eggs. Mulsey, you're falling victim to the anti-egg deep state. We have a guy named Dave Pancakes. This is terrifying. My parents make over 100 pounds of kielbasa every year. It's an amazing breakfast meat. Over 100 pounds. That's like almost a city limits worth of kielbasa. That is a ton.
I mean, what about when you guys have tailgated in the past? You never,
that's a totally different ballgame.
Yeah, those are
Okay.
like that's like all the rules are off. That's like a no disqualification match in wrestling terms, Donnie. You can't get in trouble for doing
I'm
anything
eating hot dogs and drinking beer at 9 a.m. when I'm at a tailgate.
100%. By the way, this is weird that I do this to kielbasa and say not really for breakfast, because honestly, if somebody was like, hey, I got a breakfast sandwich for you, it's got like brisket slices on it, sign me up. And that is absolutely not, I guess barbecue is kind of traditionally a breakfast food if you read about it, but most people don't think like, oh yeah, give me brisket for breakfast. Also, if it wasn't called kielbasa, it wouldn't have nearly, like I think that's half the popularity
I just
here.
can't see myself firing up a grill for breakfast. You know?
Oh, I do. Well,
I guess
no,
you
hold
put it on a griddle of some kind,
yeah,
right?
If you
That's
give me
what
like
you do.
I'll have definitely this summer in the neighborhood. There will probably be like a weekend where I say everyone come down for like a late breakfast. I'll fire the griddle up. 100% happening.
Here is Wesley in Oakland. Hello, Wesley.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Hey, man.
I don't think that we should go rookie quarterback or young quarterback, especially with what the draft is looking like. Like, I do not want to end up with a Drew Aller. If we were going to end up with some young guy, I guess Will Howard would be the guy. But I don't know. I'm just curious to see what your guys' thoughts on, like, Kirk Cousins. I know we don't want to keep seeing this rotation of just, like, 1 year this quarterback, the next year the next quarterback. But I think Kirk Cousins could be a solid fit in Pittsburgh.
I just, if the goal is to win playoff games, why would you sign a guy whose whole reputation is he's been on good teams but can't win them?
Mr. Anti-Prime Time. I also just, Wesley,
Thanks,
to
Wes.
your actual question, I just don't. I want that carousel to stop. You like when you acknowledge it in the call, I think you're kind of giving me all the ammo I need. I have made it very clear. I would like this endless ride they are on of try to stitch in a veteran quarterback to be done. That's like been my. How long have we been talking about their situation at that position, Pony? Where you would say that's probably been my number one pet peeve.
Since it became clear that Kenny wasn't going to work.
Like it's been let's graft in insert name of veteran here and see if that'll work. And like I actually think them getting to the playoffs twice but going nowhere and being cannon fodder is like more evidence as to why they shouldn't have done it.
You know what I liked about Omar Khan's answers today? I think, and Art Rooney is the chief culprit of this, his boss. I think they set the goal before the season started to win a playoff game, which is really not even that ambitious, right? To just win a playoff game and be one of the last 8 teams playing in the NFL to get like in the top 25%. That was the goal. They fell short of that goal. And then Steelers apologists and Steelers propagandists decided to move the goalposts and say, well, winning the division is now actually the goal. So they tried to rationalize what happened by moving the goalposts to, well, hey, you won a division, So you can't complain about that. Meanwhile, Khan gets up there today and said, we failed. We failed. We tried to win a playoff game. We fell short of that. We weren't even good in the game. I respect what Aaron Rodgers did. But if you're asking me about bringing him back, we failed with him last year. Thank you. I applaud him for that. Now, maybe that's just like, he could say that. It's a total empty blanket statement. And 2 weeks from now, Aaron Rodgers is going to re-sign for 1 year, $15 million. And that's going to seem now like it was just a completely hollow gesture, hollow olive branch to fans.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked hearing somebody in a high-level position with the organization articulate that today. Yeah, we failed.
So you choosing to take that at face value and not as an olive branch necessarily, or at the very least, you just like hearing it regardless of the motivation behind it.
I like hearing it, and if it manifests in them doing something different at quarterback, then I'll connect the dots from what he said.
I can't get quite to that point. I like hearing it, but if it turns out that they just do exactly what you said, which is here comes Aaron Rodgers back 1 year, $15 million, I'll be even more mad that he said it, because then it's like just at that point it would be more hollow BS.
Here's Joe in the North Hills. Hello, Joe. Hi, Joe.
Hey, I just wanted, I had Kabasi and eggs for breakfast this morning.
No, you did not.
You absolutely sound like
5 to 7 days a week?
Yes.
Okay, so
Joe, hold on. You're in my old stomping grounds. I grew up in the North Hills.
Are you going to a diner?
Are you
to do
Polish? First of all,
yes.
Okay,
yes.
so
in fact, my Polish grandfather used to bake it himself.
All right, I believe this.
Are
guy.
you boiling the kielbasi? Are you eating a whole?
No.
Okay.
You try it. You get a kielbasi. Get one of the local brands, not one of the national brands.
Sure.
Oh, no doubt.
We'll support our Pittsburghers. Go ahead.
I cut slices. I put it in a frying pan.
Mm-hmm.
You only have to put it a minute. Turn it over, and then I pour my scrambled eggs on top of it. Or, I mix the eggs. I beat the eggs. I pour it over to.
So you're almost making a kielbasi hash, kind of.
Yeah, it's the kielbasi is not like it's not kielbasi and
delicious.
eggs. They're together. It's not the kielbasi being eaten individually.
Together.
It's a union.
It's delicious.
And you're eating this how often?
Yeah, 5 to 7 days a week.
All right, thank you, Joe.
I think if you're eating that much kielbasi and eggs, the unspoken part of that is he's eating a reasonable amount of it. He's not eating like a ton of it in each sitting. Portion control, in other words.
You would not put 6 eggs as portion control?
No, I would say Bill Mazeroski lacked portion control. But again, I have been told that I have fallen under the spell of big anti-big egg or big anti-egg.
Donnie, when you and Sarah are making a breakfast, how many eggs are you making for yourself? I think I'm a 4-egg guy. Would you flip out
for
at
myself?
That? Yeah.
I always make it as part of a breakfast where I usually will have 2, maybe some chicken sausage and a piece of toast.
2 eggs barely gets me started.
3 to 4.
Yeah.
If you had a choice
between,
I mean, I'll normally
3 to 4.
More, yeah.
3 is decadent for me.
If you had a choice between 2 or 6, what would you go with?
6.
Me too. I think
every day of the week.
Man, Big Egg has really taken hold here.
I think we need more. I think we need more discussion in memory of Bill of this breakfast routine. You know,
I mean, how did we never hear about it?
I'm impressed by it.
How did we never hear about it while he was among us? It takes Manny Sanguian just as a throw-in.
Do we think the morning of games, like, what if you found this out?
Morning of Game 7, he had his usual 6 eggs in kielbasi.
And he's just like, you know what? If I hit the biggest homer in Major League history, the day that I had kielbasi and 6 eggs for breakfast, I'm just going to do it the rest of my life. I would totally respect that.
He connects on the ball, farts at the same time, and the extra air movement sends it just over the fence.
I mean, don't you think if Sidney Crosby had 5 goals in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final and that's what he had for breakfast, he would just eat it for breakfast the rest of his life? I think he would.
And he'd be the first player to come back to the league after having an angioplasty.
This guy. Maybe the YouTube chat's right. You've had your brain washed by big medicine on cholesterol. You think cholesterol's like going to be the death of you?
Gator says 2 eggs is it for me. 4 and 6 eggs are for sumo wrestlers.
What?
I have a feeling sumo wrestlers eat a few more than 4 or 6.
Chris, what would be worse? 4 eggs every morning or 3 pieces of toast every morning?
I think it depends on the kind of bread you're eating. If you're eating like true whole wheat bread, I would say 4 eggs is probably worse.
Well, what if you're just eating run-of-the-mill, like Italian toast?
I'd still say the eggs, man. Like if I'm
I thought the complex carbs were what was going to do you in, the way
but part of it's like
turns into sugar in your body.
Sure, but if I'm throwing down like a little bit of like Mancini's where there's not a ton of ingredients, right? So it's not going to last that long, so you got to eat it. And a little bit of butter on each piece, not a crazy amount. I think the eggs are worse. But then again,
if you're trying to lose weight and get healthy, wouldn't you pick the eggs over the toast every time, Don? Am I wrong there?
No, hold on. You'd pick fewer because losing weight is as simple in a lot of cases as calories in versus calories out.
But how the calories get converted in your body is huge.
Well, yes, there's other parts to it. It's not always that simple, but like you wouldn't be eating 4 eggs if you were just trying to lose weight. You wouldn't be just saying, man, I'm ready to... Here's I guess my point. Like you could eat, there's the guy who ate McDonald's like every day for like years.
Yes.
But because his calories were like regimented down to like the nth degree, he lost weight doing that, or he like stayed at a steady weight.
But if I was trying to lose weight, you're telling me that 4 eggs, let's say I ate 4 hard-boiled eggs.
That's 280 calories. I can pretty much tell you.
4 hard-boiled eggs would be worse for me than eating a turkey sandwich?
Again, is it like, are you piling the turkey in there? Is it on a wrap? Is it on 2 huge-ass hunks of bread that are by themselves 280 calories?
I kind of thought with like non-carbs, you could pretty much gorge yourself and eat it as much as you want.
I would say I'm not a nutritionist, but I would say that the only things you can safely just eat almost as much of as you want are pretty much your fruits and veggies.
But I thought fruits had sugars in them.
But there's tons of fiber, and it's a naturally occurring sugar.
What's that mean?
It's better than processed sugar for you. That's like added in. That's why I haven't done the veggie lunch in a while. I just like have switched up the routine. But that's why I'd bring that veggie lunch in. You guys would see green pepper. You want to talk about your farts smelling, man? Green pepper, a little lemon juice in
Coming
there.
Up next, we have Donnie's Kwan quote of the day.
Kwan quote from Michelle Kwan?
Yeah, Michelle Kwan. Donnie's Kwan quote of the day. He talked for an hour. Donnie pulled out the biggest soundbite from his Q&A with reporters like our own Jeff Hathorn, who's there in Indy. You can watch us on YouTube, on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins made a trade today involving a couple of defensemen. Brett Kulak, after just 25 games in Pittsburgh, he is on his way to Colorado. Samuel Girard coming to the Penguins, 3 goals, 9 assists in 40 games this season. Pittsburgh also receiving a second-round pick in 2028. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The winter games are over, but you have plenty to choose from on the BetParx app. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football for BetParx, the only casino and sportsbook I recommend. Join me. Pick some winners on the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook. Hockey, hoops, racing, fighting, baseball, and more. New users can still get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus if they're down in the first 24 hours. Plus, get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Lil Demon Mega Collectum over the course of 10 days. That's right, 250 spins. Play all of the other hot slot games like Huff and Puff, Cash Eruption, and more. And don't forget about those table games, blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, you know them. It's the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app where there is always another way to win. BetParx.com has the details. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 58 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Hey, it's Austin Bechtel from my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. Purchasing a new appliance or TV at the wrong place can be costly. Having knowledgeable people on your side matters. That's why I shop at Voss TV and Appliance, family-owned since 1960. The Voss family and their entire team does right by every Voss customer. Their relationship begins when you walk through the door or call, and it never ends, not even after the sale. Visit Voss's Southdale showroom today. Call 412-650-VOSS or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costa here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Tonight in college basketball, number 23 St. Louis, a 5.5-point road favorite at Dayton, and I'm going to take the 5.5 points with Dayton. Dayton has won 3 straight games. Dayton has been awesome at home this season, and even if Dayton doesn't win, I like Dayton to keep this game close, so give me Dayton tonight, plus 5.5 against St. Louis. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6TM055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Are you exhausted fighting a garage door that just won't cooperate? Possibly your springs, rollers, or motors are shot. Maybe you've been looking for a new door featuring the latest colors, styles, materials, and options. Of course, you're looking for the best prices and service too. If that's you, call locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door. 1-844-345-4737. Precision is America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company with locations in over 90 cities. Visit the Precision showroom in Imperial and choose from their largest door selections ever. Need service? Expert Precision technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Visit Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA number 060566.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You know, obviously he had a significant injury, and we're monitoring how he progresses. I know he's working hard, and it's still early in the process, but that's certainly something that we're monitoring.
All right. Donnie's Con quote of the day from Omar Khan's hour plus with reporters at the NFL Scouting Combine. The football guy back from his bachelor party trip pulled that one. Unclear if Broderick Jones is going to be over this serious neck injury in time for training camp. So that rules out the fifth-year option. Not that I thought that was going to be on the table anyways. Really makes it a done deal. It's not going to happen. Next question becomes, how comfortable are you with Dylan Cook? And do you like Dylan Cook so much that you're fine with Cook and Broderick Jones whenever he's ready being your left tackle plan? If you're not cool with Dylan Cook, then what? Then what do you do?
I thought Omar Khan's answer on Dylan Cook was illuminating, to say the least.
Here's what he said.
Yeah, Dylan did a really good job for us when he had to come in. He really did, and I wasn't surprised because I've seen his work ethic and how important it is to him. You know, he's got the quarterback background, and I think that helped him. And but yeah, he's a good player, and he stepped in and played it above at a good level.
That very last part is what I wanted to season on. I'm glad you didn't edit it out.
Above average.
He played at an above average, a good level. He caught himself there. And I know we read between the lines a lot on this show, but I thought that was just above average is not like good. It's a very different thing. When you say somebody played at a good level, you were pretty happy with them, right? If they said that 3 years into Broderick Jones's career, he was a good left tackle, we'd all feel good if we agreed with that, right? That would be a positive thing. He's a good left tackle. If you'd say he's an above average, that is way more measured in terms of praise. If our big boss down the hall said, Chris, yeah, I think you do an above average job on the air, I'd be like, okay. If he said, I think you do a good job, very different.
I think Khan sounded like he was talking about a backup who, when thrust into duty, did an admirable job, and they're satisfied with that, happy with that, but also they're not going to bank on him being
I don't think they see him as a long-term solution from that answer, period. I don't think that they really are going to give him a serious chance to win the job. Or not to win the job, but to take the job and run with it if Broderick Jones can't go. And the fact that Broderick Jones, it's a neck injury, it was weird. It was suffered in a weird way. He looked, do you remember how distressed he looked coming off the field? He looked like he knew something was very wrong. And it was such an odd-looking play, but odd-looking plays can lead to bad injuries. I just saw somebody sharing a story, I think it was on Steelers Depot, about James Harrison telling a story about how he, remember Mike Humple, a guy that the Steelers picked in the third round out of Iowa?
Steelers repo man.
Well, Humple was this linebacker out of Iowa, Donnie, that you might not even remember. Why? His career lasted, I believe, one play in the preseason. He was a wedge buster back when you could do that. And Ligashevsky, I think, would have been his special teams coach, telling him to throw himself into the middle of the wedge and turn his hip. And Harrison got a hold of the kid and said, don't do that. You'll get completely jacked up. take on one guy and then let your body bounce into the rest of them, and it'll look like you're doing the right thing, and you won't get hurt. Humpel ignored him, takes Ligashevsky's advice, gets absolutely destroyed with a neck stinger, and never plays again. That was it. One-play career. And so, like, I think about that. I only bring up that little aside, Pony. Sorry to say, with Jones, you would hope he gets back on track and can play again. You have no guarantees. It's a weird part of the body to get hurt.
Given all the picks that they have, and given who they can go out and get in free agency or a trade, I would say this, given this news. If that gigantic left tackle from Miami is available at 21, I think they might take him. I don't know what his projection is. I know the guy from Utah is like looked at as a top 10 pick.
Caleb Loma?
Yeah.
Lomu.
Huh?
It's Lomu, not
Lomu?
Lomo. Yeah, Lomu. I saw him he's like, there's a site that aggregates every mock draft, like, as they update.
Yep.
He, I think, the last time I checked it, was the consensus most popular pick to them at 21.
The guy from Miami?
No, the Utah. There's two Utah guys. I think, was it Colton CC? I think SISI, I want to say. There's two players from Utah's O-line that
I'm thinking of
Francis Maui.
No, I'm thinking of another guy. I'm thinking of someone that is looked at as a consensus top 10 pick.
Okay, from Miami, though.
Yes, the Miami left tackle.
Francis.
Is it a Samoan name? Yes,
Maloga?
That's him.
They call him CC, SISI, as his nickname.
That's his nickname?
Yeah, but I thought people said that he projected as a guard in the NFL.
He's a huge human.
No, I understand that. Isn't he a short arm guy?
Short arms. You got to be worried about that. Look at Will Campbell this year. Will Campbell had those short arms and then got abused in the playoffs for New England.
I got to check all weaknesses.
Short arms.
I might be wrong about
Dinosaur arms, T-Rex arms, no?
I'm looking at the Lance Zierlein.
I don't know, man. Watching him in college against Pitt and then through the whole college football playoffs.
He moved people who did not want to be moved.
He don't look like a guy with short arms.
He moved people who did not want to be moved. 6'6", 335. No, he must. I think I'm wrong to say.
What do you think, Don?
I think it's tackle.
You think left tackle's in play?
Oh, no. Hold on. Last sentence about him. Sorry, Donnie. This is Zierlein's take. He'll be an early starter at right tackle, but a move to guard could be on the table in his future.
Well, you could always have Fautanu play left tackle. That's what he played in college.
I think it could be in play. I mean, I guess if they find out something more by the time we get to the draft, it could absolutely be there at 21. When I first saw this quote and then I listened to it, my first reaction was, I think there's some question if the dude will ever even play again, or how much longer he has if he does play, because anytime you use significant
neck
or head injury, that takes it up a level from just significant knee injury, because guys come back from that now all the time.
Would you rather have?
It's Francis Maui Noah, I am being told now. The G is silent.
Would you rather have rookie left tackle?
Yes.
And Spencer Anderson at left guard, or Dylan Cook at left tackle and the Penn State rookie at left guard?
Only basing it on one man's opinion, Ryan Wilson's.
Cook and Penn State guy versus Miami tackle and Spencer Anderson's your left guard. So you've got would you rather the first round pick tackle or the first round pick guard?
So Vega Ione and Dylan Cook.
Yep.
Or Spencer Anderson, first round tackle. I think tackle's a more valuable position, but based strictly on what Ryan Wilson told us yesterday, the way he talked about Vega Ione and like how he might be the cleanest O-line prospect in this entire draft, I think that's what I would go with.
See, I think I do the other one because I feel like I can get away with Spencer Anderson at left guard. I think Spencer Anderson might be like a poor man's Ramon Foster.
The Ramon Foster of guards?
Yep.
Wouldn't that just make him Doug Legursky?
Spencer Anderson?
If you're the Ramon Foster of guards, are you not by default Doug Legursky at that point?
What do you mean? I just think Spencer Anderson can be like a Ramon Foster type.
Oh, wait, I thought you said Max. I zoned out and thought you said Max Starks there. No, yeah, Ramon Foster type?
Yes. Yeah, he was undrafted. Why can't Spencer Anderson have that career trajectory? I think he's been fine when he's played.
Do you want to be a great running team? Because I feel like the guard would be more important there. If you still want to be a team that sets up the pass with the run.
Yeah, but you've got a center. I don't know. You've got a center. You've got a good right guard.
Isn't it also, if you think that the Penn State guard is like the cleanest O-line prospect, isn't that fall under the just draft the best player?
Chris, but okay, sure. If Broderick Jones, if his career is in jeopardy, are you really going to bank on an NAIA guy to be your left tackle and hold down the second most important position on the field? I mean, this turns into a pretty urgent thing, I think. This shoots up the board of important positions. Does it not, Don? You've got who's the backup tackle if Broderick's out right now? Who would be listed behind Cook?
Do they still have, what about the other Anderson, Calvin?
Calvin Anderson. Does he eat 6 eggs and kielbasa for breakfast every day? I'd feel better about him if he did. All right. They are in Indianapolis for the Combine. Mel Kiper, who shockingly did not lose his job for what happened last year with Shedeur Sanders during the draft, is back at it for ESPN, covering the draft and the Combine. Wait till you hear what he said the Steelers should do at pick 21. And then Omar Khan put in his 2 cents as well. Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of this weather and want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement. Buccos and Red Sox playing a spring training game today down in Florida. Temperatures are in the 60s. Lovely. All right, I'm going to tell you guys right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's is a place to watch these afternoon baseball games, these Bucco games. Get you in the mood for the real thing, which is going to take place next month, late in the month, when opening day gets here, and Mike will be the place to hang out before that one. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer, hundreds of beers from around the world, awesome dining options, too, like the Inzer wrap, steak on a stone, and they always have the games on. You don't have to beg someone to put on the hockey game, the baseball game. It's all there at Mike's. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, snow showers arrive overnight with temperatures into the upper 20s. Rain and snow through very early Wednesday, then high temperatures into the upper 40s, becoming partly sunny. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a few flakes flying around and lows in the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring.
Only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins made a trade today. Brett Kulak got sent to Colorado for defenseman Samuel Girard. And a second-round pick comes back to the Penguins in the deal, too. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's into the second round. Who knows? It can happen there. Tyler Shuck went in the second round to Dorrance. Shador dropped to the fifth round. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah. But I do think at 21, if you're the Steelers, and the Kenny Pickett, Ty Simpson, to me, is better than Kenny Pickett. And I think if you looked at him, like I said, in mid-November, all the way to mid-November, guys, he was 22 touchdowns and only 2 picks. And he made a lot of clutch throws behind, like, say, a bad offensive line and no running game, okay? That's a lot to deal with from a negative standpoint to still play at a pretty high level.
You've heard that voice for 40 years on the draft, Mel Kiper. He is projecting, with the draft here in Pittsburgh, the Steelers making a gigantic splash, anointing their next successor at the position, ignoring all this hype around Will Howard. Omar Khan saying today, when asked about Ty Simpson and guys in this draft, well, hold on a second. Let me tell you how much I love Will Howard. I was in Mike McCarthy's office, and we were raving. We were gushing over his practice tape from last year. We could not get enough of the practice tape. We loved it. And there's Omar, and there's Mel Kiper Jr. saying Ty Simpson is the guy they should take.
There's one thing that's pretty true about Simpson from this past year that Mel cites there that I think for people, I'm talking like I'm not one of those people most years and just didn't get very back into college football this year, but it is true. It would be hard for most people to conceptualize of an Alabama team that really could not run the ball all year to support its quarterback. They sucked at running the ball. Like, objectively, one of the worst teams in the country running it. They were almost all Ty Simpson, like whatever he could do. Here's my thing about that, though, as using that as an excuse. Don't you want a guy who you're projecting as maybe a first-round NFL pick at quarterback to rise above a bad running game in college when he's at Alabama especially? They still have a talent advantage on the majority of teams they play. And even if they're not running it well, isn't his job as Alabama's quarterback to help surmount that problem?
That's why I'm not just saying this because I was in on Kenny Pickett and ultimately proved to be very wrong about him. I'm owning that. I'm not trying to sidestep that. Ty Simpson better than Kenny Pickett. Are we sure about that? Kenny had one spectacular year at Pitt. Everything else was pretty ho-hum, pretty average. Ty Simpson had a great half season at Alabama. I think one great full season, by my math, beats one great half season.
He also couldn't beat out Jalen Milroe, who, yes, got drafted, but was, even at Alabama, raw as a passer. They decided he was the better choice to try to win games than Ty Simpson.
So Kenny had Jordan Addison. Okay, that's not nothing. He ended up being a first-round pick. He went
Simpson
to
had
USC.
Ryan Williams and other guys, but Ryan Williams actually faded into the background a little bit this year. But Ty Simpson, still in balance, has a lot more talent to work.
That's what I mean.
He's got Caden Proctor on his offensive line.
He's going to be a first-round pick.
How many dudes from Alabama's team, even in a quote-unquote down year where they merely got blown out by the eventual national champions in the college playoff?
Right.
How many guys from that particular team are still going to end up in the NFL this year? Many.
Donnie, go look up Daniel Jeremiah and top 50. See how many Alabama guys are in that list. See how many Alabama guys besides Ty Simpson.
It's probably not as many as you would normally think just this year.
Well, how many were in Kenny's year from Pitt? 0? Because Addison didn't go in the same draft. He went and played at USC first. How many NFL players? Izzy Abanikanda?
I'm trying to... Servassier Dennis still on that last Kenny team?
Servassier Dennis.
On the other side of the ball.
He was.
Yeah. I mean, he's started out reasonably well in his NFL career.
He was a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, he was a later-round pick who looks like he's adjusted well.
2 guys besides Simpson?
No, just one besides him.
Proctor?
Yeah.
That's it?
I mean, a lot of their guys are not draft eligible yet. Like Ryan Williams was supposed to be the next big thing at wide receiver, and he's still, I think, is like 18 years old. As a guy who's already done with 2 years of college.
Okay, I'm going to say this, and then I want to know if you guys agree with it, and I want to get our listeners' thoughts on it too. Today is February 24th. We're 58 or 57 days away from the draft. I'm trying to think about the best way to say this to drive home the point the best. I would hate this so much. I would actually hate drafting Ty Simpson in the first round more than I would hate the Steelers bringing back Aaron Rodgers for another year. It's the single thing they could do to upset me and annoy me and piss me off the most as a
Even
fan.
though they finally have a coach that works with quarterbacks as their head coach?
I just think it is such a freaking reach in desperate move. Even more so than asking Aaron Rodgers to run it back for another year. It would reek to me of the draft is in Pittsburgh, so we want to get headlines and we want the sizzle and sex appeal of taking a quarterback in the first round. Who in their effing mind watched the SEC championship game or the college football playoffs and said, yep, this is our guy. This is the dude. And I get it. Mitigating circumstances, you could say, Fernando Mendoza, his last year at Cal when they played Pitt, did he look like a future franchise quarterback in that game? Probably not. But then he went on and he played out of his mind at Indiana and took that program to new heights. Ty Simpson wanted to win me over. Go back and play at Alabama for another year and show me that you're more than just a 6-game wonder. And by the way, of those 6 games, how many were against fluff teams? Because it's September and October football. How many are against fakakta teams? Didn't they lose to Florida State?
They hammered
lost
by
to Florida State.
They got beat pretty soundly by Florida State.
When these guys like Kuiper bring up how he got off to such a great start, they lost to Florida State. And they didn't just lose.
Yeah, they got
drubbed by Florida State. This is the guy I'm pinning my hopes on?
He got outplayed in that game by Thomas Castellanos.
He's Alabama's quarterback.
All right, I'm going to give you Ty Simpson's numbers through
if Ben
8 weeks.
Roethlisberger's at Miami, Ohio, and he goes and plays Iowa in September, and his numbers don't look good, you know what? I'm going to chalk that up to it's MAC guys versus Big Ten guys. I'm sorry. The Mel Kiper saying, well, Alabama didn't really have dudes. That does not pass my smell test whatsoever. It just doesn't.
The first 8 games of the season, I'll even give him the first 9. 21 touchdowns and 1 pick for Ty Simpson. The best games of that bunch, they lose to Florida State, but he had he was not efficient, but he had a clean game from the turnover perspective. Louisiana Monroe, 73-0. Wisconsin for anyone who was not watching,
blows,
they were horrible this year, legitimately atrocious. Cruise control win, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Have to tip my cap here. He played very well at Georgia.
Yeah, I think that's what got him on people's radars.
He then played pretty damn well too against Vandy, and that was a good Vandy team.
Yeah, Vandy went on to
They went on the road against Missouri, and he played another good game there.
All right.
They beat Tennessee pretty soundly. Clean game.
Yep.
They rallied, or not rallied, that was A&M that rallied against South Carolina, but they beat South Carolina in what was a hard-fought game, clean game. Then same thing against LSU in kind of an ugly game. From that point on, Oklahoma, he wasn't good. He only throw out Eastern Illinois, nobody cares. And then he played pretty well in the Iron Bowl as far as throwing touchdowns, but threw for barely 100 yards, so that's a weird game to evaluate. He looked horrible against Georgia, completely overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Oklahoma, and he made enough plays, but then this is the one for me. Against the best team in the country, yes, and a team with a lot of future draft picks, yes. He was completely and totally overmatched against Indiana. And I know he was hurt, but like even some of the games I cited it as his good games, you can kind of squint and say, is that really him, or is that combination of still a huge talent advantage on his team and the other teams ain't that good? South Carolina, you know, you'd say, oh, he beat Lenora Sellers in his building head-to-head. That team was a mess this past year. They had tons of problems.
Donnie, do you think I'm going overboard here? Like, would you hate it if we get here, you're hosting all our draft coverage in late April, and Roger Goodell says Ty Simpson is the 21st pick in the draft? A guy that basically has the college football resume of Mitch Trubisky?
Yeah, I wouldn't like it. It does worry me when players, first off, don't really like have a ton on tape when they're in college. Like, not even as if, hey, this guy only had one good season. It's like, no, this guy only played for really one season. Like that's always something I get a little bit hesitant of. And I think it's just a dude that's taking advantage of a pretty weak class outside of the guy that's going to go number one.
And isn't that the lesson we should learn from Kenny?
Well,
yes.
You clearly are trying to apply it.
Yes. And I'm owning the fact that I was dead wrong. And I'm trying to make myself better at this by saying I'm not going to fall for the same thing again.
And I think by the time we get there, I do think he's going to get picked on that first night.
Ugh. Hopefully it's the Jets.
I'm not saying by the Steelers. I mean, I know like the Jets have gotten some shine there, the Rams because of McVay. But it's more about the rest of the class outside of Mendoza either going back to school or crumbling entirely.
Oh, by the way, to whatever extent we like to do apples-to-apples comps with Lance Zierlein's rankings of players as draft prospects, Kenny a better draft prospect, according to him, than Ty Simpson.
Where did he have Kenny?
Well, he does that little numerical system.
Yep.
Kenny's was 6.4, will become a good starter within 2 years.
Yikes.
Ty Simpson's like 6.28.
Well, I've got tickets to a huge event to give away. Maybe you can guess what it is. I want fans to chime in on this. You've got Mel Kiper. The scouting combine is underway. It is a reservoir of agents and teams chattering, talking about what's going to happen in the draft. He is predicting the Steelers take the Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson in the first round. How would that make you feel? 412-928-9370. I'm saying right now I would hate it with every fiber of my being. How would you feel about it at 412-928-9370? Get your thoughts in now. And best call is going to win tickets to a huge event. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
8 innings complete. The Pirates lead the Red Sox 13-7. The big news from that, Connor Griffin, a pair of early home runs. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about my guys at Comer and Cross. Yes, I love these dudes. What they did for me, transforming my garage, something that was unforgettable, something that had me score major points with my wife. My sister was in town from California. She had not seen the garage floor. She was very impressed this weekend. So, yes, like I'm getting these objective opinions, people actually that would usually crucify me and say I made a bad call or made a wrong decision as a homeowner, singing my praises thanks to Comer and Cross. Their schedule fills up. So if you want the garage floor of your dreams, you should call them right now, and they can do it in less than 24 hours. I'm saying that from personal experience. They were in and out. This was not a bunch of pimply high school kids who did it, who were doing it as a spring or summer job. No, these are pros that have done hundreds of these jobs at a very, very high level. Never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint. That is Comer and Cross. 1-800-NEW-FLOORS who you call. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC.
Broken water heater? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Snow tonight, the low 33.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
There's several traits, but I'll say we have to find the right quarterback that's going to be an AFC North quarterback. You know, playing in the AFC North, there's nothing like it. You know, the cold weather, the rivalries, the division, the physicality of the division. So it's got to be a AFC North quarterback.
Omar Khan looking for an AFC North quarterback. There's a guy that's 6'1", 205 from Martin, Tennessee. Does he strike you as an AFC North quarterback?
I mean, somebody
He's describing this rugged Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Flacco-esque guy.
I mean, Lamar Jackson has won 2 MVPs, and he was a somewhat slight of build, more slender running quarterback from a warm weather high school and a mid-ish climate.
He is the
college.
exception to the rule because he might be the best running quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Joe Burrow, not a small guy, but also not a rugged 6'5" or 6'6" Flacco or Ben.
He's also, and I know he's missed games, he's also tough as balls, man. Like, he's they list him on Pro Football Reference as 6'4", 220. But he stands in there and gets friggin' drilled, man. And gets up and keeps going until something really, really bad happens, like a torn ACL or a dreaded Jack Lambert.
A turf toe.
Turf toe, yeah.
Who have the Browns had as a quarterback example that thrived in this cold weather abyss of a division?
I guess Baker Mayfield for a hot second. And that's a guy that's got a lot of swagger and some big nuts.
Well, I mean, Baker is also built like more of like an undersized linebacker.
I'm watching Baker in Tampa this year. Like, he's taking on linebackers and signaling first down and getting all excited about things until that season went to pot.
Man, he started playing like ass, halfway
Yeah,
through.
Mulsey's been convinced by the podcasters, Donnie, that Baker stinks.
Well, no,
that's one of the developments from the 2025 season. No,
his play fell off.
It is true. He did have a bad second half. He did.
The podcasters.
Joe Burrow also from Athens, Ohio, because his dad was a coach there at Ohio.
Athens, known mainly for their Halloween parties. Yeah.
And Andrew Stockey.
I didn't know he was from Athens.
And he went to school there. I don't know if he.
Well, my mom went to school there too.
Is that right? Yeah. I thought she went to Detroit Mercy.
She did briefly. I think that's where she and my dad met, and then they both graduated from other schools. My mom went to Ohio U. My dad went to Miami University in Ohio.
That's a rivalry.
Oh, I know.
And that didn't separate them?
No.
So it was like a Capulet and Montague situation?
Yeah, I don't think, knowing my dad, I don't think he was sitting there just like going crazy about Miami University athletics. He's probably thinking about like architecture or something. My mom was, probably copy editing the school newspaper.
Here's Derek in Trafford. Hello, Derek.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Derek, you hear Ty Simpson, Steelers' first-round pick. What goes through your head?
I'd be excited because it's something new, but I really wouldn't be jumping up for joy because I just don't see him as one of the best quarterback prospects. I think he's fallen into a default number 2 because of guys who chose him at the college. I think in any other year that's not this year, if it wasn't for there being such a dearth at quarterback, he wouldn't be even considered a first-round pick by talent. I think it's that vacuum created by people going back to school like Dante Moore.
And we call that the Kenny effect.
Good call by Derek.
Yeah.
Nice, solid call.
That's the Kenny effect.
Well, Kenny's class was pretty unique in that it was historically bad. There wasn't even a Mendoza.
And Kenny got overdrafted because of that void that he's talking about, that abyss.
When I was reading the Lance Zierlein Kenny write-up, it was so funny. It was you know how they do like a quotable at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
It was a random unnamed AFC front office exec.
Yeah.
Who said he's not so-and-so, but people are going to try to trick themselves into believing that he can be. Like, he's not the next Joe Burrow, but people are going to look at some of the tools in the production of 2021 and trick themselves into thinking he will be.
Uh-huh.
And that's why it's a guarantee that he will be overdrafted. Could not have been more on the money.
Now, where's Simpson on the hand front? Does he have big AFC North hands? Does he have big AFC
You're
North
asking
mitts?
if he's got a pair of Druckenmillers out there?
Does he have some meat hooks, as they call them?
Ty Simpson.
How are those hands looking?
They say his hand size is
microscopic.
They say 18 and a half inches, so it has to be both hands. If he had 18 and a half inch hands, he'd be the Incredible Hulk. I would think that means 9.5 or 9.25 inch hands.
What was Kenny?
8.5.
So he's got Kenny beat pretty big there.
I believe Garrett Nussmeier is Kenny 2.0. He is under 8 3/4 inches hands. You can't draft Nussmeier, Pony. He's a warm hand merchant.
Here's Adam on the fan. Hello, Adam.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's good. What's up?
I think if we draft Simpson, it's going to be a very long 5 years. You figure they're going to bring Rodgers back this year, have Simpson sit underneath him, give Simpson a shot next year, possibly his 3rd year. If he doesn't pan out, then you're right back in the same boat looking for another quarterback.
If they bring Rodgers back, why draft Simpson? To sit? So then the guy that actually sits and waits because he's eventually going to be your starting quarterback is no longer Will Howard, it's Simpson?
That makes no sense.
If you draft Simpson and bring back Rodgers, you would be telling us that everything you've said about Will Howard for the last month or so is complete hogwash and poppycock.
Correct.
At that point. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And every Steelers media person who would have to call them out for that, like in press conferences. So, like when Ben said, "Did they screw up the pick?" Well, they didn't so much screw up the pick; it's only a 6th-round pick.
So did they screw up the pick?
But they just sold everyone a bill of goods they never believed about the pick. Which, again, I kind of hope that that's actually what's happening here. Not so much that they would draft Ty Simpson.
Guys,
I don't want that. I hope that they're just blowing smoke to make it sound good.
Guys, I don't want this to be don't take this to mean anything about current politicians or current political leaders. But to me, if that's what happened, you say all these things about Howard, and then you draft Ty Simpson in the 1st round, it would be like running a campaign and making one post like, this is going to be my election promise, and then you get in office and you do something completely different. That's what it would be like. I think Mike McCarthy told the Steelers what they wanted to hear on Will Howard. I like this guy. He can be great. I liked him coming out of Ohio State. Ooh, the quarterback guru likes our 6th-round pick. Let's have them work together. McCarthy gets the job. Yeah, just kidding. Draft Ty Simpson. He's better. What the heck, man? Like, at that point, what do you stand for if you do that?
I just think teams are in the business, because it ain't politics, it's sports, of lying and obfuscating and misdirecting all the time.
So the point of lying about Howard would have been in the big picture to just get people off the scent of them drafting Ty Simpson. He was used as a pawn to get Simpson, to checkmate Simpson.
That would be the only actual point you could make, is the Steelers must not like
Sorry,
him. Maybe
fans, we gaslit you and led you on because this was all in the name of Ty Simpson. Yeah, I don't like that.
I mean,
I
it's
hope
all
that's
in the
not
name
true.
of Ty Simpson. It's incredibly dumb. Here's the truest statement. Among Rodgers, Simpson, and Howard, they are very likely to have either A, good option for this coming year, or B, a good long-term option at quarterback. If that were your three options, I don't think Simpson's ever going to amount to much. I am very not certain, but I think it's very likely Howard never amounts to much, and Rodgers is done.
If I asked you to rank these three guys most likely to have good NFL career, Simpson, Howard, Aller, what order would you put them in? Good thing you didn't eat your vegetable souffle for lunch, or you would have
in reverse
it
order.
up there.
In reverse order, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
3 Aller, 2 Simpson. 3 Howard, 2 Simpson, 1 Aller.
What, you think Aller is the best shot?
I'll bet on tools there.
Holy crap!
I'll bet on tools.
I am stunned by that.
I'll just bet on big arm mobility.
We got Chris Bechtold in studio with us now, Don.
I'll bet that he gets out of the
Muller.
James Franklin hellscape of underachieving, gets better coaching than Andy Kotelnicki running. What did Ken Carman once call it? The TikTok offense up there. And I would bet on traits there.
Donnie, how about you? How would you rank them? Least chance to succeed to best chance. Aller, Howard, Simpson.
I think I would actually have Aller last.
So would I.
Then Howard, then Simpson, but not a big gap really between any of those.
Pony, after dogging the Will Howard hype, is going to go Aller, Simpson, Howard.
I am, yeah.
All right, I'm leaving.
Why?
You have correctly identified how absurd this is that Will Howard's getting hyped this way, and yet you're going to put him 1 on that list.
I am, because I don't like the other guys either. It's not at all an endorsement of Will Howard as much as it is, oh my God, I don't want Drew Aller, and oh my God, I don't want
Let me add another
Simpson.
quarterback to this. Where does Shadur Sanders slot in if you put him in that
last
mix?
Behind all three.
Why? He's actually beaten the Steelers.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
What are you laughing in there for, Don? I heard a guffaw.
And Duck Hodges is beating the Browns. Should we bring him back? And Kenny Pickett's beating the Ravens. Should we consider him again? He's a free agent.
What's going to happen
and
with
Mitch
him?
Trubisky's a free agent. He beat the Bengals on the road. Want to think about him and Tom Brady.
Is Kenny even getting somebody's third string job?
You want to hear a crazy take? I think this is Kenny Pickett's future. I think Kenny Pickett is going to be the 2026 UFL MVP.
Oh, jeez, dude. Oh
That's what my crystal ball tells me. And the hope for him is that
he's Tommy Maddox.
He's Tommy
2.0.
Maddox, or he's the football equivalent of like the pitchers who go to Korea, like Mr. Baseball, Tom Selleck, come back and get contracts. You know who just did that? Cody Ponce. Remember him?
Yeah, didn't he get a pretty nice
From
deal
the Blue
too?
Jays.
Wait, who was
paid him out the ass?
Who was the dude who went from like the Reds or whatever? Was it like Vladimir Ballantyne? Who was the guy who became like Japan's single-season home run king who couldn't hit crap over here?
Well, Tuffy Rhodes was the guy for a while.
There was a dude, like maybe was Willie Mo Pena, sounds right?
Willie Mo Pena was a batting practice god.
There was a dude who went from here to Japan because he just could not hack it here, and then he set the single-season Japanese home run record.
I felt like Willie Mo Pena wasn't bad enough, though, to put him in that
I think this
category. I didn't think he was like an awful
Willie Mo Pena
player.
was a low-key stud in MVP baseball 2005. What a game.
Yeah, you guys
Is it
still
weird
talk
that I'm
about that
40
one.
years old and I still yearn for the days of being back in my dorm room at Syracuse?
I got it. It was Vladimir Ballantyne. In 2013 for the Yakult Swallows, he hit 60 home runs in a year.
You know how people have fantasy baseball leagues? Yes, Andrew,
Yeah.
we all know that. We drafted our own teams on MVP baseball and then put money into a pot like you would for fantasy baseball.
And simmed
And
the
instead,
games?
no, we played round robin against each other like it was the Olympics.
How
And then we
long
had a
did that
knockout
last?
stage. Probably like a week or two.
Who won?
Not me, because it was just copious amount of pot was being smoked by me at the time. I built my whole team around Tim Wakefield's knuckleball.
How do you build a team around a knuckleball?
He was you can pitch him in every game.
So in the game, it was realistic enough that he basically wouldn't get tired?
Yeah, like you could.
So you drafted him, what, I would imagine in the first.
Like later rounds, and
so people kept wondering, why is Pony not getting pitchers?
I just built a stacked lineup.
And then you said,
bullpen,
I'm sending Wakefield up.
Wakefield as my ace, and then the starting pitchers behind him were basically crap.
And then I assume the way you did it was just like every game was like a play now sort of thing, so you didn't have to worry like, oh, I just pitched Wakefield.
No, the way it was set up was it was like a regular season.
Okay.
So, yeah, guys did get tired. Or maybe it was like the playoffs. I forget how we did it exactly. But, yeah.
Did you come close to winning?
I don't remember, Chris. I was high.
I wonder how many sentences, how many times that sentence could be uttered to explain something from Pony's younger years.
You know what?
What's the turning point age for you? About 20? Like there's you up till 20 and there's you after 20, basically?
Yeah, probably. It's like AD and BC.
Yeah, exactly. Pony 1 to 19 or 1 to 20. You're smoking a ton of pot. You're being called basically a disgrace of a student. By a teacher, the worst student he's ever had at Syracuse.
You know what I loved?
You're putting out very desperate classified ad style posts on Facebook to meet chicks.
I used to eat every day. Remember those Mr. Peanut brand cheese balls?
Okay.
So they came in like a circular tube.
Yeah.
And you'd have to crack
the lid.
Like foil lid off it it was a thing of peanuts. And I probably ate an entire canister of those things every day my first semester of college.
How much did you weigh?
$170.
So you just weren't gaining weight. You're just getting
Great
very
metabolism.
high.
Yeah.
And you were eating these cheese balls.
Yep. Yeah, like basically Cheetos style balls. Tremendous. I don't know if they still make those.
I always wonder, since you're so driven now and so on top of all things work related, I always wonder just how that metamorphosis happened. Because the version of yourself
it's like then I matured. I grew up. I changed.
Sure. Believable in your case, though.
I'm not the same guy that I was at 20. Just like he's not the same guy he was at 23. Joey Porter. Here's Robert in Verona. Hello, Rob.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man.
Yeah. Hey, I was calling about the tickets.
All right, I'm putting you on hold and giving them to you. I'm not even going to make you work for them. Go ahead. They're all yours. 4 tickets to the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center.
That's an all-timer.
That one's going to set the bar really high for the rest of the week.
I was calling about those tickets. Sold.
Yep. You're right, Donnie. What do I say to the next guy? I'm like, yeah, bad take. Sorry, you're not getting the tickets. The precedent here is that I just gave him to a guy who begged for him.
It's going about those tickets.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, man. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show is dangerous. I have a couple neighbors, and they're all the workmanship very good. They go every year, and they set aside clearly part of their family budget for the year or whatever it would pass for that. Just that they know, Donnie, they're gonna spend money down there. They don't even try to hold back. They're like, well, we got to keep a couple $1,000s set aside because some Amish company is going to come up here and they're just going to knock our socks off.
The Pirates game is done. What happened? What is that final now?
16-7.
16-7. 16-7 Pirates.
Yes.
They scored 16 runs.
No, they're not done.
Well, it's bottom
no,
nine.
they're
So
not done, baby.
It's a marathon game.
God, this game really is just.
All right, we'll come back with a Donnie football debrief. More from Omar Khan. We've done most of the quarterback stuff. He gave, I think, pretty illuminating answers on Patrick Queen, Jalen Ramsey, Pat Freiermuth, Kenneth Gainwell, Nick Herbig's future, going into kind of a contract year, all those things with his long, lengthy conversations today with Jeff Hathorn and others at the NFL Scouting Combine. Donnie's biggest football topic of the day is coming up in the debrief. We'll be right back. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops at Stanford tomorrow night, 8 p.m. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 7:30. Headlines powered By Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Don. I want to talk to you about windows. Important, right? Important to show the windows in your house in general, some love this month. Valentine's Day was not that far in the rearview mirror. Show the house that keeps you warm, that keeps you safe, all that good stuff, some love, especially and particularly if the windows are not up to snuff. My friends at Universal Windows Direct want to help you out right now because they've got a great deal that they can help you out with. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free right now, and there's no limit whether you need 6 or 16 windows. Half of those windows, they're on the house. You're also going to get 0% interest for 36 months. And when you schedule this month, still got a couple days left to do this, you'll get $500 off your home improvement project. When you get Universal Windows Direct's windows, you're getting their exclusive Super Spacer technology. Keeps the cold air out, keeps the warm air in, fewer drafts, lower heating bills. That's a win, win, win for you. Do not wait on this one, folks. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Schedule that free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
When it comes to local high school basketball, nobody gets you closer to the game than Steel City Hoops. All the latest highlights, scores, and standings, plus exclusive stories on the kids who step up and the teams that won't go down. Any closer and you'd need to check in at the scorer's table. Steel City Hoops. Find us on Instagram, TikTok, X, and at steelcityhoops.org.
It's the President's Day sales event at JeepofPittsburgh.com. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games. It's easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant, Giant, doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROAM. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit whalenexteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie Football's biggest football topic of the day, the Donnie Football Debrief. You can listen to Pop and Joe tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. And by the way, along those lines, I would think we're going to get a Jack Hughes card and a Connor Hellebuck card. It's my prediction.
Who would you say is the more iconic person from that game? Hellebuck, who basically held the fort, or
Jack Hughes?
Is that unfair, though? Eruzione is more famous and obviously
Craig.
The Miracle on Ice than Craig, but man, in this case in particular, I feel like Hellebuck is the only reason that Hughes got a chance to make that play.
I agree with you on that.
I guess that's the life of being a goalie, though. That's kind of part of the issue.
I'm trying to think if there's an iconic NFL game where somebody was the Super Bowl MVP but really was not the real MVP of the game. like a super duper iconic game.
Wait, where somebody did not win the MVP award, but they in reality made the biggest play?
Yeah.
Couldn't you argue like on Vinatieri's kick? Any of Vinatieri's kicks, he's not like thought of it the way Brady is, but
I mean, maybe James Harrison.
What about Ty Law in that first Patriots Super
that's
Bowl?
a good one.
Harrison's a good one too. He didn't win the MVP. I mean, David Tyree is always thought of as obviously from that game.
The funny thing is that Tyree had a touchdown. Nobody remembers the touchdown.
Nope.
Manningham also makes an incredible play in their second win over the Patriots. I just have those ones like top of mind. Oh, you know who's... Didn't Corey Clement have a huge game when the Eagles beat the Patriots? I know he caught the one touchdown. Didn't he also just otherwise have a pretty good game for them, or am I hallucinating the rest of that?
I think there's a few examples of those that are pretty recent. Like, was it Damian Williams, the Chiefs running back?
How about Shane Vereen? Or not Shane Vereen. What's the name of the Patriots scat back?
James White.
James White. Thank you. That's the right one. I don't know why Shane Vereen popped into my head.
James White scored a walk-off touchdown.
Yep. Donnie, what do you got for us in the debrief?
The debrief, February 24, 2026. This came down earlier today, and you brought up the UFL for another reason earlier. So I thought we could look at some of these because I do find it interesting when you get rule changes.
Oh, I'm so glad you're doing this for the debrief. Pony and I were briefly talking about it off the air because I saw it and mentioned it. When he said Kenny Pickett, my mind immediately went here.
I think more than just finding, maybe the occasional guy that breaks through, like new talent into the NFL.
Yeah.
I think more often than anything else, the best thing that these like spring football leagues are for making rule changes or maybe covering the game differently.
They're incubators,
and then
basically.
the NFL just steals it, and because it's the NFL, nobody's going to do a thing.
They stole the quarterback, They stole the kickoff from what? The XFL.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of acted like that was gimmicky until it wasn't.
As an aside, if the Pittsburgh Maulers came back into this league, who do you think would be more likely to become their play-by-play guy? Jeff Hathorn, Josh Roundtree, Jack Hillgrove, or Pomp?
I'm going to guess this is going to be I don't know. I don't want to say a cop-out, but I think they would probably ask Pomp first on principle alone.
Okay, I have my definitive list of the least likely person of those four to the most likely. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Least likely, Pomp.
Me too.
Way too much going on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he would accept it.
I think you're right.
They would
ask
him
yeah,
first.
but I'm saying in actuality, least to most likely. Least likely, Pomp. Second least likely, Jeff. Same principle. Way too much going on. Gets plenty of burn doing pit games, which, no offense to the Maulers, bigger deal. Man, I am really torn on second and first. I'm going to go Roundtree second, Hillgrove first. I think they would love
the same thing.
Love the idea of another Hillgrove doing pro football games in town.
And I think he'd leap at that. I think he would jump at that opportunity.
I do. He'd be all decked out in purple and orange. No doubt.
Remember the Maulers did come back. They never played here, and the running back got cut because he didn't want to eat chicken salad. He wanted pizza.
The Pittsburgh Maulers of Birmingham.
Kirby Wilson was the coach. The old Steelers running backs coach.
God, I remember we had a field day with that chicken salad
We had the
story.
QB on the air.
Kyle Laletta.
And he got benched like a game into the season.
That was
Poor
bad.
guy.
All right, so what are the new rules?
Okay, yeah, we'll run through. They have 7 new rules that they are putting in. The first one, 60-plus yard field goals will be worth 4 points.
Hate it.
Man, the Steelers would have won big with that one.
Absolutely love this.
I don't.
Well, no, hold on.
They made field goals too easy. I don't want to give more points.
No. Only the best. How many guys made a 60-plus yard, 60 or more this year?
The Jags guy, Aubrey.
Didn't Boz make a 60-yarder?
Week 1 to win
So
it.
name for me how many kickers actually did it. 3?
Well, those are the 3 that spring to mind right away.
There are maybe like 2 more guys in the league, I want to say, who actually hit a 60 or long. There's a ton of guys who
The
make
Jacksonville
57,
kid hit
58.
2.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
So I like this because there's already a big punitive penalty if you miss it. unless it's at the end of a half where obviously the field position doesn't matter. But if you decide, hey, I'm going to try to hit a 60-yarder here, they're getting the ball. You know what I mean, Donnie? They're getting the ball at the 50-yard line. I like incentivizing it a little bit more by making it worth one extra. I do. I also think that would radically, obviously, change the end of a game because you give a team a ball back with like 4, you're up 4 right now. Like, all right, at least they got to get a touchdown. If they got 50 seconds and no timeouts, I still like our chances. Now it is more like, oh, crap.
Dude, way more guys than you think made 60-yarders last year, man.
How many? Just tell me.
I'm going through it right now. They don't sort it by long, but Chase McLaughlin, Tampa, made one from over 60. Will Reichard from Minnesota, I think, was the first team All-Pro, made one from 60. Fairbairn was 57.
Humor me very quickly. Think of this, guys. So say there's a team that's down by 4 late in a game, right? Say this just ever got adopted. And say that they're right at the mark where they got to hit a 60-yarder. Or with like 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left, and maybe a timeout, do you try to get closer knowing that if you decide to not kick it for a 4-pointer and a tie, you better get a touchdown because it's not like you just electively get to say, can we... put us back at the 43-yard line or whatever so we can kick a 60-yarder. You know what I mean?
Blake Group made a 60-yard field goal.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had him in my fantasy leagues.
Did you know that was a real person until right this 30 seconds?
If you had played the old Callus game of, like, person who committed bank fraud or kicker who made a 60-yarder, you said Blake Group, I'd be like, that guy sounds like he works for
Colts
JP Morgan.
And Saints. Bud Carlson made a 60-yarder.
Donnie, what do you think of this? 4 points.
I wouldn't like the 4-point change. I would keep it at 3.
All right, what's the next one?
This one I don't like, and I would think we go universal here. 1 foot in bounds is a catch.
Hate it.
Yep, I agree.
3, red zone penalties revert to half the distance to the goal.
So if you take like a pass interference in the end zone instead of getting the ball at the 1, if it's in the red zone?
The way I read that is regardless of what the penalty is, it's half the distance.
Okay.
I don't hate that one because that would eliminate some cheap pass interference stuff.
4, the tush push is eliminated.
Notice NFL teams don't have the stomach to try to get rules put in now to try to get rid of it.
I'm not in a rush to get rid of it.
Number 5.
I think the Eagles even started to suck at it a little bit more.
They did. Penalties.
Number 5, and now we know that Mike Tomlin cannot make a move to the UFL. No punting inside the opponent's 50-yard line.
Love it.
I like it, but I said to Chris off air, would somebody take a penalty if they were at the 47-yard line to move back 5 yards to punt? I could see Tomlin doing that.
A lot of delay of game penalties.
You could take multiple to get yourself back.
What if you just decline the... What if it's like 4th and 9 on the plus 41, okay? And you don't love your kicker? You're the other team. They try to take a delay of game. You decline it. Make them go for it.
Yep.
Mike Vrabel would love all that gamesmanship. What else?
Overtime. It is 3 alternating attempts from the opponent's 5-yard line.
I thought you were going to say it was 3-on-3 overtime.
Mulsey would hate that. He'd say invalidate everything that has to do with that league.
3 alternating attempts from the opponent's 5.
Yes.
That's overtime?
So that's like their version of the NFL of the NHL shootout, basically.
And then the final one is how the point after touchdown options go. A kick from the 33-yard line, so a 50-yarder is just 1 point. 2-point conversion from the 2-yard line, 3 points from the 8-yard line.
I kind of like that.
That feels.
I like that one.
Okay, I'll say this much. I know you and I disagreed on the 60-plus yarder, and I was on an island there. If we are trying to make one-possession games now a little bit more broad, where you can even have a 9-point deficit, and it's still a one-possession game, that is the least gimmicky, least like affecting of the rest of the product way to do it. Oh, you need a 9-point touchdown here? Score the TD and then get ready to go from the 8.
I like that one.
That one is the only one of those. Maybe the 60-plus yard field goals, but I doubt it. The 3-point conversion, I think, is the only one I could ever imagine the NFL actually adopting. Also, why can't the NFL, by the way, crap or get off the pot here with a 4th and 20 instead of an onside kick?
Is the UFL still doing that? Is that still a rule they have?
4th and 15, whatever it is.
So these were all just the new rules.
Because I think they had conversion rates. 4th and 15, it was like 12.9%. the 4th and 20 conversion rates in the NFL are like a same success rate as an onside kick. I'd rather watch the actual scrimmage play.
By the way, while this conversation has been going on, I've been trying to memorize the UFL team names just in case that's a name game category today.
Well, we still don't know a year plus into the name game. You're the only person who knows who makes the categories.
We got a middleman involved now, like double security.
So what is this, like a CIA dead drop where you give somebody like that person is tasked with telling the actual person what to do?
There's 2 people involved besides me.
Donnie,
now.
I don't know about this. He's creating all these extra layers of supposed security, but guess what? The man at the top of the CIA, the man still at the big office in Langley, is sitting right across from us here.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Tired of this weather and want to retire in Florida? Let Secure Money Advisors help plan your retirement today. Snow after midnight tonight. More of that. It was 61 degrees for the Pirates' win over the Red Sox. Connor Griffin at 2 homers. Matt Clement is going to join us on that next hour. What Omar Khan had to say today about guys who are on the roster hot seat from the NFL Scouting Combine. What big names could be on the move? We'll tell you next. But first, a message from Elsie.
Thanks, Pony. It is. It's a big Tuesday at the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app where there's always another way to win. It's time to play. And right now, new casino users score up to a $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, you get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Lil Demon Mega Collect 'em over the course of 10 consecutive days. That is 250 bonus spins. So make your downtime fun time. You can also play hot slots like Cash, Eruption, Huff and Puff, and more. Plus, with the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, you can also play real casino games for real money right on your phone. Blackjack, roulette, craps, and more. You can also, of course, bet on all your favorite sports. Pro basketball, Penn's hockey, college hoops, soccer, golf, MMA. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app is the place where there's always another way to win, and you must be 21. And in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan, new users only. Terms and conditions apply. You can see betparx.com for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know